Chapter 211. It has been the 104th day since the Blue Star players came to the game world. The Void Trading Field will be open for the 7th time, and a small trade fair and auction will be held. The Void Trading Field was open for the first 10 times, and a certain number of free invitations were issued each time. In addition, the VIP system appeared when the Void Trading Field was open for the 2nd time. Every time the Void Trading Field opened, more and more people came in. With more people coming in, the number of items to be traded increased. The increase in the number of buyers led to intensified competition, especially after the Void Trading Field was open for the 5th time. The Indigenous forces also sent people in, and the intensity of competition continued to increase. The prices of traded and auctioned items were in line with the market. The Void Trading Field was open for the 7th time. Zhao Yi felt that at least 50 Indigenous forces had sent people here, and even the forces in the business alliance that controlled the market might have sent people in. All the Indigenous forces that sent people in wanted to obtain the Void Trading Field. In addition, they also wanted to collect intelligence and participate in transactions and auctions. They also needed the items in the trade fairs and auctions. There were also Indigenous forces that felt that they could not obtain the Void Trading Field and planned to destroy, or even destroy the Void Trading Field. As long as the Void Trading Field is known by multiple Indigenous forces, it can no longer be hidden. In fact, the Indigenous forces knew about the Void Trading Field earlier. As early as the first opening of the Void Trading Field, there were extremely jealous players who told the Indigenous forces about this matter, and some even went directly to the market in the Indigenous city to report it to the market management. Soon, the Indigenous forces paid attention to it, but it was useless to pay attention to it, because they could not find the location of the Void Trading Field. The player forces with invitation letters would not send the rare invitation letters to the Indigenous forces, and the lower-level players living in the Indigenous city could not have invitation letters. It was not until Zhao Yi held a medium-sized auction that the player forces guessed Zhao Yi's horrible profits, and then took out the invitation letter to the Indigenous forces. They hoped that the Indigenous forces could rob or destroy the Void Trading Field and destroy Zhao Yi's territory. Suddenly, a dozen Indigenous forces received the invitation letter. Some Indigenous forces were able to keep it strictly confidential, but some Indigenous forces could not keep the secret. More Indigenous forces knew about the Void Trading Field and the invitation letter, and began to buy the invitation letter in the market at a high price. Some player forces saw that the Void Trading Field was still in Zhao Yi's hands, so they did not give up. While obtaining free invitations from the 10 nations officials, they sold or gave the invitations they bought in the Void Trading Field to the Indigenous forces. Allowing more Indigenous forces to enter the Void Trading Field increases the possibility of the Void Trading Field being taken away or destroyed. More and more Indigenous forces entered the Void Trading Field, and Zhao Yi had no intention of driving them away, but the measures to protect the Void Trading Field were increasing. Soul projections that have just entered the Void Trading Field must first hand over the storage equipment they carry to the staff, Soul Projection, to check and make sure there are no suspicious dangerous items inside before they can leave the square. The 4th level professional leads the team and pays attention to the guests' every move. In the core hub of the Void Trading Field, there are people ready to activate more magic arrays in the Void Trading Field at any time to block any attacks that have just appeared. Only the Forbidden Magic Array cannot block all attacks. Zhao Yi can think of poisonous gas, virus, and bacterial attacks, which can be put into ordinary containers. All the measures that can be thought of have been used. If there are still problems with the Void Trading Field, Zhao Yi has no choice but to give up the Void Trading Field. There are other ways to obtain funds for territory development, such as Zhao Yi's money tree, the Tree of Life. After the territory is promoted to the 3rd-class marquee, open a wave of treasure chests, and you can take out almost 10 level 5 advancement stones to upgrade the Tree of Life. The 4th level Tree of Life can produce 33 drops of water of life a day, and the 5th level Tree of Life can produce 100 drops of water of life a day. Even if a drop of water of life is sold for 10,000 low-grade magic crystals, it can bring in 1 million yuan a day. Not to mention supporting the development of a marquee, it can also support the survival of a middle-low-level kingdom in the undead calamity. 100 drops of water of life a day may seem like a lot, but in the eyes of a legendary master, it is just that. 1 drop of water of life can quickly restore the injuries of a seriously injured 3rd-level professional. For a seriously injured legendary master, it would take a mouthful to recover. 20 drops of water of life are only 1 milliliter, and a small sip is 10 milliliters. 200 drops of water of life are equivalent to more than 2 million low-grade magic crystals. But it is worth it to quickly recover a seriously injured legendary warrior, even if it costs 10 million at a time. Many legendary warriors, who are at the end of their lives must consume a large amount of items containing life force to maintain their combat effectiveness. A legendary warrior creates a top indigenous power. Without a legendary warrior, this top power will be quickly divided up. Even if it costs 1 million a day, the top power must maintain the combat effectiveness of its own legendary warriors. Civilians and professionals are two classes, and low-level professionals and high-level professionals are also like two classes. The monthly income of a zero-level professional is less than 1 gold coin, and a legendary warrior can consume 1 million low-grade magic crystals every day to maintain his combat power. The 5th level Tree of Life can support the daily consumption of a legendary warrior. If Zhao Yi's 5th level Water of Life is exposed, it will inevitably attract many legendary warriors to fight. So when Zhao Yi is not short of magic crystals, he will not take the Water of Life to the Void Trading Field for trading, especially when the indigenous forces enter the Void Trading Field. If Zhao Yi still frequently traded the Water of Life, anyone would be able to imagine that Zhao Yi had a Tree of Life of a high level. With the Void Trading Field and the Tree of Life, the indigenous forces would go crazy looking for Zhao Yi. The Void Trading Field was already open for the 7th time, and Zhao Yi did not need to show up. After Zhao Yi finished his territory affairs, he practiced and rested to prepare for the afternoon monster hunting. On the other side, in Morris City, at about 7:30 in the morning, the 3rd level swordsman Agma led a team of more than 50 people out of the city and headed north. All the team members rode horses or carriages, and the carriages were filled with gifts for Zhao Yi. As a noble, he couldn't lose face, so the Earl gritted his teeth and took out a gift worth hundreds of low-grade magic crystals. If it was before the undead calamity, a gift to a more powerful noble would have to start with at least 1,000 low-grade magic crystals. With a 3rd level professional and several 2nd level professionals in charge, no bandits dared to pay attention to this team, but Agma, a 3rd level swordsman, who looked like a middle-aged strongman, but was actually over 100 years old, was a little worried. This time he led the team to the territory of a brave warrior from another world, which he had never encountered before. No one was allowed to enter this brave warrior territory from another world, so there was a possibility of danger in this mission. Under normal circumstances, when the Morris family visited another noble, a 3rd level direct descendant of the Morris family should lead the team, but now he, who was not a direct descendant, led the team. If possible, he really wanted to refuse the mission of the Earl, but his family had already been deeply bound to the Morris family, and Agma could not refuse the mission of the Earl Morris, the object of his loyalty. I hope we can return to Morris City safely, Agma prayed in his heart. An hour later, the team successfully arrived outside Zhao Yi's territory. They had already been discovered by the air cavalry in the sky. The air cavalry quickly sent people to notify the nearest land patrol team. A patrol team of more than 30 people intercepted Agma's team in time. An ordinary arrow was inserted in front of Agma's team, not allowing Agma's team to move forward. Agma sent a 0-level professional in the team, holding a white flag and moving forward. A 1st-level heavy cavalry without armor came out of the patrol team of Zhao Yi's territory and moved forward. Please retreat, this is our territory, no outsiders are allowed to enter. We are from Morris City, and we come with the friendship of Lord Morris, and we request to meet the Lord. Lord, you cannot see guests for the time being, please return from a long way. Hearing this, the 0-level professional was angry. The other party dared to refuse the friendship of Lord Earl, but he did not dare to show any anger on his face, since he was in front of a 1st-level professional. The exchange personnel went back and forth several times, and finally the Agma team still could not enter Zhao Yi's territory. They put down the gifts directly, and returned by the original route. After being far away from Zhao Yi's territory, Agma finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a patrol team, but there was not even a 0-level professional in it. The number of 2nd-level professionals was more than their own team, with all kinds of professions and more archers. If a battle broke out, although there were more people on our side, it would be difficult for them to be the opponent of the other patrol team, and we didn't know whether more patrol teams would come to support. The mission was barely completed by 1/3. Agma didn't care about that. It was the other party who didn't let him in, not his fault. Agma's team had left, and the patrol team stayed here for a while, until a 3rd-level archer arrived with a large space storage equipment. After carefully unpacking and checking the gifts, they put them into the storage equipment and sent them to Zhaocheng. The patrol team also left. In fact, Zhao Yi knew before noon yesterday that the Morris family was going to send someone to visit him. There was also an assassin team led by the 4th-level assassin Bigger in Morris City. The intelligence on the Morris family has been almost explored, and now the main focus is to monitor the actions of the Morris family. As the nearest aboriginal city to Zhao Yi's territory, Zhao Yi attaches great importance to Morris City. If the Morris family makes any move, he will quickly send back the information. When Zhao Yi learned that the Morris family was going to send someone to visit him with gifts, the first thought in his mind was to refuse. He didn't want to see the Morris family. More importantly, he didn't want outsiders to come to Zhao City. There are too many secrets in Zhao City. Reject the Morris family's visit, accept the gift, and wait a few days. Zhao Yi will also send a team led by a third-level profession to the Morris family with gifts. The overall strength of the Blue Star players is still too weak. The leaders of the Origin continent are still the Indigenous camp and the undead camp, and the undead camp is a mortal enemy. As a noble of the Violet Kingdom, Zhao Yi is nominally loyal to the king. If the king summons him, Zhao Yi cannot refuse without a legitimate reason. The territory is getting bigger and bigger. To this extent, the Morris family's contact with Zhao Yi is only the first one. In the future, more indigenous forces will try to contact Zhao Yi, and Zhao Yi cannot refuse all of them. It is okay to reject the Morris family. After all, the Morris family is weak. If they become enemies, they will not worry about the Morris family's revenge. Moreover, the Morris family has no backers. But it is not okay to reject other indigenous forces that have backers or are strong in themselves. It is necessary to contact them. The key is that there are too many secrets in Daocheng. If they are discovered by the indigenous forces, Zhao Yi will be in danger. The entire territory will be destroyed because of the secrets in Daocheng. So Zhao Yi's idea is to delay until the territory is promoted to the third-class Marquisate. There are 3 places to build small cities. Zhao Yi plans to use one of the small cities as the territories. Submain City. Construction. Several 4th-level professionals and a primary magician tower are stationed in the submain city, making outsiders think that this small city is the main city of the territory. Daocheng hides behind the scenes as much as possible. Agma returned to Morris City and reported his experience to the Earl, who remained calm. A territory of heroes from another world whose apparent strength is stronger than the Morris family, but whose specific strength is unknown, has such a neighbor, and the Earl is a little uneasy. It is necessary to continue to explore Zhao Yi's territory. Not only should we arrange our own people to go there, but we can also try to arrange heroes from another world to go there. There are a large number of heroes from another world in Morris City. Because the civilians and some professionals in the city disappeared, these heroes from another world did not make Morris City more crowded. As the ruler of Morris City, the Earl sent people to investigate these heroes from another world. As long as they paid money, there were many heroes from another world willing to obey his orders. That was the territory of heroes from another world. I don't know if the heroes from another world in the city can enter the territory. The Earl felt a little sour. The Morris family had come to this point. If the undead disaster had not appeared, how could they not even have the money to find intelligence dealers for a detailed investigation? Thinking about his family's experience and the few small nobles who lost their territories in the city, the Earl felt much better. By the way, the territory of a small noble seems to be in that area, occupied by this brave man from another world. Maybe we can use this small noble to test it. Thinking of this, the Earl immediately arranged for his confidant to do it. If he was discovered, there must be no clues to connect to the Morris family. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the Void Trading Field was closed, and soon, a list was delivered to Zhao Yi. The Void Trading Field was opened for the 7th time, and a total of 316 items were traded, with a total transaction amount of 6.9525 million low-grade magic crystals, a total income of 331,700, and purchase and auction expenses of 39,400. After deducting the consumption of magic crystals in the Void Trading Field, the net income is 258,300. Looking at this list, Zhao Yi was quite satisfied. Without selling the things in his hands, he could maintain the rapid development of the territory simply by relying on the funds earned from the Void Trading Field. The Tree of Life and the Void Trading Field are both Zhao Yi's cash cows. Either one can support a first-class indigenous force. However, due to the participation of the wealthy indigenous forces, the transaction price of items was aligned with the market price. The transaction price of items was high, and Zhao Yi bought fewer items. There was no need to compete with the indigenous forces for financial resources. These things Zhao Yi needed, but they were not necessities. As usual, Zhao Yi opened the forum and created a new post, posting the information about the next auction to be held in 5 days. As for the transaction amount, Zhao Yi did not write it in the post after the 5th auction, and perhaps he would write it after the next medium-sized auction. The next 8th auction will still be a small auction, but the 9th auction will be a medium-sized auction. After the post was published, it immediately attracted the attention of many players, who commented in the post-comment area. The void trading field is still in the hands of the Lucky Sun 413 boss. Will those traders be pissed off? The boss is really powerful. The indigenous forces can't take away the void trading field. I am more assured of the void trading field. All valuable transactions in the future will be placed in the void trading field. The indigenous forces are rubbish. This Chen player is only level 4. There are so many powerful indigenous people, but they can't take away the void trading field. It's so funny. There are so many traders from Blue Star in the comment area. We are all Blue Star players, but there are so many people who want to use the indigenous forces to destroy the strongest Blue Star player. As a leader of a Chen player, I fully support the boss. The boss must persist. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Don't trust outsiders easily. Even some Chen people cannot be trusted. The fact that the player forces sent the invitation letter to the void trading field to the indigenous forces was exposed after the 5th auction, and even several player forces that confirmed sending the invitation letters were exposed. All the Chen player forces that sent the invitation letters were exposed, and were called traitors to the Blue Star humans by a large number of Chen players. Most of their subordinate territories announced their separation, and the entire player force basically fell apart. Although the exposed foreign player forces that opposed the Chen alliance were also called traitors to the Blue Star humans by Chen players, these player forces were not affected much. After all, Zhao Yi is a player from Chen country. The Chen country camp and the anti-Chen alliance have been fighting each other. Everyone can use the hands of the undead to destroy each other. This time, it is just the hands of the indigenous forces. There are also a large number of Chen country players among the lower level players living in the indigenous people. They are very dissatisfied with their current situation and envy the Lord players. But when the Chen country camp confronted the anti-Chen alliance, most of the lower level Chen country players supported the Chen country camp. Those player forces who sent invitations to the indigenous forces were furious when they saw that Zhao Yi and the void trading field were safe and sound, and they would continue to hold the 8th auction. They wanted Zhao Yi's void trading field to be taken away or destroyed by the indigenous forces, and they wanted Zhao Yi to die. But 10 days had passed, and these indigenous forces had not taken any action, or perhaps there was no result. The action against Zhao Yi could not be stopped. Even if Zhao Yi could not be killed, the void trading field had to be destroyed. This was determined by their position. The confrontation between the Chen State camp and the anti-Chen alliance continued to this day. The existence of the Chen State official forces and Zhao Yi made it impossible for the anti-Chen alliance, which had more player territories, to suppress the Chen State camp. As the strongest player force, the official forces of Chen State are obviously more important. When other Chen State players are in danger, if there is an official territory of Chen State nearby, they will definitely help. It is the official forces of Chen State that lead the entire Chen State camp to fight against the anti-Chen alliance. And Zhao Yi, as the strongest combat professional player and the strongest lord player, owns the void trading field, which can effectively improve the morale of Chen State players. If Zhao Yi's territory is destroyed or even killed, the morale of Chen State players will drop significantly, giving the anti-Chen alliance a chance to suppress the Chen State camp. More importantly, it is obviously much easier to destroy Zhao Yi's territory than to destroy the official forces of Chen State. Without the void trading field, the anti-Chen alliance would not be able to find Zhao Yi. With the void trading field, it is a big step forward in finding Zhao Yi. As the wealthy indigenous forces enter the void trading field to sweep, the player forces spend more money but gain less from the void trading field, and the role of the void trading field has declined a lot for buyers. The benefits they get from the void trading field are decreasing, while the benefits Zhao Yi gets from the void trading field are increasing, which they cannot accept. As a result, even the official Eli and Geely countries, which had no intention of destroying the void trading field, and other major player forces of the anti-Chen alliance began to support the destruction of the void trading field. The idea is good, to introduce indigenous forces to rob or destroy the void trading field, but the indigenous forces are not strong enough, so they can only continue to send invitations to allow more powerful indigenous forces to enter the void trading field. Now the void trading field is still in Zhao Yi's hands, and the benefits obtained by the player forces from the void trading field continue to decrease. However, this is a good thing for sellers. The prices of items traded in the void trading field are in line with the market, which means that they can get more money without exposing their information. More sellers are willing to enter the void trading field to trade. These changes also lead to the managers of the void trading field to formulate more complete rules to prevent accidents. Of course, The void trading field can always be firmly controlled by Zhao Yi, and more importantly, the void trading field itself is very powerful. The advanced market that can trade in the entire origin continent is of the crystal level, and is an alchemical creation of the mages. The void trading field that can also trade in the entire origin continent is of the diamond level, and is a divine creation. Although there is only one level difference between the crystal level and the diamond level, the crystal level corresponds to the 6th level, and the diamond level corresponds to the 7th level, which is at least 10 times the difference between the two. The void trading field also has its disadvantages, that is, the area is too small, with a diameter of only 1,000 meters, and the area is far from 1 square kilometer. The potential of the void trading field is relatively small. If the area of the void trading field could be larger, it would become a commercial city in the world, and it could even maintain an empire by relying on transaction fees. It was still a question of strength after all. If Zhao Yi was a legendary strongman, he wouldn't have to think so much. When he was weak, he could only try to hide himself. Because the rules of the undead siege changed, even the time to level 50 would be delayed for a long time. If the siege rules hadn't changed, Zhao Yi felt that he should have become a 5th level dragon knight. Chapter 212. In the northern region of the origin continent, the first-class Viscount Terville, which is under the official power of the Elite Kingdom. With the arrival of a new day, a light screen appeared in front of Lord Tver. In less than 10 minutes, Tver woke up from a deep sleep. Most Lord players, under normal circumstances, wake up every morning around the time when the system panel pops up automatically. Tver rubbed his eyes with sleepy eyes and looked at the light screen. You won 4 battles. You killed 3,721 undead. You died 25 soldiers. Battle rating 1B 3D. Points increased by 72%. Professional experience increased by 72%. Obtained 1 platinum treasure chest, 3 silver treasure chests. His territory had just been promoted to the first-class Viscount territory not long ago. It was not the official focus of the Elite Kingdom, and the development speed was relatively slow. It was already very difficult to develop to the first-class Viscount territory. The official of Elite country lists all subordinate territories with a number, also called sequence. The closer they are to the front, the more they are cultivated, and the more resources they get. The farther they are from the back, not only do they have no resources, but they also have to hand over part of the territory income. It is not that there is only effort without reward. If there is only effort without reward, the official power of Elite country would have fallen apart long ago. Bulk is the tradition of Elite country. There are 2 aspects of reward. One is that the weak territory will be merged by the strong territory in the future to ensure that it has a better position in the strong territory. The other one, which may be more important to some people, is to get a large sum of money after returning to Blue Star. After returning to Blue Star, the lifespan has been improved, but they are still ordinary people and continue to be exploited by capitalists. This is unacceptable to many Lord players, so Lord players are trying to find ways to get money to live a rich and luxurious life after returning to Blue Star. Most player forces do this. If there is not enough profit, those player forces have already fallen apart. Tver territory ranks 136th in the official sequence of Elite country. If you hand over some profit, you can get some resources you need from it. Tver is not a European player, and the territory develops very slowly. After watching the battle settlement, Tver began to open the treasure chest. He first closed his eyes, and prayed to the god he believed in, and then prayed to the god who sent them to the game world, hoping that he could get something good from the treasure chest. Then he opened his eyes, and opened the treasure chest. After opening the platinum treasure chest, 36 cards popped out. Tver quickly picked out 6 of them. Anyway, it was a matter of luck, so there was no need to hesitate. Silver card silver dagger average. Ordinary card 1 gene iron, somewhat useful. Bronze card first level assassin recruitment scroll, rubbish, his territory only recruits players from the Elite Kingdom. Platinum card tree of life seed. Twer rubbed his eyes vigorously with his hands. A little unsure, he actually opened a platinum card. Today is his lucky day. The seed of the tree of life? The tree of life? I seem to have read the introduction of the tree of life somewhere, and now I remember, it's this. Twer had seen information about the tree of life, a magical plant up to the legendary level. The whole body is a treasure, and the water of life produced every day alone can be sold for more than 10,000 low-grade magic crystals. Twer continued to turn over the remaining 2 cards, 1 silver and 1 black iron, both ordinary, plus 3 silver treasure chests opened. Quickly opened the forum to find information about the Tree of Life. Forum, there are many posts about the Tree of Life. The most important reason is that the Water of Life appeared in the Void trading field, and there are quite a few of them. So there are players posting about the Water of Life and the Tree of Life. Some players even speculated that Zhao Yi has a Tree of Life. But there is no more information. On the surface, no other player has obtained the Tree of Life seed. The value of the Tree of Life made Tver overjoyed, but the growth cycle of the Tree of Life, which is in units of thousands of years, made Tver very disappointed. Why did I get the Tree of Life seed instead of a Tree of Life? Tver opened the card pack irritably, looked at the platinum card Tree of Life seed, and noticed a line of small words on the card, and his irritability suddenly turned into surprise. You can use 10 pieces of the same level advancement stones to quickly advance the Tree of Life. It turns out that you don't need to wait for 1,000 years. Using advancement stones can quickly advance the Tree of Life. With only 10 level 1 advancement stones, the Tree of Life can be promoted from the seed state to the first level, and it can produce 1 drop of Water of Life every day, which means that his territory has an income of 10,000 low-grade magic crystals every day. With so many magic crystals in hand, the territory can develop rapidly. The third-class earldom is not far away, and it may even become a top 100 boss in the territory combat power list in the future. Thinking of this, Tver was so excited that he laughed out tears, but as he laughed, Tver thought of a serious problem. He didn't have any advancement stones at all. None of the 4 treasure chests opened this morning. In the past, a small number of advancement stones were opened. The advancement of the professional players in the territory combat was mainly based on the advancement stones provided by the above. This is also the reason why Tver is willing to hand over a large amount of territory income. It is simply impossible for me to obtain enough advancement stones by myself. Now, if I want to obtain 10 level 1 advancement stones to advance the Tree of Life to the first level, I can only rely on them. Twal gradually calmed down and thought about the Tree of Life. After thinking about it, Twal realized that the Tree of Life is very valuable, but it is difficult for me to cultivate it. It is estimated that it will take at least 12 days to cultivate it to the first level. Before, it would take about 4 days. Because the rules of the undead siege have changed from once a day to once every 3 days, the points obtained, the treasure chests have decreased, and the supplies provided to the upper level have decreased, and the supplies supplied from the upper level have also decreased. It is impossible to use all the advancement stones obtained from the upper level on the Tree of Life. They must be taken out for the combat professional players under their command who have completed the level. Only 1 or 2 pieces can be withheld at a time and accumulated slowly. It takes more than 10 days to cultivate to the first level, and the time to cultivate to the second level needs to be increased 5 or 6 times, and the third level is even more out of reach. Even if the Tree of Life is cultivated to the second stage, the territory can harvest a large amount of magic crystals, which can speed up the development of the territory and improve the territory's strength, but the most critical advancement stones cannot be obtained more. The advancement stones on the market cannot be easily bought with magic crystals. Compared with this, improving one's own sequence is more important than the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life is just a money tree. Improving the sequence can also earn money from it. I wonder how high the territory sequence can be if I give the seeds of the Tree of Life to it. An idea came to Tver's mind. Tver was reluctant to hand over the seeds of the Tree of Life, but he was unable to cultivate them. He hesitated and struggled for several hours before making a decision to hand them over, and use the seeds of the Tree of Life to exchange for benefits. Tver took action immediately. The first step was to turn off the territory teleportation array. The second step was to let someone he could trust guard the Lord's mansion. The third step was to negotiate with the higher-ups through the address book, use the seeds of the Tree of Life to exchange for as much benefits as possible, and then hand over the seeds of the Tree of Life after signing the contract. When Tver sent the information that he had obtained the seeds of the Tree of Life, and that the Tree of Life could be upgraded through the advancement stone, it didn't take long for the entire senior officials of the Eli Kingdom to be excited. The Tree of Life, the money tree, with the resources in the hands of the Eli Kingdom officials, it is entirely possible to upgrade the Tree of Life to the 5th level. The Water of Life generated every day can bring the Eli Kingdom officials more than 1 million low-grade magic crystals. Even the current void trading field is far less profitable than the 5th level Tree of Life. The ability to make money in the void trading field can be improved, and the Tree of Life can continue to advance. With a Tree of Life in hand, the official Eli Kingdom will become the richest player force. With money, the territory under its command can also develop rapidly, and it can also use magic crystals to recruit a large number of individual player lords. It is just a matter of time before it surpasses the official Chen Kingdom to become the strongest player force. The official Eli Kingdom took action immediately. The first thing was to find a way to control Tver, not to snatch the Tree of Life seeds from Tver, but to worry that Tver would run away with the Tree of Life seeds. The second thing is to negotiate with Tver, to get the seeds of the Tree of Life at a certain price. There are hidden dangers in obtaining the seeds of the Tree of Life for free. No player force will take their own things. Once they do it, it will spread and easily lead to the disintegration of the player force. The price of obtaining the seeds of the Tree of Life is not something that the Eli officials cannot afford. Soon, the Eli officials learned that the teleportation array of Tver's territory had been shut down, and the Lord's mansion was also guarded by Tver's confidants. The top leaders ordered the people below not to act rashly and anger Tver, and just conduct normal negotiations here. Tver was not a good negotiator, and it only took him half an hour to use the seeds of the Tree of Life to get something that satisfied him. In the game world, Tver's territory will become the 10th sequence and be cultivated by the official Eli country. After returning to Blue Star, Tver will receive 300 million AI yuan as the cost of purchasing the seeds of the Tree of Life. Tver is satisfied, and the officials of Eli country are even more satisfied. The highest that the officials of Eli country can afford is to let Tver's territory enter the top 5 sequences and pay 1 billion AI yuan as the cost of purchasing the seeds of the Tree of Life. Use points to buy the contract. After the contract is signed, Twal asked someone to open the teleportation array. A few seconds later, the personnel sent by the official Eli state appeared in the teleportation array. The first batch of 5 4th-level professionals. Twal used the card to summon the seeds of the Tree of Life. After confirmation, the visitor put the seeds of the Tree of Life into a storage device that can hold living things and left with the seeds of the Tree of Life. Continuously riding the teleportation array from the North Territory to the Central Territory, and finally entering the First Order Ross Second Earl territory of the official Eli state, Ross and 2 senior officials living in Ross territory welcomed the arrival of the seeds of the Tree of Life. Ross territory ranks 16th on the territory combat power list, and Ross is also the former first in the comprehensive occupation ranking list. Ross territory is already qualified to challenge the first-class Earl territory, but the first-class Earl territory still only has Zhao Yi territory and Chengjian territory, and there is still a lack of a Pathfinder in front. So Ross territory has been waiting. After all, it is only 16th, and the strength gap is not small. Ross territory is the first official sequence of Eli country, and also the strongest subordinate territory. In the end, the official high-level officials of Eli country decided to plant this important Tree of Life seed in Ross territory. Of course, the ownership of the Tree of Life is still in the hands of the Eli state officials, but Ross territory can enjoy other benefits of the Tree of Life, such as increased plant growth in the surrounding area, increased concentration of magic elements, and 1/10 of the output of the Tree of Life's Water of Life. Eli state officials want to make Ross territory the most powerful player territory. Ross did not refuse. There are immediate benefits, and the Tree of Life is in his territory. If anything unexpected happens, this Tree of Life is his. Like Zhao Yi's choice, Ross planted the Tree of Life in his lord's mansion, which is the safest place in the territory's main city, and no one else can get in touch with it. Plant the seeds of the Tree of Life and start using the advancement stone to advance the Tree of Life. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3. Stop! Don't advance the Tree of Life anymore. As the Tree of Life advanced, the concentration of magic elements around it continued to increase. Ross was very satisfied with this change, but when he felt that the breath of life contained in the Tree of Life was rapidly increasing, Ross directly stopped the next step of the Tree of Life from advancing. The top officials of the Eli Kingdom wanted to directly promote the Tree of Life to the 5th level. The water of life produced by the 5th level Tree of Life every day could bring the Eli Kingdom more than 1 million low-grade magic crystals to the official income, without considering the huge breath of life of the Tree of Life. As a lord, Ross was the first to consider this. Once the breath of the Tree of Life was too strong, it would attract more undead to attack the main city of the territory. The main city was strong enough to stop the undead army, but the number of casualties would increase greatly. So Ross planned to wait a little longer. The next undead siege would be the night after tomorrow. After the undead siege was over, he would consider the advancement of the Tree of Life. However, Ross did not expect that, nor did the officials of the Eli Kingdom. An hour after nightfall, on a night when there was no undead siege, an undead army of more than 20,000 attacked Ross's Lord City. The number of the undead army is not the point is the number of 4th level undead in the undead army, as many as 43. Among the 20,000 undead army, there is also an elite air cavalry and an elite land cavalry, each with 2,000 cavalry, and at least 1,000 undead air cavalry carry zombies as materials for corpse explosion. If Zhao Yi saw this scene, he would not be surprised. As early as Zhao Yi planted the Tree of Life in his lord's mansion and upgraded it to the first level, a more powerful undead army came to attack Shaocheng that night. The first time the player's territory faced the 4th level undead, and the first time it faced the undead's aerial bombardment, was in this undead army. Now Ross's territory has a 3rd level life tree planted, and it is normal for 43 4th level undead to appear in the undead army. If this life tree is upgraded to the 5th level, it is very likely that a 5th level undead will personally lead the undead army to attack. Perhaps before this, there are still players who are lucky enough to get the life tree seeds from the treasure chest. It is difficult for a player's territory to resist the powerful undead army that attacks after the life tree is planted. It had only been half a month since the undead siege rules were changed. Ross was vigilant enough, and the undead army was discovered by Ross's air cavalry on the way to Ross. Ross was the first to learn about the undead army's attack through the address book. On a night when the undead army should not have appeared, the undead army appeared, and it was a powerful undead army. Ross understood that this was an accident brought by the Tree of Life. There was no time to worry about the accident brought by the Tree of Life. Ross immediately commanded all the defenders of the main city to enter the position to resist the upcoming undead army. As the air cavalry outside continued to send intelligence about the undead army, Ross went from being calm to frowning, and finally his face turned livid. The incoming undead army was too powerful, with more than 34th level undead, and elite air cavalry and elite land cavalry. There were only 3 4th level professionals in his territory, and with the strength of the main city's garrison, it might not be able to stop this undead army. Even if they were stopped, there would be heavy casualties. After a battle, the ranking of territory combat power list would drop to after 100. Ross immediately asked for support from above. The 2 senior officials living in Ross territory fully supported Ross, and asked the official territory of Eli Country, in the central region, to send 3rd and 4th level professionals to support. As the first sequence of the official Eli Country, and the Tree of Life planted in Ross territory today, the official Eli Country is mobilizing as much as possible to support Ross territory. But it takes time for the support personnel to go to Ross territory. Before that, Ross territory needs to hold on. Seeing the above actions, Ross breathed a sigh of relief. There is a primary magic tower in his territory, and the total reserve of magic crystals exceeds 100,000 low-grade magic crystals. There is also a material storage warehouse placed by the official Eli Kingdom in the territory. The total amount of magic crystals alone exceeds 500,000 low-grade magic crystals. Ross territory has enough magic crystals for the mage tower to consume. As the undead army continues to approach Ross Lord City, and as the undead air cavalry enters the battlefield outside the main city, the mage tower opens the magic shield to cover the main city. The ground forces of the undead army enter the battlefield and surround Ross Lord City. A 4th level lich takes out a spell scroll from the storage equipment and uses it on Ross Lord City. The next moment, an invisible shield covered the Lord City of Ross. Begin the attack. The 6th level evil spirit far away in the cemetery gave the order, and on the battlefield, the undead air cavalry took the lead in air bombing the Lord City of Ross. Dozens of corpse explosion zombies smashed on the magic shield and exploded, causing ripples on the magic shield. When the undead air cavalry smashed more than 2,000 corpse explosion zombies on the magic shield, the magic crystal reserves of Ross territory had been exhausted, and even the magic crystals of the Eli state officials in Ross territory had been consumed by more than 1/3. In Ross's opinion, the consumption of these magic crystals is very worthwhile, and all the most threatening corpse explosion zombies will be resisted. The undead army now has no more corpse explosion zombies. As long as they hold on for at most 1 minute, the first batch of reinforcements will arrive. On the battlefield, the undead army has approached the city. The low-level undead with low intelligence have collided with the magic shield, and were directly bounced off by the magic shield. They either died directly, or were seriously injured. The liches immediately commanded the undead to attack the magic shield with their weapons. The magic shield will still block the weapons of the undead, but it will not cause much trauma to the undead. Under the attack of thousands of undead, the magic crystals were quickly consumed by the mage tower. After holding on for another minute, Ross looked at the undead army attacking the city outside, thinking that the first batch of reinforcements should arrive. But a few seconds later, Ross received a message. The reinforcements could not be teleported to Ross's Lord City. More than 10 seconds later, a conclusion was delivered to Ross. The space within the main city had been blocked, the teleportation array could not be used, and the teleportation props of insufficient level could not be used. Assholes. You really killed me. Ross cursed. A tree of life actually brought such a great danger to his territory. The space was blocked, there was no reinforcement, and the magic crystal was quickly consumed. How could he resist the undead army outside the main city? If the 4th level undead were not counted, with the strength of the main city defenders, it would be no problem to eliminate the incoming undead army. Now, he could clearly count the number of 4th level undead in the undead army, a full 43. There were only 3 4th level professionals in the territory, including himself. There were other means to deal with the 4th level undead, but there were so many 4th level undead. How could he have time to eliminate the 4th level undead in batches? In a short period of time. Because the city of Ross was blocked by space, the official leaders of the Eli Kingdom had come up with a new solution and paid a huge price to mobilize the territories of the Anti-Chan Alliance forces close to Ross territory to send people to rescue Ross territory. The official reinforcements of the Eli Kingdom will also come to Ross territory as quickly as possible through the teleportation array of the territories of the Anti-Chan Alliance forces closest to Ross territory. Knowing the above plan, and Ross was unwilling to give up his territory, he had no choice but to fight. When the magic crystals were almost consumed and the magic shield was broken, countless spell scrolls, alchemical bombs, explosive arrows, and other props attacked the undead army. In 1 second, thousands of undead were eliminated, but the undead army continued to rush to the city, and there were also undead air cavalry, some of which shot arrows in the sky, and some charged into the city. At this moment, hundreds of millions of players on the forum are paying attention to this war. It is impossible for the bulk of the Eli country to keep this war secret. All the major player forces are trying to understand why the Ross territory and the undead broke out in a night when there were no undead attacking the city. The official of the Eli Kingdom rushed to the battlefield of Ross territory in several batches, but still could not save the situation. The undead army rushed into the city, and the first goal was to destroy the Tree of Life in the Lord's mansion, and then kill people in the Lord City of Ross. When the Lord City of Ross was blocked, all the players, including Ross, were killed by the undead, and Ross territory was naturally destroyed by the undead army. After a great war, the official forces of Eli were severely damaged, losing the first sequence and a large amount of materials placed in Ross territory. The major player forces were very surprised. After various investigations, they still could not find out why Ross territory was willing to be destroyed by the undead. The official high-level officials of Eli kept the secret strictly confidential. Since their own forces were deceived by the Tree of Life, it would be best if other player forces were deceived by the Tree of Life as well. Chapter 213 Forum Zhao Yi didn't care much about what happened on the forum, and he didn't guess that the first sequence of the official Eli Kingdom was killed by the Tree of Life. In fact, there is also a miniature demi-plane in Lord Ross's city, but Ross and the senior officials of the Eli Kingdom never thought of planting the Tree of Life in the demi-plane, and the important information was hidden by the indigenous forces. It can be said that the official Eli Kingdom was deceived by the indigenous forces and Zhao Yi. The seeds of the Tree of Life can be opened from the platinum treasure chest. No matter how rare it is, you can open a few. Planting it so straightforwardly on the origin continent, and then upgrading the Tree of Life, even the strongest player territory can't stop the more powerful army of undead. Zhao Yi didn't think of telling more information about the Tree of Life. Once he told it, it would directly prove that he had a Tree of Life in his hands. In addition, Zhao Yi, like those aboriginal forces that had the Tree of Life, held the idea of harming others and benefiting himself. Once there are too many trees of life, the value of water of life will continue to decrease. Scarcity makes things valuable, so we must prevent the emergence of new trees of life. This is the importance of information. The important information held by the indigenous forces will not be released casually, and the important information held by the players will not be shared again. Compared with the official first sequence of the Eli Kingdom, Zhao Yi has been mainly dealing with the Morris family these days. 2 days ago, the Morris family sent someone to visit, and gave gifts worth hundreds of low-grade magic crystals. Zhao Yi naturally had no intention of meeting the Morris family. Morris City hides Zhao Yi's assassins, especially the 4th-level assassin Bigger. Every move of the Morris family cannot escape Bigger's eyes, including Earl Morris's confidant. Arrange. A small noble came to test Zhao Yi's territory. Under normal circumstances, this action would definitely anger Zhao Yi. If it were a player lord, Zhao Yi would take action directly. The key is that Earl Morris is an indigenous noble. It is a common practice in the indigenous camp that no matter how much infighting there is between the heroes of the other world, they will not intervene. If an indigenous noble gets into trouble, it's okay for the baron or viscount, But if it's the Earl who has the problem, the country will definitely send someone to investigate. The strength of Zhao Yi's territory has long surpassed the Morris family, but it doesn't even have a 5th-level professional. It has the means to kill 5th-level professionals, or even 6th-level professionals, but it can't resist the entire Violet Kingdom. Before he has enough strength, Zhao Yi needs to continue to lie dormant. Zhao Yi temporarily ignores the Morris family's temptation, but if that little noble dares to make a move, then he will directly exterminate the family. He does not intend to make enemies with the Morris family for the time being. In the future, he will have more and more contacts with the indigenous forces, so Zhao Yi will make the Morris family the first contact object in his territory and the test subject. On the morning of the 2nd day after the official first sequence of Eli Country was destroyed, the 3rd-level heavy cavalry Renus and the 3rd-level earth magician Quavo led a team of less than 50 people, carrying gifts worth hundreds of low-grade magic crystals purchased from the market, and set off for Morris City. Morris City has a 3rd-level assassin team led by Bigger, and Renus and Quavo also carry 4th-level spell scrolls and alchemical bombs. Even if there are 4th-level professionals, as long as there are not many, there will not be much threat to this team. Morris City only has 2 4th-level professionals. The price of hiring a 4th-level professional is not low. The small nobleman spent all his family wealth, and was expected to only hire 2 or 3 4th-level professionals. This is obviously impossible. The undead disaster is still not over. The small nobleman cannot spend all the money in his hands. How will his family survive in the future, taking into account all possible considerations? The group rode horses and carriages to quickly advance towards Morris City. Along the way, they encountered many waves of native professionals and heroes from other worlds, and they avoided them from afar. There was not even a 0-level professional in Zhao Yi's team, and there were 2 3rd-level professionals in charge. It was obviously very difficult to mess with them. They were also worried that they would be killed and robbed if they got too close. The team arrived outside Morris City smoothly. The Morris City defenders were worried that it was an enemy, so they closed the city gates immediately and arranged for personnel to communicate. Upon learning that it was someone from other nobles who came to visit, the city guard quickly sent someone to report to the Earl, but the city gates were still not opened, and people were asked to wait outside, fearing that something unexpected might happen. After all, the team outside the city was very strong, and the defenders of the northern city wall were no match for them. Soon, Earl Morris learned that the brave lord from another world in the north had sent someone to visit. Before, he had sent someone to visit, but he was not even allowed to enter the territory, let alone see the brave lord from another world. It was impossible for the Earl not to feel angry. Now the other party sent people with gifts to return the visit, and there were 2 3rd-level professionals in the team, and the Earl's anger subsided a little. However, the other party did not receive the people he sent, and he would not receive the people sent by the other party. After a little thought, the Earl decided to let his grandson Corlin come out to receive them. Corlin is a 3rd-level swordsman, and a core member of the Morris family. It is enough for Corlin to come out to receive them. 10 minutes later, the north gate of Morris City opened, and Corlin received Renus and Quavo in the Lord's mansion. The 2 sides had a friendly meeting. After lunch together, Renus and Quavo left Morris City with the team. After Zhao Yi's team left, a new meeting was held in the Morris City Lord's mansion. At the meeting, Kuruelin first described the reception of Zhao Yi's guest today. The other party was polite and friendly. Because his lord was busy and could not receive outsiders, he was worried that the Morris family would misunderstand him, so he sent someone to visit. What do you think of this brave lord from another world named Zhao Yi? The Earl asked everyone present. Because he was in contact with the indigenous forces in the reality, Zhao Yi had to use the name in personal, which was also his real name. On the forum, he is the strongest combat professional player, the strongest lord player Lucky Sun 413, but in reality, he is just an ordinary Earl Zhao, and no one can connect the two. In response to the Earl's question, everyone in the conference room expressed their thoughts. Lord Earl, I don't think the other party is really in trouble. It is more likely that the other party is a hero from another world, and does not want outsiders to enter his territory. Many people in the conference room nodded. This situation not only occurred in Zhao Yi's territory, but other territories of heroes from other worlds were also unwilling to let the natives and heroes from other worlds enter. At present, we cannot determine the specific strength of the other party's territory. Maybe the other party does not even have a 4th-level professional, and there are not many 3rd-level professionals. They are all arranged, which leads to our misjudgment. Although the other party is a hero from another world, I suggest making friends with him. The undead are too strong. We need more friends, and it seems that the other party also wants to make friends with us. We should be wary of all the hero lords from another world. They are very greedy for land. For the land, they will be ruthless to their own people, and they may also attack us. After much discussion in the meeting room, the Earl finally made the decision to maintain the status quo and try to find out the other party's strength as much as possible. As long as the other party's strength is clear, it is better to decide how to deal with the relationship between the two parties. So, the Morris family did not stop the little noble who wanted to take action. The little noble spent money to hire a group of second-level assassins and first-level assassins, planning to enter Zhao Yi's territory tomorrow night and look for opportunities to destroy Zhao Yi's territory. Tomorrow night, there will be undead sieges, and Zhao Yi's territory will not send out land cavalry troops to patrol, only air cavalry and assassins will be outside. On nights without the undead attack, the patrol missions were similar to those during the day. The higher the rank of the professional, the less impact the night had on them. It was difficult for outsiders to enter Zhao Yi's territory under the cover of night. The night of the undead attack was the only chance. On the afternoon of the 108th day, more than a dozen second-level assassins and first-level assassins left Morris City separately and gathered in places far away from Morris City. As soon as this assassin team gathered, 2 third-level assassins from Zhao Yi's territory quickly attacked and killed all the assassins in less than 5 seconds, and then took away all the bodies with storage equipment. The young noble waited in Morris City for a long time, but did not see the assassin he hired come back. Various thoughts came to his mind. Although he was a little worried, he finally stayed in Morris City. The end waiting for the young noble would be a poisoning in 10 days. The young noble could not be killed in Morris City as soon as he made a move, which would make the Morris family alert and fearful. These were all trivial matters. Zhao Yi was still working hard to upgrade the monster killing team. It would only take 2 days for the Dragon Knight profession to reach level 49. More than half a month has passed since the undead siege rules were changed. The aboriginal nobles whose lands were originally occupied by the Blue Star player lords have frequently taken action. At first, the players did not realize that it was the aboriginal nobles who took action, which led to fierce competition between the Chen players and the anti-Chen alliance. The number of destroyed player territories increased rapidly by tens of thousands. After more than half a month, there are always lord players who find the problem and disclose the matter on the forum, attracting many players to discuss. This incident caused a huge impact on the Blue Star player camp, but the lord players didn't know how to solve it. Lord players can attack each other. Now the nobles who lost their land due to the undead disaster in the native city attacked the lord players, and the lord players didn't know how to retaliate. It was already very difficult to know that the nobles who lost their land attacked, and it was even more difficult to find out their enemies. It may be guessed that their enemies live in the native city closest to their territory. The worst of the native city is a small city with walls built of magic materials, and a 4th-level professional sitting in it. There may not be even 100 players, whose strength exceeds that of the weakest aboriginal city in the player's territory. Even if the territory's strength exceeds the overall strength of an aboriginal city, people like Zhao Yi will not easily attack the aboriginal forces. After thinking about it, the players only have one way left. Catch the aboriginal who came to attack, let the aboriginal speak, tell who ordered it, and then go to the aboriginal city where the instigator is, ask to see the ruler of this city, and ask for help to capture the instigator as a noble of the same country. The second half of this method has a high chance of success. Whether it is the natives or the heroes from another world, they are all nobles of the same country now, and they are considered as one of our own. As long as there is solid evidence, it is easy to capture a noble who has lost his land, often a small noble like a baron or viscount. It is best to indicate that all the wealth of the small noble is not wanted before the capture, and the chance of success can be increased a lot. But there is a problem with the first half. Evidence must be sufficient. Just a few words cannot be used directly as evidence. As a world with extraordinary power, it is not difficult to find evidence, but the cost of finding evidence is definitely not small. There are ways, but there are almost no lord players who will really take action. What lord players can do is to increase patrols and vigilance forces to stop any danger. In addition to this reason, the territory of heroes in other worlds is generally more unwelcome to outsiders, but there are very few territories that can block all outsiders. The aboriginal nobles who lost their land did not stop, and the confrontation between the players of Chen country and the anti-Chen alliance could not be stopped temporarily because of this incident. The most uncomfortable ones were the independent player lords, who had no power to rely on. If they encountered the means of the aboriginal nobles, their territories would be destroyed or the losses would increase. In desperation, These independent player lords could only look for forces that could help their territories to join and keep their territories going. Many Aboriginal forces knew that the small nobles, who lost their land, were attacking the territories of the heroes in the other world. Few Aboriginal forces spoke out, and more Aboriginal forces were watching the show, a show of fighting between the weak. As long as the backbone and high-end forces do not lose due to internal fighting, no matter how much the low-end cannon fodder is lost, it is all a drama in the eyes of high-level professionals. Faced with this situation, the Blue Star players can only work hard to improve their strength. Only with strength can they have a say in the origin continent, and this is what Zhao Yi is working hard for. On the 109th day of the Blue Star players' arrival in the game world, the Void Trading Field was open for the 8th time, holding a small trade fair and a small auction. That night, Zhao Yi announced that a medium-sized auction would be held in 5 days. The process was similar to the last medium-sized auction, with item identification in the morning of the first day, a trade fair in the afternoon, and an auction in the whole city on the second day. Seeing Zhao Yi's post on the forum about the next medium-sized auction, many players thought of the last medium-sized auction, with a turnover of more than 20 million, and Zhao Yi's commission income of about 1 million, which made many players jealous. Such a large auction will be held again, and there will be more buyers and sellers entering the Void Trading Field, and there will also be indigenous forces participating in it, so that the transaction price of items will be in line with the market price. Even if the rules of the undead siege are changed, and the income of the Lord players is greatly reduced, there are so many Lord players, and many Lord players want to get an invitation to enter the Void Trading Field. The transaction amount of the second medium-sized auction will probably not be less than 20 million, and Zhao Yi's commission income will not be less. This time, more people will enter the Void Trading Field, and more indigenous forces will enter. If we are not careful, it will cause chaos. You guys should help. This time, we must destroy the Void Trading Field or rob it. Many players speculated with malicious intent. At dawn on the 110th day, as the light screen appeared, Zhao Yi's Dragon Knight level was upgraded to level 49, only one step away from level 50. While eating breakfast in the Lord's mansion, Zhao Yi opened the forum and browsed around. He unexpectedly discovered that there was another change in the game rules today, which was a very favorable change for him. In each list in the ranking, players can further hide their information on the basis of hiding information before, and the ranking of invisible players will no longer be included in the ranking. Zhao Yi immediately set himself to be invisible in the ranking. Cheng Jin, who was not invisible, once again topped the territory and became the first-level combat professional player. Not only Zhao Yi, all the players who had previously hidden their information on the leaderboard, with the change of the game rules, have turned on invisibility and completely left the leaderboard. And those players who had not hidden their information before will not be invisible this time. For example, Cheng Jin, the official high-level officials of Chen State will never allow Cheng Jin to be invisible. Cheng Jin is already a banner of the official Chen State, and also a banner of the Chen State player camp. Cheng Jin needs to stay on the leaderboard. This is the best publicity. As for other territories that the official Chen State focuses on cultivating but hides information, they will be directly invisible this time. No matter how much information was hidden on the ranking list before, some things would be exposed, such as title, territory level, combat power, etc., and a lot of things could be analyzed through these. In the invisible state, you can hide your strength. Outsiders don't know how much your territory strength will increase in the future, and don't know when your title will be upgraded again and your territory will be promoted again. This changed rule is perfect for Zhao Yi. The gap between Zhao Yi and Cheng Jin, who ranked second, is rapidly widening. The third-class Earl is promoted on the same day, the second-class Earl is promoted 4 days apart, and the first-class Earl is promoted 9 days apart. Given the situation of the two territories, the time interval for promotion to the third-class Marquis will be more than 2 months. When the gap between Zhao Yi's territory and the territories behind continues to widen, and it is still displayed on the rankings, attracting hatred, the Anti-Chen Alliance will definitely look for Zhao Yi's territory everywhere and find ways to destroy it. Now that it has disappeared from the rankings, the Void Trading Field will be open all day in the future, and Zhao Yi will no longer need to post on the forum. Zhao Yi also had a self-directed and self-acted plan in his mind, replacing a group of people in the Void Trading Field, so that outsiders would think that the Void Trading Field had changed its owner. After not appearing on the forum for a long time, players may think that Zhao Yi has left the game world. Opening the notepad, Zhao Yi wrote down the plan and looked for a suitable opportunity to implement it. On the forum, many players discussed because Zhao Yi suddenly became invisible. I knew it, the game rules have changed, and the lucky Sun 413 big brother will definitely become invisible. Cheng Jinling, the perennial runner-up, has returned to the top. Congratulations. Now Cheng Jin has become the strongest combat professional player, and the strongest lord player. Although the boss is invisible, I know that the boss is always the most powerful. Come on, boss, leave the lord players far behind. This rule change is neither good nor bad. If the boss dies, we will not be able to know it in the first time. When Cheng Jin opened the forum in his spare time, he saw the post about his reascending to the top, and his face was speechless. Cheng Jin was very dissatisfied with the change in the game rules. Before this, Zhao Yi was promoted earlier than his territory. He could judge when his territory should be promoted based on Zhao Yi's combat power, which could effectively reduce the losses in the territory promotion battle. Now Zhao Yi is invisible, and I don't know when Zhao Yi will be promoted to the third-class Marquis, so my territory has no way to refer to it. However, it feels that the time for Zhao Yi to be promoted to the third-class Marquis should be coming soon. Before Zhao Yi became invisible, the combat profession had been upgraded to level 49, and there was only one level of experience left before level 50. The player with the highest suspected luck value will not lack level 5 advancement stones. When Zhao Yi is promoted to level 5, he will meet the conditions for territory promotion. In addition to his territory strength, he should be promoted soon. If his territory wants to be promoted to the third-class Marquis, it must refer to the combat power value of Zhao Yi before he became invisible. The gap is very large, and Cheng Jin does not know whether his territory can reach Zhao Yi's current combat power value in 2 months. Although surpassing Zhao Yi is Cheng Jin's goal, Cheng Jin knows that as long as Zhao Yi does not have an accident, he will not be able to catch up with Zhao Yi even with the full support of the Qin country behind him. On the contrary, the gap is getting bigger and bigger. Compared with Zhao Yi's goal, there is another very ambitious goal at the end of the road, becoming a legendary strongman. The situation on the Origin continent is dominated by the legendary powers. The legendary powers are chess players, and those below the legendary powers are chess pieces. The Qin state officials and Cheng Jin want to be the ones playing chess, not the small chess pieces on the chessboard that can be manipulated by others. That 3-star talent space mage is getting closer and closer to the 4th level. We can also form a monster-killing team to kill monsters in the cemetery, so that we can go faster on the road to becoming a legendary power. Even if his own monster-killing team is formed, Cheng Jin knows that as long as Zhao Yi does not encounter any accidents, it will be difficult for him to catch up with Zhao Yi in terms of combat professional level. Zhao Yi is already level 49, and he is currently the first in the comprehensive occupational level list, but he is only level 43, a full 6 levels behind him. Such a huge gap makes the combat professional players behind give up the idea of competing for the first place. The players of the Anti-Qin Alliance are all thinking of using the Void Trading Field to let the natives take away or destroy the Void Trading Field, further destroy Zhao Yi's territory, and kill Zhao Yi. The upcoming medium-sized auction is a very good opportunity, and more invitations are given or sold by the players of the Anti-Qin Alliance to the native forces. The number of indigenous forces entering the Void Trading Field this time will inevitably increase dramatically, perhaps exceeding 200 or even 300. A large number of high-level players, from Qin country, and neutral player forces are cursing that this is simply a loss-making behavior that does not benefit them. They can't even think about getting much benefit from the Void Trading Field, as all the good things have been snatched away by the wealthy indigenous forces. Chapter 214. The territory is developing step by step, and it is basically ready to be promoted to the third-class Marquis. The only thing missing is the appearance of a 5th-class professional. The twice-daily cemetery monster spawning has become the most important thing in the territory, nothing else. In his spare time, Zhao Yi continued to perfect his fake death plan. There is one very important point in the fake death plan, that is, after his fake death, the Void Trading Field will change its controller. Will the player still use this trading platform? The Tree of Life and the Void Trading Field are both Zhao Yi's cash cows, but Zhao Yi wants to get money from the Void Trading Field to develop the territory, rather than selling the Water of Life to get money. The Water of Life is an excellent life-saving item for the high-end combat power of the territory, and it is also an important benefit of the territory army. If Zhao Yi wants to consume it, at least the current 4th level life tree does not produce enough Water of Life for Zhao Yi every day. If he can choose, Zhao Yi would rather obtain funds for the development of the territory through the Void Trading Field, so the Void Trading Field is very important. After the execution of the fake death plan, the operation of the Void Trading Field must be guaranteed as much as possible. It is best that the apparent controller of the Void Trading Field is still a blue star player, or a neutral player, and it is better to have a high reputation on the forum. Replacing such a controller will have the least impact on the void trading field. But it is extremely difficult to disguise to this extent. After all, there is not a single player under Zhao Yi's command. Secondly, the controller in the open is replaced by the indigenous forces. Those cautious individual player lords mainly choose to trade in the void trading field because they don't want the market to know more information. It is safe, confidential, and away from the indigenous forces. Now that the controller of the void trading field has been replaced by the indigenous forces, it has returned to the state of using the market. The only advantage of the void trading field compared to the market is that the commission is lower. Zhao Yi thought about the reason why he was unwilling to sell or auction high-value items in the market in the territory. All markets have fixed locations, and the business alliance behind the market can easily determine the location of each market. The business alliance is a combination of many forces, and each force has a jurisdiction to manage all markets in an area. There is no way to guarantee that all forces will abide by the law. Perhaps some forces like to play dirty, especially against weak heroes from another world, which will not affect other indigenous forces. Seeing that the market transaction volume in a brave territory in another world is very high, this is a very suitable target. In addition, Zhao Yi often trades with the Hill Chamber of Commerce. The Hill Chamber of Commerce knows some information about Zhao Yi, but it is obtained by intelligence merchants. There are indigenous forces that abduct braves from another world and then by intelligence, and Zhao Yi's territory will suffer. In fact, these things that Zhao Yi guessed really happened to the Blue Star players, but this kind of thing was done very secretly. Even if the Lord player escaped by chance, he didn't know what caused the attack of unknown forces. You must be on guard against others, especially the indigenous people. The independent player lords have no power to rely on, and they only develop their own territories, and they are very worried that they will attract the attention of the indigenous forces. The major player forces are relatively large and powerful, and it doesn't matter if some of their territories are exposed. For the major player forces, it is more important to make friends with some indigenous forces, so that they can integrate into the void faster and get more benefits. In this case, if the void trading field changes the controller of the indigenous forces, those independent player lords may not take the good things in their hands to the void trading field for trading. Without trading items, buyers will also decrease rapidly, and finally the void trading field will have to continue to reduce commissions, or turn into a black market only for indigenous people. There are always ways to reduce the impact. For example, the confidentiality of the void trading field. If indigenous people or players use blank name invitations to enter the void trading field, as the owner of the void trading field, Zhao Yi cannot directly know their names, nor does he know where they use the invitations. This kind of thing should be leaked quietly, so that more indigenous people and players know about it, and they will feel more at ease with the void trading field. As for safety, even if the soul projection is broken when it enters the void trading field, the damage to the main body is very small, and the only loss is the property in the storage equipment. As long as the controller of the void trading field makes a guarantee, the void trading field will operate smoothly for a few more days, and the impact should be effectively reduced. Individual player lords need a safe and confidential trading platform, and so do some indigenous forces and professionals. The trading platform on the origin continent is monopolized by the market of the Merchant Alliance, and as a result, most indigenous cities have black markets. Transactions in the black market can be kept confidential, but safety cannot be guaranteed. In any case, after the fake death plan is implemented, the void trading field must continue to operate to provide sufficient development funds for Zhao Yi's territory. Even if players do not come, the void trading field can continue to operate, and the commission earned will not necessarily be reduced. The execution time of the fake death plan cannot be too early or too late, and should be placed before the territory is promoted to the second-class marquee. During this period, a sufficient number of people need to be trained for the void trading field, and no one can enter the void trading field before the fake death plan is implemented. By then, the void trading field will have a new controller, and will also be open all day. Zhao Yi perfected the fake death plan bit by bit, and the time for the 9th opening of the void trading field was getting closer and closer. On the night before the void trading field opened, Zhao Yi distributed all the free invitations, and posted a new post on the forum. Since there will be a lot of guests at the void trading field tomorrow, the void trading field will take flow control measures. Every 5 minutes, a maximum of 100 guests with invitations can enter. When guests enter the void trading field, they will be frozen for 5 minutes. Please don't panic. The void trading field staff will quickly check the guest storage equipment to prevent bad guys from bringing dangerous items into the void trading field. All measures of the void trading field are to ensure smooth, safe, and confidential transactions. Please support us. If you cannot accept the new rules of the void trading field, I'm very sorry. We will cooperate again if there is a chance in the future. After Zhao Yi's post was sent out, it immediately received support from a large number of individual player lords, Qin country player lords, Qin country player forces, neutral player forces, etc. Support, strongly support. You are the strongest professional combat player and the strongest lord player. With the void trading field in hand, you will make a fortune in the future and will not kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. I, Cheng Jin, represent the Qin country to support the new regulations of the void trading field. This is a trading platform in the hands of our players. We must be cautious. If we lose this trading platform, all our trading information will be controlled by the indigenous forces. I don't need to say how tragic the consequences will be if the economy of a country on Blue Star is completely controlled by another country. I am fortunate to receive the invitation letter today. I support you wholeheartedly. A safe and confidential trading platform is what all independent player lords need. You must protect the void trading field. Looking at the new rules of the void trading field, I feel that those indigenous forces and player forces with ulterior motives have no chance of destroying the void trading field at all. There are players who support Zhao Yi, and there are also players who oppose him. These opposing players are either not qualified to go to the void trading field, or have malicious intentions towards the void trading field and Zhao Yi, which can be easily seen from the comments. The players who wanted Zhao Yi to lose the void trading field all looked unhappy when they saw the new rules of the void trading field. The void trading field has more and more rules for security. The emergence of these rules means that it is becoming more and more difficult to destroy the void trading field. If I had known this earlier, I would have introduced the indigenous forces when the void trading field did not have these rules. At that time, it would have been easy to seize or destroy the void trading field. It is such a pity that the void trading field is about to hold its 9th auction in a blink of an eye, allowing the strongest person to make a lot of money, and the development speed of the territory cannot be slowed down at all. Regret, very much regret, but unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. At the same time, the high-level players cursed the native forces that entered the void trading field in their hearts, saying that they were all trash, and they could not take away or destroy the void trading field from a 4th-level professional. A new day arrived, and at 7:30 in the morning, the void trading field opened in advance. According to the order of using the invitation letters, the sole projections of the first 100 guests with invitation letters appeared in the central area of the square, motionless. This is the effect of the void trading field's confinement array. The sole projections of the guests are confined after entering the void trading field and cannot move. Charles' sole projection, who had been waiting here for a long time, quickly explained to the guests. Dear guests, we have learned that some bad guys want to take advantage of the void trading field to sabotage the void trading field when it is holding a medium-sized auction, so we have made some changes to prevent the bad guys from sabotaging the void trading field. All guests will be confined for 5 minutes after entering the void trading field, and the staff will check the VIP's storage equipment. Please forgive me for any offense. Everything is for the smooth, safe, and confidential conduct of our transactions. After the confinement is lifted, the VIPs can voluntarily choose to continue to participate in the auction and leave the void trading field. We will not impose any restrictions. Charles finished his words quickly. Regardless of whether the guests agreed or not, the mages mobilized their mental power to send the guests' storage equipment to the surrounding staff and quickly check the storage equipment. It is possible to directly check the dangerous items in the storage equipment, immediately take the person to another area, continue to confine, and try to torture the information of the forces they belong to through various methods. If suspicious items are found, and it is not possible to determine whether they are safe or dangerous, they must be taken away and isolated for further inspection. Report, suspicious items found. Report, suspicious items found. Report, dangerous items found. Among the first batch of guests entering the void trading field, suspicious items were found in 2 storage devices, and dangerous items were directly found in 1 storage device. The owners of the storage devices, and the people who entered the void trading field with them were immediately taken away. Charles took the storage equipment containing dangerous items, and after asking the professionals, he carefully took out the dangerous items in the storage equipment and showed them to the remaining guests. It is very regrettable that we really found a bad guy carrying dangerous items. There is only this one dangerous item in the storage equipment. Once used, although it cannot destroy the void trading field, it will also cause considerable damage. The confinement time is over. Guests who continue to participate in the auction, please go this way. For the 5-minute confinement time, Zhao Yi posted in the forum last night, and the players were mentally prepared. Only the people of the indigenous forces did not know. The sudden confinement made them very dissatisfied, but they were also workers, and had to continue to participate in the auction. No one chose to leave the void trading field. The first batch of guests left the teleportation point, and the next batch of guests appeared a few seconds later. Charles continued his previous words. In the next 2 hours, more than 5,000 guests entered the void trading field through more than 2,000 invitations. A total of 5 storage equipments were found to contain dangerous items, and more than 20 storage equipments were found to contain suspicious items. In the end, there were 8 dangerous items that could be confirmed. Poison gas and bacteria were very common. The most powerful one was an alchemical item that reached the platinum level and had a strong explosive effect. This alchemical item is covered with a small barrier to block the effect of the forbidden magic circle. Once it explodes in the void trading field, it will cause great damage to the void trading field. Although the void trading field is diamond grade, the overall solidity of the void trading field is far from comparable to diamond grade weapons. Most of the magic materials that make up the void trading field are relatively ordinary. With the blessing of various magic circles, the void trading field has a strong defense. For example, this imprisonment magic circle, if the platinum grade alchemical item explodes under the effect of the imprisonment magic circle, most of the power will be offset, and the damage to the void trading field will be reduced a lot. The auction house building has a crystal level protective magic circle, and the alchemical props will not cause damage to the auction house building if they explode outside. This platinum level alchemical prop is also valuable, at least more than 100,000 low-grade magic crystals. It is hard to imagine what kind of force dares to be so generous just to destroy the void trading field. Player forces will definitely not do that. At most, they will send invitations to the indigenous forces. They will not use alchemical props worth tens of thousands of low-grade magic crystals to destroy the void trading field. It is too wasteful, and the possibility of success is relatively small. Especially the post Zhao Yi said last night, all the player forces that originally wanted to follow the indigenous forces to destroy the void trading field gave up this plan. Under the new rules, it is very difficult to destroy the void trading field. Among the 8 dangerous items, this platinum level alchemy item is the most valuable. The other dangerous items are only worth a few thousand low-grade magic crystals. The indigenous forces that can take out platinum level alchemy items are not ordinary. In the area far away from the teleportation point, Isaac led people to interrogate the people who brought dangerous items into the void trading field. Surprisingly, the person who brought the platinum level alchemy item into the void trading field actually sneered, and then said very disdainfully, "I am from the Merchant Alliance. You can escape this time, but you can't escape the next time. We will definitely destroy this void trading field unless you take the initiative to send the void trading field to us." When Zhao Yi learned that it was the people of the Merchant Alliance who wanted to destroy the void trading field with alchemy tools worth more than 100,000 low-grade magic crystals, there was no accident. Zhao Yi and the Merchant Alliance were in the same industry, and colleagues or enemies. Although the void trading field did not even reach 1/10,000th of the market transaction volume, the potential of the void trading field was there. The people of the Merchant Alliance tried several times to obtain the void trading field, and found that it was impossible to succeed, so they decided to destroy the void trading field. After the void trading field was destroyed, buyers and sellers would flow back to the market. The expenditure of just a platinum level alchemy tool was not much. If other indigenous forces can destroy the void trading field by spending hundreds or thousands of low-grade magic crystals, then they can give it a try. More indigenous forces are not satisfied with the monopoly of the Merchant Alliance, and it is also good to have another trading channel. The indigenous forces that first came to the void trading field have already bought a lot of good things from the void trading field, including platinum level weapons, platinum level magic beast bloodlines, alchemy creation buildings, etc. The peers are enemies, and only the peers are willing to spend a lot of money to destroy the void trading field. Facing the great enemy of the Merchant Alliance, Zhao Yi can only do his best to protect the void trading field and hide his own information. It is also that the void trading field does not pose much threat to the market for the time being. If the transaction volume of the void trading field reaches 1/10 of the market, the Merchant Alliance is willing to spend a lot of money to find Zhao Yi directly and eliminate the hidden danger. However, it is very difficult for the transaction volume of the void trading field to reach 1/10 of the market, even if it is open all day. The area of the void trading field is so large that it cannot accommodate too many guests. The number of guests is limited, and the transaction volume is also limited. Although the void trading field is diamond level, its potential is not as good as the market trading system. The Merchant Alliance can even easily hold a super large auction with millions of people through the market. The largest auction house in the void trading field only has 30,000 seats. The gap between the two is very large. The market trading system is more suitable for the Merchant Alliance, and the void trading field is more suitable for independent forces to operate. Zhao Yi guessed that the Merchant Alliance will make a move on the void trading field next. The cost should not be too high. It is impossible to exceed 1 million low-grade magic crystals at a time. After making a few moves, if they are unsuccessful, they should give up or look for another opportunity. After all, the threat of the void trading field to the market is still too small. In the void trading field, all guests have entered. A small number of guests are identifying items, while the other guests are sitting together chatting. The indigenous forces, who occupy a smaller number, are the most popular. All the players like to approach them and want to give more information. It has been less than 4 months since the Blue Star players came to the game world. The indigenous forces have a better understanding of the origin continent. Any information leaked out may be very important information to the player forces. This is one of the reasons why the major player forces want to make friends with the indigenous forces. At the end of the morning, a total of 1,748 items were identified, and the 80 items with the highest value, price and importance were selected, and then the remaining 1,668 items and their owners were arranged. The stalls and items for sale were quickly determined, and more than 2,000 copies of the two lists were printed and distributed to all guests. Anyone who participated in the medium-sized auction in the void trading field for the first time, whether they were indigenous people or players, was amazed. All items, the highest level is platinum, but there are too many. In the previous small auction held by the void trading field, the number of items traded and auctioned on the most days would not exceed 400, but now there are as many as 1,748 items, and the total value of all items is definitely more than 20 million low-grade magic crystals. Even for the indigenous forces that are richer than the players, it is very difficult for the first-rate forces to take all the items at once, let alone the second-rate forces. The highest level is platinum, which is not low for second-rate indigenous forces. Platinum corresponds to a 5th-level professional. A 5th-level professional is qualified to become a marquis of a country, which is equivalent to controlling the land of a prefecture-level city in the Blue Star country. The Morris family, which has been operating for more than 200 years, only has 1 platinum equipment. Many indigenous forces have prepared more magic crystals for this medium-sized auction, but now they suddenly find that the prepared magic crystals are still insufficient. Many people have decided to return after the trade fair ends. There will be more good things at the auction tomorrow. They will report the matter, and are expected to bring more magic crystals into the void trading field tomorrow. At 2 p.m., the trade fair officially began. In just over an hour, all items were sold. The main reason was that the selling price of some items did not meet the psychological expectations of the item owners, so it took some time to successfully sell them. Since we have come to the void trade field, it is impossible to take the items back. With the participation of the indigenous forces, the prices of items in the void trade field have been aligned with the market prices. Even if they are put on the market for sale or auction, they cannot be sold at a high price, not to mention that the market charges are higher. There were 1,668 items at the fair, which seemed like a lot, but there were also many buyers. Some sellers would also pay for the items they wanted, so on average, not all buyers could get an item. There were also wealthy indigenous forces that swept the fairgrounds, causing more buyers to return empty-handed. There were also buyers who planned to use their money for the more important auction tomorrow, but there were only 80 items on auction, and the competition was even more intense, so it was a question whether they could bid for an item. After the trade fair, all the people from the indigenous forces returned with full loads after purchasing the invitation letters, and most of the player forces stayed in the void trade market. Even if an invitation letter is only worth 100 low-grade magic crystals, the player forces will save as much as possible, not to mention that they can use the address book in the void trade market to contact the outside world, and the void trade market is also safe enough, so there is no need to worry about things being stolen. All the independent player lords also left. If there are items to be auctioned tomorrow, an invitation letter will be given for free. Chapter 215. At 4 p.m. on the 115th day, the void trading field closed, and the second medium-sized auction ended successfully. During the first medium-sized auction, a total of 1,379 items were traded, with a total transaction amount of 21,685,300 low-grade magic crystals, and a commission income of 985,700. And in this second medium-sized auction, a total of 1,748 items were traded, with a total transaction amount of 26,227,900 low-grade magic crystals, and a commission income of 1,192,100. A new high. Zhao Yi opened the forum, created a new post, wrote down the two data. 1,748 and 26.2279 million, and held the 10th auction in 5 days, a small auction. In addition, Zhao Yi also wrote down an important thing in the post. After the 10th auction, the void trading field will no longer issue free invitations to buyers, but only to sellers, and the number will remain unchanged for the time being. The void trading field will be open 10 times. Only 100 invitations will be issued for the first time, and 9 times thereafter. 2 of them issued 1,300 invitations, and the remaining 7 times issued 130 invitations, for a total of 3,610 free invitations. In addition, silver VIPs and gold VIPs can buy more invitations, and some invitations flow into the hands of other people or forces. For the time being, the Void Exchange is not short of buyers, but sellers. So the issue of issuing free invitations to sellers will not end in a short time. After the post was sent out, the players saw it, and their eyes were full of envy, jealousy, and hatred, or one, two, or all three. Many ordinary players, lord players, and player forces sent words of congratulations in the comment area of the post. Boss is really amazing. The total transaction amount is almost 5 million higher than the last time. Even if the commission income did not exceed 1 million last time, it will definitely exceed 1 million this time. This time, more people entered the void trading field, and it is more likely to cause chaos. I have been worried about boss. Fortunately, it ended smoothly. Although I am just a salted fish, as a Chin Country player, I will always support boss. Please take me in. The traders of Blue Star actually wanted to use the hands of the indigenous forces to destroy the void trading field. It's wishful thinking. Boss, can you become the strongest player? Can it be so easy? The Anti-Chin Alliance is a bunch of rubbish. For such a long time, they have not destroyed the void trading field by using the hands of the indigenous forces. It seems that the Anti-Chin Alliance has no future. Seeing the post on the forum, the top leaders of the Anti-Chin Alliance were also very speechless. If this continues, the void trading field will never be taken away or destroyed, and Zhao Yi can use the void trading field to make more money. They also thought about not entering the void trading field again, so that Zhao Yi can't make money. The key is that the void trading field is not short of buyers. If these buyers leave, other buyers will lose some competitors. If you want to reduce the amount of money that the void trading field makes, you can only have new trading platforms emerge to compete with the void trading field for users. At least there is no second trading platform now. After many unsuccessful efforts, many players gave up and continued to lie flat. The 9th auction of the void trading field ended, and Zhao Yi's Dragon Knight professional level was getting closer and closer to level 50. On the morning of the 4th day after the 9th auction, as the light screen appeared out of thin air, the Dragon Knight professional level was officially completed at the 4th level. After using a level 5 advancement stone, Zhao Yi successfully became a level 5 Dragon Knight and learned the new skill of the Dragon Knight profession, Dragon Power. Just a few seconds later, Melissa beside him also became a level 5 Silver Dragon. When the rules of the Undead Siege did not change, Zhao Yi's upgrade speed was faster than Melissa's with 5-star talent. After the Undead Siege changed from once a day to once every 3 days, Zhao Yi's upgrade speed slowed down, and Melissa completed the 4th level earlier than Zhao Yi. With a high 5-star talent, Melissa did not need a level 5 advancement stone to directly upgrade to the 5th level, and there would be a small bottleneck when she was promoted to the 6th level. Melissa clenched her fists, feeling the increase of strength in her body, and looked at Zhao Yi with fascination. More than 3 months ago, she was only a 3rd level Silver Dragon, and in a short time, she has been promoted to the 5th level. In the past, even if she practiced more diligently, it would take more than 10 years for her, with 5-star talent, to be promoted to the 5th level. Now she can be promoted to the 5th level so quickly, all because of her contractor. Let's never, ever separate. Zhao Yi did not notice Melissa's gaze, and his eyes were all on the system panel, opening the personal page to allocate free attribute points. Name, Zhao Yi. Lifespan, 24/791. Profession, First Class Earl / Level 50 Dragon Knight, 0%. Attributes, Strength 394, Constitution 394, Agility 203, Wisdom 203. Free attribute points 0. Charm 17. Command 137/3451. Skills. Equipment: Crystal Bow, Crystal Sword, Crystal Spear. Compared to my 4th level self, my lifespan has increased by another 200 years. Under normal circumstances, the lifespan of a 7th level professional is only about 700 years. The 4-dimensional attributes continue to surge, and the charm also increased by 2 points. With his strength becoming stronger, Zhao Yi even had the idea of challenging the 5th level undead. There must be a chance to challenge the 5th level undead, and it will be today. If you don't go looking for the 5th level undead, the 5th level undead will take the initiative to find you. This afternoon, Zhao Yi and Melissa can't participate in this monster hunting. 2 4th level professionals will be selected to join the monster hunting team. 2 5th level professionals go to hunt monsters. There are no 5th level undead in the cemetery where the monsters are hunted. The 5th level undead in other cemeteries are more likely to go to support. Low-level undead dare not walk in the sun, but mid-level undead can hold on. After entering the cemetery, their strength will recover quickly. 1 person and 1 dragon have just entered the 5th level. Facing more and higher-level 5th level undead, the monster killing team can only run away. There are also few means to deal with 5th level undead. A small magic cannon can kill a 4th level undead with 1 shot. It is possible to kill a 5th level undead only when multiple small magic cannons hit a 5th level undead at the same time. The effect of small magic cannons is greatly reduced when facing 5th level undead. It is better to wait for more people to become 5th level professionals before killing 5th level undead. For the time being, it is more important that Joanna and Ignaz are promoted to the 5th level. Killing monsters in the afternoon is an important thing, and Zhao Yi also thought of another important thing. Under normal circumstances, there is no undead attack tonight, and his territory is obviously abnormal. Last time, because of frequent monster killing in the cemetery, 3 waves of undead armies and 54th level undead attacked the city. Now that he has been promoted to the 5th level, it is very likely that he will encounter an undead army attacking the city tonight. At least 3 waves of undead armies, dozens of 4th level undead, and more than 1 5th level undead. Zhao Cheng must be prepared in advance. Forget it, the monster killing team won't go out today, and we should prepare for battle. Zhao Yi made a decision. On the other side, in the number 1 cemetery, the 5th level Lich Sklin felt 2 more powerful life auras suddenly emerge from the location of Zhao Cheng. It's the 5th level human professionals, they finally got promoted. Sklin grinned horribly, thinking about leading the undead army to flatten Zhao Cheng tonight. As for the fact that the human professional team would attack a cemetery during the day, Sklin did not think of leading the 5th level undead to siege it. It hates sunlight. If it walks outside the cemetery during the day, its strength will be weakened by the sunlight, and it may encounter danger. It's just another cemetery being attacked, losing a few 4th level undead and tens of thousands of cannon fodder. This kind of thing has happened many times in the past month, and it doesn't matter if it happens again. As long as Zhao Cheng and the human professional team can be destroyed tonight, other things are not important, and it will not be punished. The waiting time always passes very slowly. When the sun sets and the night falls, Sklin immediately sends the undead air cavalry to the cemetery with 5th level undead around Zhao Yi's territory, asking the 5th level undead to bring some 4th level undead to meet at the number 1 cemetery. At this moment, the Zhao Cheng defenders were ready for battle. The 2 primary wizard towers in the 9 affiliated towns temporarily returned to Zhao Cheng, and the 4 small magic crystal cannons were respectively controlled by 4 3rd-level shooters. Super alchemical bombs, 4th-level spell scrolls, 5th-level spell scrolls, and many other means to deal with 4th level and 5th level undead were used. The Zhao Cheng defenders were strong enough to easily deal with undead below the 4th level. Zhao Yi did not mobilize the 0 level and 1st level perfect professionals in the demi-plane to fight. The most important thing about the battle that may break out tonight is the battle between the high-end combat power of Zhao Yi's territory and the high-end combat power of the incoming undead. As long as the high-end combat power of the incoming undead is eliminated, it is only a matter of time to eliminate the remaining low-level undead with a larger number. On the human side, there are 2 5th level, 22 4th level, including 2 4th level priests. The number of the undead is unknown for the time being, but once they appear, the number of 4th level and 5th level will greatly exceed that of the human side. However, the human side is on the defensive, and has many means such as wizard towers, magic cannons, alchemical bombs, spell scrolls, etc., and obtained sufficient magic crystals through the void trading field, and has Water of Life as a life-saving item for high-end combat power. Even if all the 5th Order and 4th Order undead in the cemeteries around the territory come, Xiao Cheng can still hold on. Before the undead arrived, Zhao Yi took the time to write down the player numbers on all 130 invitations for tomorrow's auction and sent them out. At the 3rd hour of the night, when the undead army in cemetery number 1 normally sets out to attack Xiao Cheng, they really appeared. 1 wave, 2 waves, 3 waves. For waves, each wave of undead has more than 40,000, but there is not a single 4th Order undead. All of them are cannon fodder, used to consume the physical strength and energy of the human side. The fatigue tactic never goes out of style, but Zhao Cheng has its own pharmaceutical workshop, which produces a large number of physical potions. With these physical potions, the physical strength of the Zhao Cheng defenders will not decrease much. The main energy-consuming ones are the mages and priests. In the first 4 waves of battles, the mages and priests will not attack many times, just waiting for the last wave of undead army, and then release all their strength. The battle to eliminate the 4th wave of undead is not over yet, and the 5th wave of undead army is only about 10 minutes away from the Zhao Cheng battlefield. The air cavalry brought back the information about the 5th wave of the undead army. There are at least 10 5th level undead. There are more than 70 4th level undead. Elite undead air cavalry and land cavalry are also indispensable. Zhao Cheng has a sufficient reserve of magic crystals, but Zhao Yi doesn't want to consume too much magic crystals, because they are all money. Zhao Yi and Melissa are in tune with each other, and Melissa directly restores the true form of the Silver Dragon. The 5th level Silver Dragon has a body length of 14 meters, and a maximum wingspan of more than 21 meters. It is really a behemoth. Zhao Yi rode the Silver Dragon and soared into the sky. Behind them were 8 3rd-level air cavalrymen, 200 2nd-level air cavalrymen, and 200 1st-level air cavalrymen. Million victory! Million victory! Million victory! Seeing the heroic figure of the Lord riding a dragon in the sky, the professionals cheered. Whenever Zhao Yi appeared on the battlefield riding a dragon, the morale of the Zhao Cheng defenders would be greatly boosted. 2 minutes later, Zhao Yi encountered the undead air cavalrymen. Seeing the Dragon Knight, the 5th level human skeleton and 5th level flying monster skeleton combination of the undead air cavalrymen quickly fell to the ground at the first time, and Sklen cast a strengthening spell on them. The 5th level skeleton knight, with enhanced strength, flew into the sky again and rushed straight towards Zhao Yi Melissa. On one side was a level 54 humanoid skeleton and a level 53 flying monster skeleton with enhanced magic, and on the other side was a level 50 dragon knight and a level 50 silver dragon. The level gap was not small, but Zhao Yi was not afraid at all. He took out the crystal bow and fired 3 arrows at once, 1 at the humanoid skeleton and 2 at the larger flying monster skeleton. Under the effect of the tracking arrow, the 3 arrows hit accurately. The arrow that hit the humanoid skeleton was blocked by the skeleton with a bone shield, and the flying monster skeleton hit by 2 arrows suffered considerable damage. Zhao Yi stopped shooting arrows, retracted the crystal bow, took out the crystal ruby spear, and transformed into the largest form. Melissa accelerated and rushed towards the 5th level skeleton knight. Dragon power, dragon spear shooting, another combination skill. The extremely powerful crystal ruby spear stabbed at the humanoid skeleton rapidly. The humanoid skeleton's weapons were only bone swords and bone shields, and it chose to use the bone shield to block. Bang! The crystal ruby spear actually pierced through the bone shield that was almost platinum grade, and the next moment it pierced the chest of the humanoid skeleton. Zhao Yi, under the effect of the dragon power, used his strength to pick up the humanoid skeleton hanging on the crystal ruby spear and directly separate it from his mount. Unbelievable. The humanoid skeleton never expected that the bone shield he trusted so much would be pierced like this, and he was defeated in one move. Escape. The flying monster skeleton ignored the humanoid skeleton that was picked up and hurried away from the dragon rider, thinking of flying to the ground, where there were more 5th level undead. However, Melissa's flying speed was faster than the flying monster skeleton. After Zhao Yi eliminated the severely injured humanoid skeleton, he took out the crystal bow again and shot arrows at the flying monster skeleton. The 3rd arrow, the 4th arrow, the flying monster skeleton was severely damaged. The 5th arrow, the 6th arrow, the flying monster skeleton fell. The 5th level undead on the ground never thought that in just a dozen seconds, 2 companions would be killed by the human dragon knight. They were burning with anger and wanted to rush to the sky to kill the damn dragon knight. However, it is not easy to fly into the sky without a flying mount or a flying prop. Under normal circumstances, only 7th level professionals and undead can fly, and wind mages can learn flying skills. The death of 2 5th level undead will not scare the remaining 5th level undead. Although the battle time is short, they can feel that the Dragon Knight's consumption is definitely not small. Revenge. Destroy the gathering point of living beings in front to avenge their companions. The undead army on the ground accelerated towards Xiaocheng. Zhao Yi's consumption of killing 2 5th level undead is indeed not small. If he kills the 3rd level undead, he can use super explosive arrows, which will not consume much fighting spirit. Now Zhao Yi only uses ordinary arrows, which consume a lot of fighting spirit, to shoot flying monster skeletons. When killing humanoid skeletons, he also uses skills that consume a lot of fighting spirit, physical strength, and energy. Ignoring the undead army on the ground, Zhao Yi led the human air cavalry troops, and began to attack the undead air cavalry troops. Zhao Yi threw 10 high-level alchemical bombs, and dozens of intermediate alchemical bombs to the place where the undead air cavalry were densely packed, killing a large number of undead air cavalry. The human air cavalry kept shooting explosive arrows to attack the undead air cavalry, and the undead air cavalry suffered heavy losses for a while. It was not a good choice to let the undead air cavalry land on the ground. Humans would continue to shoot arrows at the ground. Scrin directly ordered the undead air cavalry to disperse and attack Xiaocheng. Even if they can't kill many humans, they will cause some chaos to them. Zhao Yi focused on destroying the 4th level undead air cavalry, while the human air cavalry chased the undead air cavalry carrying the corpse explosion zombies. When the undead air cavalry arrived at the Xiaocheng battlefield, all the 4th level undead air cavalry were destroyed by Zhao Yi, and there were only a few corpse explosion zombies left. The remaining more than 1,000 undead air cavalry launched a desperate charge towards Xiaocheng, and thousands of archers on the ground were ready to extend the range of explosive arrows. Under the attack from both sides of the archers on the ground and the air cavalry in the sky, the number of the undead air cavalry decreased rapidly. In the end, the mage tower only briefly opened the magic shield for more than 10 seconds to bounce off the charging or falling undead air cavalry, and the undead air cavalry could no longer be seen in the sky. The 4,000 undead air cavalry did not cause much damage to the living beings. Sclin was silent. He regretted it a little. If there was another 5th level undead knight, even if he could not eliminate the damn dragon knight, he could still delay the opponent. The only 5th level skeleton knight died, and the elite air cavalry that could have played a huge role were all killed. Scrin had a vague idea that this battle would fail. No, he could only win and not lose. This was his last chance. Scrin couldn't imagine what kind of terrible punishment he would face if he failed this time. He would rather die than live. The ground forces of the undead army entered the Xiaocheng battlefield. Scrin immediately took out the forbidden bead and sealed the space of the Xiaocheng battlefield. These humans would not receive reinforcements, nor would they have the opportunity to escape from this area. The next moment, Ignaz felt the changes in the battlefield space of Xiaocheng and reported the situation to Commander Elliot. "The space is blocked?" Elliot whispered softly. The space was blocked, and the tactics centered on Ignaz could not be used, and Ignaz himself could not participate in the battle. This had a certain impact on the combat power of the Xiaocheng defenders, but it would not affect the outcome of the battle. The Xiaocheng defenders still had many ways to deal with the 4th level undead and the 5th level undead. The space blockade could not allow reinforcements to join the battle. Xiaocheng had no reinforcements and did not need them. When the undead continued to enter the battlefield of Xiaocheng, and when the undead in the front entered the range of the archers, the war broke out. 4 small magic cannons, 1 medium and 2 small, 3 magic towers, all fired their power. The small magic cannons only attacked the 4th level undead, and the 3 magic towers all used powerful single-target attack spells to attack the 5th level undead. The 5th level undead, who entered the battlefield, had already prepared for the battle, but facing the attack of the magic tower with sufficient energy, 2 undead were severely injured, and only Sclin, who was more prepared, was less injured. 3 mage towers? Sclin was just shocked by the 3 mage towers, and the next moment Zhao Yi's 3 arrows arrived, accurately hitting Sclin, whose magic shield had been broken. This time Sclin was finally severely injured, but this was not the end. Melissa directly gave Sclin a breath of frost. After 3 consecutive killing moves, the only 5th level lich on the battlefield finally died. Without Sclin's control of the Forbidden Pearl, the space blockade of the Xiaocheng battlefield was also unlocked. The battle continued. Only 1 5th level lich died, plus the 2 5th level undead that died before. There were still 8 5th level undead on the battlefield, and the 3 wizard towers continued to attack the remaining 5th level undead. Just hit them hard. Ignaz led a team to harvest the remaining 5th level undead, so that he and Joanna could reach the 4th level as soon as possible. Joanna had just reached level 49, and Ignaz was already level 48, not far from reaching the 4th level. After this battle, Joanna would almost reach the 4th level, and Ignaz would be able to reach the 4th level if he went to the cemetery to kill monsters a few more times. Facing Xiaocheng, which was well prepared and powerful, only 11 level 5 undead came to attack, which was basically to give away points and experience. Even if a level 6 undead came, it would not be able to break through Xiaocheng, and it would most likely fall on the battlefield of Xiaocheng. The remaining level 4 professionals also formed 3 teams to fight into the undead army, specifically targeting level 4 undead. Although the 2 teams did not have level 4 priests, they had the water of life in their hands, so even if they were seriously injured, they would recover quickly. Zhao Yi no longer sold the water of life. He had accumulated more water of life, so he took out some and distributed them before the war. As the high-end level 4 professionals in the territory, each person was directly given 6 drops. After the battle, the remaining water of life will not be taken back. You can use it yourself or give it to your relatives and friends, but you are not allowed to sell it to others. Fighting non-stop, all the 5th level undead on the battlefield were severely damaged, and then Ignaz led people to teleport over to harvest. Zhao Yi continued to attack the 4th level undead, trying to severely damage only the 4th level undead as much as possible, so that Ignaz, Joanna, and others could harvest them. Upgrading requires more and more experience, and the monster killing team also has a fixed combination. Zhao Yi needs experience, so for the time being, he mainly relies on going to the cemetery to kill monsters. As long as Ignaz and Joanna are both upgraded to level 5, the monster killing team can start in the cemetery with level 5 undead. If there are a large number of level 5 undead coming to support, they can also continue to play hide and seek in the cemetery and look for opportunities to kill a level 5 undead in seconds. Killing a level 50 undead can basically get 1 million points, which is equivalent to killing 100,000 level 0 undead and 10,000 level 10 undead. In this battle tonight, 11 level 5 undead were killed. The highest level Sklin was already level 57, with a full 4.5 million basic points. After the battle settlement points are added, they can recruit level 4 professionals. The stronger the strength, the more points you get. However, if you want to use points to recruit a level 5 professional, the points are directly in units of 100 million, which is a number that those Viscount player lords cannot imagine. Chapter 216. The battle on the battlefield of Xiaocheng ended, and the 4th level undead in the number 1 cemetery trembled. 11 5th level undead led 76 4th level undead to fight, and none of them came back. They were really afraid that the human professional team would attack the number 1 cemetery again. Without any hesitation, the 4th level undead pushed out an undead and went to the nearest cemetery with high level undead to ask for help. The loss of 11 5th level undead is not a big deal for the high level undead, but it is not a small matter either. In the cemetery of Lotus City, after learning about this, the 7th level skeleton king only cursed lightly, waste, and then sent 3 6th level skeleton generals and 35th level undead to the cemetery around Zhao Yi's territory. One of the 6th level skeleton generals took 16 5th level undead and sat in the number 1 cemetery. It's dawn! You killed 214,975 undead. You killed 13 soldiers. A brilliant victory. Battle evaluation, S. Points increased by 100%. Professional experience increased by 100%. Get a diamond treasure chest according to the number of undead killed. There may be 2 diamond cards in this diamond treasure chest. The diamond treasure chest was just a surprise, and another surprise was the points earned yesterday. After destroying 11 5th level undead, 76 4th level undead, and more than 200,000 low level undead, Zhao Yi actually earned 114.08 million points, over 100 million points, with a 100% bonus on the battle settlement. With more than 100 million points in hand, Zhao Yi could even use the points to recruit a 5th level professional. Of course, it is impossible for Zhao Yi to be so extravagant as to directly recruit 5th level professionals with points, and he is reluctant to recruit even 4th level professionals with points. The diamond treasure chest will be opened after the territory is upgraded, and the territory is not far from being upgraded. Another thing is the crystal level space attribute treasure, the forbidden pearl, obtained by destroying the 5th level lich. Ignaz, who is not yet at the 5th level, can control the forbidden pearl to achieve the same effect as Skrin. Space mages below the 7th level cannot use space spells in the space blockade area, and space spell scrolls below the 7th level cannot be used. The price of space attribute treasures of the same level is even higher than that of light attribute treasures. If the Forbidden Pearl is put on the market for auction, it can easily be sold for more than 1 million. I definitely won't sell it. Zhao Yi is not short of money. The Forbidden Pearl is a good thing, especially for dealing with cities or villages with teleportation arrays, or people with space spell scrolls. The Forbidden Pearl blocks the space, and no one can escape. In the battle last night, Joanna successfully completed the 4th level, and a level 5 advancement stone made Joanna the 5th level in the territory. After Joanna completed the 4th level, she no longer participated in the battle, allowing Ignaz to gain more experience, and she will be able to complete the 4th level the day after tomorrow at the latest. If the territory is promoted the day after tomorrow, Ignaz can also reach the 4th level before the last wave of battle. In addition to Joanna's 4th level, there are also 2 3-star Command Shield Warriors Lowry and 3-star Shooter Wright who have reached the 3rd level. After the battle, they use the 4th level advancement stone to successfully become 4th level professionals. Up to now, Zhao Yi's territory has 3 people, dragons, at the 5th level and 23 people at the 4th level. The strength of Zhaocheng is close to the middle level among the middle cities of the natives. A new day has arrived, and Zhao Yi is also considering when the territory will challenge the 3rd-class Marquis. Although Ignaz has not yet been promoted to the 5th level, Zhaocheng is strong enough. In addition, after the battle last night, almost all the 5th level undead in the surrounding cemeteries were eliminated, and a large number of 4th level undead were also eliminated. If the territory is promoted tonight, the strength of the attacking undead may not be as strong as last night, and there is even a chance that there will be no 5th level undead. However, there will be a daily undead siege tonight. It is best not to waste the undead siege that occurs once every 3 days. It is best to avoid the daily undead siege when promoting the territory. Tomorrow, it will be the beginning of a new month. Something always happens at the beginning of each month. Then retreat 1 more day. The territory promotion doesn't need these 2 days. At 7:30 in the morning, the Void Trading Field opened for the 10th time. All the safety measures during the last medium-sized auction were used this time. The natives and players who continued to come this time were all people who could accept these safety measures. Those who didn't accept them would not come to the Void Trading Field in the future. Moreover, whether they were natives or players, they were all workers. The high-level officials of the native forces and the player forces rarely came in person. Anyway, they were just tossing the workers. The high-level officials didn't care, as long as there were a lot of items and money. Sufficiently safe defense measures allowed the trade fair and auction to proceed smoothly. In the afternoon, the monster-killing team of Zhao Yi's territory was dispatched again, with Ignaz as the captain. The monster-killing team was missing Zhao Yi, Melissa, and Joanna. They failed to kill even 20,000 undeads in one monster killing. The crystal treasure chest they expected to obtain only had 1 crystal card. After nightfall, Forum was much more lively than usual. This month is about to end, and a new month is about to come. Many players are discussing what changes will happen to the game world when the new month comes. Unconsciously, we have been in the game world for 120 days. I feel that these 4 months in the game world are slower than 4 years on Blue Star. I try to survive every day, hoping to upgrade more so that I can live a few more years after returning to Blue Star. It would be best if I could have another adventure. I want both life and money. These 4 months have been so tiring. I am a low-level player in the Aboriginal City. My swordsman professional level is only level 2. It is a long way to go to achieve level 0 perfection. Even if I achieve level 0 perfection, it will be extremely difficult to get an advancement stone. I envy the boss at the top of the list. Although Lucky Sun 413, his boss is invisible, his combat profession should be about level 50. Upgrade 1 level, increase life by 1 year, upgrade 20 levels, all physical ailments disappear, upgrade 50 levels, return to youth. Not only did the boss return to youth, but with his territory, it is also very easy to obtain the wealth of Blue Star. It's really a sudden turn of events. There are still too few people like Lucky Sun 413. There are more people like us. We were at the bottom of the Blue Star, and we are still at the bottom of the game world. I have already fallen flat, and I don't know how long I can last in this harsh environment. I hope that the next month will allow us, the bottom players, to rise up. For many bottom players, who have nothing to do, this is a sleepless night. When a new day comes, they are looking for new changes in the game world. 1 hour, 2 hours, 6 hours. After searching for a whole morning, the players did not find any new changes. In the afternoon, Zhao Yi continued to send out the monster-killing team, hoping that Ignis would reach the 4th level as soon as possible. Even if something unexpected happened, and the monster-killing team's physical strength and energy were drastically consumed, it would not have much impact on the territory's strength. After all, there were still 3 5th-level people sitting in Zhaocheng. After the battle the night before, Zhao Yi and Melissa quickly became familiar with the power of the 5th level. Although their levels did not increase, if they went back to that battle, Zhao Yi and Melissa would be able to destroy the 5th-level skeleton knight faster, and their own consumption would be greatly reduced. Without the undead siege, the first day of the 5th month of the Blue Star players' arrival in the game world passed quietly. According to the past situation, the players still believe that there must be some changes in the game world, but they have not found it yet, and continue to look for it. The native camp was also paying attention to the undead camp, wanting to see what new moves the undead camp had, but after a day, the undead camp had not made any moves. Zhao Yi ignored those things. Since there was no obvious change, the territory was promoted as planned. On the 122nd day of the Blue Star players' arrival in the game world, Zhaocheng was fully prepared for the war. As evening approached, nothing happened. Zhao Yi consumed 1 million points to upgrade his title to the 3rd-class Marquis, and then started the territory promotion. At the same time, under the influence of the game rules, Kunnel, the 6th-level skeleton general sitting in the number 1 cemetery, knew that Zhao Yi's territory would be promoted tonight, and the number 1 cemetery could send an army to attack Zhaocheng. Kunnel was neither sad nor happy. The blazing soul fire in the crystal skull kept beating. Kunnel was thinking. 11 5th-level undead led the army to attack Zhaocheng, and none of them came back. This was not important to the Skeleton King, but it was a big deal for Kunnel. The strength of this gathering place of living beings was very strong. It was able to completely destroy 11 5th-level undead. I don't know how much the other party lost. If the other party suffered little loss, I would send all 16 5th-level undead in my hand, and it is expected that none of them would come back. It's a pity that I can't make a move. If I can make a move, there is not even a 6th-level undead in that gathering place of living beings, and I should be able to attack it. After thinking about it, as a rare cautious undead, Kunnel plans to continue to test Zhaocheng. Tonight, 6 waves of undead armies can be sent to attack Zhaocheng. Then send 2 5th-level undead to lead the 3rd wave of undead army. Once they find that Zhaocheng is not strong enough, the remaining 14 5th-level undead will lead the 6th wave of undead army and directly attack Zhaocheng. If the opponent is strong, then forget it. Kunnel can continue to wait and look for an opportunity to destroy Zhaocheng, and ask the Skeleton King for more support. Kunnel is not in a hurry to destroy Zhaocheng. He has been staying in the cemetery closest to Rhoda City, and followed the Skeleton King to fight Rhoda City. However, Rhoda City, which does not even have a 7th-level professional, has always stood there, and the undead army has never rushed into the city. So the Skeleton King no longer attacks Rhoda City, and continues to use fatigue tactics, and then looks for an opportunity to destroy Rhoda City. Kunnel, who has been following the Skeleton King, is not in a hurry to destroy Zhaocheng. At the 3rd hour of the night, the first wave of the undead army led by a 4th-level lich left the number 1 cemetery and headed for Zhaocheng. This 4th-level lich knew that too many 5th-level and 4th-level undead had fallen on the battlefield of Zhaocheng. Now that he had to lead the first wave of undead army to attack Zhaocheng, there was no hope of returning. However, facing the orders of the 6th-level undead, the 4th-level lich could not resist at all, and could only lead the first wave of undead army to Zhaocheng to die. Facing the Zhaocheng that was ready for battle, the undead continued to fight, turning into the experience of human professionals and Zhao Yi's points. The 4th-level lich, who commanded the first wave of undead army, was the first to be killed. Ignaz, who was at the peak of the 4th level, teleported over alone and used all his strength to tear the space. The magic shield of the 4th-level lich was directly broken, as if it was made of paper, and then the whole body of the 4th-level lich was torn into pieces. One wave ended, and another wave came. When the Zhaocheng defenders fought against the 2nd wave of undead, the air cavalry brought back something that made Zhao Yi feel a little interesting. There were actually 2 5th-level undead in the 3rd wave of undead. According to past experience, the appearance of 4th-order undead in the first wave of undead army is a rather strange thing. After all, the undead in cemetery number 1 know the strength of Zhaocheng, and in most cases, they will not send 4th-order undead to die, but only send low-order undead to perform exhaustion tactics, and only in the last wave will they send 4th-order undead or even 5th-order undead. This time, the territory promotion battle cannot have only 3 waves. The appearance of 5th Order, undead, in the third wave of undead army is very interesting. Cemetery number 1 should have a new commander. That's right. After losing 11 level 5 undead in that battle, there will definitely be more powerful undead coming. There will be at least level 6 undead in Cemetery number 1, and even level 7 undead. Perhaps the last wave of undead army in the territory promotion battle tonight is not weaker than the last wave of undead army that night. Regardless of strength, Zhao Yi is fully prepared for the territory promotion battle. All the means that night were prepared tonight. The battle continued, and the third wave of undead army entered the battlefield. Zhao Yi and Melissa rushed directly into the undead army, each dealing with a level 5 undead. Dragon power, chop. With just one strike, the level 52 humanoid skeleton was severely injured by Zhao Yi. Ignaz teleported into the battlefield and harvested the 5th level undead. On the other side, Melissa also smashed the level 51 humanoid skeleton into a cripple with just one punch. After harvesting the second 5th level undead, Ignaz successfully completed the 4th level. The two of them and the dragon returned to the defense line. Zhao Yi took out a level 5 advancement stone for Ignaz. After a few minutes, he was successfully promoted to a 5th level space mage. In the number 1 cemetery, Kunnel felt that 2 of his men had fallen one after another, and then he felt that Zhao Cheng had another 5th level creature, and that the space mage had been promoted. For 5th level creatures, a dragon knight, a giant dragon, a space mage, and a wind mage. The wind mage is the weakest, but he can still fight against 5th level undead. The higher the level, the smaller the gap between undead and human professionals. After reaching the 7th level, the gap in strength can basically be ignored. The space mage has just been promoted. Not to mention fighting against higher levels, the key is that the space mage is too difficult to deal with. He can fight and run. A 5th level space mage can contain multiple 5th level undead, and the 5th level undead can be killed instantly if you are not careful. The Dragon Knight without the dragon ranks 2nd in strength. Although it is only a level 50 Dragon Knight, its combat power is quite high, and it has no problem dealing with the perfect 5th level undead. The dragon ranks 1st in strength, and its strength is only stronger than the Dragon Knight. Together with the Dragon Knight, at least 8 5th level undead are needed to stop it. If you want to destroy one person and one dragon, it is impossible for all the 5th level undead in the number 1 cemetery to attack. Kunnel came up with various methods, but he couldn't destroy these 4 5th level creatures. If you can't destroy 4 5th level creatures, it's impossible to destroy Zhao Cheng. Kunnel has given up the idea of destroying Zhao Cheng tonight. It needs more time to find an opportunity to destroy Zhao Cheng, and also needs to prepare means to deal with 4 5th level creatures. It needs more 5th level undead and 4th level undead, a method to restrict the 5th level space mage, and screen this waste. Kunnel thought of the forbidden bead in Skrin's hand. If there is a forbidden bead, there is a way to restrict the 5th level space mage, and the time to destroy Zhao Cheng will be shortened a lot. With Skrin's death on the battlefield of Zhao Cheng, the forbidden pearl is expected to fall into the hands of living beings. He also has the task of retrieving the forbidden pearl issued by the Lich King, which is impossible to complete in a short time. After Kunnel made the decision, the third wave of undead army became the strongest among the 6 waves of undead army that attacked Zhao Cheng that night. Even the last wave of undead army was only led by 4th level undead, and not even a 5th level undead appeared. Faced with this situation, Zhao Yi, Elliot, Braden and others were a little surprised, but they also felt it was reasonable. After all, Zhao Cheng's strength was too strong. 10 or 25th level undead would also be sent to death. Even if the 6th level undead came, they would most likely fall here. After the rationality comes the disappointment. With strong strength, all professionals hope that more undead will come to attack so that their levels can be quickly improved. Zhao Yi was the most disappointed. That night, he killed 11 5th level undead and 76 4th level undead. This night, he only killed 2 5th level undead and 9 4th level undead. Not only did he lose a lot of experience, but he also lost a lot of points. The basic points of the 11 5th level undead alone exceeded 25 million, and the basic points of the 76 4th level undead also exceeded 20 million. The basic points of 200,000 low-level undead were less than 8 million. The points I got today are probably only a quarter of the points I got that day. The difference is not a little bit. Zhao Yi thought about it for a while, and had the idea of going out to kill monsters again. The territory promotion war has ended, and the possibility of the undead army attacking Zhao Cheng again is very small. There are only 2 5th level undead attacking, and Zhao Yi, Melissa, Joanna, and Ignaz, The 4 5th level stamina and energy have not consumed much. Me Liar, a 4th level priest, plus 2 4th level professionals with less stamina consumption, find a cemetery close to Zhao to kill monsters. Even if there are 5th level undead in the cemetery, the number is not large, but it will give experience and points to the monster killing team. The cemetery is not far from Maocheng. If there is a problem in Zhaocheng, Ignaz can return quickly. Zhaocheng has enough magic crystal reserves, and the magic shield of the intermediate wizard tower is enough to support the monster killing team to return. After having an idea, Zhao Yi immediately called people to discuss the matter. No one raised any objections. Zhaocheng is strong enough. Even if there is no 5th level undead, it can still block or even destroy the 5th level undead. After making a decision, Me Liar immediately set out to explore the number 2 cemetery. Cemetery number 1 is the closest to Zhaocheng, and cemetery number 2 is naturally the second closest to Zhaocheng. If cemetery number 2 doesn't work, then explore cemetery number 3. Cemetery number 1 cannot be touched for the time being, because there are at least level 6 undead in it. Although Me Liar is equipped with a platinum level invisibility cloak, it is not easy for level 7 undead to find it at a distance, but the danger is still too great, and Zhao Yi doesn't want to lose such a useful subordinate. The remaining members of the monster killing team have been selected. While Me Liar is exploring the cemetery, everyone rests and recovers as much as possible. Just an hour later, Me Liar returned and reported to Zhao Yi the situation in cemetery number 2. There were 24 level 4 undead, and no undead above level 4. The monster killing team set out, first using the teleportation array to go to the town closest to cemetery number 2, and then set off on griffins. In cemetery number 1, Kunnel felt that 4 level 5 creatures suddenly left Zhaocheng and appeared in another place, probably using the teleportation array. What are they going to do? Kunnel was a little confused. When the monster killing team rode the griffin and kept moving, Kunnel was even more confused, and even thought it was a trap to attract Kunnel to send the undead army to attack Zhaocheng. Tonight is not the time for the undead to attack the city on a daily basis, and the 6 waves of undead attacks for the territory promotion have also ended, but under the rules, Kunnel can still send a large army to attack Zhaocheng tonight. Without a way to deal with a 5th level space mage, Kunnel will not easily go all out. In addition, Kunnel, who is only at the 6th level, has a limited range of perception of the life breath of living beings. The monster killing team is getting farther and farther away from the number 1 cemetery. Kunnel also lost the trace of the monster killing team and stopped thinking about it. When he came to the outside of the number 2 cemetery, Ignaz put on an invisible cloak and explored the number 2 cemetery again. The main purpose was to confirm the location of all the 4th level undead in the number 2 cemetery. This time, Zhao Yi wanted to kill all the 4th level undead in the number 2 cemetery. The 4th level undead in cemetery number 2 also felt the strong breath of life approaching. It was a 5th level creature. Are they passing by? Ignaz quickly finished the investigation, teleported back, and then used the teleportation spell to lead the prepared people into cemetery number 2 to start the monster hunting. When the breath of the 5th level creature appeared in cemetery number 2, it was not 1 or 2, but 4. All the 4th level undead in cemetery number 2 were frightened. Run, run, go to cemetery number 1 for help. Cemetery number 1 is not far from cemetery number 2. The 4th level undead in cemetery number 2 know that the 6th level skeleton Kunnel is in charge of cemetery number 1. However, no undead could escape from cemetery number 2. Ignaz used the forbidden pearl to seal cemetery number 2. The monster killing team killed a lot of people in cemetery number 2. The 4th level undead had to hide from the monster killing team, but they were constantly caught up. In desperation, the 4th level undead gathered together to fight against the monster killing team. However, the gathering of the 4th level undead would only make them fall faster. For 5th level undead attacked, and more than 24th level undead joined forces, and could not resist. Zhao Yi shot 1 arrow at a time, and Melissa punched 1 at a time, easily eliminating the 4th level undead. Without the 4th order undead, it was easier for the monster killing team to kill the low order undead. However, Zhao Yi set a monster killing time, and had to leave in 40 minutes at most. Although no undead ran out of the number 2 cemetery, there were undead outside who wanted to come in and were blocked. They knew that there was a problem in the cemetery, and would definitely ask for help from other cemeteries. When the monster killing team killed more than 40,000 undead, they left the number 2 cemetery and flew to the town they came from on the griffin. Half an hour after the monster killing team returned to Zhaocheng, Kunnel learned that the number 2 cemetery had been attacked. When thinking about the departure and return of the 4 5th order creatures, How could Kunal not know what happened? A burst of anger arose, making Kunal's soul fire burn more vigorously. Chapter 217. You won 2 battles. You killed 296,351 undead. You lost 12 soldiers. Battle Evaluation Essay. Points increased by 170%. Professional experience increased by 170%. Obtained 1 diamond treasure chest, 1 crystal treasure chest. Zhao Yi took a look at the points mall, and the points increased by 60.1 million, which was not as much as the more than 100 million points the day before, but it was not a small amount. The next step was to open the treasure chest. Zhao Yi opened the treasure chest, and saw all kinds of treasure chests. I opened the lucky dice from the crystal treasure chest on the morning of the 103rd day, and started to accumulate treasure chests. 20 days have passed to today. Zhao Yi already has 2 diamond treasure chests, 42 crystal treasure chests, 63 gold treasure chests, and 448 bronze treasure chests. First, open a bronze treasure chest to test the water. 3 bronze cards, respectively gold coins *10, 1,000 liters of fresh water, bronze bow. Garbage, ordinary. It seems that the luck value is not high at this time. Zhao Yi has no intention of using the lucky dice. If you want to use the lucky dice to increase your luck, you have to rely on luck. Fortunately, the luck value is not constant under normal circumstances. Now that you are not lucky, you can find a time when you are lucky to use the lucky dice. In the Lord's mansion, Zhao Yi and Melissa ate breakfast while checking the changes in the territory. 3rd class Marquee Territory. Lord Zhao Yi. Territory area, 5,000 square kilometers. Main city, Xiaocheng, 3rd level middle city, covering an area of 8 square kilometers. Subordinate, 9 towns, 90 villages. Population, 350,312, 558,706. Military, 35,166, 43,898. Public opinion, 91. Public security, 90. Buildings. The territory area increased from 2,000 square kilometers of the first-class earldom to 5,000 square kilometers. The newly added territory area is the same as last time, and Zhao Yi can choose the unowned land on his own. His own strength is still relatively weak. If he is strong enough, Zhao Yi wants to take an unowned island in the sea as part of his territory. Xiaocheng was upgraded from a first-level small city to a third-level medium city. Originally, Zhao Yi thought that the area would increase from 4 square kilometers to 10 square kilometers, but he didn't expect it to increase to only 8 square kilometers. That is, the population of Xiaocheng after the upgrade is basically doubled on the basis of the current population, and can accommodate 240,000 people. The rules for territory promotion are also different from before. To be promoted from a first-class earldom to a third-class marquisdom, the population of the main city must meet the standard. The population of the territory must meet the standard, the lord's combat profession must be level 5, and the lord must obtain the title of third-class marquis. To be promoted from a third-class marquisdom to a second-class marquisdom, the population of the main city must meet the standard, the lord must obtain the title of second-class marquis, and 6 level 5 undead must be eliminated. The 3 conditions for being promoted to a second-class marquisdom are relatively easy for Zhao Yi to achieve. With the current strength of the territory, Zhao Yi has made a decision in his mind to be promoted to a second-class marquisdom as soon as possible to obtain a larger territory and accommodate more people. The points required to recruit civilians, 0-level professionals, 1st-level professionals, 2nd-level professionals, and 3rd-level professionals are still increasing. In the future, the points required to recruit a civilian will even reach the points required to recruit a 0-level swordsman. Even if he has hundreds of millions of points, this is too high for Zhao Yi. But the people are the foundation of the territory. When there is no one to recruit in the future, the importance of the people will continue to increase. At present, there are still people who can be recruited, and the points can still be supported. Zhao Yi wants to supplement the population for his territory as much as possible. After Xiaocheng was upgraded to a 3rd-level middle city, 3 more small cities were added. Each small city could build up to 9 small towns, and each small town could build up to 9 small villages. If all small cities, towns, and villages were built up to level 1, the territory could accommodate at least 1 million more people. On the surface, the 2nd-level city of Loda only had a population of about 1 million. The entire Loda province, under the control of the indigenous forces, had a population of more than 3 million. It is a good thing that the territory can accommodate more people after being promoted, but there is also a bad side. It is already a third-class Marquise. No matter how the territory is disguised, it will be noticed by more indigenous forces. If possible, Zhao Yi really wants to develop his territory quietly, and not contact the outside world. After breakfast, Zhao Yi stopped thinking and opened another bronze treasure chest before going to the city hall for a meeting. 3 bronze cards, respectively 10 square wood, low-grade magic crystal *1, ordinary horse *30. No, keep waiting. When Zhao Yi walked into the meeting room of the city hall, Cece, Domolin, Elliot, Lowry and other 12 people had already arrived. Seeing Zhao Yi walk into the meeting room, they all stood up and saluted Zhao Yi. Lord. Good morning, everyone, please take a seat. Zhao Yi waved his hand and asked everyone to sit down. The first thing to do in today's meeting is that our territory has been promoted again, and there are 3,000 square kilometers of land. We need to determine these 3,000 square kilometers of land first. The first focus of consideration is the location of the next 3 small cities. After listening to the Lord's words, everyone in the meeting room turned their eyes to the map. How to choose the newly added 3,000 square kilometers of land requires more than just the location of the 3 small cities. For example, another key point is the development direction of the territory. Zhao Yi's idea is to develop the territory towards the sea. The magic resources on the surface of the land have been mined, but there are still a lot of magic resources in the sea that are easier to mine than the deep layers on the land. Once the undead camp is destroyed or driven out of the world of birth, the sea will become the object of competition among many forces on the origin continent. According to the importance that those countries on Blue Star attach to sea power, there must be many player forces that have already planned for the sea area, and the major player forces are not short of territories located on the seaside. Many indigenous forces also attach importance to the sea area. However, the undead camp is still very powerful now, and whether it can be driven away is a problem. Whether it is the indigenous forces or the player forces, they have not invested much manpower and material resources in the sea area. After all, there are also a large number of undead in the sea. Zhao Yi also does not know the future outcome of the undead camp. The development of the territory to the seaside is also a choice made under the normal development of the territory. The location of the small town and the direction of territory development are the key points. In addition, the distance from the indigenous city, the cemetery, and the common resources on the surface are all things that need to be considered. In fact, Zhao Yi ordered his subordinates to prepare for these things at least 1 month before the territory was promoted. Otherwise, adding 3,000 square kilometers of land at once would not be something that could be decided in one meeting today. Half an hour later, the territory's newly added 3,000 square kilometers of land area was determined, and the location of the 3 small towns was also roughly determined. A third-class Marquise can build 3 small cities, and a first-class Marquise can build a total of 9 small cities. Zhao Yi was a little troubled about naming these 9 small cities, and finally decided to name them after the traditional 8 trigrams of Chen State, Qiankuan Sunjin Kenli Gen Dui plus E. Yicheng is the first small city to be built in the territory, and it is also the secondary main city. Zhao Yi will receive visitors from other forces in Yicheng. Yicheng will be located in the southeast of Xiaocheng, more than 20 kilometers southwest of Mora City. The second small city, Duicheng, and the third small city, Xincheng, are located in the west and east of Zhao Yi's territory respectively. The 3 small cities form a huge triangle, and Xiaocheng is slightly south of the center of the triangle. Building a small city is a huge project. Zhao Yi has a large number of earth magicians, but it is impossible to build a small city in just 1 day, and it is a first-level small city. It is unrealistic to build a first-level small city in 1 day, and it is not easy to build a third-level small city in 1 day. However, Zhao Yi made a decision that once the construction of Yicheng began, the outline of the third-level small city would be built on the first day. The blood vein stone vein opened from the treasure chest had already been placed in an area of the first half-plane by Zhao Yi, and a large number of earth magicians and some 0-level perfect first-level perfect professionals in the first half-plane were mobilized to mine. It was easy to mine the blood vein stone vein. Zhao Yi directly placed the blood vein stone vein in the open air. The difficult part was to process the blood vein stone and cut it into standard blocks for the construction of the city wall. Blood vein stone can be used as the material of the city wall. You can imagine how strong it is. The most a perfect professional at level 0 can do is to make some scratches on the blood vein stone. The processing of blood vein stone still depends on earth magicians and other level 3 professionals. Professionals below level 3 are mainly responsible for transporting blood vein stone. After such a long time, 1/5 of the blood vein stone veins have not been processed. The accumulated standard volume of blood vein stone can easily build 4 walls for Zhaocheng, which has been promoted to a level 3 middle city. Considering the speed of the territory's promotion in the future, Zhao Yi gave up the original plan to use blood vein stone to build a city wall when Zhaocheng was promoted to a 3rd level middle city, and turned to directly building the city wall of a 1st level middle city. The same is true for Yicheng. At the beginning, it only built a 3rd level small city, and then directly built the city wall of a 1st level small city outside with blood vein stone. At the meeting, the construction plan of Yicheng was officially determined. On the first day, a 1st level village was built on the construction location, and the residents were mainly professionals. The teleportation array was placed, and then preparations for city construction were made. On the 2nd day, earth magicians were mobilized to build the city wall of a 3rd level small city with mud. On the 3rd day, houses were built in the city, and civilian population was moved in, mainly newly recruited. After the construction of houses was completed, and it could accommodate 30,000 people, blood vein stone was directly used to build the city wall of a 1st level middle city for Yicheng. After the blood vein stone city wall was built, houses were continued to be built to supplement Yicheng with enough population. With the number of earth magicians under Zhao Yi, the construction of Yicheng, a 1st level small city, can be completed in as little as 1 month. As the main city of the territory, Yicheng will have a primary magic tower for a long time, and there will be several 4th level professionals. In terms of territory engineering, everything is based on the construction of Yicheng. Yicheng Engine can also start construction, starting from villages, towns, and small cities step by step, without the need to rush like Yicheng. The construction of Zhaocheng's city wall can also be slowed down. As long as the city is strong enough, the city wall is dispensable. Moreover, Zhao Yi's subordinates also lacked array masters. Ignaz could set up a teleportation array, but Ignaz was not an array master, and the teleportation array was also a complete array base, which did not require the use of an array master. The construction of Zhaocheng's city wall was temporarily suspended, but the development of Zhaocheng could not be stopped. After all, one of the conditions for the promotion of a 3rd-class Marquis to a 2nd-class Marquis was that Zhaocheng reached the standard population of 240,000. Next, Zhaocheng would increase its population by 10,000 people every day, and in 12 days, the total population of Zhaocheng would exceed 240,000. In 12 days, the monster killing team could almost eliminate 6 5th-level undead, and then start the territory promotion. As long as the conditions for the promotion of the 3rd-class Marquis to the 2nd-class Marquis and the 2nd-class Marquis to the 1st-class Marquis do not change much, Zhao Yi can make the territory promoted to the 1st-class Marquis as soon as possible. However, it will take a long time for the 1st-class Marquis to be promoted to the 3rd-class dukedom. The promotion to the 3rd-class Marquis requires Zhao Yi to become a 5th-class professional, and the promotion to the 3rd-class dukedom should also require Zhao Yi to become a 6th-class professional. It took Zhao Yi 51 days to be promoted from the 1st-class earldom to the 3rd-class Marquis, which mainly represents the time it takes for the combat profession to upgrade from level 40 to level 50. It will take longer to upgrade from level 50 to level 60. In addition, the rules of the undead siege in the early stage of the 4th stage have not changed, and the upgrade speed is very fast. Zhao Yi feels that it may take at least half a year to upgrade from level 50 to level 60. This time is very long for Zhao Yi and all Blue Star players, but for the native professionals, even with the highest 5-star talent, it takes 1 year to upgrade from the initial 5th level to the 6th level. This speed is unimaginable. After the meeting that lasted for an hour and a half, the subordinates left the meeting room one after another, busy with the things assigned to them. Zhao Yi did not leave in a hurry, and opened another bronze treasure chest directly in the meeting room. 3 bronze cards, namely level 2 advancement stone, level 1 archer recruitment scroll, primary alchemy bomb. Good, average. Zhao Yi feels that he is very lucky now, and will try to open another gold treasure chest. Level 3 swordsman recruitment scroll, intermediate pharmaceutical factory, tamer job transfer scroll, level 3 advancement stone, level 1 priest job transfer scroll. Zhao Yi did not hesitate, and immediately took out 3 red and 3 black fist-sized destiny dice, and threw them gently, and the destiny dice quickly turned in the air. After spinning for 10 seconds, the destiny dice finally stopped, with the red side facing up, which made Zhao Yi feel relieved. Whether it was X2, X4 or X8, Zhao Yi could accept it as long as it was not black. If it was black, it meant that the destiny dice was wasted. Looking more carefully, the red side facing up was X4, the same as the result of the Destiny dice last time. The luck value increased 3 times and remained constant for 1 hour. Zhao Yi turned to Melissa, who was sitting in the back and fiddling with the sparkling gems, and said, "Melissa, tell Cece that the recruitment will be postponed for 1 hour." Melissa, said, got up and walked towards the door of the conference room. He started to open the treasure chests, and opened 2 diamond treasure chests in succession, one with 2 diamond cards, and the other with 3 diamond cards. After opening the 2 diamond treasure chests, Zhao Yi only had one sigh in his mind: no junk diamond cards. Since entering the game world today, Zhao Yi has obtained a total of 5 diamond treasure chests. The first 3 diamond treasure chests together have a total of 4 diamond cards, and open 4 good things: Level 7 Advanced Stone, Void Trading Field, 4-star Talent Stone, and Dragon Knight Transfer Scroll. The 2 diamond treasure chests open today contain a total of 5 diamond cards, which respectively contain Medium Demi-Plane, 5-star Talented Professional Recruitment Scroll, Medium Magic Cannon, 4th Order Griffin *4, and Resurrection Skill Book. None of them are garbage. The starting area of a medium-sized demiplane is 1,000 square kilometers. Zhao Yi does not have high requirements for this medium-sized demiplane, as long as there is a large area of land that can be inhabited. The number 1 demiplane has a population of more than 200,000, and this medium-sized demiplane must have a population of at least 300,000. 5-star Talented Professional Recruitment Scroll. Every 5-star talented professional has the potential to become a legendary strongman. 4-star talent stones are all diamond level, and 5-star talent stones are even diamond level or above. Being able to open a 5-star talent professional recruitment scroll from a diamond treasure chest is definitely a huge surprise for Zhao Yi. Medium Magic Cannon and 4th Order Griffin *4 are relatively common items among the items opened by diamond cards, but they are both of high value. Medium Magic Cannon, one shot can kill a 5th Order professional or undead, and can cause greater trauma to a 6th Order professional or undead, provided that it can hit directly. The value of a flying mount is higher than that of a non-flying mount of the same level, not to mention a flying mount that reaches level 4. It is difficult for most small towns to have a level 4 flying mount. Resurrection, a 7th level skill of the priest, a magical skill, but with many restrictions on its use. The body of the person being cast cannot be too severely mutilated, and the time of death should not exceed half an hour. More than half an hour will cause sequelae, and more than an hour basically cannot be resurrected, and the soul has not dissipated and has not left the body too far away. After a rank 7 priest casts a resurrection spell, he will be weak for at least a week, and the next resurrection spell must be at least a month apart. Even with various restrictions, a rank 7 priest who can cast a resurrection spell is basically equivalent to a legendary strongman in the major indigenous forces. The resurrection skill book is simply impossible to buy on the market, and its value is even higher than the 8th level advancement stone. Zhao Yi was very happy to get the resurrection skill book from the diamond treasure chest, but he was also a little disappointed, because he did not have a 4-star talent priest under his command, and he did not get a 4-star talent stone from the diamond treasure chest. I hope the 5-star talent professional recruitment scroll can give me a surprise. Diamond cards are all good things, and the crystal cards in the 2 diamond treasure chests also have a lot of good things. Intermediate Mage Tower, 3-star talent stone, Advanced Market, Space Mage Transfer Scroll, 4th level Archer Recruitment Scroll. Zhao Yi was a little hesitant about the second Intermediate Mage Tower, not knowing whether to put it in Zhaocheng or Yicheng. Yicheng is the main city of the territory on the surface. Zhao Yi wants to use Yicheng to hide his own strength. It is not appropriate to put an Intermediate Mage Tower. It is better to put a Primary Mage Tower. Zhaocheng already has an Intermediate Mage Tower and several half-plane space gates, so it doesn't matter if there is another Intermediate Mage Tower. Space Mage Job Transfer Scroll. Zhao Yi doesn't know if this is the first Space Mage Job Transfer Scroll opened by a Blue Star player, and all major player forces want to get it. Compared with the Paladin profession, which is also crystal level, the Space Mage is more needed by major player forces, and it is expected to sell for a higher price than the Paladin Job Transfer Scroll. Of course, Zhao Yi will no longer sell such a good thing. In addition, a level 5 advancement stone appeared in the Platinum card. I don't know how many level 5 advancement stones can be opened in the next 42 crystal treasure chests. The advancement of the Tree of Life depends on these crystal treasure chests. Fortunately, due to the improvement of strength, the time to look at a card has dropped to less than 2 seconds, otherwise it would take more than 60 minutes to look at these 42 crystal treasure chests alone. Opening the crystal treasure chests one by one and choosing cards, Zhao Yi was really dazzled this time. There were too many good things. Crystal card, intermediate mage tower, small demiplane *2, level 4 professional recruitment scroll *15, 4-star talent professional recruitment scroll, double 3-star talent professional recruitment, level 6 advancement stone *4, small magic cannon *4, earth dragon bloodline, 3-star talent stone 2, large teleportation array, super alchemical bomb 10, level 4 griffin, level 3 Pegasus *15-3, level 2 Pegasus 66. Platinum card, level 5 advancement stone *8, primary mage tower. *3, micro demiplane *5, frost swordsman job transfer scroll, 2-star talent stone *3, medium teleportation array 3, advanced alchemical bomb 40, second level Pegasus *15*4, double 3-star talented professional recruitment *2, third level professional recruitment scroll *65. More mage towers, more demiplanes, more. Zhao Yi's mind was almost in chaos, and he had no time to think. After opening the crystal treasure chest, there was not much time left. He quickly opened the gold treasure chest 6 times, with 10 consecutive openings, and the bronze treasure chest 4 times, with 100 consecutive openings. When he continued to open the remaining few gold treasure chests, and dozens of bronze treasure chests, the effect of the destiny dice had ended, and the things he opened were all average. Opening 10 gold treasure chests, and 100 bronze treasure chests in a row both brought huge surprises: 10 level 4 advancement stones, 10 lightning mage job transfer scrolls, 10 legion skill solid skill books, 100 level 1 advancement stones, and 100 alchemist apprentice recruitment scrolls. After opening all the treasure chests, all the surprises were suppressed in Zhao Yi's heart. The door of the conference room was closed, and the soundproofing array of the conference room was not turned on, but the materials used to build the conference room were sufficient for soundproofing. Now there were only Zhao Yi and Melissa in the conference room. Zhao Yi laughed out loud. Ha ha, ha ha. Melissa, who was still fiddling with the gems, heard Zhao Yi's laughter and tilted her head to look at him. What's wrong with the contractor? What are you laughing at? Zhao Yi's laughter lasted for more than a minute, and Melissa was almost annoyed and wanted to hit Zhao Yi with her little fist. After venting the joy in his heart, Zhao Yi's laughter stopped. The quantity and quality of the treasure chests accumulated for 20 days are beyond the imagination of other Blue Star players. More importantly, with the effect of the destiny dice, Zhao Yi opened many good things. To use an inappropriate analogy, originally you should win 10,000 yuan every day for 20 consecutive days, but now you win 200 million yuan in a day. The surprise of the day is magnified dozens or hundreds of times. If it were on Blue Star, you might laugh to death. Chapter 218. The treasure chests have been opened. Zhao Yi can't wait to recruit. A 5-star talent professional recruitment scroll, a 4-star talent professional recruitment scroll, a double 3-star talent professional recruitment scroll, and 16 4th level professional recruitment scrolls. Pulling Melissa's little hand to the teleportation array, Zhao Yi began to recruit, first using the 5-star talent professional recruitment scroll. 10 seconds later, a small teleportation array lit up, and 4 figures appeared in the teleportation array. Zhao Yi looked closely, and saw that they were 3 older ladies and a younger girl. The 2 oldest ladies were dressed in black and white maid outfits. The other relatively younger lady was wearing a gorgeous red princess dress, and the youngest girl was wearing a pink princess dress. The 2 maids were only good-looking, but the 2 princesses were not much worse than Joanna. What kind of people did I recruit this time? Zhao Yi sighed inwardly. This should be the most outrageous recruitment he had ever done, much more outrageous than when only Joanna's sister and brother appeared when he recruited Joanna. The identity of this 5-star talented professional must be extraordinary. 4 ladies walked out of the teleportation array. The lady in the red dress led the girl in the pink dress in front, and the 2 maids followed behind. They walked towards Zhao Yi. The lady in the red dress showed her nobility and elegance in every move. The 4 of them bowed slightly to Zhao Yi, and then the lady in the red dress said, "I, Brittany, accept your recruitment, and am willing to be the sharpest sword in your hand to wipe out all enemies." There was an unstoppable sharpness in the calm voice. Brittany should be a swordsman, a 5-star talented swordsman, Zhao Yi guessed. Brittany, welcome to join us. The accommodation is ready. You are tired all the way. Please go back and rest first. We will welcome you at the Lord's mansion at noon. Brittany replied with a yes. Although the 2 of them were already in a master-servant relationship, Brittany had just joined Zhao Yi's army. The conversation between the two was very brief. Then an official led the way and sent Brittany and the other two girls to their new home. Their new home is the second most luxurious mansion in Xiaocheng after the Lord's mansion. Watching Brittany and the other two girls leave in a carriage, Zhao Yi was not in a hurry to continue recruiting. He summoned the system panel to open territory and found Brittany among the people. Name, Brittany Violet. Gender, female. Age, 17. Occupation, level 30 swordsman. Talent, swordsman 5 stars / domination 2 stars. Swordsman is a basic occupation. Swordsman is a crystal level special occupation, which can also be seen as an advanced swordsman. Above swordsman, there is also a legendary special occupation swordsman skills. Loyalty, 60. Zhao Yi was shocked when he saw this. It turned out to be the surname Violet. Violet is the surname of the Violet Kingdom. The Violet family is the ruler of the Violet Kingdom. Brittany, who has the surname Violet, is obviously a member of the royal family. But why would Brittany, a member of the royal family, accept Zhao Yi's recruitment? Zhao Yi's mind was full of question marks. Under normal circumstances, aboriginals belonging to a certain aboriginal force cannot accept player recruitment. Brittany's acceptance of Zhao Yi's recruitment means that Brittany should have left the Violet family. Royal internal strife? Zhao Yi had an idea in his mind, and his back felt a little cold. The Violet family, the ruler of the Violet Kingdom, had a 7th level professional sitting in the Violet family. The strongest person in his territory was only 5th level. There was a big gap between the two levels. If a few 6th level professionals came, the territory would be destroyed. What kind of internal strife in the Violet family would cause Brittany, who has the talent of a 5-star swordsman and has the potential to become a legendary warrior, to leave the family and join his own army? I can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out. There are more things that I can't figure out, and there is also this loyalty. From the first day to now, the loyalty of the people recruited by Zhao Yi has always been constant at 80 points. The recruited Brittany is so special that she only has 60 points of loyalty, which just meets the qualified standard. The indigenous forces want to send spies to be recruited by the heroes of the other world. The key is that the spies are still the spies of the indigenous forces. They have not left and cannot be recruited by the heroes of the other world. Only the native professionals, who have completely separated from the native forces, can be recruited by the heroes of the other world. The natives and players who have separated from the player forces are mainly based on the actual display of the territory list. Brittany's 60 points of loyalty are very strange. This loyalty seems to be that Brittany uses her territory as a temporary residence. If it is not suitable, she will change to another one later. This is not okay. Zhao Yi cannot accept it. 60 points of loyalty. If it drops further, it will be easy to betray, and there are too many good things in Zhao Yi's territory that attract the native forces. If the talent of the recruited person is not more than 3 stars, Zhao Yi can give up directly. But if the talent reaches 4 stars, or even 5 stars, Zhao Yi does not want to give up just like that. At least there is still 60 points of loyalty. If the initial loyalty is less than 50 points, Zhao Yi will not accept it even if it is a 5-star talent. Zhao Yi can barely accept 60 points of loyalty. Next, he will give Brittany more equipment and treasures to improve Brittany's loyalty. Brittany originally belonged to the royal family, so she should not lack equipment and treasures. However, this equipment and treasure is for Brittany's level. It is normal for Brittany of level 3 to have gold and platinum equipment, but it is difficult to have crystal equipment. Crystal level equipment corresponds to level 6. No matter how rich the Violet family is, they only rule a kingdom. They still have level 6 professionals under their command. Level 5 professionals need equipment and treasures of corresponding levels. No matter how favored Brittany is, it is difficult for her to have crystal level equipment and treasures at level 3. Crystal level long swords and crystal level armor are what Zhao Yi can give to Brittany. However, Zhao Yi also has to consider the thoughts of other subordinates. Even if Brittany has a 5-star talent, if he directly gives her crystal level equipment, if other subordinates know about it, I am afraid that her loyalty will decrease. If we give them platinum level equipment and treasures first, the problem won't be a big deal. For any aboriginal force, people with high talents are the focus of training. Giving platinum level equipment to the 3rd level is within the acceptable range. As for the possibility of getting caught up in the internal strife of the Violet family after accepting Brittany, as long as it is well hidden, the Violet family will not find out. If Zhao Yi is given enough time to increase his strength, the Violet family with a 7th level professional can also be destroyed. As a noble of the Violet Kingdom, as the territory continues to rise, there will eventually be a conflict with the Violet Kingdom. If the internal strife of the Violet family reaches the point where the Violet Kingdom falls apart, it will be a good thing for Zhao Yi. Next, not only do we need to improve Brittany's favorability, but we also need to try to find out from Brittany what happened to the Violet family. Player lords are outside the system of the indigenous nobles, so Zhao Yi has no way of knowing what happened to the upper class of the kingdom. Perhaps he can buy it from intelligence merchants. After looking at Brittany, Zhao Yi looked at the remaining three again. Name, Alice Violet. Gender, female. Age, 12. Occupation, level 10 life mage, platinum level special occupation, talent, nature mage 3 stars. Skills, loyalty, 60. Also a member of the Violet family. I don't know what the relationship with Brittany is. Name, Lucy. Gender, female. Age, 22. Occupation, level 20 swordsman. Talent, swordsman 3 stars / domination 1 star. Skill, loyalty, 63 star swordsman talent. Name, Alina. Gender, female. Age, 21. Occupation, level 20 swordsman. Talent, swordsman 3 stars / domination 1 star. Skill, loyalty, 60. Also 3 star swordsman talent. Zhao Yi was so surprised that he didn't know what to say. A 5-star talent professional recruitment scroll recruited a 5-star talent professional, and also gave away 3 3-star talent professionals. Loyalty is a problem, but as long as Brittany's loyalty is increased, the other 3 shouldn't have much of a problem. After calming down, Zhao Yi continued recruiting. 4-star assassin Angus and 2-star command archer Doyle came out of the teleportation array, with their families one after another. Both of them had 80 points of loyalty. Sure enough, Brittany's 60 points of loyalty was a surprise. Continue to recruit 16 4th-level professionals, bringing the number of 4th-level professionals under Zhao Yi to 39. There is also a surprise among these 16 4th-level professionals, Garfit, with a 4-star shield battle talent and a 2-star command talent. Now under Zhao Yi's command, the 5-star talents are Melissa and Brittany, and the 4-star talents are Joanna, Ignaz, Angus, and Garfit. In the case that the 4-star talent stones and 5-star talent stones are very difficult to obtain, the talents of these 5 people and 1 dragon are crucial, and they will be the future 7th-level strongmen and legendary strongmen. When Zhao Yi was recruiting people, Brittany and the other 2 girls had already arrived at their new home under the guidance of the officials. After the officials explained some things, they said goodbye and left. Without outsiders present, Alice was the first to relax. Sister, is this our new home? Alice looked around with her big, watery eyes. Yes, a temporary new home. Brittany was very frugal with words. Miss, this place is too bad. How about asking the hero from another world to give us a new house? Lucy said with a frown. No need. It's already very difficult for us to leave the dangerous place of the capital. It's enough to have a place to live and food to eat. Besides, considering the situation of the city, this house is relatively good. The living conditions cannot be compared with the capital. I hope those people will not find us here. Will that hero from another world figure out our identities and betray us? Lucy was worried again. I don't think so. Brittany was a little unconfident. Not wanting to expose her identity, Brittany didn't even hire a servant, and she cleaned the new house with 2 maids. Lucy and Alina naturally didn't want the young lady to do these dirty and tiring jobs, but Brittany didn't agree. No matter how hard or tiring it was, it couldn't be more tiring than the swordsman's training. It was just cleaning. Even Alice came to help, and Alice's help was more like playing. While packing up the new house, Brittany's mind unconsciously emerged that kind face, her eyes slightly red. She wanted to cry, but Brittany forced herself to hold back. She didn't want her sister and 2 maids to see her crying. Practice, practice hard, become a 7th-level strongman as soon as possible, and avenge Grandpa, Dad and Mom. Brittany made up her mind. Accepting the recruitment of the brave man from another world, on the one hand, Brittany fled the capital according to her grandfather's instructions. On the other hand, Brittany learned that the professionals recruited by the brave man from another world can improve their strength faster, and she hopes that the day of killing her enemies will come soon. After recruiting personnel, Zhao Yi entered the 3rd half plane. In the morning, he opened a treasure chest and got 9 level 5 advancement stones, bringing the number of level 5 advancement stones in his hand to 15. He could take out 10 level 5 advancement stones to upgrade the Tree of Life. Zhao Yi came under the Tree of Life. Feeling Zhao Yi's arrival, the leaves of the Tree of Life rustled. Zhao Yi gently stroked the trunk of the Tree of Life and felt the joy of the Tree of Life because of his arrival. After summoning 10 level 5 advancement stones, Zhao Yi placed the advancement stones close to the Tree of Life, and the Tree of Life actively absorbed the energy in the advancement stones. The fourth order Tree of Life, which was only 33 meters high and about 1 meter thick, quickly grew taller and thicker. When the Tree of Life was officially promoted to the fifth order, it was already 100 meters high and 3 meters thick. The fifth order Tree of Life produces 100 drops of water of life a day. Within a radius of 10,000 meters, the plant growth rate increases by 50%, and the concentration of magic elements increases by 5 times. At the same time, due to the growth of the Tree of Life, the growth rate of the third demi-plane will be faster. From the time the Tree of Life was transplanted to the third demi-plane, in less than 2 months, the third demi-plane has increased from the original 1.5 square kilometers to the current 4.75 square kilometers. The concentration of magic elements in the third demi-plane has increased, making it more suitable for professionals with perfect levels to break through bottlenecks. More than 50 people have broken through bottlenecks on their own in the third demi-plane. A large number of magic plants are also planted in the third demi-plane. It only takes a few years for the common magic plants needed by the pharmaceutical workshop to be provided by the third demi-plane. When Zhao Yi walked out of the third demi-plane, more than 100 professionals had gathered in the nearby open space, with the highest level being the fourth level and the lowest being the second level. There were even 2 third-level air cavalrymen. In the morning, Zhao Yi opened the treasure chest and got a medium-sized demi-plane, 2 small demi-planes, and 5 micro-demi-planes. There are quite a few micro-demi-planes, but most of them are of low value to Zhao Yi, mainly because they are too small to accommodate many people, and usually have no magic resources to mine. The worthless micro-demi-planes can be placed in the 3 cities of Yiqing, Duiqing, and Jinqing, and the medium-sized demi-planes and small demi-planes can be placed in Xiaocheng. Summon the crystal ball containing the medium-sized demi-plane, touch the crystal ball, and Zhao Yi will get some information about the medium-sized demi-plane. This medium-sized demi-plane is very large, with an area of 26,000 square kilometers, which is more than 5 times the area of Zhao Yi's current territory. The area of medium-sized demi-planes ranges from 1,000 square kilometers to 100,000 square kilometers, and 26,000 square kilometers is actually considered to be a medium to low area. The medium-sized demi-plane in Zhao Yi's hands is a medium magic environment, and it can be roughly ranked in the middle among medium magic environments. About 1/15 of the 26,000 square kilometers is water, most of which are lakes and part of which are rivers. People living in this medium-sized demi-plane will not lack water sources. This medium-sized demi-plane is relatively suitable for living creatures. There are a large number of animals and monsters living in it, and a large number of magic plants grow there. The land area available for agricultural cultivation exceeds 15,000 square kilometers. With less than 400 square kilometers of land in the first demi-plane, more than 200,000 people can live there. With the land area of this medium-sized demi-plane, the population is at least 30 times that of the first demi-plane, more than 6 million people. The current population of Zhao Yi's territory, including the origin continent, and the population in the demi-plane, is only more than 560,000, less than 1/10 of 6 million. This medium-sized demi-plane that can accommodate a large population came at the right time for Zhao Yi. If the number of recruits and the level remain unchanged, the points required will basically increase every 3 days. Just because of the points issue, the sooner the personnel are recruited, the better, and the fewer points are consumed. But considering the problem of limited personnel available for recruitment, it is very likely that there will be no one to recruit in the future. As the population is the foundation of a territory, the territory must have enough population to continue to grow and develop. On Blue Star, Zhao Yi was just one of the millions of ordinary people. He had been in the game world for 123 days. As the highest level combat professional player and the strongest lord player, Zhao Yi's ambitions also grew. So Zhao Yi's current goal is to become a legendary player and build a powerful empire. Those low-level players living in the aboriginal city may have such a dream, and the salted fish, who have difficulty turning over, have dreams. As the highest level combat professional player and the strongest lord player, Zhao Yi is more qualified to set such a goal. Once you set a goal, you must work towards it step by step. Relatively speaking, it is easier to become a legendary powerhouse than to build a powerful empire. Becoming a legendary powerhouse does not mean that you can build an empire. A country is a combination of multiple forces. If you give up the idea of building an empire yourself, it is easier for a legendary powerhouse to marry the daughter of an empire and become the heir of the empire. Legendary powerhouses also start from apprentices and grow up step by step. It is extremely difficult to become a legendary powerhouse alone. As a newcomer on the origin continent, Zhao Yi established a territory, recruited personnel, and the territory's strength increased and grew stronger. Zhao Yi's own strength also increased rapidly because of the development of the territory. Personal strength and personal power complement each other. For example, it is impossible for Zhao Yi to go to the cemetery to kill monsters alone. The core of the monster-killing team is the Space Mage, and Zhao Yi lacks space attribute treasures that can teleport or teleport. Personal strength is not everything. Legendary strongmen also need helpers, and Zhao Yi needs them too. The territory needs to continue to develop. If it cannot obtain population from the outside world, the territory will not be able to continue to develop rapidly. Population is crucial for all player territories that can support wars. The key is that other Lord players have small territories and few points. They also have to consider the speed of territory promotion. They know the importance of population and cannot recruit more. Before, Zhao Yi was still worried about not having a place to accommodate more people. Now he has a medium-sized demi-plane that can accommodate more than 6 million people. He is not short of points for the time being. While he can still recruit people, Zhao Yi needs to fill the demi-plane with as many people as possible. In order to complete the construction of Yicheng as soon as possible, Zhao Yi recruited 32nd level and 71st level Earth Mages today, a total of 100 Earth Mages. Before the recruitment rules were changed, it only took 3.7 million points to recruit these 100 Earth Mages, but now it directly consumes more than 15 million points, more than 4 times the previous amount, and it will only be more in the future. If you put people into the demi-plane, you can't live in the open air directly, so construction must keep up. Next, Zhao Yi will have to recruit more Earth Mages. On the day of promotion to level 5, I got 114.08 million points, and yesterday I got another 60.1 million points. I thought it was a lot, but now it seems far from enough. Zhao Yi's points are not enough, let alone other Lord players. Because of the changes in recruitment rules and undead siege rules, the points for recruiting people have increased, and the average daily points have been greatly reduced. The development speed of the general players' territories has greatly slowed down, and Zhao Yi's territory is the same. Every day, a large number of Lord players shout in the forum, "Can you recruit fewer people?" The points required for recruiting people are increasing too fast. Zhao Yi made the most contribution to the increase of recruitment points. The game rules have changed, and the Blue Star players can do nothing but try to adapt to the new rules, and Zhao Yi is the same. The time in the game world may be very long. In the future, I will not be able to recruit people. I can only rely on the population of the territory, reproduce naturally, and then find people with professional talents to train. The medium-sized demi-plane in his hand was officially named the number 5 demi-plane by Zhao Yi, and placed in Xiaocheng, adjacent to the other 4 space gates. The space gate in front of the number 5 demi-plane is very spacious, suitable for people to enter and exit. The space gate has been placed. A level 3 shield warrior goes in to explore the way. There is no danger on the other side. All members of the exploration team go in, and Zhao Yi and Melissa follow. The sky of the medium-sized demi-plane is higher than that of the small demi-plane. On the origin continent, even above the territory, Melissa cannot fly freely, fearing that she will be discovered by the powerful indigenous people or the undead. In the 5th demi-plane, there is no need to worry so much. She carries Zhao Yi and flies freely in the sky of the 5th demi-plane. After Melissa had enough fun, Zhao Yi asked Melissa to lower the flight altitude and observe the ground carefully. The area of the 5th demi-plane is so large that the more common terrain can be found in the 5th demi-plane. On a grassland, Zhao Yi found several populations of blue-scaled horses, with a number of more than 2,000. The blue-scaled horse is a magical beast that can reach the 3rd level at most, and it is quite suitable to be used to form a land cavalry unit. The land cavalry units of various kingdoms and empires on the origin continent, no matter how elite they are at most the 3rd level cavalry. 0 level cannon fodder, 1st level ordinary, 2nd level elite, 3rd level elite, 4th level professional is already the middle level of the professional class, at least the captain of the elite unit. It is almost impossible for a cavalry unit consisting of more than 100 4th level knights to appear on the origin continent. The population of blue-scaled horses in the 5th demi-plane will be artificially expanded next, in preparation for the territory to train its own knights in the future. The recruited knights will all provide their own mounts. Zhao Yi hopes to discover a flying magic beast population, and air cavalry is more important than land cavalry. If you can't find a flying magic beast population, You could only take out the flying mounts open from the treasure chest to breed and expand the population. Chapter 219. After a brief exploration of the number 5 demiplane, Zhao Yi returned to Zhaocheng and continued to summon the remaining 2 small demiplanes and 5 micro demiplanes and number them. The number 6 small demiplane has an area of about 134 square kilometers. It is a magic-free environment. The ground is made of ordinary rocks and cannot be used for agricultural cultivation. Zhao Yi feels that the number 6 demiplane is suitable for use as a warehouse in Zhaocheng. If it is used as a warehouse, the space door of the number 6 demiplane cannot be placed in this area. The small demiplane number 7 has an area of only 41 square kilometers. It is a high magic environment, but it is full of poisonous swamps, with a large number of highly poisonous magic plants growing and poisonous insects everywhere. If a second-level professional enters the demiplane number 7, he will die in it if he is not careful. Although the demiplane number 7 cannot be inhabited by people, it still has its uses. Poison has little killing effect on the undead, but it has a very large killing effect on the living. In the battles between the indigenous forces on the origin continent, there is no prohibition on the use of poison. As long as they can win the battle, any means can be used. With the toxic substances provided by the number 7 demiplane, Zhao Yi can order pharmacists to research and manufacture poisons, poison gas, etc. The number 8 microdemiplane is about 6.8 square kilometers, with a low magic environment, mountainous terrain, 2 lakes, and an area of nearly 1 square kilometer. Maybe the number 8 demiplane can be used to raise poultry and livestock. An idea came to Zhao Yi's mind. Raising ordinary poultry and livestock, or the kind that can be raised on a large scale, such as pigs, pheasants, etc. Micro demiplane number 9 is very small, only 258 square meters in size, and is probably suitable for use as a treasure room. Micro demiplane number 10 has an area of 1.2 square kilometers, and the surface is all water, dead water, and there are no living things in the water. Its purpose cannot be determined for the time being. Micro demiplane number 11 is about 730,000 square meters, with rocky ground, and is probably also suitable for use as a warehouse. Micro demiplane number 12 has an area of only a little more than 4,500 square meters, and the surface is all dry and hard brown soil. The 12th demiplane can be placed in Yicheng and used as a warehouse. A 4,500 square meter demiplane has some value, but it is not enough for professionals above level 5 to rob it. Useful demiplanes are waiting to find a place to place the space gate, and the demiplanes that are temporarily useless are put aside. A large number of indigenous forces, the player forces can't even get a micro demiplane, but Zhao Yi has several idle demiplanes in his hands. At least in terms of the number of demiplanes, Zhao Yi can match the first-class indigenous forces. But thinking about the large demiplanes with an area of more than 100,000 square kilometers, and the super-large demiplanes with an area of more than 10 million square kilometers, Zhao Yi's medium-sized demiplane of 26,000 square kilometers is not so attractive. 10 million square kilometers of land can support hundreds of millions of people even without natural mages. The foundation of those top indigenous forces is beyond imagination. There is no rush to place other demiplanes. Next, Zhao Yi plans to add another intermediate mage tower in Zhaocheng. In the morning, he opened the treasure chest and got 2 intermediate mage towers and 3 primary mage towers. Joanna and Ignaz are both 4-star talent 5th level mages. Zhao Yi plans to give the first authority of the 2 intermediate mage towers to them respectively. Outside, a 4th level mage is eligible to obtain a primary mage tower, and a 5th level mage is barely eligible to obtain an intermediate mage tower. Joanna and Ignaz have made great contributions to the development of the territory to this day. The other subordinates will not have any objections to handing over the 2 intermediate mage towers to Joanna and Ignaz. First came to the mage tower in the center of Zhaocheng. Joanna and Ignaz were resting in the mage tower. The physical strength and energy consumed by killing monsters last night have been restored to at least 80% by now. Joanna, this mage tower is now in your hands. Joanna nodded slightly, and just handed over the first authority of the mage tower. Given their relationship, there was no need to say more. Ignaz, who had always remained calm, smiled as he was about to have his own intermediate mage tower. Joanna was also very curious about the new intermediate mage tower. The group came to the southwest area of Zhaocheng, where Ignaz's intermediate mage tower would be placed. The undead army of Cemetery No. 1 usually attacked Zhaocheng from the south. Joanna's mage tower would mainly deploy a magic shield to protect Zhaocheng, while Ignaz's mage tower would mainly attack. When there is no need to deploy the magic shield, the two intermediate magic towers will attack together. If there is enough energy, the two intermediate magic towers can attack together and even destroy the 6th level professionals or 6th level undead. Given the situation of the void trading field, it can barely support the magic crystal consumption of the two intermediate magic towers during the war. Arriving at the predetermined location, Zhao Yi summoned an intermediate magic tower. The mini intermediate magic tower was placed on the ground and started up, quickly enlarging, and soon a tall magic tower about 23 meters high appeared in front of him. This intermediate wizard tower is basically the same as the intermediate wizard tower in the center of Zhaocheng. They are the same in height and size, and the tower body is made of the same material, both of which are silver blue. The two primary wizard towers that are still rotating in the 9 towns have the same internal and external structures, only the magic array of the wizard tower is slightly different. The two intermediate wizard towers in Zhaocheng are probably the same. After calling out the wizard tower spirit, Zhao Yi directly transferred the first authority to Ignaz, who led the way with joy, letting everyone see the difference between his wizard tower and Joanna's wizard tower. After entering the mage tower, all I saw were familiar scenes, and the interior decoration was exactly the same as Joanna's mage tower. If you want different decorations, you can only change them yourself. Soon, Ignaz learned the specific situation of his mage tower from the tower spirit, and his brows slightly frowned. Ignaz immediately reported the situation of his mage tower to Zhao Yi. My lord, compared with Miss Joanna's mage tower, my mage tower is more defensive and auxiliary. It can open a defense array of magic shields, a fog array that can cover the area around the mage tower, and an illusion array that can directly hide the area around the mage tower. Hearing Ignaz's words, Zhao Yi's eyes lit up. This magic tower is exactly what Zhaocheng needs. As the main city of the territory, Yicheng has started construction. Today, a first-level village can be built, and the construction of Yicheng, a small first-level city, will be completed in 1 month. Yicheng is the main city in the open, and the real main city of the territory, Zhaocheng, must find a way to hide it. The unique magic array of Ignaz's magic tower and Joanna's magic tower can hide Zhaocheng. Zhao Yi carefully asked Ignaz about the several defensive or auxiliary magic arrays of this magic tower, and discussed with Ignaz and Joanna, and soon the plan was finalized. Next, Ignaz's magic tower and Joanna's magic tower will swap positions. The magic tower with defense and auxiliary functions is most suitable to be placed in the center of Zhaocheng, effectively reducing energy consumption. Joanna's magic tower becomes mainly offensive, and it can be placed in the south of Zhaocheng. As for the magic array that Ignaz's magic tower opens daily to hide Zhaocheng, Zhao Yi chooses the illusion array. Relying on the energy automatically absorbed by the mage tower, it is possible to maintain the consumption of opening the illusion array. The illusion array will cover the entire Zhaocheng. Level 6 non-legal professionals cannot discover the existence of Zhaocheng, and can only see the scene displayed by the illusion array. If the level 6 magic professionals do not carefully investigate, they will not notice that this area is covered by the illusion array. In addition, the illusion array cannot hide the breath of living beings. The sensitivity of the undead to the breath of living beings is hundreds of times, or even more than that of human professionals. Zhaocheng is covered by the illusion array, which will not affect the undead siege. The illusion array is the most suitable array for Ignaz's magic tower to hide Zhaocheng. The mist array can also hide Zhaocheng, but the effect of the mist array is to generate a lot of mist in the surrounding area, blocking the line of sight and mental power exploration. The key is that an area covered by mist appeared on the bare ground. Obviously there is a problem here, which is more likely to attract the arrival of the indigenous strongmen. The mist array must not be used. The two intermediate magic towers here are to be moved. On the other side, in the new home of the Violet Sisters, Orina was the first to discover the changes in Zhaocheng. The intermediate magic tower is 23 meters high, and is the tallest building in Zhaocheng. The height of other buildings in Zhaocheng is generally no more than 10 meters. The intermediate magic tower can be seen in the courtyard. Not long after the second intermediate mage tower appeared in Zhaocheng, it was discovered by Orina, who came out of the house. She hurried into the house, and reported the discovery to Brittany. Miss, there is another mage tower in the city. It is very similar to the one in the center of the city. It seems to be an intermediate mage tower. Brittany was a little surprised when she heard it. It was a very magical thing for a city of the size of a first-level small city to have an intermediate mage tower. Now there is a second intermediate mage tower. Brittany suspected that Orina had seen it wrong, so she went to the courtyard to take a look herself, and indeed found the second intermediate wizard tower. This is impossible, Brittany murmured. Normally, a fourth-level wizard has a primary wizard tower, and a 6th level wizard can have an intermediate wizard tower. The difficulty and cost of building an intermediate wizard tower are more than 10 times higher than that of a primary wizard tower. Even in the capital of the Violet Kingdom, there are only 3 intermediate wizard towers. These 3 intermediate wizard towers are all owned by the Violet Kingdom and are allocated to the 6th level wizards, who are loyal to the Violet King. 2 intermediate mage towers appeared in a city of the size of a first-level small city. You should know that many large cities do not have an intermediate mage tower. Suddenly, Brittany felt that this brave lord of another world had many secrets. The lord had secrets, and she also had secrets. Brittany hoped that this lord with secrets would be stronger. She needed a safe place to practice and improve her strength. Time passed quickly, and the 2 intermediate mage towers exchanged positions. Ignaz's mage tower also had more mages move in. At noon, a luncheon to welcome Brittany, Angus, Garfit, Doyle, and a group of newly joined 4th-level professionals was held in the Lord's mansion. Territory leaders and other 4th-level professionals attended the luncheon. There were 4 level 5 professionals and 39 level 4 professionals in total. The territory was so powerful that the newcomers were surprised. The newcomers also knew that the Lord was a dragon knight, and the girl beside him was the Lord's dragon, also level 5. Level 5 dragon knights were almost invincible among level 5 professionals and level 5 undead. With outsiders present, Brittany was surprised, but only she knew how surprised she was in her heart. The strength of the Dragon Knight Lord and the strength of the territory far exceeded Brittany's expectations. Compared with some weak dukedoms on the Origin continent, Zhao Yi's territory only lacked a level 6 professional. It has only been 4 months since the hero from the other world appeared on the Origin continent. He started from level 0 and became a level 5 professional in 4 months. This speed is too fast. Can my strength also improve so quickly? Brittany was full of expectations, and at the same time, she wanted to understand this territory. After lunch, she would send Lucy or Arena to contact more people in Zhaocheng. At the end of lunch, Zhao Yi took out the water of life to reward all the newcomers, 3 drops per person. Looking at the small crystal bottles in her hands, each containing a drop of water of life, Brittany's surprise became even stronger. Zhao Yi gave out more than 60 drops of water of life at once, which was worth more than 1 million low-grade magic crystals. More importantly, even with 1 million low-grade magic crystals, it was impossible to buy so much water of life. Not even the Violet family could. This is the top-level life potion. The Lord has a tree of life in his hand. Along with the surprise, a strong sadness arose in Brittany's heart. If there had been more water of life a year earlier, her grandfather would have been saved, and she would not have needed to take her sister away from the capital. After lunch, Zhao Yi opened Brittany's attribute column, and the loyalty had risen to 63 points. Zhao Yi didn't care that Brittany's loyalty was rising slowly. There was still a long way to go. Even if Brittany was the princess of the kingdom, she couldn't escape his grasp. In Zhao Yi's eyes, 5-star talent was much more important than the princess's identity. In fact, Zhao Yi also knew that it was very unlikely that Brittany was the princess of the Violet Kingdom. Even if he didn't know the situation of the upper class of the kingdom, he could know that the Violet King was already hundreds of years old, and it was unlikely that he had a 17-year-old daughter at this time. It's time to kill monsters in the afternoon. This time, the target is a cemetery with a 5th-level undead. There is only 1 5th-level undead, and the monster killing team has 4 5th-level undead. It's another easy monster killing trip. The monster killing team is still the same combination as before, and it won't change for the time being. However, the members of the monster killing team will change after the newcomers integrate into the territory. Angus with 4-star assassin talent, Garfit with 4-star shield warrior talent, and Brittany with 5-star swordsman talent. These 3 newcomers are Zhao Yi's key training targets. The 4-star talent can grow to a 7th-level strongman at most, and the 5-star talent can grow to a legendary strongman. Only those with talent are worthy of being cultivated. When 1 or 2 new members join the monster killing team, Zhao Yi will help them level up quickly. I hope to form a monster killing team composed of professionals with 4-star or even 5-star talents in the future. At night, the Zhaocheng defenders gathered on the 4 sides of Zhaocheng's defense line. Brittany, who had just joined the territory, also came to her position, together with other 3rd-level warriors. Like other places, the Zhaocheng defenders had relatively few female warriors, especially the 3rd-level female warriors, who were even rarer. The 3rd-level female warrior and the 3rd-level male warrior are a perfect match. Many single 3rd-level male warriors have some ideas about Brittany, especially the single male warriors with 3-star talents. Brittany only shows her 3-star swordsman talent. However, when Brittany arrived, the male warriors who had ideas all gave up their ideas. Just from Brittany's appearance, they could feel that Brittany was extraordinary. Brittany, who was only 17 years old, but had reached a height of 1.72 meters, wore a full set of gorgeous female gold-level light armor. The actual defense was not worse than the gold-level heavy armor, which was considered the top gold suit. In her hand, she held a female platinum-grade long sword that was thinner and shorter than a normal long sword. With Brittany's heroic appearance and this set of gorgeous equipment, she looked like a Valkyrie on the battlefield. This equipment and this aura gave people the feeling that the children of nobles were training in the army. When the warriors of the same level saw it, they felt that they were not worthy of it, so they quickly killed that idea. Brittany didn't care about the eyes of others. She was still thinking about two things in her mind. Why did Xiaocheng have no city walls, and how many third-level professionals were under the command of this brave warrior from another world? Brittany couldn't imagine a city without walls, because only with the tall and solid walls could humans rely on the city to resist the massive amount of undead. Without walls, how could Xiaocheng be defended? However, Xiaocheng stood here well, and the number of third-level warriors around made Brittany understand why Xiaocheng, which had no walls, was not conquered by the undead. There were more than 50 third-level warriors gathered around her, and there were other professions on the other three lines of defense of Xiaocheng. The number of third-level professionals under the command of this brave lord of another world was at least 10 times the number of fourth-level professionals. Brittany had seen more third-, fourth-, and fifth-level professionals in the capital, but this was just a newly promoted third-class marquisate. A third-class marquis had so many fourth- and third-class professionals under his command, and there were 2 intermediate wizard towers in the main city of the territory. With such strength, it should not be a third-class marquisate, but at least a second-class marquisate, or even a first-class marquisate. The more she learned, the more curious Brittany was about the brave lord of the other world named Zhao Yi. At the 3rd hour of the night, a 4th-level golden skeleton led more than 40,000 low-level undead to attack Xiaocheng. Seeing this scene, Brittany had new doubts. A city with 4 5th-level and 39 4th-level warriors, only a 4th-level undead led tens of thousands of cannon fodder to attack the city. Before the battle began, an old 3rd-level warrior stood up and gave a quick explanation to the newcomers. I will only tell you once, and you listen carefully. The first battle you will face after joining the territory is about to break out. The attacking undead are a bit weak. This is the case in most cases when Xiaocheng faces undead sieges, but there are also special cases. We will talk about it later. Now let's talk about what to do in the current situation. We, the 3rd-level warriors, will follow the 4th-level warriors and rush into the army of undead, looking for 3rd-level undead to fight. Be careful not to separate too far from each other to avoid danger. Your first task is to eliminate the 3rd-level undead. Of course, if you are surrounded by undead below the 3rd level and cannot escape, you can also kill these undead below the 3rd level. When the 3rd-level undead and the undead army are almost eliminated, our first task is almost over, and the 2nd-level warriors behind will rush into the battlefield and fight with the 2nd-level undead. Our second task is to protect these 2nd-level warriors. Once a 2nd-level warrior is in danger, we must immediately rescue him. Do you understand? I understand. Although she didn't quite understand, Brittany followed the other newcomers and replied, I understand. The battle broke out, and the only 4th-level undead in the undead army was besieged by several 4th-level shooters. Brittany didn't know which 4th-level shooter had delivered the fatal blow. A dozen 4th-level warriors rushed into the battlefield first, followed by hundreds of 3rd-level warriors. Brittany followed her teammates and rushed into the battlefield together. There were no 4th-level undead on the battlefield. The 4th-level warriors were targeting the relatively high-level 3rd-level undead. They posed the greatest threat to their own 3rd-level warriors. If they were not careful, their 1st-level 3rd-level warriors would be killed instantly by the 3rd-level peak undead. The 3rd-level peak undead also killed the 4th-level human warriors in seconds. When the war broke out, the 3rd-level warriors dispersed and looked for 3rd-level undead in the undead army to fight. They would not let go of the undead below the 3rd level that surrounded them. With a wave of the long sword, they could sweep away a large number of them. Seeing her comrades getting more and more excited as they killed more and more, Brittany was very puzzled at first. When she killed a circle of undead that surrounded her in seconds, she felt the improvement of her strength and became excited. She killed the undead indiscriminately, but soon Brittany remembered what her predecessor said and began to look for 3rd-level undead to fight. Platinum weapon gold armor set, swordsman profession, Brittany, who is only level 30, met her first level 3 undead opponent, a level 35 skeleton, and killed it instantly. The weapons of the level 3 skeleton could not resist the platinum long sword in Brittany's hand. After destroying a level 3 undead, Brittany felt her strength substantially improved and immediately looked for the next target. Such a fast speed of strength improvement is something Brittany has never felt before. It's so cool. If she can do this every day, it only takes half a month for her to recover her peak strength, and it is possible to be promoted to level 4 in a month. The bottleneck of level 3 to level 4 does not exist for 5-star talent professionals. Kill, kill, kill. Brittany's crazy killing attracted the attention of many 4th level professionals, and Zhao Yi was paying attention to Brittany the moment she rushed into the battlefield. From Brittany's battle, Zhao Yi could feel that although the platinum weapon greatly increased Brittany's combat power, Brittany's own combat skills were not bad. After seeing Brittany's swordsman profession, Zhao Yi looked up the information and found that the swordsman should be a crystal level special profession, and the current king of the Violet Kingdom is a swordsman profession. Compared with the swordsman profession requires learning more knowledge. Without sufficient talent, being a swordsman profession will only reduce the speed of strength improvement. Chapter 220 179 Battles. You killed 216,952 undead. You lost 17 soldiers. Battle rating 3A, 12D, 64F. Points increased by 226.88%. Professional experience increased by 226.88%. Obtained 3 crystal treasure chests, 12 silver treasure chests, and 64 black iron treasure chests. Looking at the battle settlement page displayed on the light screen, Zhao Yi fell into deep thought. The problem that made Zhao Yi fall into deep thought was that he was supposed to get 9 gold treasure chests, but now all of them have become silver treasure chests, and the bonus of points and combat professional experience has been reduced. Zhao Yi recalled that when the territory was promoted from the first-class Viscount territory to the third-class Earl territory, the affiliated villages that could originally obtain silver treasure chests became bronze treasure chests, and now even black iron treasure chests. The affiliated towns that could obtain gold treasure chests now also become silver treasure chests. And the affiliated small towns built in the future can directly obtain platinum treasure chests. Platinum treasure chests are naturally better than gold treasure chests, but the key is that it takes too long to build a small town. Zhao Yi did not think about the gains and losses after being promoted to the third-class Marquis territory. There was no need. The territory had to be promoted, and the rules for obtaining treasure chests were not something he could change. He could only adapt to the rules as soon as possible. Shaking his head helplessly, the gold treasure chest was downgraded to a silver treasure chest, which means that the number of level 4 advanced stones obtained in the future will decrease, and the number of level 3 advanced stones obtained will increase. The bronze treasure chest was downgraded to a black iron treasure chest, which means that the number of level 2 advanced stones obtained in the future will decrease, and the number of level 1 advanced stones obtained will increase. Fortunately, the 3 crystal treasure chests did not change. As for the 9 gold treasure chests becoming 12 silver treasure chests, 3 of which are the 3 first-level villages newly established yesterday, which will be expanded into small cities in the future. Take a look at the points I got yesterday, 55.67 million, which is less than 5 million points compared to the points I got the day before yesterday. To get so many points, the 2 cemetery monster spawns yesterday were crucial, killing 2 5th-level undead and more than 24th-level undead, as well as more than 90,000 low-level undead. The basic points obtained by spawning monsters in the cemetery twice are much higher than the basic points obtained by spawning monsters in the territory last night. It's a pity that this way of getting points can only be done once every 3 days. The points bonus is too small in the 2 days without the undead siege. In addition, I don't know what changes will happen to the undead camp next because I keep going to the cemetery to spawn monsters. The second destiny dice has been consumed, and there is no need to save treasure chests. Zhao Yi clicks on treasure chest and opens the 3 crystal treasure chests one by one. The number of crystal cards in these 3 crystal treasure chests has reached 4. Choose 7 crystal cards. Level 4 Earth Mage Recruitment Scroll, Level 4 Lancer Recruitment Scroll, Fire Barrier Spell Scroll, Crystal Crossbow, Hurricane Warship, Advanced Smelting Plant, Level 3 Pegasus * 15. Select 7 Platinum cards. Level 3 Space Mage Recruitment Scroll, Level 3 Archer Recruitment Scroll * 3, Full set of wireless communication technology, Platinum Spear, Advanced Alchemical Bomb * 10, 2-star Talent Stone, Priest Job Transformation Scroll * 15. In addition, there are 2 good things in the gold cards. Level 4 Advanced Stone, Berserker Job Transformation Scroll. Of the 7 crystal cards and 7 platinum cards selected, Zhao Yi was most concerned about the 2 platinum cards, level 3 Space Mage Recruitment Scroll, and full set of wireless communication technology instead of the crystal cards. Space Mage, the core of the monster killing team. There is only one Space Mage, Ignaz, in Zhao Yi's territory, so there can only be one monster killing team. Now the second Space Mage is about to join Zhao Yi. When this Space Mage is promoted to the 4th level, he can form a monster killing team with this Space Mage as the core. 2 monster killing teams, for cemeteries a day. Zhao Yi's requirements for the second monster killing team are not high. As long as the number of monsters killed each time exceeds 10,000, adding a crystal treasure chest for Zhao Yi is enough. Although it is very likely that this 3rd level Space Mage has only 2-star talent, its value to Zhao Yi has reached the good stuff that comes out of a diamond card. 2-star talent is not a big deal. Zhao Yi still has a 3-star talent stone in his hand. As long as he has 3-star talent and follows the monster killing team to level up, it won't take long to advance from the 3rd level to the 4th level. With 2 monster killing teams in hand, more points, more combat professional experience, and a faster rate of territory strength improvement, the time it takes for Zhao Yi to advance to the 6th level will also be much shorter. This is the importance of the new Space Mage to Zhao Yi and the territory. A full set of wireless communication technology, whether wired or wireless, has already appeared on the Origin continent. The market of the Merchant Alliance has wireless communication technology in it, building a trading network covering the entire Origin continent. The main function of this trading network is trading, but it also has the function of instant messaging. It stands to reason that this is the internet of the other world, but there are very few functions, not even voice calls. I don't know what caused the market trading network to have so few functions. Wireless communication technology means fast transmission of information. For territories with multiple players, players are used as scouts to detect incoming enemies. Once an enemy is found, the information can be immediately transmitted back through the address book in the system panel, saving the time for the scouts to return to the territory. The save time allows the Lord to make more arrangements for the territory to face the incoming enemy. It is especially useful for seeking help from affiliated towns or villages. An earldom has a territory main city, affiliated towns, and affiliated villages. The teleportation array is relatively rare. At most, one can be placed in a town, and it is impossible to place it in a village. If there is a player in the village, any major event in the village can be quickly sent to the Lord, who will make the decision. The Zhao Yi territory, which has only one player, has a great disadvantage in information transmission compared to other player territories. Territories like Zhao Yi territory with only one player are too few. Not to mention those territories belonging to many player forces. Even the territories of individual player lords are basically based on families, and usually their relatives and friends are included in the territory. Zhao Yi's territory cannot quickly transmit information through the address book, so Zhao Yi can only focus on the wireless communication technology or wired communication technology developed by the indigenous people. However, there is no channel to buy it. Even if it can be purchased, the price will be very high. The value of the full set of wireless communication technology opened from the treasure chest is probably only slightly lower than the 3rd level Space Mage Recruitment Scroll in Zhao Yi's mind. This full set of wireless communication technology should also be developed by the indigenous alchemists. Although Zhao Yi cannot buy it, he knows a lot of information about the wireless communication technology and wired communication technology developed by the indigenous alchemists. The wireless communication technology in the game world is somewhat similar to that of Blue Star, both of which are a combination of base stations and terminals, except that the humans on Blue Star use science and technology, while the natives of the Origin continent use magic power, but they have the same goal. Base stations under magic power. Silver level small base stations have a signal coverage range of 5 to 10 kilometers. Gold level medium-sized base stations have a signal coverage range of 50 to 100 kilometers. Crystal level large base stations have a signal coverage range of 500 to 1000 kilometers. And epic level super large base stations have a signal coverage range of 5000 to 10,000 kilometers. This coverage area with a diameter of more than 10,000 kilometers is very terrifying. You should know that the farthest distance between the two ends of the Blue Star country is only a little more than 5,000 kilometers. A super large base station can easily cover the entire country. However, Blue Star is a planet. Even if there is such a base station, it cannot be placed on the ground of Blue Star. At most, it can be hung in the sky. Not only Zhao Yi attaches importance to information transmission, but also the major empires and kingdoms on the Origin continent attach importance to information transmission, especially during wars. The market can also quickly transmit information, but no indigenous country will rely on a channel controlled by another force for such an important matter. Therefore, most indigenous countries on the origin continent have their own information transmission networks, which basically use wireless communication technology developed by alchemists. Each country has a wireless communication network, but it is rarely seen in the private sector, let alone popularized to civilians. The most important issue is cost. The most basic small base station, although silver level, has an actual manufacturing cost no less than top-level gold-level equipment. Such small base stations are usually placed in a city for use, covering an area of about 80 to 300 square kilometers. If small base stations can be manufactured, personal terminals can also be manufactured. A personal terminal is actually a handheld micro base station that transmits information to and from a fixed base station. The most basic personal terminal is also silver level and can be used in the area covered by the small base station signal. Its cost is far less than that of a small base station, but it also costs more than 1,000 low-grade magic crystals. A silver-level personal terminal can buy the cheapest gold equipment, and the gold equipment corresponds to a fourth-level professional. Although there are already 39 fourth-level professionals in Zhao Yi's territory, the number of fourth-level professionals in a normal third-class marquise is unlikely to exceed 10. Just as Brittany thought before, Zhao Yi's territory only lacks a sixth-level professional to be comparable to other weak dukedoms. In a dukedom, there are only dozens of fourth-level professionals on hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of land. In the capital of the Violet Kingdom, the number of Tier 4 professionals would never exceed 300. The cheapest personal terminal is so expensive that many Tier 4 professionals would not buy it even if they could afford it. They would rather buy equipment to increase their own strength, not to mention professionals below Tier 4. The price makes wireless communication technology almost exclusive to national forces, and each indigenous country will not allow other forces to place base stations within their own country, except for the market of the Merchant Alliance. Judging from the situation in Zhao Yi's territory, at least one gold-level medium-sized base station must be placed. The manufacturing cost of a medium-sized base station is estimated to be close to 100,000 low-grade magic crystals, and the cost of a gold-level personal terminal that can be used freely within the coverage of the medium-sized base station signal is also over 10,000 low-grade magic crystals. Wireless communication is a necessity for Zhao Yi's territory, and the price is within Zhao Yi's affordable range. There is an advanced alchemy workshop in the territory, and a third-level alchemist is in charge, which can barely refine gold-level props. While Zhao Yi was thinking about the wireless communication network, he opened the remaining silver treasure chests and black iron treasure chests. He opened the black iron treasure chests 10 times in a row, and was very lucky to get 10 level 1 advancement stones twice. At the meeting after breakfast, Zhao Yi and his subordinates discussed the 4 important matters of Yicheng construction: the development of the 5th half-plane, the recruitment of personnel, and the construction of wireless communication networks. Yesterday, a level 1 village was built at the construction site of Yicheng. There were more than 1,200 people in the village, most of whom were professionals. Today, Zhao Yi will mobilize a large number of earth magicians to the construction area of Yicheng, and use mud to build a city wall of the scale of a third-level small city to wrap the first-level village. This is the second step of Yicheng construction. Tomorrow, a large number of houses will be built in Yicheng for the residents, who migrate to Yicheng to live in. This is the third step. The construction of Yicheng is proceeding in an orderly manner. The 5th half-plane was placed yesterday. Yesterday, some areas have been explored and planned. Today, roads can be built in the planned areas to build towns and villages, and tomorrow people can be migrated to the 5th half-plane. The construction of Zhaocheng, Yicheng, and the development of the 5th half-plane all require a large number of earth mages. Today, Zhao Yi will recruit additional earth mages. The territory is developing rapidly, and the earth mages have made great contributions. The recruitment of personnel is mainly needed by Zhaocheng. Yesterday, the population increased by 10,000, and today it will continue to increase by 10,000. In 12 days, the population will increase by 120,000, which is a condition for promotion to the second-class marquise. As for the construction of wireless communication networks, Elliot, Cece, and others also understand the importance of communication networks to the territory, and they must be built at a huge cost. At the meeting, everyone also discussed whether it was possible to reduce costs or improve the efficiency of wireless communication networks. For example, abandoning the gold-level medium-sized base station and choosing to use the silver-level small base station with lower manufacturing costs, and then connecting multiple small base stations in parallel to cover the entire territory, and the price of silver-level personal terminals is relatively low. After analyzing the pros and cons of the two plans, it was finally decided to directly build a medium-sized base station. The latter has more base stations and more troubles. In terms of numbers alone, it takes 100 small base stations to achieve the signal coverage range of a medium-sized base station. After the meeting, Zhao Yi came to the teleportation array to recruit after waiting for the guides to gather. A 4th-level Earth Mage and a 4th-level Spearman. The number of 4th-level professionals under Zhao Yi has reached 41. Following closely, the Space Mage Fei Jin walked out of the teleportation array with his family. Name, Fei Jin. Gender, male. Age, 47. Profession, level 30 Space Mage. Talent, Space Mage 2 stars / Command 1 star. Skills, loyalty, 80. Looking at Fei Jin's information, it was almost the same as Zhao Yi guessed, only a 2-star Space Mage talent. It seems that the 3-star talent stone in his hand will be used by Fei Jin. In fact, this 3-star talent stone has several intended users, one of whom is Joanna's younger brother Jay, who only has a 2-star swordsman talent. Compared with the diamond level 4-star talent stone, the crystal level 3-star talent stone is more likely to be opened from the treasure chest for Zhao Yi. After all, diamond treasure chests are difficult to obtain, and crystal treasure chests can harvest at least 2 every day. If the second monster-killing team is formed, more crystal treasure chests can be harvested every day. There are many people around the teleportation array, so Zhao Yi did not immediately give the 3-star talent stone to Fei Jin to use. Let's find time today. Originally, Zhao Yi thought Brittany would be the first new member of the monster-killing team, but now it will become Fagin, and Zhao Yi is more confident in Fagin's loyalty. Overnight, Brittany's loyalty increased a little, reaching 64 points. In a month at most, the second monster-killing team with Fagin as the core can be formed, perhaps the 4th monster-killing team under the command of the Blue Star Lord players, or the 5th or 6th. At least at this stage, there are already 2 other monster-killing teams active on the Origin continent. According to what Zhao Yi learned from the forum, the second monster-killing team was in Chengjian, the strongest territory under the official jurisdiction of Chen State, and the third monster-killing team was in Andre, the strongest territory under the official jurisdiction of Shilan State. The core space mages of the 2 monster-killing teams were all native professionals recruited by the Lord players, and the other members of the 2 monster-killing teams were all combat professional players. Cheng Jin and Andre, as lords, were both members of the monster-killing teams. Cheng Jin, who was already level 44, firmly occupied the first place in the comprehensive professional level list, and Andre, who was level 43, was third. If he continued to kill monsters, he would be promoted to second place in no time. The 2 monster-killing teams were formed not long ago. Cheng Jin's team was only 9 days old, and Andre's team was only 6 days old. Given Cheng Jin's situation, it is estimated that he will face a powerful army of undead attacking the city in the next few days. Perhaps because of the appearance of the second space mage under his command, Zhao Yi was in a good mood, and he didn't want to see Cheng Jin being severely damaged by the undead army, so he directly sent a private message to Cheng Jin through the forum. Please note that frequent visits to the cemetery to kill monsters will trigger a more powerful army of undead to attack the city. There is a high possibility that dozens of 4th-level undead will appear, and the possibility of 5th-level undead appearing is extremely low. Cheng Jin saw Zhao Yi's warning when he was browsing the forum during lunch. After seeing Zhao Yi's warning, Cheng Jin didn't even have lunch and immediately called his men to a meeting. This was a warning from the strongest player. Zhao Yi was also the first to form a monster-killing team to kill monsters in the cemetery. Cheng Jin attached great importance to Zhao Yi's warning. Even Zhao Yi said that the powerful undead army, which contained dozens of 4th-level undead, could resist the undead army with his own strength if it attacked the main city of his territory, but his own losses would definitely not be small. At the temporary meeting led by Cheng Jin proposed 2 issues that needed to be resolved. One was facing the powerful undead army that might attack at any time, and the other was how to avoid such a powerful undead army. In fact, Cheng Jin had already felt that there were some changes in the cemetery closest to the main city, and it was suspected that higher-level undead appeared. Cheng Jin did not send a 4th-level assassin into the cemetery for investigation, fearing that he would not be able to return after entering. With Zhao Yi's warning, Cheng Jin and his men were sure that the changes in the cemetery should be caused by the monster-killing team going to the cemetery continuously to kill monsters. By analyzing more things, Cheng Jinling can be more prepared when facing the powerful army of undead that may attack at any time. As for the second item of the temporary meeting, there is only one way to choose, which is to choose a cemetery where monsters are spawned as far away from the territory as possible. Of course, there is also a second way, which is to reduce the frequency of going to the cemetery to spawn monsters. After experiencing the greatly increased combat professional experience and points due to spawning monsters, as well as more crystal treasure chests, this method is definitely not something I want to choose. Only by experiencing monster farming in person can you truly know how much the Lord player can gain from monster farming. Thinking about the fact that Zhao Yi started monster farming more than a month earlier than them, Zhao Yi's territory was originally stronger than Cheng Jin's territory. When Cheng Jin formed a monster farming team to go to the cemetery to farm monsters, the gap between the two territories became even more exaggerated. However, Zhao Yi was invisible on the ranking, and outsiders could not understand the situation of Zhao Yi's territory, and did not know the specific gap between the two sides. Cheng Jin naturally would not tell others about the benefits of monster farming. The Shilan official, who was a member of the Anti-Chen Alliance, felt that Zhao Yi was powerful, so he revealed some of the monster farming matters to the outside world. That strongest player is way ahead of us. We must find a way to destroy him. Other player forces in the Anti-Chen Alliance learned about the huge benefits of monster farming. On the one hand, they tried to destroy Zhao Yi, who was far ahead, and on the other hand, they also tried to join the ranks of monster farming in the cemetery. At least until now, Zhao Yi has not seen any posts on the forum about players obtaining the Space Mage Transfer Scroll. Perhaps the Space Mage Transfer Scroll in Zhao Yi's hand is the first and only one in the hands of a player. If you can't get the Space Mage Transfer Scroll, then you can train and recruit the native Space Mages. There are hundreds or thousands of player territories under the major player forces, and half of them are territories that only recruit natives, so you can definitely recruit a few Space Mages. Among these Space Mages, there are a few with 3-star talents, and those with 2-star talents can also improve their talents through 3-star talent stones. Zhao Yi knows that there will be more and more teams going to the cemetery to kill monsters in the future, but he doesn't know whether those territories that form monster-killing teams can withstand the counterattack of the undead. With Cheng Jinling's strength, even without his own warning, he should be able to resist the incoming undead army. At most, there will be more casualties. The player territories after Cheng Jinling are not sure. If you are not careful, you will suffer heavy losses. If you are not careful again, the territory will be directly destroyed. You should know that the player territories that can form a monster-killing team are basically in the top 100 of the rankings. They are either second-class Earl territories or first-class Earl territories. They are the strongest territories among various player forces. If such a territory is severely damaged or even destroyed, it will definitely be a huge blow to this player force. The competition between Chen players and the Anti-Chen Alliance has never stopped. Zhao Yi no longer cares whether the overall strength of the Blue Star player camp increases or decreases. At most, he will take care of Chen players. Players outside Chen can die. The growth of one's own strength and the development of the territory are the most important. Zhao Yi feels that the current strength of his territory may be stronger than the top 10 in the territory combat power list. There should not be as many 4th-level professionals as 10 territories combined, but other player territories do not have 5th-level professionals, but Zhao Yi's territory has 4. Chapter 221. Zhao Yi's territory had just been promoted to the 3rd-class Marquisate, and he planned to be promoted to the 2nd-class Marquisate in 12 days. According to the territory's expansion direction and area, a new wave of letters of persuasion to move were sent out by the air cavalry. A total of 3 air cavalry teams were sent out, each consisting of 100 air cavalry, led by the 3rd-class air cavalry, and the number of 2nd-class air cavalry and 1st-class air cavalry was almost half and half. Yesterday morning, Zhao Yi opened a large number of flying mounts from the treasure chest. After all those flying mounts are consumed, the territory's air cavalry force will exceed 800. 5 4th-order griffins were also opened from the treasure chest and requisitioned by the monster-killing team. Compared with the 3rd-order griffins, the 4th-order griffins have a faster flying speed, which reduces the travel time of the monster-killing team. Just like the last time of persuading them to move, this time, the player lords of Chen Country and foreign player lords are still treated differently. As long as the player lords of Chen Country are willing to move their territory as soon as possible, Zhao Yi can give them a moving fee. The 3rd-class Baron receives 100 low-grade magic crystals, the 2nd-class Baron receives 200, the 1st-class Baron receives 400, the 3rd-class Viscount receives 1,000, the 2nd-class Viscount receives 2,000, and the 1st-class Viscount receives 4,000. The third-class earldoms above it cost as much as 10,000 low-grade magic crystals. However, Zhao Yi felt that once the territory reached the third-class earldom, it would basically not be moved. On the one hand, the third-class earldoms mostly had backers, and could ask for help from the forces behind them, believing that they could resist Zhao Yi's means. On the other hand, when the territory reached the third-class earldom, coupled with the fact that the undead siege changed from once a day to once every 3 days, the income of the Lord player was greatly reduced. If the territory was moved, the development speed would be very slow. It would take a very long time to restore the peak, and it would also be easy to have accidents. Even for territories below the earldom, most of them are unwilling to move their territories. The Lord players try their best to maintain the survival and development of their territories. The moving expenses given to the Lords of Chen players are unlikely to exceed 20,000 low-grade magic crystals. For Zhao Yi, it is just a small amount of money. We are all Chen people, so we should give each other face. Seeing the 100-horse air cavalry unit coming to deliver the letter, the Lord players, who have persisted until today, cannot fail to see that Zhao Yi is showing the power of his territory. If you don't move when I pay you to, I have to use force next time. Basically, only the Earl Lords think they have the strength to resist Zhao Yi's means, and are determined not to move their territories. For foreign player lords, Zhao Yi doesn't just use the undead to destroy the territories. The rules of the undead siege have changed. In order to destroy the territories of foreign players, as soon as possible, Zhao Yi can only send out most of the assassins in the territories. The more actions you take, the more likely it is that accidents will occur. So Zhao Yi also sent a moving letter to the foreign player lords. If they are willing to move, Zhao Yi is too lazy to do it. After sending out the letter persuading him to move, Zhao Yi discovered something that surprised him. One of the lords, Li Yinsong, was a first-class Viscount territory, which was an official territory of Chen State. Li Yinsong wrote back to Zhao Yi, explaining his identity, and saying that he needed to report to the higher authorities first, and the higher authorities would decide whether to keep his territory or not. Li Yinsong's territory was only a first-class Viscount territory, and it was a long way to go before he could be promoted to a third-class Earl territory. The Chen State officials and major player forces made the same decision to merge weak territories into powerful territories. One of the important reasons was that the number of qualified players available for recruitment had dropped sharply. The powerful territories under the command are still developing, and there is a lack of qualified players to fill the territory population. The most appropriate method is to merge the relatively weak territories under the command into the powerful territories. If a territory can develop to occupy millions of square kilometers of land, it will be no problem to accept all the players of Chen country. In the early stage, the more territories under the command of the player forces, the better. Now, all major player forces choose the higher the quality, the better. After receiving the news from Li Yinsong, the official of Chen country quickly made 2 decisions. Within 3 days, Li Yinsong's territory was merged with a second-class earldom in the central region, and Li Yinsong was asked to find a way to obtain information about the territory of the Chen country player. Facing the unknown player lord of Chen country, the official of Chen country chose to take a small step back, showing the magnanimity of the official of Chen country. In Zhaocheng, in the new home of the Violet Sisters, Brittany has finished her rest and is practicing in the practice room. As a member of the territory army, Brittany is still practicing at home. This is a very normal situation, just because of Brittany's talent. Brittany shows the talent of a 3-star swordsman on the surface. There are only more than 50 professionals with 3-star talents in the entire territory. 3-star talent has the potential to become a 5th-level professional, which is a mid-level professional. A 2-star talent can only become a 3rd-level professional at best, which is a low-level professional. Therefore, as long as a professional reaches a 3-star talent, even if he has not yet been promoted to the 4th level, he will get some privileges in the indigenous forces, and the same is true for Zhao Yi. Except for the 3-star talent professionals who have positions and tasks, the remaining 3-star talent professionals can arrange their time freely, or rest with their families, or practice, or stroll around the city. Most warrior professionals will not practice in their spare time. Destroying the undead on the battlefield can improve their cultivation, experience, and combat skills faster. Although there is a lot of free time, if all the free time is used, the cultivation improvement in 3 days is not more than 1/10 of the improvement in one battle. This was not the first time Brittany had killed the undead. When she lived in the capital, she had the opportunity to kill the undead. However, killing the undead in the capital would only improve her combat skills, and would not improve her cultivation. However, she did it in her first battle under Zhao Yi. In just one battle, Her cultivation improved significantly, almost equivalent to the effect of half a month of cultivation in the past. If there was a battle like this every day, Brittany felt that she would only need 1 month to be promoted to the 4th level. However, the undead siege has changed. In the past, there was in siege once a day, but now there is in siege once every 3 days. There is a battle every 3 days, and it takes 3 months to advance to the 4th level. Under normal circumstances, if Brittany cultivates herself, it will take about 4 years to advance from the initial 3rd level to the 4th level. A tenfold difference. After a battle, Brittany understood why the heroes of the other world grow so fast. It has only been 4 months since they came to the origin continent, and there are 5th level professionals. God is so good to these heroes of the other world. They can improve their cultivation by destroying the undead. If they, the natives, can also improve their cultivation by destroying the undead, even if they cannot destroy the undead camp, they will suppress the undead camp instead of being surrounded by the undead camp in one city after another. This is very unfair to the natives of the origin continent, but Brittany believes in the God of creation and life who summoned the hero from another world, and dares not have any distracting thoughts about God. Brittany, like other natives, even believes that God is very disappointed with them, so he summoned the hero from another world and gave him a way to quickly improve his strength. Now, as a member of the hero lord from another world, Brittany has also been blessed by God, and can quickly improve her cultivation by destroying the undead. Praise God. Brittany didn't think too much about how much influence the heroes from another world would have on the situation of the origin continent in the future. It didn't matter to her. She only wanted to quickly improve her cultivation and strength. After a battle, her cultivation was greatly improved, but Brittany still calmed down to practice. She has a 5-star talent, and her normal cultivation speed is much faster than that of a 3-star talent. While destroying the undead to improve her cultivation, she can't stop practicing herself, so that she can become a strong person faster. In order to take revenge, Brittany worked hard to practice. Meanwhile, Fei Jean, a level 3 space mage who had just joined the territory, received a call from the Lord. Under the guidance of a maid, Fei Jean came to the Lord's mansion and met the Lord for the 2nd time. Fei Jean felt that the Lord had a huge power, and the Lord's rank must be more than level 4. I don't know what the Lord wants to do by summoning me here so quickly. Fei Jean was a little confused. Including you, I only have 2 space mages under my command. The other space mage lives in the mage tower in the center of the city. He is already a level 5 space mage. You can also live and practice in this mage tower in the future. The magical power of the space mage is very important to all forces, and even more important to me, but your talent is still a little lacking. This is a 3-star talent stone, a gift from God, which can 100% increase the 2-star talent of a professional to 3-star, without any side effects. After your talent is improved, you need to be promoted to the 4th level as soon as possible to make more contributions to the territory. Speaking of this, Zhao Yi gave the 3-star talent stone to Fei Jean, and Fei Jean was already shocked by the words of the Lord. The Lord has another space mage under his command. He is already at level 5. Great, I hope to have a chance to get guidance from that Lord. My talent is still too poor. What? A magical item that can improve talent? The Lord just gave it to me who just joined the territory. When Fei Jean calmed down a little, his space mage talent had been upgraded from 2 stars to 3 stars. Fei Jean could feel the changes in his body more clearly. This feeling was really amazing. I will serve the Lord till death. Fei Jean excitedly said his oath to Zhao Yi again. The light screen in front of Zhao Yi showed that Feigen's loyalty had soared from 80 points to 95 points. He was a little emotional. It would be great if Brittany's loyalty could also rise so quickly. Brittany had only joined the territory for 1 day, and Zhao Yi knew too little about her. If he knew about Brittany's situation, he might be able to cater to her needs and improve Brittany's loyalty more efficiently. Time passed quickly, and there was only 1 hour left before dark. Zhao Yi brought Melissa to the East City under construction. Walking out of the teleportation array, the first thing you see is the 16-meter-high primary mage tower in the center of the village or the city. The first authority of this primary mage tower is still in Zhao Yi, and the second authority is given by Zhao Yi to the 4th-level water mage Tai. At this stage, there will be 2 4th-level professionals in Yicheng. Tai is one of them, and the other is the Yicheng garrison officer, the double 3-star command shield warrior Lowry. As for the governor of Yicheng, it is Andrew, a 3-star management talent official, one of the first 3-star talent officials recruited by Zhao Yi, and has long served as Cece's deputy. Zhao Yi felt more at ease with Andrew and Lori in charge of Yicheng, not to mention that there was a teleportation array. Once there was a problem in Yicheng, he could quickly go to Yicheng to solve it. In the current Yicheng, the housing construction area only occupies the scope of a first-level village. Looking into the distance, after almost a day of construction, with the efforts of hundreds of earth magicians, the third-level small city-level city wall is almost completed. The temporary city wall of Yicheng is different from the city wall of Zhaocheng built earlier to resist heavy rain and floods. At that time, the city wall of Zhaocheng was 10 meters wide at the bottom and 10 meters high, while the city wall of Yicheng, which is about to be completed, is only 8 meters wide at the bottom and 8 meters high. At that time, Zhaocheng was already a second-level small city, and this place was only a third-level small city-scale city wall. The length of the wall was very different, and the overall amount of work was even more different, so the construction speed of Yicheng city wall was very fast. In the construction of Yicheng, there is one aspect that needs to be focused on. Yicheng is the main city of Zhao Yi territory. Not only will the indigenous forces enter here, but Zhao Yi will even consider allowing players to enter and let the foreign indigenous people and players settle in Yicheng. Once outsiders pour in, Yicheng needs to consider many things, such as public security, safety law, business trade, etc. Zhao Yi left these things to his subordinates to think about. After Yicheng was built, it was impossible to let outsiders settle here immediately. This place was not very famous, so there was enough time to think and implement. Standing on the built city wall, Zhao Yi looked in the direction of Morris City. He didn't know whether the Morris family knew that a new city was being built here. Even if the Morris family didn't know, Zhao Yi would let the Morris family know as soon as possible, and send another exchange group to Morris City tomorrow to tell the Morris family about the construction of a new main city in their territory. The reason for building a new main city is also very simple. The area where the old main city is located has limited suitable land, and cannot be used for the main city to continue to expand, so a new place is chosen to build a new main city. Whether the Morris family believes it or not, as long as Zhao Yi appears in Yicheng, it is enough. For the Morris family, Zhao Yi, the brave warrior from another world, is obviously more important. Wherever Zhao Yi is, it is the main city of the territory. No one can believe that in the real main city of Zhao Yi's territory, there are 2 intermediate wizard towers alone, and 7 small and medium-sized demi-planes. Most of the cities controlled by the aboriginals are not as good as Zhaocheng. At night, Zhao Yi wrote the player number on the invitation again. Tomorrow is the 11th opening of the Void Trading Field. In name, it will hold a small trade fair and auction. Moreover, after the 10th opening, Zhao Yi will only issue 30 invitations for free this time, all of which are provided to sellers. However, before the Void Trading Field was opened, a large number of invitations were issued. Thousands of aboriginal forces, player forces, and individual players have obtained the VIP status of the Void Trading Field. They can enter the Void Trading Field every time it is open. As a result, the nominally small trade fairs and auctions have rapidly become medium-sized. The Void Trade Field does not lack buyers, but sellers. The more sellers and items that can be traded in the Void Trade Field, the better. The original plan to disappear before being promoted to the second-class Marquis was postponed because the promotion to the second-class Marquis would be faster. A new batch of Void Trade Field employees are being trained quickly. Perhaps because the defense measures of the Void Trade Field are too perfect, after that medium-sized auction, the number of indigenous forces that want to destroy the Void Trade Field has greatly decreased. But Zhao Yi dared not relax at all. He would rather consume more magic crystals than let outsiders find opportunities to destroy the Void Trade Field. It took only 4 months to go from a third-class Baron territory to a third-class Marquis territory. The development speed was very fast, and a lot of magic crystals were consumed for rapid development. In fact, the consumed magic crystals were mostly used to improve the territory's strength. Purchased a large amount of military supplies from the outside world, purchased raw materials for refining alchemical tools and preparing potions, purchased skill books or skill inheritance stones for advanced professionals, etc. Weapons and equipment are no longer purchased from the outside world. From ordinary to gold-level weapons and equipment, the alchemy workshop in the territory can refine them, but the higher the level, the lower the output, the greater the consumption, and a large amount of raw materials need to be purchased from the outside world. Yesterday morning, I opened the treasure chest and obtained several micro and small magic material veins. They are not precious, but the territory no longer needs to buy these materials from the outside world for the time being, but it is still a long way from the day of self-sufficiency. At present, the alchemy workshop mainly produces black iron and bronze weapons and equipment, and silver and gold weapons and equipment are mainly obtained by Zhao Yi opening treasure chests. With the downgrade of gold treasure chests to silver treasure chests, the number of gold weapons and equipment obtained in a short period of time will also be greatly reduced. The void trading field is Zhao Yi's most important way to make money, but on the forum, Zhao Yi saw many posts offering rewards for the location and information of his territory. A large number of low-level players hope to get rich by finding Zhao Yi's territory. The appearance of other monster-killing teams made many player forces in the Anti-Chen Alliance understand how exaggerated the strength of Zhao Yi's territory is, and they can't wait to destroy Zhao Yi's territory. It is not feasible for the aboriginal forces to destroy Zhao Yi's territory through the void trading field for the time being. The only way is to let the low-level players, and even the aboriginal forces, find the location of Zhao Yi's territory through rewards. As the territory develops, Zhao Yi also understands that his territory will be exposed to the Blue Star players one day, but Zhao Yi wants to postpone this time as much as possible, and when the territory has enough strength, it doesn't matter if it is exposed. Now the major player forces of the Anti-Chen Alliance are paying more attention to Zhao Yi's territory, which means that the exposure time may move forward. The Chenin plan can allow the major player forces of the Anti-Chen Alliance to shift their attention and focus more on competing with the Chen country player camp. Therefore, Cheng Jinling could not allow too many casualties during the siege of the undead army, which would cause a significant drop in strength, and continue to lead the Chen players to compete with the Anti-Chen Alliance. You won 2 battles. You killed 94,715 undead. You lost 0 soldiers. Battle rating A. Points increased by 140%. Professional experience increased by 140%. Obtained 2 crystal treasure chests yesterday. I got more than 27 million points from the 2 cemetery monster spawns, which is almost half of the day before yesterday. This score is a very large number for other Lord players, even Cheng Jin who is right behind him, but it is not enough for Zhao Yi. Just recruiting 32nd level and 71st level Earth Mages, a total of 100 Earth Mages, requires more than 16 million points, and 27 million points are not enough for even 2 recruitments. The Lord player who recruited the most Earth Mages is Zhao Yi. Because Zhao Yi recruited a large number of Earth Mages, the points required for recruiting Earth Mages continue to rise. Earth Mages are also important to other Lord players. As they recruit more Earth Mages are one of the professions with the most points increase. Zhao Yi can still afford the points required for recruitment now. When the recruitment points are too high to bear in the future, Zhao Yi should use the points to recruit higher level professionals, and then use the points to buy skill books, skill inheritance stones, treasures, and other things from the points mall. Open 2 crystal treasure chests. Select 5 crystal cards. Platinum leather armor *3, level 3 swordsman recruitment scroll *15, medium teleportation array *3, advanced mana potion *10, archer transfer scroll *188. Select 6 platinum cards. Level 5 advanced stone, level 3 wind mage recruitment scroll, platinum spear, group healing scroll *4, level 3 assassin recruitment scroll *4, small alchemical airship. Among the 11 cards, the most valuable one is the level 5 advanced stone, and the other things are just ordinary to Zhao Yi. However, for other Lord players, those Lord players with average luck, the crystal card will open 100,000 gold coins, and the platinum card will open 100,000 kilograms of white bread. After finally getting a crystal treasure chest, other Lord players must be very depressed when these things are opened. These things are also valuable enough, but compared with the ordinary things Zhao Yi opened, the value is undoubtedly very different. In Zhao Yi's eyes, ordinary things are already good things in the eyes of other Lord players, but Zhao Yi is not satisfied and looks forward to the arrival of the next Destiny dice. At 7:30 in the morning, the Void Trading Field opened on time. The guests who entered the Void Trading Field through the first batch of 100 invitations were detained in place, and the staff immediately checked the storage equipment brought into the Void Trading Field by the guests. In just 2 minutes, the inspection was completed, and there was not even a single suspicious item. The natives and players who entered the Void Trading Field were afraid of trouble, and had no intention of destroying the Void Trading Field. They would deal with items that might be considered suspicious. The first 2 batches of guests entering the Void Trading Field were full of 100 groups, and the number of guests in the subsequent 2 batches had dropped to 80 groups. The number of guests in the 5th and 6th batches dropped significantly. There are thousands of people with VIP status in the Void Trading Field, but it is just a small trade fair and auction, and the number of traded items is only about 300. Many players and forces came back empty-handed, wasting an invitation letter, and now they cannot get a free invitation letter. Therefore, the Void Trading Field was open for the 11th time, with only more than 600 groups of guests and less than 100 sellers. The main reason is that the rules of the undead siege have changed. The chance of getting good things has not changed much for individual player lords, who get a wave of treasure chests every 3 days, but the time has been greatly extended, and individual player lords with VIP status have nothing to sell. With the number of individual player lords, there are naturally a lot of good things. If you want to let more sellers enter the void trading field, the rules for issuing invitations should be changed. Issue more free invitations, only for sellers. Chapter 222. Level 5 Dragon Knight Zhao Yi, Level 5 Silver Dragon Melissa, Level 5 Wind Mage Joanna, Level 5 Space Mage Ignaz, Level 4 Assassin Melior, Level 4 Priest Randall, Level 4 Shield Warrior Rival, Level 3 Space Mage Fei Jean. Fei Jean officially became a new member of the monster killing team. When Fei Jean is promoted to Level 4, the second monster killing team will be formed with Fei Jean as the core. Melior and Rival will join the second monster killing team. 4-star talent Assassin Angus and 4-star talent Shield Warrior Garfit became new members of Zhao Yi's monster killing team, but Garfit was Level 4, while Angus was Level 3, so he also needed to find time to help Angus kill monsters and upgrade. Zhao Yi really wanted to form a monster killing team composed of all 4-star or 5-star professionals. Currently, he only needed a 4-star priest. Fei Jean, who had only joined the territory for 1 day, had not yet experienced the attack of the undead army on Zhaocheng, nor had he personally experienced the pleasure of killing the undead to improve his cultivation. Before taking Fei Jean to the cemetery to kill monsters, Zhao Yi asked Libel to explain it to Fei Jean. Libel and Fei Jean walked aside, and Libel carefully explained to Fei Jean the two things of killing the undead to improve his cultivation, and going to the cemetery to kill a large number of undead. Fei Jean could understand the words. When the monster killing team came to a cemetery and started to kill monsters, Fei Jean personally killed some undead and truly experienced the pleasure of killing monsters. After killing monsters in the cemetery, Fei Jean's level 31 experience bar took a big step forward. With such a rapid improvement in strength, Fei Jean naturally understood that it was brought by the Lord. There were only 8 people in the whole team. 4 of them were level 5, 3 of them were level 4, and he was the only one at level 3. Fei Jean's loyalty rose by 2 points again, and it was not far from the full value of 100 points. At night, which was not the night for the undead to attack the city, the undead army attacked Chengjian Lord City. Chengjian Lord had never relaxed his vigilance against the undead. Because of Zhao Yi's reminder, he increased his efforts to detect the outside world at night. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yi had just reminded him yesterday, and the undead army came tonight. The first and second waves of the undead army were relatively easy to deal with. The third and fourth waves were a little more difficult, and the pressure on Chengjian Lord City was still not great. The fifth wave of the undead army had 42 4th level undead, and the pressure increased sharply. The fact that Chengjian Ling was attacked by the undead army was known to other player forces, and they were all trying to find out why Chengjian Ling encountered the undead army on this day, when there should be no undead attacking the city, and there were several waves in a row. The official leaders of the Elite Kingdom thought of the First Order Raw's territory of their own forces. Because they planted a tree of life, they were attacked by a powerful undead army, and the entire Raw's territory was destroyed. Could it be that Chengjian Ling also planted a tree of life? Once the tree of life is planted, according to the official situation of the Qin Kingdom, it will also be upgraded. The third order tree of life is 10 meters high, and the fourth order tree of life is as high as 33 meters. The officials of Eli immediately sent a message to several life class players in the city of Chengjian, asking them to observe whether a tall tree appeared in the city of Chengjian. However, these people replied that they did not find any similar targets. The officials of Eli became even more confused. Could it not be caused by the tree of life? Then why did Chengjian encounter the attack of the undead? Soon, the news that Chengjian was attacked by the undead army was leaked to the forum, and many players discussed the matter. Chengjian Ling was attacked by a very powerful army of undead. Great, my little cuties, quickly destroy Chengjian Ling. Without Chengjian Ling, it's only a matter of time before all the players from Qin Kingdom are wiped out. As the second strongest territory among the players on Blue Star, how could it be easily destroyed by the undead? Even if Chengjian Ling is destroyed, there is still the first one lucky Sun 413 boss. You will be the first to die. It's a bit strange. There shouldn't be any undead attacking the city tonight. Why is Chengjian Ling attacked by the army of undead? Being attacked by the undead army in the days when there are no undead sieges, this should be the treatment of the big boss. Wasn't it the same for Raw's territory? The first sequence of the official Eli Kingdom. Before the official Eli Kingdom mobilized so many supporters, but failed to save Ross territory. I hope Chongjin territory can hold on. Why did Ross territory fall? What happened to Chongjin territory now that it was attacked by the undead? The players analyzed it over and over again, but couldn't figure it out. They could only be spectators, and wait for someone to reveal the news. On the other side, after a great battle, Chongjin finally defeated the fifth wave of the undead army at the cost of more than 200 deaths. Except for a dozen fourth-level undead, who escaped, the rest of the undead were all eliminated. Chongjin's main city has reached a population of 120,000, and the main city garrison has nearly 16,000 soldiers. The number of deaths is just over 1%, which can be said to be a very small loss. If Zhao Yi hadn't reminded Chongjin, the number of deaths would have increased by at least 5 times. Although it is still less than 1/10 of the main city garrison, it would definitely make Chongjin feel distressed. Such good soldiers will become increasingly difficult to replenish in the future, and every soldier in his territory is very precious. After the battle, Chongjin sent a thank you message to Zhao Yi through the forum, and said that if Zhao Yi had any needs, he could ask him. Chongjin also did not forget to ask all those who knew the truth to keep it strictly confidential, and not to reveal the truth of the undead siege tonight to anyone. Currently, there are 3 known monster-killing teams, one in his own territory, one led by Zhao Yi, and one led by Andre. Soon, new monster-killing teams will appear in other player forces. Chongjin has no intention of telling the truth, especially to the many player forces of the Anti-Chen Alliance. If we were on Blue Star is the home of all Blue Star humans, a community of shared destiny, and if something big happens, everyone will share what they have. This is the game world, and everyone is already in fierce competition. Anyway, they won't die on Blue Star, so they fight to the death in the game world. Chongjin and the official high-level officials of Chen State really want to see some powerful player territories of the Anti-Chen Alliance, because the monster-killing team frequently goes to the cemetery to kill monsters and encounters the revenge of the undead. It would be best if the territory is directly destroyed, which is enough to cause heavy losses to the player forces belonging to the territory. The destroyed Ross territory is the same as Chongjin territory. As the strongest territory of the player's power, it will store some materials belonging to the power, and the cultivation of the strongest territory consumes a lot of resources. Such a territory that focuses on cultivation and stores a lot of materials was destroyed by the undead, and the loss is not ordinary. The most unlucky one is the official of the Eli Kingdom. The first sequence has been replaced twice, and the loss is heavy. The loss of this war is relatively small for Chongjin territory, and destroying the undead can gain a lot of points and experience. In the future, the monster-killing team will continue to go to the cemetery to kill monsters, but the choice of cemetery needs to be carefully considered. On the forum, the official spokesperson of Chen State issued a new post, briefly introducing the Battle of Chongjin tonight. Unknown reasons caused the undead army to attack Chongjin's main city. Under the leadership of Chongjin, the soldiers fought bravely and defeated the attacking undead army at a very small cost. The major player forces have spies in Chongjin. Although they cannot know the specific number of casualties in Chongjin, they can be sure that the number of casualties in Chongjin is indeed very small, which makes the Anti-Chen Alliance player forces very disappointed. There were those who were disappointed, and of course, there were those who were happy. Many Chen players, who were worried about Chongjin, posted a lot of messages on the forum to celebrate, and at the same time mocked those foreign players who had previously cursed Chongjin on the forum. The battle was over, and the Chen players could finally fight back. Zhao Yi saw the situation on the forum, and sent another message to Chongjin. As long as you continue to go to the cemetery to kill monsters, the revenge of the undead will not end. Next, a large number of 5th-level undead may appear in the cemetery you often go to. Please be careful. The officials of the Eli Kingdom were able to keep the Tree of Life secret, and the officials of the Chen Kingdom were able to keep the undead siege caused by monsters secret. Just 3 days later, it was another day without undead sieges. The strongest territory under the official Xilan Kingdom, Andre territory, encountered 5 waves of undead sieges. Among them, the 5th wave of undead sieges had as many as 36 4th-level undead. The number of 4th-level undead attacking Andre Lord City was not as many as that of Chongjin Lord City, but Andre Lord's strength was not as good as Chongjin Lord. After a great battle, although Lord Andre successfully defeated the attacking undead army, he suffered heavy losses. With more than 3,500 people killed, accounting for nearly a quarter of the Andre Lord City's garrison troops, and a 4th-level combat professional player was killed. More than half of the survivors were injured. 3 days ago, Lord Chung Jin encountered an undead army attack on the city, and now Lord Andre is also facing an undead army attack on the city. Andre and the official high-level officials of Shilon were the first to react. This undead siege is most likely caused by the monster-killing team. Damn it, no wonder Qin State kept the information so strictly confidential. They must be afraid that we would know. Going to the cemetery to kill monsters will attract the revenge of the undead, so should we continue to kill monsters? Stop first, and wait until we find a way to avoid the revenge of the undead, and then restart the killing of monsters. The person who experienced it firsthand was the first to guess the truth of the matter, and soon after, the major player forces also guessed the reason why Chung Jinling and Andreling were now under siege by a powerful army of undead. This is too easy to guess. The common characteristics of the two-player territories are those, the most obvious of which is that each of them formed a monster-killing team to frequently go to the cemetery to kill monsters. Before this, all the major player forces envied the forces, or lord players, who could form a monster-killing team. Now, they are very fortunate that their own monster-killing team has not been formed yet, and the Andre of Shilon is leading the way for them. It turns out that going to the cemetery to kill monsters will trigger the revenge of the undead. Even the Andre suffered heavy losses under the attack of the undead. Most territories should be like this. However, the losses of Chung Jin territory were relatively small, and Zhao Yi territory has never seen a large loss. It can only mean that the two territories are too strong and rely on absolute strength to resist the revenge of the undead. If you don't have enough strength, don't form a monster-killing team to go to the cemetery to kill monsters. Or, if you form a monster-killing team, don't go to a territory frequently. Killing monsters in the cemetery can earn more points, and quickly cultivate strong people, which is something that all player forces are unwilling to give up. The Shilon government, which has suffered major losses, is also unwilling to give up. Fortunately, there are restrictions on the game rules, so there will not be higher-level undead sieges. If higher-level undead appeared, Andre territory would probably have been destroyed. The next step is to carefully try and find a way to continue to kill monsters without being retaliated by the undead. Forum players are also discussing the fact that Andre was severely damaged by the undead army. It is easy to guess that Andre and Chung Jin were attacked by the undead, because they went to the cemetery to kill monsters. Players from Shilon are angrily scolding the officials of Qin for not telling the truth and cheating Andre. Players from Qin are gloating. Many other players, even those from the Anti-Qin Alliance camp, are mocking Andre for being weak. Kill! Kill! On the battlefield of Xiaocheng, Brittany chopped off one third-level undead after another, and from time to time, she would sweep away the undead that surrounded her. This was Brittany's third time participating in a battle. As long as there were no fourth-level undead on the battlefield, Brittany, holding a platinum long sword and wearing a gold armor set, with a swordsmanship profession and a 5-star talent, would almost catch up with a perfect third-level swordsman in actual combat power at level 30. When she killed the third-to-last third-level undead, Brittany's swordsmanship profession was successfully upgraded to level 31. It used to take at least 2 months to upgrade, but now it has been shortened to only 6 days, a difference of at least 10 times. After only 3 battles, Brittany has become addicted to the pleasure of rapid improvement in cultivation. She wishes she could kill all the undead on the battlefield. Perhaps she can reach level 35, or even higher after one battle. Although she is addicted to the feeling of rapid improvement in cultivation, Brittany is very clear that she is now just a third-level professional under the command of this brave lord of another world. There are nearly 1,000 third-level professionals in the territory, and dozens of fourth-level professionals. Even though I have a high talent, I can't let the lord let me kill all the undead. Even if I kill 0-level undead, I will be exhausted if I kill 10,000 at a time. The living environment is a bit poor. Just to kill the undead, and quickly improve my cultivation, Brittany has decided to live in Xiaocheng for a long time. I just hope those people don't find here. It has been 6 days since I joined Zhao Yi. Although I spent most of my time in cultivation, Brittany has gradually learned more about the territory. Just because I don't interact with people from the outside world, Brittany feels that the probability of those people finding here is relatively low. Moreover, Xiaocheng is usually covered by an illusion array. If a 6th-level magic professional does not investigate carefully, he will not be able to find Xiaocheng covered by the illusion array. Brittany was also surprised that this otherworldly hero did not like to communicate with the outside world. There was not even a single outsider in the territory. Thinking of the 2 intermediate magic towers and several half-planes in Xiaocheng, Brittany guessed that there were many secrets in the territory, so this otherworldly hero did not want the outside world to know. If there was a 6th level professional in the territory, the situation would change. There was another thing that Brittany couldn't figure out. Destroying the undead could quickly improve one's cultivation. However, in 3 consecutive battles, Brittany didn't see the 4 5th level warriors, including the Lord, take action. Don't they need to improve their cultivation? Maybe there is a secret that she doesn't know. Brittany didn't continue to think about it. She concentrated on practicing, and had the strength to revenge as soon as possible. On the other side, Zhao Yi, who occasionally paid attention to Brittany, found that Brittany was practicing again. She killed the undead crazily on the battlefield and practiced hard during the rest time. Zhao Yi was basically sure that Brittany should be a practice maniac, or because of the Violet family's affairs, Brittany became a practice maniac. In the end, there was only one purpose, which was to quickly improve her strength. As long as there is a way to quickly improve Brittany's strength, give her what she likes, Brittany's loyalty will increase quickly. Obviously, Zhao Yi has this method. However, Zhao Yi's current focus is to let Fei Jin reach the 4th level as soon as possible, form a second monster-killing team, and Brittany should be placed behind Fei Jin. There is also a reason for loyalty. Brittany's current loyalty is only 65 points. At least during the period when Fei Jin is promoted to the 4th level, Brittany's loyalty should be increased to more than 70 points as much as possible. With 65 points of loyalty, and only 6 days of joining the territory, if Zhao Yi took Brittany to the cemetery to kill monsters, Brittany might think that Zhao Yi was using this excuse to do something. Brittany has platinum weapons, and gold armor sets on the surface. As a member of the Violet family, it is unknown how many hidden means she has. If she is not careful, Brittany will run away, which is not what Zhao Yi wants. With a loyalty of more than 70 points, she has been in the territory for a long time, and has integrated into the territory a little. At this time, if you take Brittany to the cemetery to kill monsters, Brittany will not have much suspicion. Loyalty increased from 65 points to 70 points. It was a bit difficult for Brittany. Zhao Yi didn't know whether he could achieve this goal before Fei Jin reached the 4th level. I hope that the 5-star talented professionals I recruit in the future will not be as troublesome as Brittany. Zhao Yi sighed in his heart. A new day has arrived. You won 79 battles. You eliminated 235,866 undead. You died 25 soldiers. Battle rating 3A, 3C, 9D, 64F. Points increased by 232.88%. Professional experience increased by 232.88%. Obtain 3 crystal treasure chests, 3 gold treasure chests, 9 silver treasure chests, 64 black iron treasure chests. The population of Yicheng, Duicheng, and Jincheng has exceeded 3,000. The silver treasure chest has been upgraded to a gold treasure chest. The population of Yicheng is larger, and it has exceeded 10,000. When the population of the 3 cities exceeds 30,000, the gold treasure chest can be upgraded to a platinum treasure chest, which can also bring Zhao Yi more points and combat professional experience bonus. A look at the points mall shows that the total points have increased by more than 56 million. Yesterday, I spawned monsters in the cemetery twice, but I didn't kill a 5th level undead. In the past few days, I could kill 1 or 2 5th level undead every day. One of the tasks for promotion to the 2nd class marquee is to kill 6 5th level undead. Zhao Yi killed the 5th level undead more for points. A level 50 undead is 1 million points. It should be that too many 5th level undead were killed. With Zhao Yi's territory as the center, the 5th level undead in the cemeteries in this area were quickly concentrated in several cemeteries, and they were determined not to leave a small number of 5th level undead to be found and killed by the monster killing team. So the monster killing team either did not encounter 5th level undead, or encountered dozens of 5th level undead at a time. The monster killing team only had 4 5th level undead. When facing dozens of 5th level undead at a time, they could only retreat. They had no choice but to choose to kill more 4th level undead. Open 3 crystal treasure chests. The number of crystal cards in the crystal treasure chests is 5, 4, and 4. As the population of Zhaocheng increases at a rate of 10,000 per day, the number of crystal cards in the crystal treasure chests obtained from Zhaocheng has increased to 5. Select 6 crystal cards. Level 4 Earth Mage Recruitment Scroll, Crystal Substitute Doll, Crystal Shield, Small Yuanqing Iron or Vein, Small Magic Cannon, Level 6 Advancement Stone. Select 7 Platinum cards, Platinum Bow, Micro Demiplane, Rockfall Scroll, Level 3 Heavy Cavalry Recruitment Scroll *4, Level 3 Priest Recruitment Scroll, Level 3 Griffin *4, 2-star talent stone. Zhao Yi felt that his luck was really good, and he got a lot of good stuff. The Death Substitute doll was a treasure that was even rarer than the talent stone in the treasure chest, and it was the first time that Zhao Yi got it. According to the information on the forum, the lowest level of the Death Substitute dolls that were open was gold, and no Death Substitute dolls below the gold level were seen. From the name of the Death Substitute doll, we can roughly analyze the function of this treasure, which is to replace the professional to resist the fatal blow with the Death Substitute doll, which is a bit like a disposable magic shield. The Death Substitute puppets have different levels, which means that the Death Substitute puppets have an upper limit on the damage they can resist. For example, a gold-level Death Substitute puppet can resist the damage of an attack as long as it does not reach the level of a 5th-level professional. If it reaches the level of a 5th-level professional, part of the damage will be borne by the Death Substitute puppet, and the rest will be borne by the user. Not to mention the damage of a 5th-level professional. Even if a 4th-level professional attacks continuously, the Death Substitute puppet can only resist one attack, and the next attack will fall on the user, and he will be finished. It seems that the Substitute puppet has little effect, but its actual value is definitely not small. A 3rd-level professional encounters a 4th-level professional enemy, but the 3rd-level professional has a gold-level Substitute puppet in his hand. The 4th-level professional is confident that he will kill, but the 3rd-level professional uses the Substitute puppet to block it. At this time, the 3rd-level professional can choose to escape, or choose to pretend to be dead, and then sneak attack the 4th-level professional. Such an important life-saving prop, Zhao Yi directly summoned the crystal-level Substitute puppet, and hung it on himself. Small Yuanqing iron or vein. Yuanqing iron is a relatively common magic metal material, which can be used to forge black iron and bronze equipment. The emergence of small Yuanqing iron or veins has allowed Zhao Yi territory to take another small step forward in self-sufficiency of magic materials. Small magic cannon, the 9th in the territory. Zhaocheng has a 5th-level professional sitting in, and dozens of 4th-level professionals. There is no need for small magic cannons, and small magic cannons can be placed in small city-level cities. There are still a few small magic cannons, so only 2 small magic cannons are temporarily placed in each ring. There is another medium-sized magic cannon that can kill a 5th-level professional or a 5th-level undead with one shot. It is set up on Ignaz's Magic Tower. Ignaz's Magic Tower is in the center of the city, which is more convenient for attacking the 5th-level undead on all sides of Zhaocheng. With this piece, Zhao Yi already has 8 level 6 advancement stones. If it is just a professional promotion, 8 level 6 advancement stones are enough, but there is also the cash cow, the Tree of Life. If you want to upgrade to the 6th level, you need 10 level 6 advancement stones. Considering that the output of the Water of Life of the 6th level Tree of Life continues to increase, the cost of 10 level 6 advancement stones is absolutely worth it. Chapter 223. The cemeteries in the Violet Kingdom's Loda province were frequently attacked by human professional teams. Although only tens of thousands of undead were lost each time, and the highest level of undead lost was only level 5, it was a slap in the face of the undead. The Skeleton King ordered the 6th level Skeleton General Kunnel, who was stationed in the number 1 cemetery, to destroy the human professional team as soon as possible. Kunnel knew that he was not strong enough, so he asked the Skeleton King for reinforcements. The Skeleton King gave Kunnel the power to mobilize the power of the 5th level undead in the surrounding area, and the number of 5th level undead in the number 1 cemetery continued to increase. Now Kunnel only needs one chance, a chance to destroy Zhao Yi territory and eliminate the human professional team. After waiting for a long time, this chance did not come, but Zhao Yi territory was promoted again. Kunnel felt that this chance was not so easy to come by. The human professional team was still attacking the cemetery. If he did not eliminate this human professional team, perhaps the wrath of the Skeleton King would come, and he could not wait any longer. So, he sent an elite undead army and many 5th level undead to attack the Lord City of Zhao Yi, which was being promoted. It has been the 134th day since the Blue Star players came to the game world. Today, Zhaocheng has increased its population by 10,000, which has exceeded the standard population of the 3rd level middle city, and has also completed the 2nd condition for promotion to the 2nd class Marquis 8. After Zhao Yi spent 2 million points to upgrade his title from the 3rd class Marquis 8 to the 2nd class Marquis 8, all the conditions for promotion to the 2nd class Marquis 8 were met, and he immediately started the territory promotion without hesitation. Although Zhao Yi had no hesitation about the territory promotion, he knew that the difficulty of this territory promotion should be not small. For so many days, the monster-killing team still went to the cemetery twice a day to kill monsters, But the new revenge of the undead camp has not come. It is very likely that this time the territory will usher in a stronger undead army than the normal territory promotion. The stronger undead army is expected to have more 4th level undead and 5th level undead. There are 4 5th level and 46 4th level in the territory. Except for 2 4th level professionals in Yiqing, the rest are in Zhaocheng. Zhao Yi is not worried about the number of 4th level undead. He is mainly worried about the 5th level undead. If there are too many 5th level undead, the pressure on Zhaocheng will be great. Since Ignaz was promoted to level 5, no one has been promoted to level 5. Even if they are members of the monster killing team and go to the cemetery to kill monsters every day, their 3-star talent is still a little bit worse. They are far from being comparable to Joanna and Ignaz, who are 4 stars, let alone Melissa, who is 5 stars. There are only 4 level 5s in Zhaocheng. Zhao Yi and Melissa have not been promoted to level 51 for long. Joanna and Ignaz are still level 50. Among the attacking level 5 undead, there must be undead above level 57. The level gap cannot be ignored. Of course, it's just a little more stressful. Zhaocheng has 2 intermediate wizard towers, a medium-sized magic cannon, 7 miniature magic cannons, spell scrolls, alchemical bombs, and other means to deal with 10 times the number of 5th level undead. For the upcoming battle, the Zhaocheng defenders are fully prepared. At night, Brittany came to the gathering place. She felt a different atmosphere from the past. Today is not the day for the undead to attack the city. Why do all the Zhaocheng defenders enter the position and prepare for battle? Under normal circumstances, the undead siege has already occurred several times. Tonight is a special case. There will be a stronger undead army attacking Zhaocheng. It is expected that 6 waves of undead armies will attack Zhaocheng successively. The number of undead armies in each wave will exceed 80,000. Especially the last and strongest wave, there may be double-digit 5th level undead and more 4th level undead. The strength of the incoming undead army will be much stronger than in the past, but everyone does not need to be afraid. Under the leadership of the Lord, we have encountered such special situations many times, and each time we eliminated all the incoming undead with minimal losses. Tonight is our chance. There are so many undead waiting for us to destroy. If nothing unexpected happens, all of us can be promoted to a small level, and some can even be promoted to 2 small levels. Be careful not to waste energy during the battle. You all have to listen to orders carefully. If something unexpected happens, one person's accident will not affect the victory of the battle, but your own loss will definitely be very large. Do you understand? Understand. Brittany and other newcomers responded loudly. Through the captain's words, Brittany understood the situation tonight. Since the captain and those veterans are confident in this battle, it means that the territory has enough confidence. Brittany has already focused on improving her cultivation. Everyone will be promoted at least 1 small level. With her 5-star talent, she can at least be promoted 2 small levels. Brittany is still a little surprised at such a fast cultivation improvement speed. She has been under the command of this brave lord from another world for more than 10 days. The whole army is on high alert. In the 3rd hour of the night, the first wave of undead army attacked. Zhaocheng, with a population of 240,000, will have more than 80,000 undead in each wave. However, the previous waves of undead are cannon fodder, with at most 1 4th level undead commander. So many cannon fodders cannot cause much damage to Zhaocheng, but they will consume the physical strength and energy of the Zhaocheng defenders. From the time the undead camp swept across the entire origin continent to today, this is the most common tactic of the undead camp, relying on a large number of cannon fodder, using fatigue tactics, constantly consuming the physical strength and energy of human professionals, and finally coming with another fierce wave. Many cities were broken by the undead army. Brittany knows this kind of thing very well. Today is the first time she encountered the fatigue tactics of the undead in Zhaocheng. So many undead attacked Zhaocheng. There was only 1 4th level undead, but there were many 3rd level undead. After the battle to eliminate the first wave of undead was over, Brittany was very close to level 32. Fight non-stop. At the same time, Brittany also listened to the advice of the veterans to maintain physical strength and energy, and try to reduce physical strength and energy consumption as much as possible during the battle. After the battle, if the physical strength is consumed, drink the physical strength potion as soon as possible. In the battle to eliminate the second wave of undead, Brittany's swordsman profession was successfully upgraded to level 32, and in the battle to eliminate the 5th wave of undead, it was upgraded to level 33. In one day, the cultivation level broke through 2 small levels in succession. This was something Brittany could not imagine in the past, But today she did it easily. More than one person in her team broke through 2 small levels. The battle with the 5th wave of undead was not over yet. Brittany continued to search for the 3rd level undead on the battlefield. The next moment, a huge silver dragon with a body length of more than 14 meters and a maximum wingspan of more than 21 meters took off into the sky. Suddenly, earth-shaking cheers rang out on the battlefield. Long live the Lord! Long live the Lord! Long live the Lord! The morale of the Zhaocheng defenders was greatly boosted. Brittany was influenced by other professionals and shouted, "Long live the Lord!" After shouting, Brittany looked around shyly, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that no one noticed her shouting. While paying attention to the surrounding undead, she watched the Dragon Knight Lord lead the air cavalry troops to fly south. It was the first time that Brittany saw this brave warrior from another world fight since she joined the territory. If this 5th level Dragon Knight could fight, the incoming undead must be strong. Soon, the 5th wave of undead was completely eliminated, and everyone quickly retreated to the defense line. Brittany and other warriors, who were exhausted, took out the physical potion quickly from the storage equipment. After drinking the potion in one gulp, his physical strength slowly recovered. When the next wave of battle came, his physical strength would be restored a lot. Storage equipment is the standard for all 3rd level professionals. Even if you don't have storage equipment, the territory will issue a storage equipment. The storage space is not large, only 0.1 cubic meters, and it is difficult to put down a piece of equipment. It is mainly used to store potions, food, water, etc. Storage equipment with a space size of 0.1 cubic meters belongs to bronze level storage equipment. Because of the emergence of Blue Star players, the price of storage equipment has continued to rise. The price of storage equipment with a space size of 0.1 cubic meters is about 20 low-grade magic crystals. The price of a single storage equipment is small, but the quantity is large, in thousands or even tens of thousands, which is beyond the reach of even Zhao Yi's territory. Fortunately, there are other channels to obtain storage equipment. Opening treasure chests, destroying liches, and destroying other 4th level and above undead can all obtain storage equipment, and large space storage equipment. Small space storage equipment is for a single person, and large space storage equipment has strategic value. Large space storage equipment can be used to transport a large amount of supplies. After a short rest, Brittany recovered a lot of physical strength, but less energy. Fortunately, the swordsman profession does not consume much energy in battle. For example, the mage priest profession did not dare to release spells at full strength after these 5 battles. "It's the Lord!" With a shout, Brittany looked up at the sky. The Lord was driving a silver dragon and leading the air cavalry to fight the undead air cavalry in the sky. It seemed that the undead air cavalry was constantly rushing towards Zhaocheng, and the Lord was leading the air cavalry to chase them. The Lord held a strong bow and kept shooting arrows, destroying the 4th level undead air cavalry one after another. Brittany was a little stunned. She didn't know when she would have the strength of the Lord. Just when the undead air cavalry was about to reach the sky above Zhaocheng, the Ignaz Mage Tower raised a magic shield, wrapping Zhaocheng. Many undead air cavalry rushing towards Zhaocheng directly hit the magic shield, suffered magic damage, and were bounced away. The ground was shaking. The ground forces of the 6th wave of the undead army were approaching Zhaocheng. Brittany looked through the magic shield and looked to the south of Zhaocheng. Tens of thousands of undead were rushing towards Zhaocheng. The distance was still far, but Brittany had already felt that there were more than 100 undead with a level higher than level 3 in the ground forces of the 6th wave of the undead army. So many? Brittany was already affected by the veterans' confidence in the victory of the battle, but she was still worried when she saw the last wave of such a powerful undead army. With such a powerful army of undead, even if we win the battle, we will lose a lot of people, right? After one battle after another, Brittany saved her comrades, and was saved by them. If her comrades did not rescue her in time, Brittany would be less likely to die, but she would also suffer heavy injuries. Unconsciously, Brittany has been slowly blending in, not wanting to see her comrades, who fought side by side being killed by the undead. The 6th wave of the undead army's ground forces has entered the Zhaocheng battlefield. A 5th level lich uses a space attribute spell scroll to block the space in the Zhaocheng area. The teleportation array cannot be used, and space mages below the 6th level cannot use teleportation and teleportation to leave the area. They want to eliminate all living creatures in the area. Does not affect Ignaz's use of other space spells. When the 6th wave of undead army entered the attack range of Zhaocheng's archers, there were only a few undead air cavalry left in the sky. The magic shield protecting Zhaocheng was opened, and the archers continued to shoot arrows at the attacking undead. The two intermediate wizard towers released powerful single-target attack spells, attacking the 5th level undead. The medium-sized magic cannon mounted on Ignaz's wizard tower also began to work. Joanna and Ignaz did not sit in their own wizard towers, but appeared on the defense line, aiming at the 5th level undead and releasing spells. There were 32 5th level undead in the 6th wave of undead army, 4 of which had been eliminated by Zhao Yi and Melissa, and there were still 28 5th level undead on the battlefield, all of which had been strengthened. With so many 5th level undead, under Zhao Cheng's many attack methods, only 19 were left in just half a minute. Kunnel, who was far away in the number 1 cemetery, was furious at the loss of 13 5th level undead so quickly. Not a single 5th level professional, or even a 4th level professional was killed. How could they fight? Kunnel wanted to personally take action and destroy Zhao Cheng, but the restrictions of the rules made Kunnel only rage in the number 1 cemetery. The angry Kunnel could only order the remaining 5th level undead and 4th level undead to retreat immediately, and let the other cannon fodder die. Although the space in the area where Zhao Cheng was located was blocked, this blockade had an upper limit. The remaining 5th level undead and 4th level undead attacked together a few times to break the blockade. When the space blockade was broken by the undead, the remaining 14 5th level undead and a group of 4th level undead were about to escape. A new space blockade appeared. It was Ignaz, who used the Forbidden Pearl to seal the space in this area again. The 5th level undead and the 4th level undead had no chance to escape. A large amount of magic crystals were consumed, and 11 5th level attack spell scrolls were consumed, and there were no 5th level undead on the battlefield. Without the threat from the 5th level undead, the 4th level professionals, who automatically formed small teams, rushed into the battlefield and fought with the 4th level undead. The average level of the 4th level professionals under Zhao Yi was lower than the average level of the 4th level undead on the battlefield, but the human professionals of the same level below the 7th level were generally stronger than the undead, and the level gap was offset. With the Water of Life in hand and 4 5th levels in charge, the 4th level undead were quickly eliminated. In one of the teams of 4th level professionals, there was also a 3rd level professional, the 3rd level space mage Fei Jin, who was a monster-killing team that lacked a 5th level. Fei Jin harvested the seriously injured 4th level undead, and his cultivation level increased rapidly. The other 3rd level professionals, who observed the scene, wished they could replace Fei Jin, and were very envious and a little jealous, but not hateful. Even Brittany, who had a relatively low loyalty, did not feel resentful. When there were only a few 4th level undead left on the battlefield, Elliot, who was commanding the battle, gave an order, and the 3rd level warriors rushed into the battlefield to find the 3rd level undead to fight. Brittany, holding a crystal sword, showed her power. Among all the 3rd level professionals, she was able to rank in the top 10 in terms of the number of 3rd level undead she killed. After killing the 3rd level, the 2nd level professionals went up, and the last level professionals lined up and moved forward, with shield warriors in the front, spearmen in the 2nd, swordsmen in the 3rd, mages in the 4th, and priests in the 5th. Soldiers of different professions formed formations one by one, constantly moving forward to harvest the remaining 1st level undead and 0 level undead. This is why there is no formation when the undead fight. They all rush forward in a swarm. If it were 2 human lords leading their troops to fight on the battlefield, it would be another mode, array against array. With the same number of troops, the Zhao Cheng defenders can quickly end the battle against the undead army, replacing all the undead with human professionals of the same level, and then commanded by human generals. With the strength of the Zhao Cheng defenders, they can still win the battle, but the duration of the battle will increase several times, and the number of casualties on their side will increase dozens of times. The large number is the advantage of the undead camp, and the brainlessness is the disadvantage of the undead camp. After nearly an hour of fighting, the 6th wave of undead was completely wiped out. After returning to the defense line, Brittany was exhausted and sat on the ground without any ladylike appearance, but there was still a smile on her face, which was the joy of the significant increase in cultivation and the joy of the sacrifice of the comrades. Level 3. It's really special. If there are more special battles like this, I can be promoted to the 4th level. But it's really tiring, one battle after another, there is not much time to rest. And the territory of this hero from another world is really strong. More than 35th level undead, and hundreds of 4th level undead attacked. Zhao Cheng only had 4 5th level, and more than 40 4th level. Without losing a 5th level, or a 4th level, all the undead were wiped out. It's unbelievable. Brittany is young, but as a member of the Violet family, she has enough experience. In the capital, Brittany has witnessed many battles between humans and undead. The scale of the battle in Jiaocheng was far from comparable to that of the capital, but Jiaocheng did not have a tall and solid city. The number of human professionals of the same level was very different from that of the undead of the same level, but they were able to completely destroy the attacking undead. Brittany didn't know what words to use to describe this battle. On the high platform, Zhao Yi looked around, looking for Brittany's figure, and finally saw Brittany slumped in an area after being exhausted, which was a relief. Open the territory page to check Brittany's attributes. The loyalty is already 68 points. Before dark, Brittany's loyalty was only 65 points, and it has not changed for several days. After a few battles, the loyalty increased by 3 points. Thagan's chance of reaching 70 points of loyalty before being promoted to the 4th level has increased a lot. Elliot was still in charge of the post-war affairs. Zhao Yi ordered people to inform the other members of the monster-killing team to go to rest quickly, as there was another battle waiting for them in the second half of the night. The territory was promoted today, but Zhao Yi would not give up the monster killing twice a day in the morning and evening. At most, the monster killing mission would change. Originally, the monster killing mission ended when Ignaz's energy was exhausted. During the monster killing mission during the day today, Ignaz's energy was half exhausted, and the monster killing was over. When the undead army attacked, Ignaz had recovered to his best condition. This monster slaying in the second half of the night, like the monster slaying during the day, ends when half of the energy is consumed. Almost 25,000 undead are slain, and a crystal treasure chest with 2 crystal cards is obtained. Compared with this, Zhao Yi is now more looking forward to the diamond treasure chest he got this time. After slaying more than 480,000 undead, a diamond treasure chest with 4 diamond cards can be obtained. In the territory promotion battle, the number of diamond cards will increase by 1. There is no garbage in the diamond card. A total of 5 diamond treasure chests, with a total of 9 diamond cards were obtained before. This time, 5 diamond cards can be obtained. I don't know what good things can be opened. Zhao Yi suddenly thought of Cheng Jin. With Cheng Jin's situation, he should have received a diamond treasure chest once or twice. The diamond cards in the diamond treasure chest are expected to be 1 or 2. I wonder if Cheng Jin has drawn a diamond card from the treasure chest. I feel that the probability is not high. Or this bug is powerful. No matter how powerful the European Emperor Lord players are, without the support of a big force, they can now reach the second-class earldom. Lord players with average luck can develop their territories to second-class earldoms, or even first-class earldoms under the key training of big forces. Individual European Emperor Lord players cannot compare with the collective strength. Zhao Yi, who has a bug, is far ahead of Cheng Jinling. When Cheng Jinling and Andre encountered the revenge of the undead, they only dispatched dozens of 4th-level undead. When it came to Zhao Yi, there were dozens of 5th-level undead and hundreds of 4th-level undead. The loss of Zhao Yi's territory was far less than that of Cheng Jinling. Zhao Yi felt that the strength of his territory, mainly in high-end combat power, was more than 10 times that of Cheng Jinling. Cheng Jinling now also has a monster-killing team, but the gap between the two territories continues to widen. After a little thought, Zhao Yi also began to rest, and only fought in the last wave of undeads. But the battle was very fierce. Zhao Yi consumed a lot of physical strength and energy, only the inhuman Melissa could consume less. On the other side, Cheng Jinling, Cheng Jin and his strongest assassin, the 4th-level shadow dancer Sun Linxin, passed through a large teleportation array in the territory, and came to the country adjacent to their own territory, the second-class earldom of Guoduan under the official Chen country. Usually small teleportation arrays teleport within provinces, medium-sized teleportation arrays teleport within countries, and large teleportation arrays can teleport across countries. Not everyone can use the large teleportation array that can cross borders. The indigenous countries have the same enemies, but they are also enemies of each other. Even with the constraints of high-level professionals, they still cannot avoid playing dirty tricks on each other, so the large teleportation array cannot be used casually. Guoduan's territory is not far from the first-class Earl territory, and it is also the territory that the Qin country officials focus on cultivating. In the end, the Qin country officials decided to set up a large teleportation array obtained from the crystal treasure chest in the main cities of the two territories, so that they can support each other when necessary. Cheng Jin and Sun Linxin went to Guoduan's territory, and other members of the monster-killing team also gathered here. This time, Cheng Jin's monster-killing team was going to a cemetery around Guoduan's territory to kill monsters. Since they encountered the revenge of the undead because of frequent monster killing in the cemetery, and learned from Zhao Yi that as long as they continued to kill monsters, the revenge of the undead would not stop, and the revenge would become stronger and stronger. The official high-level officials of Qin State were also a little worried that the next revenge would cause Cheng Jin to suffer a heavy blow. So these days, Cheng Jin's monster-killing team has been constantly trying to kill monsters in cemeteries farther away from Cheng Jin's territory to see the impact on Cheng Jin's territory. This time, they even went to a cross-border monster-killing operation. The high-ranking officials of Qin State hoped that the monster-killing team would be as far away from Cheng Jinling as possible. The high-level undead also had their own jurisdiction. By keeping a distance, the undead could not judge that Cheng Jin's monster-killing team was still killing monsters, and would not continue to retaliate against Cheng Jinling. The cost of transmission was far from comparable to the benefits of killing monsters. Chapter 224. You won 3 battles. You killed 538,517 undead. You lost 41 soldiers. Battle Evaluation SA. Points increased by 240%. Professional experience increased by 240%. Obtained 1 diamond treasure chest, 2 crystal treasure chests. Zhao Yi glanced at the battle settlement page, closed it directly, opened the points mall, and saw the number in the points column. His eyes widened. Although he could guess that the points obtained yesterday would be a very large number, Zhao Yi couldn't help but get excited when he saw this number now. 476.65 million points, including the extra bonus from the battle settlement, a total of 476.65 million points, less than 25 million points away from 500 million points, more than 4 times the highest points previously obtained. With so many points, you can recruit 4 5th-level professionals, and if you only recruit 4th-level professionals, you can recruit a maximum of 47. Excited as he was, the change from hundreds of millions to nearly 500 million was within Zhao Yi's acceptable range, and he would not be so excited that his mind would blank. Looking at the numbers in the points column, Zhao Yi had the idea of using the points to recruit 4th-level professionals, and he could afford to recruit them now. Zhao Yi was not surprised to get so many points. Yesterday, he killed 32 5th-level undead and more than 130 4th-level undead, and 530,000 undead below the 4th level. The 5th-level undead killed alone accounted for more than half of the basic points. There was another very important reason for getting so many points, which was that he killed monsters twice yesterday morning and evening. Although the number of undead killed in these 2 monsters was less than before, they both received an A rating, and 2 A ratings gave an additional 140% bonus points. If it is only 100% extra points bonus, the points will undoubtedly be reduced a lot. Now Zhao Yi has more than 500 million points, and these points must be used well. He is reluctant to recruit 5th-level professionals, and needs to think carefully about recruiting 4th-level professionals. He must recruit more professionals below the 4th level. As for recruiting civilians, the points required for recruitment are constantly increasing, and it has exceeded 50 points, but it is still a very low level for Zhao Yi. Even if recruiting 1 person reaches 100 points, 100 million points can recruit 1 million people. Together with the families of these people, there are also 4 or 5 million people, which is almost reaching the upper limit of Zhao Yi's territory. Because of the housing problem, it is definitely impossible to recruit so many people at once, and only 1 batch can be recruited every day. In any case, with so many points in hand, the territory's strength will increase rapidly in the next week at least, and the gap with the territories of the players behind will continue to widen. Rubbing his palms, Zhao Yi opened the treasure box, and opened a diamond treasure box, and 2 crystal treasure boxes, with great expectations. Select 5 diamond cards. Level 5 Archer Recruitment Scroll. Diamond Dagger. Blade Storm Spell Scroll. Undead Legion. Nightmare Coming Skill Book. Select 7 crystal cards. Level 4 Swordsman Recruitment Scroll. Level 3 Natural Mage Recruitment Scroll *4. Shadow Orb. Fire Crystal Staff. 3-star Talent Stone. Advanced Pharmaceutical Workshop. Platinum Dagger *3. Change the format. Will it be clearer this way? Select Platinum card. Level 5 Advanced Stone. Zhao Yi was not surprised to find a 5th-level professional recruitment scroll from a diamond treasure chest with 5 diamond cards. Compared with the 5th-level professional recruitment scroll, Zhao Yi wanted a 5-star talent professional recruitment scroll more. The 5th-level professional recruited has a high probability of only 3-star talent, and there is not much room for growth. As long as the recruited professional has high talent, no matter how low the level is, Zhao Yi can help him upgrade and grow quickly. Of course, this does not mean that the value of the 5th-level Archer recruitment scroll is low. Yesterday, I got less than 500 million points in total. It takes 200 million points to recruit a 5th-level Archer. So, I didn't get many points yesterday. Diamond Dagger, worth more than 1 million low-grade magic crystals. The first diamond-level equipment Zhao Yi got. It has the Rui attribute and can be turned into a long sword, but it is a little worse than a regular diamond-level long sword. It is suitable as a female long sword. The figure of Brittany appeared in Zhao Yi's mind. Brittany used a platinum-level female long sword. If Brittany reached the 6th level, he could find an opportunity to give her this diamond Rui dagger, which should increase her loyalty. Blade Storm spell scroll. Blade Storm is a wind-type 7th level group attack spell. Countless wind blades as sharp as sword blades form an exaggerated blade storm, which rages on the battlefield. Ordinary 6th level professionals, or 6th level undead, will suffer under the blade storm. The damage caused to 7th level professionals and 7th level undead is much smaller. After all, it is a group attack spell. Zhao Yi's trump card increases by 1. Undead Legion. The pattern displayed on the diamond card is a book. To be precise, this book is a contract, a group life-sharing contract. 2 people wrote their names in the book with their own blood, which represented that the 2 people's future lives were connected together. If one of them suffered a trauma, the vitality consumption originally borne by one person was shared by 2 people, and a fatal blow became a serious injury. As long as one person recovered from the injury, the other person would also recover from the injury, but the cost of recovery would also be doubled. Once the vitality of both people could not withstand the fatal blow, both of them would die at the same time. No matter how many people wrote their names in this book, their vitality must be shared, either live together or die together. There has never been a similar undead army on the Origin continent, and this is not something that human professionals can create. This is a creation of God. Zhao Yi felt that the undead army was the most valuable item in this diamond treasure chest, and a figure also emerged in his mind, which was the best partner of the undead army, the Tree of Life. Undead Army, Tree of Life. A tactic was quickly conceived by Zhao Yi. On the battlefield, 9/10 of the undead army, led by the commander and in cooperation with other friendly forces, launched a fierce attack on the enemy. The frontline fighters were fearless, and the remaining 1/10 of the undead army in the rear were not idle either. Because of the life-sharing contract, if the frontline fighters lost vitality, the rear personnel would also lose vitality, so the task of the rear personnel was to replenish vitality. To replenish vitality, one naturally used life potions, and the water of life produced by the Tree of Life was the top-level life potion. With the Tree of Life in hand, Zhao Yi's water of life reserves were constantly increasing. With a constant supply of water of life, the undead army was simply invincible on the battlefield. However, the undead legion also has some limitations. This contract book can only allow 10,000 people to sign a contract at most. When the 10,000th person completes the contract, the mission of the contract book ends. Even if the previous 10,000 people die, this contract book cannot be used to form a new undead legion. The undead legion shares vitality and lifespan. This means that the rank of the commander of the undead legion cannot be significantly higher than the average level of the undead legion soldiers, or the contract cannot be signed. The lifespan of a 3rd level soldier is about 200 years, and even if the commander is only at the 5th level, he can still live for about 400 years. Zhao Yi cannot force a 5th level commander to sign a contract and reduce his lifespan. So Zhao Yi's idea is to find 10,000 professionals with the same star level talent to sign a contract, and arrange for strong people who do not sign the contract to take important positions such as commander and deputy commander. There are ways to harm the undead army, such as capturing a few members of the undead army, constantly harming them, and sharing the damage among all the personnel. The vitality will decrease very little, but if it continues, the vitality of the undead army must be continuously replenished, and a few people cannot drag down the entire undead army. The contract can not only share vitality, but also sense each other's location. If the distance is far, it can only sense one direction, but if the distance is close, it can find the exact location. If the members cannot be rescued, there is one last option, which is to abandon the captured members. As the controller of the Undead Legion's contract book, Zhao Yi can erase the contractors on the contract book without affecting other members of the Undead Legion. The erased contractors will die directly, and the number of Undead Legion members will always decrease by 1. As for the selection of talents for the Undead Legion members, it is very difficult to find 1,000 3-star talents, let alone 10,000. 10,000 1-star talents are too poor. The best choice is 10,000 2-star talents, and the age difference should not be too big. 2-star talents, the upper limit of potential is level 3. The Undead Legion, composed of 10,000 level 3 professionals, is also mainly composed of level 3 professionals. The Undead Legion can definitely defeat enemies that are several times larger than itself, and no one on its side will be lost. The plan is good, but Zhao Yi can't gather 10,000 two-star talented professionals at all. There are only over 60,000 professionals in the territory army, more than 9/10 of whom are one-star talented, and no more than 5,000 professionals with two-star or higher talents. It is impossible to form an undead army composed of 10,000 two-star talented professionals in a short period of time. But not impossible. Most of the second-level professionals recruited with points are two-star talents, and very few are one-star talents or two-star talents. Zhao Yi's 500 million points are almost enough to recruit 10,000 second-level professionals. In the case of the territory, even if the points are sufficient, recruitment is not possible. However, in the following period, the proportion of recruiting zero-level and first-level professionals will be reduced, and the proportion of recruiting second-level professionals will be increased. In order to form the undead army, it is better not to recruit fourth-level professionals with points for the time being. Once the undead army is formed and all members reach the third level, the undead army will become the strongest army with the same number of people on the origin continent. Even the most powerful indigenous country on the origin continent can only form an elite force based on third-level professionals at most. It is difficult to form a team of 100 fourth-level and above professionals. Zhao Yi felt that the Undead Legion, composed of all level 3 members, could win the battle against a force of 1,000 level 4 professionals. With the combination of immortality and life, the Undead Legion would be absolutely invincible. Zhao Yi could not wait to form the Undead Legion as soon as possible, imagining the scene of the Undead Legion roaming the origin continent, and it took him a while to control his emotions. Nightmare Coming Skill Book. Nightmare Coming is a Legion skill, and it is also Diamond level, which is the first Diamond level Legion skill Zhao Yi has obtained. The effect is to apply a Nightmare Coming to the enemy on the battlefield. Those with relatively weak wills will fall into nightmares, and even collapse mentally due to nightmares, and attack their comrades. Primary Nightmare Coming, almost 100% affects zero-level professionals, and has a small impact on first-level professionals. Intermediate Nightmare Coming 100% affects first-level professionals, and has a certain impact on second-level professionals. Advanced Nightmare Coming 100% affects second-level professionals, and has a large impact on third-level professionals. The higher the skill level, the slower the upgrade. Low-level professionals affected by the nightmare need magic professionals, or mid to high-level professionals, to dispel the nightmare. Even if the nightmare is dispelled, morale will inevitably drop sharply. It is a terrible Legion skill. Zhao Yi knows 7 Legion skills, all of which are below Diamond level, and the effect is far from comparable to the nightmare. For the time being, Zhao Yi has no intention of learning the nightmare. One is that the main enemy at present is the undead. The nightmare has no effect on the undead, and learning it is useless. Another more important thing is that the rules of the game related to the Legion skills have changed again. The Diamond level Nightmare Advent must be played by a level 7 professional. Professionals below level 7 can also learn Nightmare Advent, but the effect of Nightmare Advent is weakened by the level of the professional. In the future, Zhao Yi will choose whether to learn it himself or let his subordinates learn it according to the situation. The Diamond Treasure Box contains 5 diamond cards, a level 5 Archer Recruitment Scroll, a Diamond Dagger, a Blade Storm Spell Scroll, an Undead Legion, and a Nightmare Advent Skill Book. There are relatively ordinary things, but none of them are garbage, which further proves diamond cards are not garbage. This conclusion. There are also good things in the crystal cards under the diamond, such as the 4th level Swordsman Recruitment Scroll, the Shadow Orb, and the 3-star Talent Stone. Among them, the Shadow Orb is the most interesting treasure. A professional holding the Shadow Orb can transform into a shadow and hide in the shadow of others, or move quickly in the shadow and in the dark. The 6th level professional or the 6th level undead can hardly find its location. Professionals who transform into shadows can be immune to physical attacks below the 7th level before their mana or fighting spirit is exhausted. A powerful treasure. When the 4-star assassin Angus is promoted to the 4th level and replaces Melir in Zhao Yi's monster-killing team, the Shadow Orb can be given to Angus for use. Returning to the Lord's Mansion, Zhao Yi ate breakfast while browsing the changes in the territory after being promoted to the 2nd-class Marquisate. 2nd-class Marquisate. Lord Zhao Yi. Territory area, 10,000 square kilometers. Main city, Zhaocheng, 2nd-level middle city, covering an area of 12 square kilometers. Subordinates, 3 cities, 9 towns, 90 villages. Population, 507,600, 786,000. Military, 53,318, 63,051. Public support, 89. Public security, 89. Buildings. The second-class Marquis has an area of 10,000 square kilometers. The entire Violet Kingdom has only more than 1.3 million square kilometers of land, and the Lothar province has only more than 170,000 square kilometers of land. The territory of Zhao Yi alone will occupy 1/17 of the entire area of the Lothal province. The territory has already included several cemeteries, and will be adjacent to more indigenous cities. Yicheng needs to speed up the construction. Looking at the area occupied by Zhao Cheng after the upgrade, Zhao Yi frowned. A first-level small city covers an area of 4 square kilometers. A third-level middle city covers an area of 8 square kilometers, and a second-level middle city covers an area of only 12 square kilometers, which means that the standard population is only 360,000. 360,000 people are enough. As long as the population reaches 300,000, and the number of incoming undead reaches 100,000, you can get a diamond treasure chest. There is no garbage in the diamond card. Even if there is only a diamond treasure chest with 1 diamond card, Zhao Yi is very satisfied. The conditions for upgrading the second-class Marquis to the first-class Marquis. The population of the main city reaches the standard, 360,000, the Lord obtains the first-class Marquis, and eliminates 9 fifth-level undead. The conditions are also very simple. After 12 days, the territory can continue to be promoted, but it is difficult to be promoted to the third-class dukedom. Zhao Yi needs to become a 6th-level professional. Zhao Yi's Dragon Knight profession has only been upgraded to level 51 for a few days. From the initial 5th level to the 6th level, it takes half a year according to Zhao Yi's calculations. It's still early. It doesn't matter if the Duke's promotion is slow, but the first-class Marquis promotion should be made as soon as possible. Whether it is the promotion to the second-class Marquis or the first-class Marquis, it is relatively simple for Zhao Yi's territory, and it is worthy of being the strongest player's territory. For future player territories, when faced with the conditions for promotion to the second-class Marquis or the first-class Marquis, it will not be so easy. Only with strength can you have enough confidence. After seeing the changes in the territory, Zhao Yi took another look at the forum, and noticed that Cheng Jin had sent him a message. I tell you something. After my monster-killing team tried, killing monsters in a cemetery within the territory of the indigenous country, to which the territory belongs is counted as a battle when the battle is settled, and there is a battle evaluation. Killing monsters in a foreign cemetery is not counted in the battle settlement, there is no battle evaluation, and there is no additional bonus for points and combat professional experience gained by killing monsters. Zhao Yi replied, got it? Looking at the message sent by Cheng Jin, Zhao Yi was also a little surprised that killing monsters in a foreign cemetery could not get a battle evaluation. Zhao Yi didn't care about the revenge of the undead, but wanted more revenge from the undead, as long as it didn't exceed the upper limit of the territory's strength. But Cheng Jin's information also had some effect on Zhao Yi. The number of 4th level and 5th level undead in the cemeteries around the territory would change, and Zhao Yi's monster-killing team would go to the farther cemeteries that had not changed to kill monsters. The Lota province where Zhao Yi's territory was located in the northern border of the Violet Kingdom, and further north was the Goshawk Empire. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Yi's monster-killing team might enter the cemeteries in the Goshawk Empire to kill monsters within a month at most. Now it seems that they can only continue to choose the cemeteries in the Violet Kingdom. This game rule is somewhat unfriendly to the territories of players from weak indigenous countries, and Zhao Yi can do nothing about it. In addition, from the attempts of Cheng Jin's monster-killing team, Zhao Yi also saw that Cheng Jin's leader was not confident enough. He was worried about the revenge of the undead, so he had to kill monsters in a more distant cemetery, and even went to other indigenous countries to kill monsters. The meeting lasted more than an hour and a half, and many matters such as the increase in the territory area, the location of the construction of 3 new cities, and the development of the territory were determined. After the meeting, Zhao Yi couldn't wait to come to the teleportation array to start recruiting. Soon, the 5th-rank archer Poopy, who looked like a middle-aged strongman, came out of the medium-sized teleportation array with his family. Poopy's mount, the 4th-rank dragon horse, also came out of the teleportation array with his family. Among the 3rd rank and above knights recruited by Zhao Yi, there are almost no knights with mounts of the same rank. Generally, the mounts are 1 rank lower than the knights, and some are even 2 rank lower. There are even some who have no mounts. Yes, the professionals recruited by Zhao Yi have no faction affiliation, so it is understandable that their equipment and mounts are inferior. The worst recruit of Zhao Yi was Melee. As a 4th level assassin, his equipment was mainly bronze level, mixed with black iron equipment. Knight Pupai, report to the Lord. Knight Pupai, welcome to join. Swear to serve the Lord till death. Let the officials send Pupai and his family away. Zhao Yi opened the territory page to check Pupai's attributes. Name, Pupai. Gender, male. Age, 63. Profession, level 50 archer. Talent, Knight 3 stars / Rule 3 stars. Skills, loyalty, 80. The 3-star Knight talent was ordinary, but the 3-star command talent surprised Zhao Yi a little. At the age of 63, he was the oldest among the professionals recruited by Zhao Yi, and could be called a veteran. Pupai's family came to Zhaocheng with 11 people, including a child who looked less than 2 years old. Pupai is already a grandfather. However, at the age of 63, Pupai, who is already a 5th-level professional, is still in the youth of his life, and his appearance looks a little vicissitudes at most. Recruitment continues. Today, Zhao Yi spent a total of more than 100 million points. The number and quality of recruits are roughly the same as the 30 million points before the change in the points recruitment rules. Because of the large-scale construction of the territory, Zhao Yi recruited an additional 100 2nd-level Earth magicians, spending nearly 30 million points. In order to form the undead army, starting today, among the recruited professionals, those who can choose to recruit the 2nd level should be recruited as much as possible. The 2nd-level professionals are not important. What is important is the 2-star talented professionals. When Zhao Yi was recruiting personnel, the void trading field was opened again. This was the 13th time that the void trading field was opened, and small trade fairs and small auctions were still held. Originally, 30 free invitations were supposed to be issued to sellers, but after nightfall yesterday, Zhao Yi wrote down the sellers' player numbers for a total of 90 invitations. This time when the void trading field was opened, the number of traded items would be much more than the last time. Because of the increase in trading items, the number of buyers has also increased a lot. There is still half a month before the end of the month, and Zhao Yi has ordered Cody and Charles to prepare for the next opening of the void trading field. The next time the void trading field opens, a large-scale auction will be held once a quarter. Before the free invitation letter distribution rules are changed, Zhao Yi must issue at least 3,000 invitation letters. Now, at least 500 free invitation letters must be issued to sellers. There is no shortage of buyers for the time being. Not to mention those wealthy indigenous forces, even the major player forces can buy all the trading items during the large-scale auction. It is expected that during the large-scale auction, the void trading field will be open for 3 consecutive days. Half of the items will be identified on the first 2 days, and a trade fair will be held on each day, and an auction will be held on the 3rd day. Chapter 225. A great battle, the loss of 32 5th-level undeads, and hundreds of 4th-level undeads. Kummel was dead. The next night, the 7th-level skeleton king Geizka, who was in charge of the Loda province, ordered his first general, the 6th-level skeleton General Arno, to lead 2 6th-level undeads and 25th-level undeads to the number 1 cemetery closest to Zhaocheng. Kummel was also a 6th-level skeleton, but his strength was far inferior to Arno. He was defeated by Arno and swallowed up the soul fire, which made Arno's strength increase a little bit, but he was still far away from the 7th-level skeleton king. It is a huge bottleneck for humans to directly upgrade from level 6 to level 7, and this is no exception for 5-star talented professionals. It is also a huge bottleneck for undead to upgrade from level 6 to level 7. Arno's arrival has effectively increased the strength of the undead in cemetery number 1, but it is not enough in Geizka's opinion. The loss of so many level 5 and level 4 undead in a war, the strength of the hero from another world is very strong, and it may become a big problem. When the level 6 undead cannot take action for the time being, he still has to keep an eye on Lothal City. Geizka chose to seek support from Cedric, the 8th-level skeleton king, who was in charge of the entire Violet Kingdom area. Although both undead were skeleton kings, one was 7th level and the other was 8th level. Geizka was Cedric's subordinate, and the 2 undead had a good relationship. Cedric waved his hand and mobilized a total of 10 6th-level undead and 65th-level undead to enter the Loda province in batches. At least half of these 6th-level undead and 5th-level undead supporting the Loda province were sent by Geizka to the cemeteries inside and outside Zhao Yi's territory to accept Arno's orders. The remaining 6th-order undead and 5th-order undead stayed in the cemetery where Geizka was. Geizka was still thinking about destroying Lothal City. If Lothal City was destroyed first, most of the undead forces in Lothal province could be used to besiege Zhao Yi's territory. Zhao Yi didn't know the changes of the undead, but he could guess that after a big battle to eliminate so many 5th Order undead and 4th Order undead, the undead would definitely take action, at least sending more mid-order undead. There was no idea of attacking the number 1 cemetery with 6th Order undead sitting there for the time being, but Zhao Yi wanted to know the changes in the strength of the undead in the number 1 cemetery, just in time to get the shadow orb that was more powerful than the platinum invisibility cloak. Zhao Yi sent a 4th level assassin with a shadow orb to investigate the number 1 cemetery. With every passing night, the strength of the undead in the number 1 cemetery was increasing, and the number of mid-level undead became more and more, especially the increase in the number of 6th level undead, which made Zhao Yi frown. Although he had means to deal with the 6th level undead, such as the Blade Storm spell scroll he had just obtained, this thing was a trump card, and it would be gone once it was used. Zhao Yi wanted to improve the regular combat power of the territory and resist the revenge of the undead. There is still a long way to go to improve the conventional combat power of the territory. If a 3-star talent professional wants to reach the 5th level, it will take a long time even if he goes to the cemetery to kill monsters every day. What's more, Fei Jin has not reached the 4th level yet, and Zhao Yi only has 1 monster-killing team. When the population of Zhaocheng increases to 300,000, the undead will get diamond treasure chests during the daily siege. Zhao Yi looks forward to opening more recruitment scrolls for 5-star talent professionals, 4-star talent professionals, and 5th level professionals from the diamond treasure chest. It's a pity that there is only 1 diamond card in the initial diamond treasure chest. The undead will attack the city once every 3 days, and the chance of opening these recruitment scrolls is also very small. With a lot of points in hand, he could recruit dozens of 4th level professionals or several 5th level professionals, but adding a few 5th level professionals was far from enough for Zhao Yi. Everything had to be done slowly. When the territory was upgraded to a Marquee 8, the speed of strength improvement became slower and slower. Zhao Yi could understand this situation. After all, you couldn't expect the speed of a professional upgrading from 4th to 5th level to be the same as the speed from 0 to 1st level. The player territories that already had monster-killing teams were developing fast. In other player territories, most of the Lord players were worried about the sharp drop in the development speed of their territories because of the changes in the rules of the Undead Siege. It has been a month and a half since the change of the rules of the Undead Siege, and the Lord players have accepted the change of the Undead Siege rules. The average daily points are reduced, and the territory cannot be easily moved. The Lord players have become more cautious. Many Lord players focus on development and do not want to participate in the competition among players. They work hard to consolidate the foundation of the territory. However, there are still troubles coming. The first trouble is the Aboriginal nobles, who have lost their land. They would rather see their land deserted or even occupied by the undead than to see it occupied by the heroes from another world, and they frequently attack the player's territory. The weak player territories suffered. The second problem is the fierce competition between the Chen player camp and the Anti-Chen Alliance camp, and many players who are not from the two camps are forced to get involved. The third problem is that strong player territories, like Zhao Yi's territory, are preparing to be promoted and need to expand their territories, and the surrounding player territories are either relocated or destroyed. In addition, the player forces are constantly merging their subordinate relatively weak territories, and the number of player territories on the origin continent is rapidly decreasing. It has now dropped to less than 3 million, and is still declining rapidly. It is a normal way to develop from quantity to quality, but the player's methods are all borrowed knife to kill. The undead will not leave any alive. One player's territory after another is destroyed. Countless natives and players die. This is digging the foundation of mankind. The top leaders of the undead camp like to see such development, quietly watching the internal fighting of humans and weakening their own strength. At least the top leaders of the major player forces and many lord players can guess the intention of the undead camp. The official of Chen country also wants to stop the internal fighting of the player camp and concentrate on the development of all player territories. Unfortunately, many player forces in the Anti-Chen Alliance did not want to stop. Anyway, they would not die on Blue Star, and they did not want to see the players of Chen country always leading the way and gaining the most benefits from this world. There were very few lord players who were not affected by the infighting of the Blue Star player camp. Zhao Yi was also affected and often sent reinforcements to support the lord of the Chen player. Fortunately, Zhao Yi's territory was strong enough, and the normal development of the territory would not be affected. The Indigenous camp was fighting internally. The Blue Star player camp was fighting internally. The Undead camp was willing to be used as a knife, and the Undead camp leaders were watching the show. It was in this situation that time passed quickly, as if Zhao Yi's territory had just been promoted to the second-class Marquis today, and would be promoted to the first-class Marquis tomorrow. On the 145th day of the Blue Star players' arrival in the game world, the Void Trading Field was open for the 15th time, and it was open for 3 consecutive days, with 2 trade fairs and an auction. This large-scale auction was widely promoted after the 13th opening of the Void Trading Field, with a greater possibility of more trading items appearing, attracting more buyers. A large number of potential buyers, who do not have invitations, are trying to buy them. The price of invitations in the market has skyrocketed. The price of an invitation letter has once again exceeded 2,000 low-grade magic crystals, which can buy a relatively inferior gold equipment. Although the price of invitations is high, the number that can be obtained is limited. The major player forces and major indigenous forces with VIP status will not sell the invitations in their hands for this little magic crystal. They also want to send more groups of people into the Void Trading Field to buy more items. Only individual player lords with silver VIP status can sell the extra invitations in their hands and make a profit. After all, the invitations they use need 300 low-grade magic crystals to buy, and the second invitation needs 500 low-grade magic crystals. Selling one invitation can earn back the magic crystals of several invitations they use. On the first day of the Void Trading Field, nearly 4,000 groups of guests entered the Void Trading Field through invitations, and this was because only half of the sellers entered the field on the first day. The Void Trading Field was bustling with activity, but Zhao Cheng was preparing for the territory promotion battle tonight. Zhao Yi was looking forward to the territory promotion battle tonight. Zhao Cheng already had a population of 360,000, and there would be a total of 6 waves of undead armies attacking Zhao Cheng, with each wave of undead armies reaching 120,000. There should be 7 diamond cards in the diamond treasure chest. In fact, Zhao Yi wanted to see the treasure chests above the diamond treasure chest, but under normal circumstances, he should wait until he was promoted to the dukedom. If something unexpected happened during this period, he might get the treasure chests above the diamond level earlier. In the past 12 days, because the population of Zhao Cheng exceeded 300,000, Zhao Yi also obtained diamond treasure chests twice. There was a diamond card in each of the 2 diamond treasure chests, and Zhao Yi opened a level 7 advancement stone and diamond level combat boots respectively. With this level 7 advancement stone, Zhao Yi already has 2 at his hand, and the diamond level combat boots are directly worn on his feet. This pair of diamond level combat boots has a very powerful attribute for professionals below level 7, that is, flying. Level 7 professionals can fly by themselves, and most professionals below level 7 cannot fly. Zhao Yi cannot fly in the sky without Melissa. With this pair of combat boots, he can also fly freely in the sky. If a rank 7 professional wears combat boots, it can speed up his flight. In addition, Zhao Yi also opened a 4-star talented professional from a crystal card in a diamond treasure chest. Name, Mary. Gender, female. Age, 75. Profession, level 40 flame swordsman. Talent, swordsman 4 stars / fire mage 3 stars / control 2 stars. Skills, loyalty, 80. When Zhao Yi saw Mary's attributes, he was a little confused. With Mary's 4-star talent, how could she be a 4-star professional at the age of 75? Poopy, with a 3-star talent, was already a 5-star professional at the age of 63. There must be some story behind this. The special platinum level profession of the flame swordsman alone is not something that ordinary people can obtain. Thinking of the large family that appeared in the teleportation array, Zhao Yi suspected that they were all Mary's descendants. Perhaps giving birth to offspring delayed Mary's cultivation. Since she joined his team, Zhao Yi could quickly upgrade Mary, and Mary would have a place in the second monster-killing team. From the promotion to the second-class Marquis to now, the undead have not launched a new revenge on Zhao Cheng. I wonder if the undead will take advantage of tonight to launch a new revenge on Zhao Cheng. Zhao Yi felt that this was possible, but the probability was not as high as last time. Compared with the last time, Zhao Cheng's strength continued to increase, but the undead camp could not send out the 6th level undead to attack Zhao Cheng. As long as the number of 5th level undead was less than 100, it would not cause much damage to Zhao Cheng. 105th level undead, the same level undead were more than human professionals, but not to an exaggerated degree, and they were scattered everywhere. It might be necessary to draw 5th level undead from various cemeteries in the Violet Kingdom to gather them together. In Zhao Cheng, the undead camp has lost 42 5th level undead, plus the results of Zhao Yi's monster-killing team. The total number of 5th level undead killed is more than 60. With so many 5th level undead lost, The possibility of high-level undead in the Violet Kingdom mobilizing a large number of 5th-level undead to attack Xiaocheng is much smaller. After nightfall, 6 waves of undead army attacked Xiaocheng in succession. Just as Zhao Yi guessed, the undead did not use this opportunity of Zhao Yi's territory promotion to retaliate against Zhao Yi's territory. There were 6 waves of undead armies. The first 5 waves were led by level 4 undead, and only 1 level 5 undead appeared in the 6th wave of undead armies. In an easy battle for territory promotion, Brittany, who had a 5-star talent, had already reached level 36 thanks to tonight's battle. She was indeed a 5-star talent. Compared with low-talented professionals, high-talented professionals at the same level were stronger, and more importantly, at the same level, high-talented professionals had shorter experience bars than low-talented professionals. Low-talented professionals were envious and jealous of high-talented professionals, because they upgraded quickly, and were strong. There are treasures that can improve talents, but they are also very expensive. Professionals with low talents can only hope that their offspring will have high talents. You won 3 battles. You killed 792,443 undead. You died 35 soldiers. Battle Evaluation SA. Points increased by 240%. Professional experience increased by 240%. Obtained 1 diamond treasure chest, 2 crystal treasure chests. Dragon Knight career upgrade. It took 14 days for Zhao Yi's Dragon Knight career to finally upgrade from level 51 to level 52. There is a long way to go. Compared to the nearly 500 million points he got on the day of the last territory promotion, he only got 130 million points yesterday, which is a big difference. Although the number of level 4 and below undead eliminated increased significantly, he only eliminated 1 level 5 undead and less than 30 level 4 undead, which greatly reduced the points. Zhao Yi wanted the undead to take revenge on him when the territory was promoted, but unfortunately they didn't come. He opened a diamond treasure chest, and 2 crystal treasure chests one after another. Select 7 diamond cards. Level 5 Priest Recruitment Scroll. Dual 4-star Talented Professional Recruitment Scroll. Medium Magic Crystal Mine. Specified Diamond Weapon. Medium Magic Cannon. Large Alchemical Airship. Monument of Abundance. Level 3, select 7 crystal cards. Level 6 Advanced Stone. Level 4 Archer Recruitment Scroll. Level 3 Shield Warrior Recruitment Scroll * 15. Crystal Spear. Level 3 Pegasus * 15. Thunder Spear Spell Scroll * 3. Berserker Professional Heritage Book Level 5 Priest Recruitment Scroll. Another level 5 professional is about to join Zhao Yi's team. Dual 4-star Talented Professional Recruitment Scroll. The second 4-star command talent under Zhao Yi, the future commander of the territory. Medium-sized magic crystal veins can mine magic crystals of various grades worth at least 10 million low-grade magic crystals. According to the medium-sized auctions held once a month in the Void Trading Field in the past, the income each time is about 1 million low-grade magic crystals. A medium-sized magic crystal vein is at least equivalent to 10 medium-sized auctions held in the Void Trading Field. With a medium-sized magic crystal vein in hand, Zhao Yi's territory will not lack magic crystals for at least 3 months. Sufficient magic crystals can enable the territory to develop rapidly. More importantly, Zhao Yi's Mage Tower and Magic Crystal Cannon will not lack energy, and can easily defeat more than 105th level undeads. Although there is a medium-sized magic crystal mine in hand, the cash cow of the Void Trading Field cannot be let go. The God Hiding Plan can be advanced a little, because the God Hiding Plan will affect the income of the Void Trading Field in a short period of time, and will not affect the development of the territory. Designated Diamond Weapons. This thing is interesting, allowing Zhao Yi to freely choose a diamond-level weapon. What Zhao Yi lacks now is the Dragon Spear. I wonder if I can use it to get a Dragon Spear. Try it as soon as you think of it. Zhao Yi directly uses this crystal card, and then a new page appears on the light screen, with a sentence "Please select a weapon" and an input box. Zhao Yi enters Dragon Spear in the input box. In just a few seconds, a blue Dragon Spear about 2.5 meters long appears in front of Zhao Yi. This Dragon Spear naturally has the attribute of Rui, and the longest can reach 9 meters, and the shortest is only 1 meter. Compared with ordinary spears, Dragon Spears are more suitable for riding dragons. Zhao Yi waved the Dragon Spear in his hand, and it felt very good. Today, he will find time to try to fight with Melissa with the Dragon Spear. Medium-sized Magic Cannon, the second one in Zhao Yi's hand. Large alchemical airships can carry 1,000 people at a time. Compared with small alchemical airships that can carry 30 people, large alchemical airships are still useful. Monument of Plenty, Level 3, Zhao Yi once obtained a Level 1 Monument of Plenty, which is currently placed in the first demi-plane. The effect is to increase the growth rate of plants within a radius of 50 kilometers by 10%. It is planned to place the Level 1 Monument of Plenty there after the population of the 5th demi-plane increases to a certain level. Now a Level 3 Monument of Plenty has appeared, with the effect, the growth rate of plants within a radius of 450 kilometers is increased by 10%, the growth rate of plants within a radius of 45 kilometers is increased by 20%, and the growth rate of plants within a radius of 4.5 kilometers is increased by 30%. The effect is very powerful. The 5th level Tree of Life has an influence radius of only 10 kilometers. The growth rate of plants within this range is increased by 50%, and the concentration of magic elements is increased by 5 times. In comparison, the demi-plane where the Tree of Life is located is more suitable for growing magic plants with a long growth cycle, while the demi-plane where the Monument of Plenty is located is suitable for growing ordinary crops. The 3rd level Monument of Plenty can also increase the growth rate of plants within a radius of 4.5 kilometers. The key is that the Monument of Plenty cannot increase the concentration of magic elements, and the concentration of magic elements is very important for magic plants. Therefore, if the Monument of Plenty is placed in a demi-plane with a medium magic environment, it is at most suitable for growing some ordinary magic plants. Zhao Yi already has 10 level 6 advanced stones, including this one. Zhao Yi and Melissa are the fastest in the territory, but it will take 5 months to reach the 5th level. In 5 months, more level 6 advanced stones will definitely be obtained. Zhao Yi has the idea of giving 10 level 6 advanced stones to the Tree of Life. After thinking for a few seconds, he made up his mind. The Berserker Professional Heritage Book. This is the first time Zhao Yi has seen this thing, and he has not seen any information about related categories on the forum. Zhao Yi used the card to summon the Berserker Professional Heritage Book to learn more details. So that's how it is. After touching the Berserker Professional Heritage Book, Zhao Yi understood its function. This is a book that records in detail how ordinary warriors can be transferred to berserkers, as well as the various skills of the berserker profession. This is a book, and it is also the inheritance of a profession. Those indigenous forces that can train berserkers in batches should have the berserker inheritance. Berserker, with high attack, fast speed and low defense, is a relatively common gold-level special profession. The most important thing is the berserker skill, which greatly increases the attack and speed, and enters a weak state after the berserker ends. Moreover, the cost of training a berserker is not low, starting from 10,000 low-grade magic crystals, so the indigenous forces that train berserkers in batches all select people with the lowest 3-star warrior professional talent for training. If there is enough financial resources in the future, Zhao Yi will also train berserkers in batches, but he will not put them in the Undead Legion. The berserker has a short endurance and is somewhat incompatible with the Undead Legion. The members of the Undead Army share vitality, but not physical strength and energy. If physical strength could also be shared, Zhao Yi would definitely put at least 100 berserkers in the Undead Army. With unlimited physical strength and unlimited life, berserkers can roam the battlefield. 3 or 5 berserkers of the same level can surround and kill an enemy of a higher level. When the financial resources are sufficient and the professional academy in the territory begins to train professionals, then students with qualified talents can be selected and trained into berserkers. Finally, let's take a look at the changes after the territory was promoted. First Class Marquee Territory. Lord Zhao Yi. Territory Area, 20,000 square kilometers. Main City, Zhaocheng, First Level Middle City, covering an area of 16 square kilometers. Subordinate Cities, 6 cities, 9 towns, 90 villages. Population, 778,300, 1,193,700. Military, 82,461, 92,313. Public support, 85. Public security, 83. Buildings. In just 12 days, the population of the territory increased by 400,000. Zhaocheng alone increased by 120,000 people, accounting for nearly 1/3 of the population. The increase in the 5th half plane was more than that of Zhaocheng. The remaining less than 1/3 of the population was divided among the 6 subordinate small cities, among which Yicheng increased the most population. Yicheng has completed the construction of a first-level small city wall, using blood-veined stone as the material for building the wall. Zhaocheng still has at least 5 months to be promoted, and blood-veined stone will also be used to build the wall for Zhaocheng. Not only has the population of Zhao Yi's territory increased greatly, but the number of territory troops has also increased rapidly. 12 days ago, The territory army totaled 63,051 people, and now there are 92,313 people, an increase of nearly 30,000 professionals. The ability to increase so many professionals, mainly second-level professionals, is mainly due to the fact that on the day of the last territory promotion battle, nearly 500 million points were obtained. So many points were used for Zhao Yi to recruit a large number of civilians and professionals. It's a pity that only 130 million points were obtained yesterday, and the development speed in the next period of time will not be as fast as in the past 12 days. Fast forward. Chapter 226. Name, Escalating. Gender, female. Age, 71. Occupation, level 50 priest. Talent, priest 3 stars / leader 2 stars. Skill, loyalty, 80 ordinary. Name, Roger. Gender, male. Age, 33. Occupation, level 30 shield warrior. Talent, shield warrior 4 stars / leader 4 stars. Skill, loyalty, 80 not bad. After all the personnel were recruited, Zhao Yi led Melissa to the third demi-plane. The original demi-plane number 3 was just a miniature demi-plane, with an area of just over 1.5 square kilometers. With the transplantation of the Tree of Life here and the continuous advancement of the Tree of Life, the demi-plane number 3 expanded rapidly, and now the area is close to 13 square kilometers. A demi-plane with an area of more than 10 square kilometers is considered a small demi-plane. Passing through the magical plant plantation, he came to the Tree of Life. Feeling Zhao Yi's arrival, the branches and leaves of the Tree of Life rustled, welcoming Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi touched the trunk with his hand, soothed the Tree of Life with his mental power for a while, and then summoned 10 level 6 advancement stones, placed them close to the Tree of Life, and the Tree of Life actively absorbed the energy in the advancement stones. Under the energy of the advancement stone, the Tree of Life continued to grow taller and thicker until it reached 333 meters in height and nearly 10 meters in thickness. With the advancement of the Tree of Life, the growth rate of magic plants in the third demi-plane increased by 10% again, and the concentration of magic elements also doubled. The Water of Life, which is more important to Zhao Yi, produces 333 drops a day. It seems that there are many drops, but in fact, there are less than 17 milliliters in total, but it can be sold at a high price of millions of low-grade magic crystals in the market. The first-level Tree of Life can only produce 1 drop of Water of Life every day, which is hundreds of times different from the 6th-level Tree of Life. Think about the growth time of the Tree of Life under normal circumstances. Each level is measured in thousands of years. It takes tens of thousands of years to grow from a seed to the 6th level. Normally, a legendary strongman only lives for more than 1,000 years. Basically, only the top indigenous forces with a long heritage can cultivate a Tree of Life above the 6th level, and can also keep the Tree of Life in their hands. First-rate indigenous forces will have a hard time keeping the Tree of Life in their hands unless the Tree of Life is of a low level or is kept strictly confidential. The advent of Blue Star players, and the appearance of treasures such as advancement stones, have made the Tree of Life advance quickly. However, it is difficult for indigenous forces to obtain advancement stones above level 4. Even if they are short of money, individual player lords will try their best to put advancement stones aside for sale. To upgrade the Tree of Life by 1 level, 10 advancement stones of the same level are required. It is difficult to obtain 10 level 4 advancement stones, let alone higher level advancement stones. Although Zhao Yi has obtained 333 drops of Water of Life every day, he has no intention of consuming it wantonly. Under normal consumption, Zhao Yi needs to accumulate as much Water of Life as possible to prepare for the formation of the undead army in the future. The undead army composed of 10,000 third-level professionals, plus the endless supply of Water of Life. No enemy can stop the undead army. Today is the last day of the 15th opening of the Void Trading Field. A large auction is in progress. A total of 80 carefully selected treasures will appear in the auction one by one. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the auction ended. At 4 o'clock, the Void Trading Field closed on time. Cody, Charles, and Isaac came to the Lord's mansion together to report the transaction to Zhao Yi. In 3 days, a total of 2,913 items were traded, with a total transaction amount of 49,525,700 low-grade magic crystals, and commission income of 2,303,500. Among the traded items, the highest level used to be platinum. This time, there were 3 crystal-level items, 2 crystal equipment, and a large teleportation array. These 3 crystal-level items attracted a lot of indigenous forces to scramble for them. Player forces with relatively weak financial resources gave up after just a few initial bids. They could not compete with the indigenous forces in terms of financial resources. The transaction volume of the void trading field hit a new high. Zhao Yi edited a new post on the forum and sent it out. The transaction volume is so high, the people who entered the void trading field must have brought more than 100 million magic crystals, plus items worth 50 million. If it were me, I would harvest all the items and magic crystals at once. 1.5 billion low-grade magic crystals are enough for the territory to consume for hundreds of years. Hee, enough for the territory to consume for hundreds of years? What kind of small territory is this? Son of Fortune 413, the boss's territory should be a marquis's territory. At least tens of thousands of low-grade magic crystals will be consumed every day. As the territory develops, the consumption of magic crystals will only increase in the future. 150 million magic crystals cannot even last for 10 years. What do you mean by killing the chicken to get the eggs? This is killing the chicken to get the eggs. As long as it is harvested once, there will be no one in the void trading field in the future. On the contrary, as long as the boss continues to collect commissions, the commission income from this time alone will be over 2 million. 10 times will be 20 million, and 100 times will be 200 million. It's too much. Can you give me some to spend? Son of Fortune 413 boss, where is your territory? I want to settle in your territory. No matter how far it is, I will go there. It has been so many days, and no new trading platform has appeared. Those rubbish have not destroyed the void trading field. A bunch of rubbish can't accomplish anything big. The players of the Anti-Chen Alliance were helpless when they saw the transaction volume of the void trading field. The security measures of the void trading field were too perfect, and there was no chance to destroy the void trading field. The indigenous forces did not do it. Because there is no trading platform controlled by other players, everyone can only send money to Zhao Yi. They have to go even if they are very reluctant. There is no shortage of buyers in the void trading field. If it is bought by the player lord of Chen Country, it will increase the strength of the player camp of Chen Country, which is even more annoying. Obtaining magic crystals from the void trading field and going to the cemetery to kill monsters to get more points and experience, Cheng Jinling is ahead. The major player forces of the Anti-Chen Alliance cannot imagine how powerful Zhao Yi's territory has become. The gap is too big. Even in the future, the strength of a player force will not be able to compare with Zhao Yi's territory. This is too terrible. I would rather pay a little more price to destroy Zhao Yi's territory. The major player forces of the Anti-Chen Alliance continue to spread the information about Zhao Yi's territory and the void trading field in the indigenous cities, hoping to attract more attention from the indigenous forces and destroy Zhao Yi's territory. They were all Blue Star players, and they didn't want to see such a powerful player appear. If Zhao Yi's territory was destroyed, the next one would be Cheng Jinling and the Chen Country officials, and finally the entire Chen Country player camp would be destroyed. Forum Zhao Yi saw the malicious intent of foreign players towards Zhao Yi. With a medium-sized magic crystal vein in hand, he would not be short of magic crystals in a short time. Zhao Yi had made up his mind to hide, and didn't want to be targeted by so many enemies. The reason why Zhao Yi disappeared from the Blue Star players was actually because his territory had been promoted to a first-class Marquis. A first-class Marquis has an area of 20,000 square kilometers, which occupies more than 1/9 of the entire Lahao province. This means that Zhao Yi's territory will have to come into contact with more indigenous cities and indigenous forces. One is equivalent to contact on the internet, and the other is already contact in reality. The two together are easy to overturn. If he can no longer hide in reality, he can only hide on the internet. Without the attention and targeting of hostile player forces, Zhao Yi can fully deal with the contact with indigenous forces in reality. After all, he was still not strong enough, and he had no powerful allies. Zhao Yi could only make a choice, delaying time as much as possible, and working hard to develop himself. With each passing day, the strength of the territory would increase. If he delayed for another half a year, the territory would be able to have a 6th-level professional. There were only a few 6th-level human professionals in the entire Loda province. Zhao Yi's territory had a 6th-level professional, which meant that it was not far from dominating the Loda province. On the surface, the entire Violet Kingdom had only one 7th-level strongman, the Violet King. From the intelligence that Zhao Yi bought at a high price, the Violet King was seriously injured and was not far from death. This is probably the reason why Brittany, who has a 5-star talent, fled the Violet family. When the Violet King dies, the Violet Kingdom will fall apart without a 7th-level professional, and Zhao Yi's territory can be developed vigorously. On the surface, there is no indigenous force in the Violet Kingdom, that can stop the expansion of Zhao Yi's territory. However, it is also necessary to pay attention to the intervention of external indigenous forces. The strength should be hidden, and at most 1/10 of the strength should be revealed. The water in the origin continent is too deep. The first one to emerge will die quickly. Even if you become a legendary strongman, you can't fight against so many legendary strongmen in the indigenous camp. A new day has arrived. After the recruitment is completed, Zhao Yi comes to Yicheng again and walks around Yicheng with Melissa. With the completion of the blood-marked stone wall, the original mud wall has been demolished. The earth mages who built the wall are working hard to build houses in Yicheng to accommodate more people. Yicheng, a first-level small city, can accommodate 120,000 people. Zhao Yi's recruitment of Yicheng's population will end when it reaches 90,000, leaving 30,000 vacancies and some houses to prepare for outsiders to enter Yicheng. It has been 25 days since the construction of Yicheng started from scratch. Because Zhao Yi recruited a large number of earth magicians, the construction of houses in Yicheng will be completed in the next 2 days, and the construction of the entire Yicheng will be initially completed. Continuing to hide will only make outsiders want to know more about the hidden content. Revealing a little content may make outsiders think that this is all. Zhao Yi is going to write an invitation letter to Earl Morris, inviting Earl Morris to attend the completion ceremony of Yicheng, and the time is set in 3 days. For this purpose, Zhao Yi has prepared a treasure that can hide his cultivation level, hiding his cultivation level to the 4th level, which is about the same level as Earl Morris. There are only 3 4th-level people in the entire Yicheng, one more than Morris City. This shows that Yicheng is stronger than Morris City, but not much stronger than Morris City, which can make Earl Morris feel more at ease. Such a revelation can also easily make Earl Morris think that this is all Zhao Yi has. In addition, there is a slight change in appearance. As a 5th-level professional, Zhao Yi can control his facial muscles and slightly change his appearance. Moreover, Zhao Yi's appearance had changed a long time ago when he grew from an ordinary person to a 5th-level professional. With his current appearance, he would not be able to find himself when he returned to Blue Star. Soon, after the invitation letter was written, Zhao Yi sent a squad of air cavalry to deliver the invitation letter to Morris City. This air cavalry squad was very small, consisting of 9 people in total, with the captain being a 3rd level, 2 vice-captains being 2nd level, and the remaining 6 being 1st level. Among them, only the captain rode a 2nd-level Pegasus, and the remaining 8 rode 1st-level Pegasus. A 2nd-level vice-captain also had a banner with the words Zhao on it inserted behind him. The air cavalry squadron quickly arrived at Morris City with the invitation letter. They did not fly directly into the city, fearing that they would be regarded as enemies. So when approaching Morris City, the air cavalry squadron landed on the ground and walked to the north gate of Morris City. The 2nd-level professional responsible for guarding the North City wall saw the arrival of the air cavalry squadron and was not nervous. He noticed the Zhao character flag. Although Zhao Yi and Earl Morris had never met, and although the team sent by Earl Morris had never entered Zhao Yi's territory, the team sent by Zhao Yi entered Morris City many times, and the Zhao character flag was the symbol of Zhao Yi's territory. The relationship between the 2 territories is still friendly. This 2nd-level professional went out of the city in person, and asked the air cavalry team what they came to Morris City for. The Lord sent us to deliver an invitation letter to Lord Morris. Please wait, I will send someone to pass the matter up. Just 10 minutes later, the air cavalry team was allowed to enter Morris City, and came to the Morris family's manor. The captain of the air cavalry team was received by the grandson of the Earl Morris, Kuruilin. The invitation letter was handed to Kuruilin. The air cavalry team did not leave immediately. They still needed to wait for the reply from the Earl Morris. Kuruilin temporarily arranged a place for them to rest. Count Morris opened the invitation letter, and found that Zhao Yi invited him to attend the completion ceremony of Yicheng. Count Morris knew about the construction of Yicheng 20 days ago. It was Zhao Yi who sent someone to tell him. At that time, he said that after Yicheng was completed, he would invite Count Morris to visit Yicheng. Count Morris did not feel strange that a city was built in less than a month. It was not uncommon for a city to be built faster on the origin continent. Looking at the invitation, Earl Morris was thinking whether to accept Zhao Yi's invitation and go to Yicheng. Yicheng is the territory of this brave warrior from another world. It is not known how much high-end combat power Zhao Yi has in his territory. The 2 sides are only friendly on the surface. If the other party has malicious intentions, there is a big possibility that he will not be able to come back if he goes to Yicheng. Morris City will be in a more difficult situation without a 4th-level commander, and there is an enemy eyeing it covetously. Earl Morris called a group of core members of the family to discuss this matter. After discussing it over and over again, there was no unified opinion. After considering the pros and cons, Earl Morris still wanted to accept the invitation and go to Yicheng in person to see the specific strength of this hero from another world. The Morris family has 2 4th-level warriors, so they can't both go. But Earl Morris doesn't want to go alone, so he has an idea in his mind to invite 2 old friends to go to Yicheng together. The Morris family has been developing in this land for more than 200 years, so Earl Morris naturally has many friends. According to Earl Morris, several old friends are interested in heroes from another world, and even heroes from another world have joined his army. They were all ordinary heroes from another world. Zhao Yi was a hero from another world, who was most likely to be a 4th-level hero. He was outstanding among the heroes from another world. There should be old friends who were curious about Zhao Yi. Thinking of this, Earl Morris immediately wrote a letter and sent someone to the territories of several old friends through the teleportation array to deliver the letter. In the afternoon, Luke, a 4th-level shield warrior, who was also a 2nd-class Earl like Earl Morris, accepted the invitation and was willing to go to Yicheng as a guest. It was enough for an old friend to come. Earl Morris immediately wrote back to Zhao Yi, accepting Zhao Yi's invitation, and a friend who learned about this also wanted to attend the completion ceremony of Yicheng, and asked if he could attend together. The air cavalry team returned to the territory with Earl Morris's letter. After reading the content of Earl Morris's letter, Zhao Yi chuckled. He could guess what Earl Morris was thinking. He thought that he didn't dare to come alone, let alone bring 2 4th-level people from his family. He could only find an outsider to accompany him to Zhaocheng. It doesn't matter if he meets 1 person or 2 people. Zhao Yi immediately wrote back to Earl Morris, expressing his welcome to Earl Luke to attend the completion ceremony of Yicheng. He even added an invitation letter to Earl Luke, which was forwarded by Earl Morris. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 days have passed. It has been the 151st day since the Blue Star players came to the game world, and it is also the first day of the 6th month. Just like last month, the undead camp did not make any noise on this day. This day is also the day of the completion ceremony of Yicheng. At 7:30 in the morning, a team was about to enter Zhao Yi territory from the direction of Morris City. There was already a welcoming team waiting for the arrival of the 2 guests at the border of the territory. In the team, Count Morris and Count Luke, each riding a 3rd-level mount, saw the 2 3rd-level professionals in the welcoming personnel of Zhao Yi territory, and felt that Zhao Yi territory was not weak on the surface. Of course, there is also the possibility of swell up one's face, and put all the 3rd-level professionals in the open, pretending that there is still power in the dark. Not far behind Count Luke, there are 2 combat professional players, both of whom are 1st level, one from Liang country, and the other from a small country southeast of Chen country. They are the only 2 1st-level players under Count Luke. In fact, these 2 players have now reached the 1st level, but they don't have a 2nd-level advancement stone. The market price of a 1st-level advancement stone has exceeded 200 low-grade magic crystals, and the price of a 2nd-level advancement stone has increased tenfold. Count Luke can afford a 2nd-level advancement stone, but there is no need. Even the level 1 advancement stone for the 2 players to advance to the 1st level was not bought by Count Luke. Count Luke's family has more wealth than the Morris family, but they will not spend it on the heroes of the other world at will. These 2 heroes of the other world took the initiative to surrender to Count Luke and quickly improve their strength with the help of Count Luke's power. It was not easy to get the level 1 advancement stone, but the level 2 advancement stone was too difficult for these 2 players. The 2 of them were lucky. There were dozens of 0-level perfect combat professional players under Count Luke. Without the level 1 advancement stone, they could only be stuck here. The team continued to move forward, and soon they saw the silhouette of Yicheng in the distance. As they got closer and closer to Yicheng, Count Morris and Count Luke were a little surprised. This newly built Yicheng was actually a small city of the 1st level. Morris City was only a small city of the 3rd level. Luke City was larger than Morris City, but at most it was a small city of the 2nd level. The magic materials used to build the walls of Yicheng were better than those of Morris City and Luke City. It would definitely cost a lot to build such a city. While Count Morris was surprised by Yicheng, he also felt envious. It was because of insufficient financial resources that Morris City shrunk to the scale of a small city of the 3rd level, which was too different from Yicheng. It would be great if this city belonged to the Morris family. The 2 players behind Count Luke were also surprised by Yicheng. A 1st-level small city and a 1st-class earldom, this must be a big shot in the top 100 of the territory combat power list. Up to now, there are only a few dozen lord players who own 1st-class earldoms. Based on the name Zhao Yi, They thought Zhao Yi was a player from the Qin Kingdom or the Qin clan. In addition to the first-level small city and first-class earldom, the two now felt that Zhao Yi was very likely to be a territory that the Qin Kingdom officials focused on cultivating. Before they couldn't turn invisible, there were many player territories with hidden information at the top of the territory combat power list. Everyone guessed that most of these player territories belonged to the official Qin state. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that their guess was right. The official Qin state had secretly cultivated such a powerful territory that mainly recruited indigenous people. The guess that the lord of the territory was son of Luck 413 flashed through their minds. Players generally believed that Zhao Yi, who was stronger than Cheng Jin, was very close to the 5th level before Zhao Yi turned invisible. Now Zhao Yi's territory must be a marquee territory. The main city of the territory is a middle city, and it is impossible to be the first-level small city that has just been built in front of him. In addition, the two players could not associate I Ching with the strongest lord player. The two discussed through the address book and made a decision to send the information about the territory that the Qin state official focused on cultivating to the forum, so that the Anti-Qin Alliance could take action against this territory. Although the two were not members of the Anti-Qin Alliance, they could not tolerate the Qin state players, who were constantly increasing in strength, and could fight against the Anti-Qin Alliance without losing. Count Maurice and Count Luke were getting closer and closer to I Ching. Zhao Yi took Lori and O Tai out of I Ching to greet them. Outside I Ching, the three met for the first time and performed a noble etiquette. At the same time, they were quietly sizing each other up. The most important thing was to feel the strength of Zhao Yi and his two subordinates. A 4th-level swordsman, his cultivation was slightly lower than that of Count Maurice, and all his equipment was platinum level. Two subordinates, one shield warrior and one mage, were both 4th level, not new to the 4th level, and their cultivation was slightly lower than Zhao Yi's, with a full set of gold equipment. Judging from the high-end combat power alone, Zhao Yi is stronger than Maurice, but weaker than Luke. The Luke family also has 3 4th-level professionals, and only one 4th-level professional is slightly worse than Zhao Yi. After some polite words, the group walked into I Ching. It can be easily seen that there are more people in I Ching, but the scenery of I Ching gives people a feeling of being new and simple. This is just a new city that has just been completed, and there are still many things that need to be added later. Count Maurice praised Zhao Yi for his strong financial resources, and for building a new city of such a scale in a short time. Zhao Yi pushed everything to God, saying that it was God's reward that allowed his territory to develop rapidly, and it was God who allowed him to have such a powerful force in a short time. Chapter 227. I found a territory that the Qin Kingdom officials are focusing on cultivating. This territory is already a first-class earldom. The main city is a first-class small city, and the city walls are all built with magic materials. The people of this territory are mainly indigenous people. The lord is named Zhao Yi, a 4th-level swordsman. He also has 2 4th-level indigenous subordinates, a shield warrior and a mage. He has dozens of 3rd-level professionals under his command, and there is also a primary mage tower in the main city. This territory is in the northeast of Maurice City, Loda Province, Violet Kingdom. Count Luke and Count Maurice left Zhao Yi's territory. After a brief discussion in Maurice City, Count Luke returned to his territory with his men. After returning to the territory, the 2 first-level combat professional players under Count Luke could not wait to post the information about Zhao Yi's territory on the forum. Keywords such as Qinghua official, key training, first-class Earl territory, first-level small city, etc. quickly attracted the attention of a large number of players. Qinghua official is indeed powerful. Another first-class Earl territory has been discovered. How many such powerful territories are still hidden by Qinghua official? The Anti-Qin Alliance lord players in the Rhoda province of the Violet Kingdom, it's time to take action. Everyone, work together to eliminate this official first-class earldom of the Qin Kingdom. It's a bit difficult to eliminate this first-class earldom. There are so few first-class earldoms now. The Violet Kingdom is just a small country. There may be only this one first-class earldom. At most, the Anti-Qin Alliance lord players in the Rhoda province will take action. Even if they are combined, they may not be able to cause much damage to this official first-class earldom of the Qin Kingdom. It's time for all the major players in the Anti-Qin Alliance to take action. Even if they have to mobilize forces across borders, they must eliminate this territory that the Qin state officials have discovered and are focusing on cultivating. The situation on the forum immediately attracted the attention of the Qin state officials, and then the Qin state officials were confused. They didn't have a first-class earldom in the Violet Kingdom, not even a second-class earldom, but only 2 third-class earldoms. Where did this first-class earldom come from? From the name of the lord to the name of the main city, it can be confirmed that this is a member of the Qin clan, and most likely a member of the Qin state. The territory is very strong and should be in the top 100 of the territory combat power list. A bit like Lucky Sun 413, but this Qin player should be at level 5, and his territory has also been promoted to Marquis. The difference between the two is very large. It may be a territory that is cultivated by a player force in Qin, or it may be the territory of a European Emperor individual player. After all, there has been a European Emperor player like Lucky Sun 413, and a single player's territory has become the strongest player's territory. Now there is a European Emperor individual player's territory that has entered the top 100, which seems normal. Not long after, Li Yansong, the former first-class Viscount Lord in the former Loda province, reported to the higher-ups and expressed his guess that his former territory might have been attacked by Zhao Yi. The official leaders of Qin State also felt that the two were the same person, but Zhao Yi was not an official subordinate territory of Qin State, and the Qin State officials did not take any action. They could only write a letter to the official subordinate territory of Qin State closest to Zhao Yi's territory, and send it to Zhao Yi, asking Zhao Yi to be careful. Several official leaders of Qin State felt that a first-class earldom like Zhao Yi would hardly be affected by the means of the anti-Qin alliance in the Violet Kingdom, and there would be no problem if they were careful. The major player forces of the anti-Qin alliance immediately investigated the discovered Zhao Yi territory, mainly mobilizing their own territories within the Violet Kingdom. Finally, the investigation results were summarized, and the major player forces found that it was very difficult to destroy Zhao Yi's territory. The strength of the major player forces in the Violet Kingdom was relatively weak. There was definitely no first-class earldom, 1 second-class earldom, and 3 third-class earldoms. The earldoms combined may not be as strong as Zhao Yi's territory. The main means of killing with a borrowed knife is to send assassins. The wall built with magic materials from the main city of Zhao Yi's territory will not have much effect on killing with a borrowed knife. Instead, it will give Zhao Yi more points and experience. The anti-Qin alliance made a decision at a small-scale meeting to temporarily leave Zhao Yi's territory alone. Compared with destroying Zhao Yi's territory, the anti-Qin alliance wants to destroy Lucky Sun 413 and Cheng Jin's territory more. Zhao Yi's territory has no influence, and the anti-Qin alliance's power in the Violet Kingdom cannot destroy Zhao Yi's territory, so let it go for the time being. In the main city of the Lord's Mansion, a third-class earldom near the sea in the Violet Kingdom, Chao De saw a post on the forum and felt that this Zhao Yi territory seemed to be the player's territory of Qin country who had rescued him. Is this territory an official territory of Qin country that is focused on training? Chao De didn't think so. The Zhao Yi territory he had met earlier was more like the territory of a Qin country individual player lord. Zhao Yi was an individual player who was more lucky than himself. Seeing the information about Zhao Yi's territory, Chao De was full of emotion. Before the migration, his territory was already a first-class Viscount territory. After the migration, after such a long period of development, it has gone one step further than the peak in the past, and has been promoted to a third-class earldom. When I was a first-class Viscount, the boss should have been a third-class earl. When I was a third-class earl, the boss was already a first-class earl. The gap has not only not narrowed, but has been widening. The boss is worthy of being the boss. Chao De still dreams that the boss will be in trouble one day, and he will save the boss. With the boss's current strength, dreams are just dreams after all. Given the situation of the player territories in the Violet Kingdom, and the boss's strength as a first-class earl, Chao De does not believe that the boss's territory will be hurt by the enemy's tricks. Later, Zhao Yi also saw the situation on the forum, and immediately thought that it was the players under Count Luke who did it. Zhao Yi really wanted to write a letter to Count Luke, asking him to kill the two players. But Zhao Yi soon gave up this idea. It was the first time for everyone to meet, and whether this approach would succeed was still a question. Fortunately, the players generally did not associate themselves with Son of Fortune 413. The popularity of Zhao Yi's territory on the forum only lasted for half a day. When a new day came, it was difficult to see posts related to Zhao Yi's territory. The popularity of the Void Trading Field has increased slightly. Today is the 16th time that the Void Trading Field has been opened. Small trade fairs and small auctions are held, but the scale has been approaching medium-sized. After a large trade fair and a large auction, the number of VIPs in the Void Trading Field has increased rapidly. Sellers with bronze VIP status are unlikely to consume the invitation letter purchased with 1,000 low-grade magic crystals just because they have only one good thing in their hands. Silver VIPs only need 300 low-grade magic crystals for the first invitation letter each time, which is acceptable. Just to sell an item, it is possible to use the invitation letter to enter the void trading field, and a second invitation letter purchase with 500 low-grade magic crystals can be sold at a minimum price of 1,000 low-grade magic crystals. At 4 p.m., the void trading field closed. The void trading field opened for the 16th time, and a total of 752 items were traded, with a total transaction amount of 12.6793 million low-grade magic crystals, and a commission income of 603,700. According to the convention, Zhao Yi created a new post on the forum. 5 days later, the void trading field opened for the 17th time and held a small auction. This was the last convention. After posting the post, Zhao Yi decided that perhaps for a long time, he would not use the name Lucky Sun 413 to post on the forum. The Hidden God plan has officially entered the final stage, and the new employees trained in the past have begun to replace the old employees. The original 3 giants of the void trading field, Official Cody, Businessman Charles, and Guard Isaac, were replaced by Michael, Jaya Hangxi, and Quickie Lai. Among them, Jaya Hangxi, who has 3-star business talent, is a lady and also has experience as an auctioneer. The most important point is that Ignaz needs to change his appearance and use props to increase pressure and disguise as a strongman. A top indigenous force spent a lot of money to find the location of the void trading field through special means. One of the powerful space mages is the key to seize the void trading field and destroy Zhao Yi's territory. Everything is ready. It is the 156th day since the Blue Star players came to the game world, and it is also the day before the 17th opening of the void trading field. In the afternoon, the official staff of Chen State, Eli State, and Lo State sent the buyer list to Lucky Sun 413 in private chat. Normally, before night falls, Lucky Sun 413 will reply with a received, but this time, Lucky Sun 413 did not reply. The staff did not think much about it, and did not even report the matter. When night falls, the undead attack the city, and a group of players are silently waiting for the invitation letter to appear. Until midnight, the invitation letter did not appear. They asked the 3 Kingdoms official about the invitation letter, but the 3 Kingdoms official staff did not know either, so they finally reported the matter. The 3 Kingdoms officials who received the report from their subordinates felt that Lucky Sun 413 had something urgent to do, and did not have time to send out the invitations. But some people thought that Lucky Sun 413 had an accident. Not long after, the news leaked out, and a large number of players on the forum were talking about the fact that the invitations were not sent out normally. Could Lucky Sun 413 have been killed by the powerful indigenous people? The direct competitor of the void trading field is the market. The indigenous forces behind the market are very powerful. How could Lucky Sun 413 resist it? Lucky Sun 413 boss, don't be in trouble, you must hold on. Great, finally died. Lucky Sun 413 died. The next one will be Chung Jin's turn. The official staff of the 3 Kingdoms kept sending private messages to Lucky Sun 413 until dawn, but there was no reply, and no invitation letters were issued. More players on the forum were discussing this matter, and other players with invitation letters were also paying attention to this matter. Will the void trading field be open today? No one knew, but when 7:30 came, a player tried to use the invitation letter, and his soul projection successfully entered the void trading field, was fixed by the imprisonment array, and then saw a group of people he didn't know at all. Please wait for a moment, and we will explain the changes here after all the guests arrive. Several employees kept saying to the new guests entering the void trading field. The void trading field was still open on time. Because of the unknown changes in the void trading field, more players with invitation letters entered the void trading field one after another. This is also because they have determined that the soul projection is broken and has little impact on their own body, so they dare to go to the void trading field at this time to see what happened in the void trading field. The indigenous forces did not know that the void trading field had changed, and entered the void trading field as usual. Soon, the number of guests entering the void trading field exceeded 1,000 groups, and continued to increase at a very fast speed until the number exceeded 2,000 groups, and then the number dropped sharply. In a teleportation, Ignaz appeared, disguised as a 7th level professional, and poured all his pressure on the more than 2,000 groups of guests in front of him. If they were not imprisoned, or soul projections, many people would probably be scared to death. This pressure, 6th level, 7th level? A powerful space mage. The void trading field seems to have changed its owner. There are 3 5th level guests and more than 30 4th level guests, especially the 5th level and 4th level guests from the indigenous forces. They have come into contact with higher-level professionals and feel Ignaz's pressure. They keep guessing in their minds. Ignaz glanced at the guests before speaking. Dear guests, welcome to the Void Trading Field. As you can see, the Void Trading Field has changed its owner. As for the former owner of the Void Trading Field, a weak hero from another world, he was naturally killed by us. The weak are not worthy of owning such a magical treasure as the Void Trading Field. Although the Void Trading Field has a new owner, we will continue to operate the Void Trading Field and expand its scale of operation. That timid hero from another world only dared to open the Void Trading Field once every 5 days. Now I announce that from today on, the Void Trading Field will be open all day, and trade fairs and auctions will be held every day. The shops on both sides of the square will be open for rent. The previous owner of the Void Trading Field did one thing well, which was to keep the information of the guests confidential. We will continue to maintain this. The biggest difference from the past is that under our operation, no force on the origin continent can take away or destroy the Void Trading Field. The specific changes of the Void Trading Field will be explained by Michael. I don't have time to waste on the Void Trading Field. Legend is what I pursue. After saying the last sentence, Ignaz teleported away from here. Although Ignaz has left, his image as a strong man has been deeply imprinted in their minds. In many people's minds, Ignaz has been identified as a strong man of the lowest level 7. Lucky Sun 413, is the boss dead? The strongest player is vulnerable to the Indigenous forces, alas. This Indigenous force did a great job and finally destroyed this damn Chin country player. Lucky Sun 413, the boss is dead. The Void Trading Field has changed its owner. Will we come to the Void Trading Field in the future? Various thoughts flashed through the players' minds, but their bodies were still imprisoned, so they could only continue to listen to Michael's explanation. Seeing Ignaz leave, Michael walked to the front with a helpless look on his face. He said to all the guests, Lord Lancelot is obsessed with cultivation. Next, I will explain the changes in the Void Trading Field to you guests. In the future, the Void Trading Field will be open all day, and trade fairs and auctions will be held every day. Tickets are required to participate in both. One ticket only requires 10 low-grade magic crystals, and one ticket can allow up to 3 people to enter the venue together, only for buyers. VIP status is retained, and as long as you have the lowest bronze VIP status, you can be exempted from the ticket fee. VIP privileges have also changed to some extent, mainly in the purchase of invitations. Ordinary guests without VIP privileges can purchase an invitation at the price of 500 low-grade magic crystals each time they enter the Void Trading Field. Bronze VIPs can purchase 2 invitations at the price of 300 low-grade magic crystals each time. Silver VIPs can purchase 3 invitations at the price of 200 low-grade magic crystals each time. Gold VIPs can get 1 invitation for free each time, and can also buy 3 invitations for 100 low-grade magic crystals. Crystal VIPs can get 2 invitations for free each time, and can also buy 5 invitations for 100 low-grade magic crystals. Diamond VIPs can get 5 invitations for free each time, and can also buy 10 invitations for 100 low-grade magic crystals. The change in the invitation purchase authority means that Zhao Yi wants to attract more guests to the Void Trading Field by reducing the way to obtain invitations, while the Void Trading Field is open all day. The trade fair and auction require tickets, and ordinary guests are charged in order to reduce the number of people who have no intention of buying items entering the venue. The last shop rental, the initial discount is 1 square meter per day for 1 low-grade magic crystal. If all shops can be rented out, at this price, Zhao Yi can earn more than 200,000 low-grade magic crystals every day. The most important point for players is that when trading in these shops, at least half of the value of the items must be paid with magic crystals, and the rest can be paid by the other world hero's own payment method. The Void Trading Field only collects taxes on part of the magic crystal payment. This made the eyes of many players of the Anti-Chin Alliance brighten. In terms of magic crystals, the player forces cannot compare with the natives, but the player forces can pay with Blue Star currency, which is also what a large number of individual players need. Chin players don't have many ideas for the time being. They are still thinking about Son of Lucky 413, the boss is dead, and they will not come to the Void Trading Field in the future. It is precisely because of Son of Lucky 413 that some Chin players feel at ease to trade in the Void Trading Field. Now the Void Trading Field has changed to a native force. Michael finished explaining the changes in the Void Trading Field and continued, Next, we will check the storage equipment that the guests brought into the Void Trading Field to prevent bad guys from destroying the Void Trading Field. The defense measures of the Void Trading Field by the hero from another world are still very complete, but he can't imagine the power we have at all. After checking the storage equipment, we will release the restrictions, and the guests can freely choose whether to continue trading in the void trading field or leave the void trading field without any hindrance. There were enough staff members. In less than 15 minutes, all storage equipment was checked and the restrictions were lifted. Hundreds of guests chose to leave the void trading field. Soon, the players on the forum were excited. Lucky Sun 413, the boss is dead. All players please observe a moment of silence. This is the biggest loss for the Blue Star player camp. Silence. Lucky Sun 413, the boss only died in the game world, not on Blue Star. Lucky Sun 413, the boss also made a profit. He returned to his youth, his body was free of all illnesses, and he had an extra 50 years of life. Most players will never be able to reach the level of Lucky Sun 413 until they die in the game world. I just don't know if Lucky Sun 413 has exchanged for Blue Star currency in advance. If not, when he returns to Blue Star, Lucky Sun 413 will have to work as a worker for 50 years longer than others, which is miserable. Today is the happiest day for me. The so-called strongest player is finally dead. The players of Chin Country will eventually be destroyed by the Anti-Chin Alliance. The players of Chin Country do not deserve to stay in the game world. Lucky Sun 413, the boss, is a solo player, and I am also a solo player. Although I have been struggling to survive in the Aboriginal city, I can continue to persevere with the encouragement of Lucky Sun 413. The boss is encouraging me. Now Lucky Sun 413 is dead, and I also plan to leave. This game is so boring. Let's go together. Let's go together. Not only some solo players in Chin Country, but also some solo players in foreign countries chose to leave the game world because of the death of Lucky Sun 413. Zhao Yi had not expected this situation, but he did not care. He was still a low-level player, and his food and accommodation were worse than those of the pigs on the Blue Star. With such a poor living standard, there was really no need to continue to persevere. Of course, if you can continue to persevere, you should continue to persevere. Maybe there will be a turning point in the future. The void trading field changed hands, and the Indigenous strongman confirmed the death of Lucky Sun 413. The top leaders of the major player forces of the Anti-Chin Alliance were very excited. He was finally dead, and they could focus on dealing with Chung Jinling next. As long as Chung Jinling is also destroyed, it will not be long before the official Chin state is destroyed. If the official Chin state is destroyed, the Chin state player camp will be in disarray. There is no need to eliminate all the Chin state players. They need a lot of cannon fodder, and a large number of Chin state players are very good cannon fodder. The official Chin state leaders are also holding a meeting because of the death of Lucky Sun 413. The brows of the leaders are furrowed. Lucky Sun 413 is not a member of the official Chin state, but Lucky Sun 413 is no less important to the Chin state player camp than Chung Jin. Lucky Sun 413 is much stronger than Chung Jin, so he cannot recruit Lucky Sun 413, but the senior officials of Chin state want Lucky Sun 413 to live well and fight against the Anti-Chin Alliance together. Without Lucky Sun 413, the pressure on Chin state officials has increased greatly. There are also very few players in the entire player community who speculate that Lucky Sun 413 is faking his death and does not want to be continued to be paid attention to and targeted by the Anti-Chin Alliance camp. But this speculation has not been recognized by many players. No one can find where Lucky Sun 413's territory is, and they cannot destroy the void trading field. In this case, there is no need to fake death. On the other hand, Lucky Sun 413 is powerful, but far inferior to the top indigenous forces. Treasures like the void trading field are not worth the top indigenous forces to take action. Lucky Sun 413 will be overturned sooner or later. Chapter 228. On the first day of the change of ownership of the void trading field, more than a dozen shops were rented out, and all the renters were from the Anti-Chin Alliance player forces. As soon as the shops were acquired, the players immediately took action, first hanging a sign on the shop, and then hanging banners or posting notices. The banners and notices were full of words like, buying all kinds of items at high prices, you can choose Blue Star currency for trading, and many sellers were attracted to enter the shops to sell their items. The indigenous forces and Chin Country players have not taken action yet. They are worried that the change of ownership of the void trading field will have a greater impact on the void trading field. Maybe the number of people entering the void trading field will decrease, and no one will come to the void trading field in the future. The rental store is rented for a month, and the area is at least 100 square meters, which costs at least 3,000 low-grade magic crystals. It is a small amount of money for the indigenous forces and major player forces, but it cannot be wasted casually. Let's see the situation. If the number of people coming to the void trading field does not decrease much in the next few days, then decide whether to rent a store. Perhaps because of the death of Lucky Sun 413, in the next few days, the number of Chen country players entering the void trading field continued to decrease, and the number of foreign players continued to increase. The number of people entering the void trading field every day first decreased, then increased. The void trading field successfully passed the stage of changing the owner, and even the Chen state officials rented shops in the void trading field. If the number of people entering the void trading field continued to decrease, Zhao Yi also prepared several plans, such as reducing commissions, attracting people to rebate, etc. The void trading field, a cash cow, has temporarily stabilized, and Zhao Yi will focus more on the territory. In terms of territory development, Zhaocheng, which has been promoted to a first-level middle city, has a resident population of over 480,000 on the 158th day, reaching the standard of a first-level middle city. In addition to the population of Zhaocheng and the construction of houses in the city, Zhao Yi mobilized a large number of earth magicians to build a tall, wide, and thick city wall for Zhaocheng with blood-marked stones. After the construction of the city wall was completed, the defense of Zhaocheng was greatly increased, but the construction of the city wall gave some first-level professionals a headache. The battle between the Zhaocheng defenders and the undead army was often carried out on the battlefield outside Zhaocheng. The Zhaocheng defenders basically would not stand on the city wall waiting for the undead army to attack the city. If you want to fight on the battlefield outside Zhaocheng, you have to go down the city wall. So many professionals cannot leave quickly from the city gate, and can only jump down from the city wall. Facing the tall city wall, warriors, archers, and assassins have no problem jumping down from the city wall directly, but mages and priests have some problems. They must be careful. They are relatively weak, and may get hurt by jumping down from the city wall. The injuries are basically minor, but the key is that it is embarrassing. A professional is injured by jumping down from the city wall, which is very easy to kill. Therefore, first-level mages and priests must be very careful when going down the city wall. Some people even think, why does Zhaocheng have to build a city wall? We are so strong that we don't need a city wall at all. This was something that only people dared to think about in their hearts, and almost no one dared to say it out loud. The invincible Zhaocheng defenders may think that they don't need a city wall, but ordinary people in Zhaocheng really need a strong and tall city wall. Seeing the city wall appear, and then knowing that the city wall is built of solid and expensive magic materials, ordinary people's loyalty has increased greatly, and the people's hearts have also risen. The defense of Zhaocheng does not only rely on the city wall and the magic tower. Zhao Yi opened a diamond-level illusion array from the diamond treasure chest. In the area covered by the illusion array, it is difficult for the 7th-level professionals to find Zhaocheng covered by the illusion array. As long as the illusion array has enough energy, there is a chance to kill the 7th-level professionals, who are not prepared and relatively weak. For professionals below level 7, if they don't have any treasures, forget about getting out of the illusion killing array. The illusion killing array also works on the undead. The illusion is not very effective, but the mental attack of the illusion killing array can extinguish the soul fire of the undead. Of course, Zhao Yi can't use the illusion killing array to eliminate the undead before the critical moment. If the illusion killing array eliminates the undead, Zhao Yi can get points, but he can't get experience. It's better to leave the undead to professionals to eliminate. In normal battles, the mage tower and the magic cannon will appear. Only when a stronger army of undead attacks, other means are needed. The walls of Yicheng and Zhaocheng have been built. The city wall of Duicheng is currently under construction, and the city wall is also being built at the scale of a first-level small city. All cities in the territory that have reached the level of a small city must use magic materials to build city walls. Blood vein stones are not enough. Zhao Yi opened a vein of Qingqi stone from the treasure chest. Qingqi stone can also be used as a material for building city walls, but its strength is slightly worse than that of blood vein stone. Blood vein stones can be used as building materials for the walls of large cities. Qingqi stones, which are slightly inferior to blood vein stones, can be used as building materials for the walls of small cities without any problems. The walls of Duicheng were built with Qingqi stones. The remaining blood vein stones will not be used to build the walls of small cities. Zhao Yi plans to upgrade his territory again and build new walls for the upgraded Zhaocheng. Yicheng has a population of 90,000, and the populations of Duicheng and Jincheng have exceeded 80,000. Soon, the populations of the two cities will exceed Yicheng and reach the standard of accommodating the population of a first-level small city. Zhao Yi has many earth magicians under his command, but he still needs to build cities one by one, first building the walls of Duicheng, then building Jincheng. After Yicheng, Duicheng, and Jincheng, there are 3 new small cities built when he was promoted to the second-class marquisate: Qiancheng, Xiwencheng, and Kancheng. These 3 cities are only the scale of third-level small cities, and the population has exceeded 20,000. Then, there are Kuincheng, Licheng, and Jincheng. The 3 new cities are all first-level towns, and the population is less than 8,000. Even the most powerful player territory cannot quickly build 8 cities at the same time. Up to now, none of the towns and villages under Yicheng have been used. Zhao Yi planned to build a town after the last small town was built, and then a village after the town was built. A town could also bring Zhao Yi a silver treasure chest, while a village could only bring Zhao Yi a black iron treasure chest. The difference between the silver treasure chest and the black iron treasure chest was too big. In addition to the construction of cities on the origin continent, there were also a large number of earth magic towers in the 5th half-plane to build towns and villages. The amount of work was smaller than that outside, and there was no need to build city walls. Civilians could build houses by themselves. Towns and villages have sprung up in the 5th half-plane, and a large number of people have poured into the 5th half-plane. It has been the 161st day since the Blue Star players came to the game world, and the population of the 5th half-plane has exceeded 300,000. Only 300,000 people, less than 1/20th of the upper limit of the 5th half-plane. In the next period of time, the 5th half-plane will increase by 10,000 people every day. The population of the territory is constantly increasing, and the education of minors has not been left behind. Every time Zhao Yi recruits, he will recruit enough teachers, and at the same time, he will recruit people in the territory to serve as teachers in primary schools. It was just teaching literacy, arithmetic, and other knowledge. Many people in the territory were able to do it, and being a teacher was also a respectable job, and many members of low-level professional families were recruited to be teachers in primary schools. Primary schools were just the foundation, and what was really important was the professional school. The professional school in Jiaocheng had already been built, divided into the Warrior Academy, the Shooter Academy, the Assassin Academy, the Mage Academy, the Priest Academy, and the academy was further divided into majors. Zhao Yi had no intention of being the principal of the professional school, nor did he arrange for professionals above the 2nd level to work in the professional school. After all, it was just a place to train ordinary people into 0-level professionals, and it was enough to let 1st-level professionals, or even 0-level professionals serve as teachers. Most of the teachers in the professional school are newly recruited professionals in Jiaocheng. Most of the professionals in the territory have joined the army, but some have not joined the army, such as the wives, parents, and children of professionals. Zhao Yi chose to recruit older and more experienced 0-level professionals and 1st-level professionals to serve as teachers in the school. Only after the students become professionals, it is possible for military professionals to serve as internship teachers and lead students to the battlefield to eliminate the undead. Because the territory education period is still very short, and the vocational school does not teach students to read and write, the first batch of students in the vocational school are mainly students of the right age, who are already literate from vocational families, official families, merchant families, teacher families, etc. Before entering the vocational school to study, there is another most important process, which is to check the talent. Only those with a minimum of 1-star talent can enter the vocational school to study. Among the first batch of students in the vocational school, there is even a 4-star fire mage talent and many 3-star talents. Zhao Yi only paid attention to them. These students still needed to study hard in the professional school. In the professional school, because of their talents, they would be trained by the school. Only when they joined the territory army would they be trained by Zhao Yi. It would take at least 2 years for them to join the territory army. It was still too early. The void trading field, which was open all day, was still earning magic crystals for Zhao Yi. In addition, there was a magic crystal vein with a total value of more than 10 million. The territory was still developing rapidly and needed more people, more professionals, and more high-end combat power. While the territory was developing, outside forces kept contacting Zhao Yi through Yicheng, including indigenous forces, Qin country player forces, anti-Qin alliance player forces, and individual players. The indigenous forces that Zhao Yi contacted were mainly the marquises and earls in the Rhoda province. Zhao Yi was a brave warrior from another world, but also a noble of the Violet Kingdom. He was able to build a 1st-level small city, and use blood-marked stones to build the city walls. On the surface, there were 3 4th-level professionals in charge, and Zhao Yi's strength was not weak. You have to know that it has only been more than 5 months since the hero from another world came to the origin continent. His strength has improved so quickly. Will he be promoted to the 5th or even 6th level in a short time? There are no more than 3 6th level professionals in the entire Loda province, and there are only about 10 5th level professionals. If this hero from another world becomes a 5th level professional, it may have a greater impact on the situation in Loda province. So after Count Morris and Count Luke spread some rumors, a group of marquises and earls in Loda province successively sent people to visit this hero from another world through the Morris City teleportation array to Zhao Yi's territory with the idea of testing. Yi Cheng's teleportation array is currently only connected to Zhao Cheng. There is also a small teleportation array hidden in the Lord's mansion of Yi Cheng, which is convenient for Zhao and Yi to travel. Yi Cheng's teleportation array is not open, so outsiders cannot directly enter Yi Cheng through Yi Cheng's teleportation array. Yi Cheng's teleportation array is not open to the outside world, and the indigenous forces don't have too many ideas. This is a relatively normal thing on the origin continent. Even if you use Morris City's teleportation array, you have to tell it in advance. Only a big city like Loda City, with strong strength, has the confidence to open the teleportation array. If there is a problem, you can also get rescue from the capital quickly. If a small city like Morris City is attacked, there may not even be a chance to spread the news, and it is difficult to get rescue from the outside world. In order to reduce the possibility of being attacked by the outside world, most cities below the level of large cities choose to close the teleportation array and open it when needed, or only open the teleportation array connecting several important cities. The team that wants to go to Yi Cheng will be intercepted before entering the territory. After confirming the other party's intentions, they will enter Yi Cheng under the escort of the patrol team. If there are 4th level professionals in the foreign team, Zhao Yi will meet them in person. If there are only 3rd level professionals, Yi Cheng will only send 3rd level professionals to meet them. Interestingly, most of these teams from the indigenous forces came to visit under the pretext of congratulating Yi Cheng on its completion. Among the Chen player forces, only the Chen officials sent someone to visit once and sent a letter to Zhao Yi, asking Zhao Yi to be careful and to ask for help from the Chen official if needed. Zhao Yi also understood that if he asked for help from the Chen official, he would also have to pay some price, such as joining the Chen official. No other Chen player forces came to visit, mainly because these Chen player forces thought that Zhao Yi's territory was under the Chen official. They would not visit unless there was something going on, fearing that it would cause misunderstandings from the Chen official. On the contrary, the major player forces of the Anti-Chen Alliance thought that Zhao Yi's territory was a territory that the Chen official focused on cultivating, and quickly sent teams to come over. The purpose was naturally to win over Zhao Yi, and want Zhao Yi to bring his territory to join them. Even if the win-over failed, they had to make the Chen official high-level officials misunderstand, and then separate Zhao Yi's territory from the Chen official. The team sent by the major player forces of the Anti-Chen Alliance were directly intercepted by the patrol team, and were not allowed to go to Yi Cheng at all. If they dared to rush into the territory, they would be directly eliminated. In addition, the Chen players living in Morris City thought that Zhao Yi's territory was an official territory of Chen State, and wanted to settle in Yi Cheng, but they were also blocked by the patrol team. Yi Cheng would not accept outsiders to settle for the time being. Unable to settle in Yi Cheng, they returned to Morris City and posted on the forum, cursing Zhao Yi and the Chen State officials, saying that they were all Chen people, so why couldn't they be allowed to settle there? This kind of post won't make much splash on the forum. A similar situation happened a long time ago. Players from all countries wanted to settle in the official territories of their countries, but no player forces agreed. These player forces all said that the territory was too weak and was in danger of being destroyed by the undead army. The indigenous cities had tall and solid walls and were safer. Please wait for some time. When the territory becomes stronger, it will accept citizens to settle in the territory. The official Chen country has announced that when Cheng Jinling is promoted to the 3rd class marquis, a certain number of Chen people will be accepted to settle in the territory. One thing that the Chen state officials did not say is that Cheng Jin will not allow anyone to enter the main city at will. The main city is the most important. The population entering the main city needs to continuously improve the strength of the main city. The population of Chen State is mainly newly built small cities, towns, and even villages. Yi Cheng has reached a population of 90,000, and the remaining 30,000 people are reserved for outsiders. Zhao Yi has already contacted the outside world through Yi Cheng. It is only a matter of time before Yi Cheng allows players to live here. Alchemists have already refined and put into use the gold-level wireless communication base station and personal terminal, but the cost is too high. It is much more convenient to use players for communication. This is just one reason for accepting players. The Origin continent focuses on extraordinary power, while Blue Star focuses on technology education and other aspects. Zhao Yi needs business talents, scientific research talents, and construction talents. For example, if relevant personnel from Blue Star join in, plus Zhao Yi's territory alchemist, these things will be made quickly. Zhao Yi has no intention of laying railways on the origin continent for the time being. The fifth half-plane, which has a large population and no undead threat, is a very good choice. Another example is bicycles, a very convenient means of transportation that can be used by low-level professionals, and is more suitable for civilians. Scientific research talents are still relatively important for the development of a territory. Alchemists can also make bicycles according to Zhao Yi's requirements, but their professions are somewhat mismatched. They always want to use the power of magic to solve problems, and make motorcycles, and even cars that can be driven by magic power, which is also good. If there are Blue Star researchers joining in, the time for developing bicycles, motorcycles, cars, etc. can be shortened. These are things on Blue Star that are originally displayed through magic power. According to the situation on the forum, some players' territories have already manufactured bicycles and intend to make them an important industry in their territories. Most players believe that the bicycle industry cannot be developed on the origin continent for the time being. The lower-class civilians cannot afford it, and the rich are not interested. Probably only a very small number of civilians with some money will buy it. Moreover, it is not difficult to manufacture bicycles. The bicycle industry that can make some money will attract many lured players, and it will become an unprofitable industry. Zhao Yi didn't think about making money from bicycles. He wanted to develop his territory, build a prosperous territory, and improve the living standards of his subjects. This should be what many Qinghua player lords are willing to do. When the subjects have money, they can naturally afford bicycles. With internal economic circulation, a territory where even the lower-class civilians live a prosperous life is definitely a powerful territory. Bicycles are just a small matter for Zhao Yi, but they also show Zhao Yi's need for Blue Star researchers. It has been more than 5 months since Blue Star players came to the game world. After such a long time, a large number of players has succumbed to reality, and there will not be many problems for players and natives to live together. The players who settled in Yicheng would not come here on their own initiative, but Zhao Yi recruited them with points. For professional players, the points for recruitment are not many, which is very rare for Zhao Yi. If he spends a little more points, he can directly recruit the people he needs, which is very convenient. Of course, as a Qin countryman, Zhao Yi will only recruit Qin country players. Zhao Yi feels that the time for the first batch of players to enter Yicheng can be put after his identity is exposed. This identity exposure means that Zhao Yi's territory is not an official subordinate territory of Qin country. If his identity is exposed, it doesn't matter if players settle in Yicheng. It is just Yicheng, and players will not enter the core position of Yicheng and cannot learn too much information. Ordinary information leaks out, which has little impact on Zhao Yi. On the night of the 162nd day, a great battle ended. In the battle, Brittany reached level 38, and in the midnight monster spawning, Fei Jin finally reached the 3rd level. There was no rush to upgrade Fei Jin immediately, and he waited until he returned to Zhaocheng and recovered before upgrading. It took a total of 39 days for Fei Jin, who had a 3-star talent, to reach the 3rd level with great difficulty, while Brittany, who had a 5-star talent, had already reached level 38 without spawning monsters in the cemetery. The gap between the two was really big. There were also 2 territory promotions, which allowed Brittany to kill a large number of undead and improve her cultivation quickly. Fagan is a mage, and he consumes energy faster than a warrior like Brittany in battle, and his endurance is short. Even if he spawns monsters in the cemetery twice a day, he kills fewer undead, and the same is true for the 2 territory promotions. A new day has arrived. You won 85 battles. You killed 438,175 undead. You died 38 soldiers. Battle rating 1S, 2A, 3B, 3C, 12D, 64F. Points increased by 289.88%. Professional experience increased by 232.88%. Obtained 1 diamond treasure chest, 2 crystal treasure chests, 3 platinum treasure chests, 3 gold treasure chests, 12 silver treasure chests, 64 black iron treasure chests. Dragon Knight career upgrade. The 53rd level Dragon Knight profession has taken another step towards the 6th level, and there is still a long way to go. From diamond treasure chests to black iron treasure chests, only bronze treasure chests and wooden treasure chests are missing to gather all the known treasure chests in order. However, when the population of several small cities increases rapidly, there will be no gold treasure chests. The increase in the number of platinum treasure chests will speed up Zhao Yi's acquisition of level 5 advancement stones and platinum equipment. Yesterday, I spawned monsters in the cemetery twice, but did not kill a 5th level undead, so I only got 86 million points, not over 100 million. It seems like a lot of points, but it's not enough for Zhao Yi. The more points the better. Select a diamond card. 4-star talent stone, select 6 crystal cards. 4th level swordsman recruitment scroll. 3rd level natural mage recruitment scroll * 4. Crystal dagger. Fire mage job transfer scroll * 66. Super alchemical bomb * 10. 10 drops of water of life 4-star talent stone. The things opened in this batch of treasure chests are all ordinary. Only the 4-star talent stone opened by the only diamond card makes Zhao Yi very surprised. This is the second 4-star talent stone Zhao Yi opened. The first one was used by Joanna. Zhao Yi has 2 choices for the user of this second talent stone. One is Elliot, and the other is Fagin. Elliot is an old man around Zhao Yi. If Elliot only has 3 stars of talent, he will not be able to keep up with the development speed of the territory. Fagin is the only space mage in the territory. He will soon reach the 4th level. He can form a second monster-killing team to cultivate the high-end combat power of the territory. Zhao Yi hesitated. Chapter 229. After thinking for a long time, Zhao Yi decided to give this 4-star talent stone to Elliot. Elliot has made great contributions since the development of the territory. Just for this contribution, the second talent stone should be given to Elliot. Fei Jin's contribution is very small, and at the beginning, Fei Jin only had a 2-star talent. Because of the special nature of the space mage, he has been given a 3-star talent stone. Zhao Yi also has to consider Ignaz's thoughts. A person who has not made much contribution, given a 3-star talent stone and a 4-star talent stone in succession, has the same talent as Ignaz. In addition, the monster-killing team formed with Fei Jin as the core, the members are basically 3-star talents. Zhao Yi's requirements for this monster-killing team are not high. They mainly go to 2 cemeteries to kill monsters every day, and the number of monsters killed each time is more than 10,000. Zhao Yi's monster-killing team pursues the number of monsters killed. The members are as 4-star and 5-star as possible, and their cultivation is quickly improved by killing monsters. After the morning meeting ended, and the personnel were recruited, Zhao Yi ordered someone to summon Elliot. Lord. Arriving in front of Zhao Yi, Elliot bowed slightly. As an old man around Zhao Yi, Elliot knew Zhao Yi's character well. He did not feel any restraint in front of Zhao Yi, and seemed very relaxed. Elliot, this is for you to use. Zhao Yi summoned the 4-star talent stone, and put it in Elliot's hand. Lord, what is this? Looking at the appearance of the 4-star talent stone, Elliot felt that it was a treasure, perhaps similar to the advancement stone. It's called a talent stone, which can improve the talent of a professional by 100% without any side effects. The talent stone in your hand is a 4-star talent stone, which can improve your 3-star swordsman talent to 4 stars. Increase talent? Elliot was shocked, and calmed down after more than 10 seconds. Thinking that Joanna, who originally had the same 3-star talent as him, had become a 5th level strongman. Even if she followed the Lord to kill monsters every day, her cultivation could not be improved so quickly. If the talent was improved from 3 stars to 4 stars, it would be normal. Elliot did not envy Joanna for being the first to use the 4-star talent stone, because she was a woman and had an unclear relationship with the Lord. It seemed that he should be the second person to obtain the 4-star talent stone. Elliot smiled and silently added several O's in his heart. Lord, this treasure really needs to be used by me. Elliot asked with a smile. You don't want to use it? Then give it back to me. Zhao Yi glared at Elliot. I use it. Elliot said hurriedly, and used the 4-star talent stone in front of Zhao Yi. Soon, Elliot felt the changes in his body, and a more intense sense of comfort than when he was promoted to the 4th level quickly spread throughout his body. After Elliot's talent upgrade was completed, Zhao Yi continued, the territory will soon form a second monster-killing team. The Zhaocheng garrison will be led by you at night, but during the day, you can follow a monster-killing team to the cemetery to kill the undead, and quickly advance to the 5th level. Yes, sir. After Elliot left, Zhao Yi adjusted the monster-killing team. Considering the high-end combat power and high-talented people in the territory, after several revisions, he decided on 2 monster-killing teams. Zhao Yi's team. Zhao Yi, the 5th level Dragon Knight, Melissa, the 5th level Silver Dragon, Joanna, the 5th level Wind Mage, Ignaz, the 5th level Space Mage, Pascaline, the 5th level Priest, Garfit, the 4th level Shield Warrior, Angus, the 3rd level Assassin, and Brittany, the 3rd level swordsman. There are 8 people in total. Only Escalating has a 3-star talent, and the others are either 5-star talents or 4-star talents. Zhao Yi has 64 level 4 professionals under his command, but there is not a single 4-star priest. Zhao Yi is very helpless. 5 of the team members are level 5, 1 is level 4, and 2 are level 3. Assassins are more important for monster-killing teams. They need to go to the cemetery to confirm the situation first. Level 6 and above undead cannot appear. Crystal-level shadow orbs are better than platinum-level invisibility cloaks. Angus took the shadow orb to the cemetery for reconnaissance, and there was no problem. Fagin team. Level 4 space mage Fagin, level 4 assassin Meliar, level 4 priest Randall, level 4 priest Beth, level 4 shield warrior Rival, level 4 flame swordsman Mary, level 3 shield warrior Roger, level 4 shooter Mars, and non-staff level 4 swordsman Elliot. There are 8 official members in Fagin's team, no magician, but 2 priests. When dealing with undead, priests of the same level have higher output than mages. 1 more priest also makes Fagin's team members safer. Mary, Roger and Elliot are 4-star talents, and the others are 3-star talents. Fagin, Meliar, Randall, Rival, and Elliot were all members of Zhao Yi's monster-killing team. It can be said that there are not many newcomers in the 2 monster-killing teams, mainly because Fagin's team needs time to practice cooperation. This is the first time that Fagin has been the core of the monster-killing team. After confirming the personnel of the 2 teams, Zhao Yi immediately ordered people to notify the new members of his monster-killing team, Escalating, Garfit, Angus, and Brittany, to adjust their status and have a mission in the afternoon. Meliar had completed the cemetery investigation during the day, and Angus followed Meliar to investigate the cemetery at night. The newly formed Fagin team would not be dispatched today. Not long after, Brittany, who was practicing at home, received an order from the Lord, asking her to adjust her status, gather at the Lord's mansion in the afternoon, and go out to perform the mission. Brittany frowned slightly. She was going out to perform a mission. She didn't know what the mission was. She had been in Zhao Yi's territory for such a long time. She usually practiced cultivation. The only mission she had was the undead siege every 3 days. This was the first time she received other missions. If she had just joined the territory, Brittany would have been suspicious and thought that the Lord was going to attack her. But after more than a month in the territory, Brittany had gradually put her mind at ease. In addition, her cultivation level had increased rapidly and reached level 38. Brittany's loyalty to Zhao Yi had also increased to 70 points. She still had at least some trust in Zhao Yi. Brittany stopped practicing and began to adjust her state. After lunch, she was fully armed and walked towards the Lord's mansion. In the Lord's mansion, Brittany met the other members of the monster-killing team. Among the 8 people, she should be the second weakest. Among the 8 people in the team, Escalating, Garfit, Angus, and Brittany were newcomers. Zhao Yi personally explained to them. Next, we will carry out a mission to go to the cemetery to eliminate the undead. We can quickly improve our cultivation by eliminating the undead. The undead attack the city once every 3 days, which is still too slow for our cultivation to improve. So 2 months ago, I formed a team and took the initiative to go to the cemetery to eliminate more undead. Most of the time, we went to the cemetery twice a day, day and night. The core of the team is the Space Mage. With the Space Mage, we can fight and leave as we please. As of today, no one in my team has died in battle. Our territory already has a second Space Mage who has reached the 4th level. I will form a second team with him as the core. 4 members of my team will join the second team. Now you will fill the vacancies. Of course, before going to the cemetery to eliminate the undead, I will send assassins to investigate the cemetery. For the time being, I will not go to cemeteries with level 6 and above undead, nor will I go to cemeteries with many level 5 undead. Today, Meliar will perform the cemetery investigation mission during the day. At night, Angus, you and Meliar will go together. This shadow orb will be temporarily given to you. Brittany listened to the Lord's explanation, and her eyes gradually lit up. Eliminating the undead can quickly improve the cultivation level. Brittany is naturally not satisfied with the undead siege that only happens once every 3 days. Now she can take the initiative to go to the cemetery. Next, her cultivation level will definitely improve rapidly, and it won't take long to be promoted to the 4th level. Among the 8 people present, only herself and Angus were level 3 professionals, only one was level 4, and the others were all level 5. Brittany understood that this was the Lord's attention to her. At this moment, on the light screen in front of Zhao Yi that others could not observe, Brittany's loyalty suddenly jumped by 3 points to 73. Zhao Yi felt that when the monster spawning started and continued twice a day, Brittany's loyalty might even rise to more than 80 points. Brittany could be said to be the most difficult girl to capture since Zhao Yi entered the game world. Seeing Brittany's loyalty increase little by little, Zhao Yi had a different kind of fun. Zhao Yi's team was doing well in killing monsters. After a day of initial training, Fei Jin's team came to a cemetery for actual combat the next day. Before the actual combat, Zhao Yi prepared a lot of killers for Fei Jin's team, including super alchemical bombs, 5th and 6th level single attack and group attack spell scrolls, etc. Fei Jin's team was relatively weak. The 6th level undead could not attack, but the 5th level undead could. Once the props of blocking space were used, Fei Jin's team was in danger of being destroyed, so Zhao Yi had to prepare killers for Fei Jin's team in advance. Starting from the third day, Fei Jin's team, like Zhao Yi's team, started to spawn monsters in the cemetery twice a day. However, problems also arose. Fei Jin's team was far less powerful than Zhao Yi's team. Normally, they could only kill about 15,000 undead in one spawn. Under normal circumstances, they should bring Zhao Yi a crystal treasure chest, as well as an additional 70% points and combat professional experience bonus. However, according to the battle settlement page, Fei Jin's team's battle was only rated B, and they received a platinum treasure chest. The points and combat professional experience bonus should be the same as the affiliated town, only 6%. This made Zhao Yi very speechless. The rating of the subordinate city was downgraded by 1 level, and the rating of the second monster-killing team was also downgraded by 1 level. If it was not downgraded, his territory would be completely soaring. However, without downgrading, Zhao Yi also felt that his daily income was too exaggerated compared with other Lord players. God would not allow such a perverted existence. Although the rating of the second team was downgraded, monster killing had to continue. Monster killing twice a day, 2 platinum ratings could bring Zhao Yi an additional 12% points and combat professional experience bonus. The base number of points was not low to begin with. Even a 1% bonus was not a small amount. Moreover, another important benefit of the monster killing team was to quickly improve their cultivation by killing the undead. Even if they could not get points, they had to continue doing this. Soon, the time came to the morning of the 166th day that the Blue Star player had entered the game world. Yesterday, the undead were attacking the city as usual. You won 87 battles. You killed 497,352 undead. You lost 41 soldiers. Battle rating 1S, 2A, 8B, 3C, 9D, 64F. Points increased by 307.88%. Professional experience increased by 307.88%. Obtained 1 diamond treasure chest, 2 crystal treasure chests, 8 platinum treasure chests, 3 gold treasure chests, 9 silver treasure chests, 64 black iron treasure chests. The points obtained exceeded 100 million, and it is only a few 100,000 points away from 110 million points. The extra 307.88% point bonus is too terrifying. You should know that Zhao Yi only killed a level 51 5th order undead yesterday. While Zhao Yi was happily opening the treasure chest, in cemetery number 1, the soul fire in the skull of the 6th level skeleton General Arno was burning fiercely, indicating that he was very angry now. Given the situation in Zhao Yi's territory, it would be strange if Arno was not angry. Originally, a monster-killing team attacked the cemetery twice a day, and Arno was already angry enough because he could not eliminate this monster-killing team. Now there is another monster-killing team, and 2 more cemeteries are attacked every day, and his anger is doubled. After being angry, Arno called a meeting of the 6th level undead in cemetery number 1 to discuss how to deal with the human professional team. A 6th order undead proposed an idea to destroy the second human professional team. The second human professional team did not even have a 5th order one. We dispatched 5th order undead to besiege this human professional team, and we will definitely be able to destroy it. Other 6th order undead agreed, and Arno also felt that it was possible. The 5th order undead and 4th order undead in the cemetery around Zhao Yi's territory took action. Only 3 nights later, the undead encountered an opportunity. 6 5th order undead and a dozen 4th order undead blocked Fei Jin's team in a cemetery, using a space blocking spell scroll to block the space in the cemetery area, so that Fei Jin's team could not teleport away. However, Fei Jin's team used their trump card to kill all the 5th level undead, allowing Zhao Yi to earn a lot of points. After losing 6 5th level undead, Arno continued to be angry, and at the same time gave up the idea of targeting Fei Jin's team. Human professionals were prepared. Maybe the appearance of Fei Jin's team was to attract the 5th level undead and kill all the 5th level undead under their command bit by bit. Now Arno can only do two things: concentrate the 5th level undead, reduce the loss of the 5th level undead, and ask for help from the Skeleton King. Arno asked for help from the 7th level Skeleton King Gaiska. There were many losses of 5th level undead in the Lothal province. Gaiska could not send more 5th level undead to support Arno, and only sent 2 6th level undead. 2 6th level undead are better than nothing. The human professional team will not go to the cemetery where there are 6th level undead. It would be better if there were 6th level undead in the cemeteries inside and outside Zhao Yi's territory. However, there are not as many 6th level undead as 5th level undead. There is almost 1 5th level undead in each cemetery, but there is no such possibility for 6th level undead. However, if the higher-ups attach great importance to this human territory, they can send more 6th order undead here, so that every cemetery has a 6th order undead in charge. Arno proposed this to Gaiska, who in turn asked for help from Cedric, the 8th order Skeleton King in charge of the Violet Kingdom area. Faced with Gaiska's second rescue, Cedric took it more seriously, and sent another batch of 6th order undead and 5th order undead here. The number of cemeteries with 6th order undead in and outside Zhao Yi's territory increased rapidly. Zhao Yi, who sent assassins to the cemetery from time to time to investigate, naturally knew about this situation. Zhao Yi analyzed it briefly. With the strength of his team, he should be able to eliminate a 6th level undead without using the killer. What Zhao Yi was worried about was whether eliminating a 6th level undead would attract more 6th level undead to attack. Before he became a 6th level professional, it was better not to touch the 6th level undead. There were 6th level undead in the surrounding cemeteries, so he went to a farther cemetery to spawn monsters. The area of the Violet Kingdom could not be compared with other empires, but it was not small. Zhao Yi did not believe that all the cemeteries in the Violet Kingdom would have 6th level undead. With a 4th level flying mount, there is no problem in spawning monsters out of the Lothal province every time. When riding a flying mount, you can also rest or practice. If that doesn't work, Zhao Yi has a lot of teleportation arrays. He can find a hidden area outside to place a teleportation array, and use the teleportation array to quickly travel to various places. Thinking of this in his mind, Zhao Yi felt that this could be carried out as soon as possible. He chose a hidden area in each province of the Violet Kingdom to place a teleportation array to facilitate travel to various places in the Violet Kingdom. It is convenient to go to various places in the Violet Kingdom to kill monsters, and it is also convenient to attack the Violet Kingdom. When Zhao Yiling's second monster-killing team began to be active, more monster-killing teams appeared in the Blue Star player camp. Because of the experience of Andre Lord of Shilon, except for Zhao Yiling's monster-killing team, the monster-killing teams of other Lord players, including Cheng Jin's team, are cautious in killing monsters. Monsters can only be killed in the cemetery within the country where the territory is located. The monster-killing team killed monsters in the northern border last time, and will go directly to the western border next time. Since the area is large enough and there are many cemeteries in a country, they are scattered, so the attacks of monster-killing teams on cemeteries are not very obvious, and no player territory has suffered the revenge of the undead for the time being. For all player territories that have formed monster-killing teams, although it is more troublesome to kill monsters, the development speed of the territory has been greatly improved compared with before. In about a month, Cheng Jin will become a 5th level professional, and Cheng Jin territory will also challenge the Marquis territory. Player territories with monster-killing teams are catching up, and player territories without monster-killing teams are all thinking about training a space mage to form a monster-killing team. A Lord player has already opened a space mage transfer scroll. Although he knows that the space mage transfer scroll can be sold at a high price, the Lord player did not hesitate to give it to his confidants to use, preparing to form a monster-killing team. Afterwards, someone talked about it in the forum. The major player forces continue to increase the amount of money to purchase the space mage transfer scroll, and at the same time train the recruited indigenous space mages. Even if they only have 1-star talent, they will use talent stones to upgrade them to 3 stars, and train them to the 4th level with all their strength. Zhao Yi would occasionally pay attention to the monster-killing teams in other players' territories, and felt that the actions of these monster-killing teams were only temporary. For the time being, they would not be avenged by the undead. As the monster-killing time continued, the high-level undead in the undead camp would communicate with each other, and one day they would be exposed, attracting the revenge of the undead camp. At that time, it would be a question whether they could resist the more powerful undead army. Lucky Sun 413 was gone, and destroying Cheng Jinling became the most important thing for the Anti-Chen alliance. Compared to the unknown Lucky Sun territory, Cheng Jinling's people were all players, unless they were all soldiers, and Cheng Jinling's location could be kept strictly confidential, but the soldiers and their families entered Cheng Jinling together. As Cheng Jinling was trained by the Qin state officials, the Anti-Chen alliance soon knew Cheng Jinling's specific location. However, it is difficult to destroy Cheng Jinling. Son of Fortune, the territory is much stronger than Cheng Jinling, and Cheng Jinling is also much stronger than the territories of the players behind. It is very difficult to destroy Cheng Jinling by borrowing a knife to kill someone. The official of the Eli Kingdom has a plan to get another seed of the Tree of Life and find a way to send it to the official of the Qin Kingdom. The official of the Qin Kingdom must plant the strongest Cheng Jinling under its command for a treasure like the Tree of Life. The official of the Qin Kingdom does not know that the Tree of Life will attract the army of undead to attack the city. They continue to upgrade the Tree of Life, and then the army of undead will attack. It is best to destroy Cheng Jinling, but if it cannot be destroyed, Cheng Jinling must be severely damaged. It's a good plan, but the key is that the Eli government doesn't have any new seeds of the Tree of Life. Even if they do, they are reluctant to give them away. The Tree of Life is a money tree. It would be great if there was a way to plant the Tree of Life without attracting the undead to attack the city. Cheng Jin also knew that the territory of Son of Fortune was destroyed, and his territory became the most wanted target of the Anti-Chen alliance. There was only one thing Cheng Jin could do, which was to make himself stronger. Occasionally, Cheng Jin would think of Son of Fortune and feel sorry for his death. Without Son of Fortune, the Qin player camp had a decline in strength and morale. Son of Fortune fell down. I can't fall down. If I fall down, the Qin player camp will not be able to resist the offensive of the Anti-Chen alliance in the game world. It has been more than 10 days since the change of ownership of the Void Trading Field. The death of Son of Fortune and the lowering of the threshold for obtaining invitation letters have allowed more foreign players to enter the Void Trading Field. In the early stage, Qin players lost, and there was no new trading platform controlled by players. Qin players can only continue to return to the Void Trading Field. At least the Void Trading Field can be more confidential than the market. This is also the result of Zhao Yi's unnoticed information released before he disappeared. Let a large number of players believe that the Void Trading Field keeps the player information confidential. The Void Trading Field can only know the identity information forged by the players in the Void Trading Field, and it is impossible to know the real information. In just 10 days, all the shops in the Void Trading Field have been rented out. This item alone can bring Zhao Yi more than 200,000 low-grade magic crystals every day. The commission income from the trade fair and auction, and the tax income, both of which are more than the rental income, are really a cash cow. The Lord players are extremely envious of the Void Trading Field, hoping that they can also open such a Void Trading Field from the treasure chest, but they are also a little afraid that they will suffer the same fate as Lucky Sun. Chapter 230. On the 172nd day after the Blue Star player came to the game world, Brittany's cultivation level reached the 3rd level while she was killing monsters during the day. With her 5-star talent, her cultivation level did not stagnate at all. She broke through in battle and became a 4th level professional. At this moment, Brittany's loyalty to Zhao Yi increased by 1 point again, reaching 80. 80 points of loyalty is the starting point for Zhao Yi's recruitment, but Brittany's starting point of loyalty is only 60 points. It took a total of 49 days from 60 points to 80 points. The monster hunting was over, and they returned to Zhaocheng, and the monster hunting team disbanded. Brittany did not walk towards her home, but followed Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi stopped, turned around and asked Brittany, "Miss Brittany, what's the matter?" "Lord, I have something to tell you," Brittany said hesitantly. Zhao Yi nodded, stretched out his hand, and made an invitation gesture, inviting Brittany to go to the Lord's mansion together. Not far away, Joanna, who was walking towards her own magic tower, looked back and continued to walk forward expressionlessly. In a living room in the Lord's mansion, there were only Zhao Yi, Melissa, and Brittany. Zhao Yi and Brittany sat opposite each other, and Melissa sat aside, staring at Brittany boredly. "Lord, I want to confess something to you. My full name is Brittany Violet." When Brittany said this, she was a little nervous, and her eyes were fixed on Zhao Yi's eyes, but she found that the Lord was not surprised, as if he knew her identity, and used his eyes to signal her to continue. Seeing the Lord's expression, Brittany's inner tension quickly disappeared. "Lord, my last name is Violet, Violet of the Violet Kingdom," Brittany explained again. "The Violet Kingdom's last name, I know, go on." Brittany was helpless, So she had to continue under Zhao Yi's gaze. I am a member of the Violet family, and the granddaughter of the current king of the Violet Kingdom. Because of an enemy, my grandfather was seriously injured and his lifespan is not long. Members of the Violet family dare not leave the palace at will. Once they leave the palace, they may be assassinated. My father and mother died in assassinations. Grandpa understood the family's situation. Once he died, the Violet family would be destroyed by the enemy. He asked me to find a way to escape from the capital, and was eventually recruited by you, Lord. I am the most talented person in the Violet family. I have the talent of a 5-star swordsman, but I only say that I have the talent of a 3-star swordsman. Lord, this is my true identity. After Brittany finished speaking, Zhao Yi nodded, indicating that he understood. Zhao Yi's attitude made Brittany speechless. Lord, you don't feel anything about my identity? Don't you have the idea of giving me to your enemies? Unconsciously, Brittany spoke louder. Oh, I really don't feel much about your identity. Compared to your identity, I care more about your talent, which means that I have a subordinate who has the potential to grow into a legendary strongman. Zhao Yi said with a chuckle. Lord, aren't you afraid that the enemies of the Violet family will come to you? That's a 7th level expert. It's true that I'm afraid, but I also have ways to deal with 7th level professionals. Do you think your family's enemies can find you here? Zhao Yi asked back. No outsiders come into Zhaocheng, so it's hard for the enemies to find me here. That's it. The enemies don't know you're here. We work hard to practice. In a few months, I can become a 6th level professional. In another 2 years, I can even become a 7th level professional. The enemies of the Violet family are only 7th level, but there can be many 7th level people in my territory. You can also become a 7th level professional. Then you can take revenge yourself. Level 7? I will definitely become level 7. Brittany said seriously. We will definitely become level 7. You must believe in your talent. You also know that the advancement stone is a magical object. I have a level 7 advancement stone that can allow a level 6 perfect professional to directly advance to level 7. I can make you advance to level 7 at the fastest speed, and you just need to give me your loyalty. Hearing Zhao Yi's words, Brittany stood up and swore to Zhao Yi, I, Brittany Violet, am willing to be the sharpest sword in your hand to wipe out all enemies. Okay, go back and have a good rest, don't think too much. Yes, sir. Brittany turned and left the room. Zhao Yi opened the system panel to check the changes in Brittany's loyalty. Just with these words, Brittany's loyalty has risen from 80 to 85. Zhao Yi felt that the strategy for Brittany was complete, and happily picked up Melissa, who was bored and dazed beside him, and kissed her hard. Melissa waved her hands, but couldn't stop Zhao Yi's close contact, so she had to give up struggling. During the break, Zhao Yi came up with a new plan because of Brittany. Brittany is a member of the Violet family, and has the right to inherit the throne. If Brittany reaches the 7th level, she can become the queen of the Violet Kingdom. Zhao Yi can hide in the Violet Kingdom through Brittany, and continue to accumulate strength. There is also a key point here, that is, when Brittany became a 7th level professional, Brittany's grandfather, the severely injured Violet King, who was not far from death, had died or not. If King Violet hadn't died, Brittany could have taken over the throne directly, saving a lot of trouble. As for the enemies, Brittany is already at level 7, and Zhao Yi and Melissa must also be level 7. It's not easy for 3 level 7s to deal with 1 level 7. If King Violet had died, it would be a bit troublesome. I don't know if the Violet Kingdom would fall apart directly, or if the enemies of the Violet family would establish a new kingdom on the land of the Violet Kingdom, or if foreign forces would intervene and annex the Violet Kingdom. Ask Brittany about this when you kill monsters at night. Zhao Yi has the Tree of Life, which produces a lot of top-level life potions, the Water of Life. With the financial resources and family accumulation of King Violet, he must have things to recover from injuries, and he can also buy some Water of Life. But King Violet is still not far from death, which means it is difficult to save this person. However, if there is a lot of Water of Life, King Violet should be able to hold on for a little longer. If he holds on for another 2 to 3 years, Brittany will become a 7th level professional and the queen of the Violet Kingdom. The first bird to stick its head out will be shot. He is just a level 7 professional, which is too weak in the entire Origin continent, not to mention that Zhao Yi is a hero from another world. A level 7 hero from another world will inevitably be vigilant by the Indigenous forces. A preliminary plan was written by Zhao Yi in the notebook. The specific implementation depends on future changes. It has only been 3 days since Brittany confessed her identity to Zhao Yi, and 24 days since Yicheng was open to the public. The fact that Zhao Yi's territory is not an official territory of Qin State has finally been exposed. The reason for the exposure is also very simple. Although the Anti-Qin Alliance did not attack Zhao Yi's territory, it has been trying to win over Zhao Yi, and at the same time trying to get information from the official Qin country. Until yesterday, the official Ali country learned from a staff member of the official Qin country that Zhao Yi's territory was not a subordinate territory of the official Qin country, but a territory of individual players of the Qin country. This made the official high-level officials of Ali country speechless, but they were even happier after being speechless. Since it was not a subordinate territory of the official Qin country, it meant that the difficulty of winning over Zhao Yi would be reduced. Zhao Yi did not accept their winning over, which was undoubtedly not enough benefit. The next morning, an official team from the Eli Kingdom went to Zhao Yi's territory and promised more benefits, one part of which was the official training of Zhao Yi's territory by the Eli Kingdom, and the other part was real benefits. However, the official team of the Eli Kingdom did not have the opportunity to enter Zhao Yi's territory and was directly intercepted by the patrol team. If they dared to enter the territory, they would be attacked. But the matter was reported to Zhao Yi, and Zhao Yi did not care about the exposure of his false identity. The official of the Eli Kingdom knew about it, and soon more players would know about it, and the recruitment of players should also begin. On the morning of the 176th day, after recruiting people from other places, Zhao Yi came to Yicheng and stood beside the teleportation array to recruit players. For the first batch of players, Zhao Yi planned to recruit two types. One is an urban planning designer, and the other is a scientific researcher. Urban planning designers, as the name suggests, are related to urban construction. There are also related talents on the origin continent, generally earth magicians. After thousands and tens of thousands of years of development of human civilization on the origin continent, no matter how slow the development of city construction is, there will be some results. However, in the construction of cities, there is one thing that has always been ignored by earth magicians, that is, the homes of the lower class civilians. Blue Star has its own characteristics, and the origin continent has its own characteristics. The designers of the two human civilizations came together to design cities, towns, and rural areas according to Zhao Yi's requirements, and built them to build a home that is more suitable for human habitation. The recruited scientific researchers are mainly engaged in the study of trains, and together with the alchemists under Zhao Yi, they built the magic version of the train. Some physical rules on Blue Star cannot be used directly on the origin continent. The biggest problem is the influence of magic elements. Some Lord players have made trains on Blue Star. These trains can also run on rails, but the efficiency is dozens of times lower than that of trains on Blue Star. Moreover, the trains will have problems after running for a short time. Many player forces are researching magic version trains. Zhao Yi doesn't know whether their research is successful. Even if it is successful, they will not easily take out the technology. It is better to conduct research in their own territory. Zhao Yi needs a relatively low-cost magic version of the train, which can be used for extensive passenger and freight transport in the fifth half-plane, so that the lower-class civilians can also afford to take the train. The fifth half-plane can accommodate more than 6 million people, and it is not a problem to develop a small society. In order to study some necessary things, Zhao Yi will establish a research institute in Yicheng and place an alchemy workshop. After determining the types of recruits, Zhao Yi is about to start recruiting. Before recruiting, Zhao Yi's mind appeared several figures: his father, his mother, and his half-brothers and sisters. Zhao Yi naturally has parents, and they are not dead. When the Blue Star players were summoned as families, Zhao Yi was alone. When he was a child, his parents divorced, and each formed a new family. Zhao Yi lived with his grandparents, who have passed away one after another. Both parents have their own families, and both sides are somewhat reluctant to contact each other. When Zhao Yi was young, he hated and was angry at his parents for abandoning him. When he grew up, the anger gradually disappeared, and he was fine being alone. The rare contact between the two sides on weekdays was mainly that his parents gave Zhao Yi living expenses. When Zhao Yi graduated, each of them sent 100,000 yuan to help Zhao Yi buy a house, which was also the last sum of money. The conditions of the parents' families were average, and Zhao Yi's parents were at least financially acceptable to him since he was a child. As he grew older, he became more sensible and understood more things. Zhao Yi also understood that his parents were getting divorced. Since they couldn't continue to live together, it would be better to get divorced as soon as possible. If they kept dragging it out, it would be easy to hurt each other. In addition, Zhao Yi had no shortage of money. Anyway, he was no longer angry with his parents. They just treated each other as strangers. When he found a girlfriend and got married, he would notify his parents and let them come to the wedding if they wanted. When Zhao Yi was about to recruit the first batch of players, He thought of his parents, and wondered what their current situation was. Zhao Yi checked the people who were related to him on the recruitment page, and found that his parents were still there, and could be recruited. They were probably struggling to survive, at the bottom of the Aboriginal city. Zhao Yi thought about it, and decided to free his parents' families from the Aboriginal city, but he couldn't recruit them today. Today, the first batch of players recruited in Yicheng appeared in the first batch of players, plus Zhao Yi's name. It's easy to think that the Lord is his son. Zhao Yi didn't want to meet them, and he didn't know what to say when they met, which would easily embarrass both sides. Recruitment began, the first batch of 100 places, half of which were designers and half were scientific researchers. As the teleportation array lit up, families walked out of the teleportation array one by one. In general, there was a middle-aged couple, a minor, under 16 years old, and 1 to 4 elderly people. The minor had no occupation, and the others were life professional players. For those lords, who mainly recruit players, this kind of family is a very poor quality of lords. They cannot provide combat professionals, and are not good at basic farming. Few lords will recruit them. They have been struggling to survive, at the bottom of the indigenous city, and suddenly got the opportunity to be recruited by the lord player. The lord is still a player from Qin country. No matter what the lord recruits them for, it will not be worse than the current situation. They got the opportunity to be recruited, almost no one hesitated, and chose to accept. They were teleported to the teleportation array of Yicheng one after another. Under the command of the official-like personnel, they quickly walked out of the teleportation array, and stood in the open space, near the teleportation array waiting for arrangements. They saw the lord who was recruiting them, and also saw where they might live in the future. The most conspicuous thing, was the mage tower in the center of the city, and the tall city walls in the distance. Some players speculated that the place they arrived at should be a city, or at least a small city, based on the surrounding conditions. After living at the bottom of the Aboriginal city for nearly half a year, these players, who were still persisting, had already recognized the reality. When they gathered together, few people spoke. Even if someone spoke, their voices were very low, for fear of offending those combat professional players. After all the players gathered, Zhao Yi walked up to them. "Fellow countrymen, hello, welcome to my territory. I am Lord Zhao Yi. I don't know if you have come across my information on the forum. I am a lord of a Qin country player, and my territory has reached the first-class earldom. This is the main city of the territory, Yicheng, which has reached the level of a first-class small city, with tall and solid walls built of blood-veined stone. You should know that the walls of some large cities are built of blood-veined stone. Living in Yicheng, your safety will not be worse than living in the Aboriginal city. I recruited you because I have a need for you. Your knowledge and skills in Blue Star are what I need. In the future, you will work with the Aboriginal professionals under my command. Those who perform well will have the opportunity to work in combat professions. One thing I need to explain is that my territory only recruited Aboriginals before. You are the first batch of players in my territory. I will not give you preferential treatment just because you are players and my compatriots. You have lived in the Aboriginal city for nearly half a year, and have almost integrated into this world. I hope you can actively integrate into Yicheng. If you can't integrate, you can only leave. The houses we will arrange for you will definitely not be as good as the houses you live in on Blue Star, but they should be better than the houses you live in the Aboriginal city. A batch of living supplies have been prepared. 3 days of rest time. After 3 days, you will officially start working. If you cannot meet the requirements of the first job, you can only find other jobs in Yicheng to support your family. After speaking, Zhao Yi left, leaving hundreds of Qin country players in silence. They understood that the Lord had made it very clear that at least their lives in the future would not be worse than their lives in the Aboriginal city before, and they would soon have a job. More importantly, it was an opportunity to become a combat professional. They had been waiting for this opportunity since they entered the game world. There was a huge gap between combat professional players and Lord players, and there was an even bigger gap between life professional players and combat professional players. The opportunity to become a combat professional player was right in front of them. Even though they were already middle-aged, they were unwilling to give up this opportunity. Soon, under the arrangement of the Aboriginal officials, each family got on a carriage and headed for their new home. No two players' houses are adjacent to each other. They are all mixed into the houses of the indigenous families. Zhao Yi wants them to integrate into Yicheng as soon as possible. The houses in Yicheng are similar to those in other indigenous cities, all of which are 3-story buildings. Zhao Yi also wants to build more story buildings to accommodate more people in this small city. However, there is no running water or flush toilets, so 3-story buildings are almost the limit. Living on higher floors is very inconvenient for residents. The area of the house varies. A family of 5 or less will be allocated a 2-bedroom, 1 living room house with an area of about 40 square meters. A family of more than 5 will be allocated a 3-bedroom, 1 living room house with an area of about 55 square meters. Whether living on the first, second, or third floor, a garden will be allocated where vegetables can be planted and water-saving tools can be placed. Entering the new home, although it is very simple, it is much better than the small dark room of about 10 square meters where a family is crowded in the Aboriginal city. After the clerk, who sent them to their new home left, the family seemed to have returned to the scene when they just bought a house on Blue Star. The family walked around in the new home, assigned living rooms, and imagined their future life. Becoming a combat professional player, let the whole family become combat professional players, upgrade, and gain more life. Even if there is no level 1 advancement stone to use, it cannot be upgraded to the first level. When it reaches level 9, it can increase the life by 9 years. For ordinary people on Blue Star, it is good to increase the life by 1 year, not to mention 9 years. As for being free of all diseases and returning to youth, that is not what ordinary people like them should think about. In a small dark room of 10 square meters in the south district of a certain city, in a certain country, in the central region, Father Zhao Yi's, Mother Jianya, Brother Zhao Xian, Sister Zhao Mei, and their family of 4 crowded here. The luck of the 4 people in the family is at the level of ordinary players. They have never opened a treasure chest to get good things. They barely rely on the things opened in the treasure chest to survive until today. Among the 4 people, only Zhao Xian is a combat player, a spearman. Zhao Xian wanted to go up to the city wall to kill the undead to improve his cultivation, but his relatives were worried that Zhao Xian would be killed by the undead, so they didn't let Zhao Xian go. Zhao Xian himself was a little timid, so the family has always been the bottom players of the Aboriginal city. The living environment was too bad. They could hold on for the first month. From the second month on, Zhao Yi's and Jianya didn't want their son and daughter to continue living in such a bad environment. They felt that they couldn't gain anything in the game world, so they might as well return to Blue Star. But Zhao Xian and Zhao Mei didn't want to, and they both dreamed of becoming strong. Seeing his son and daughter persist, Zhao Yi's didn't care. It was good to suffer more, which was also life experience. This persistence, June was almost over. Zhao Xian and Zhao Mei, who had never suffered much since childhood, were a little bit unable to hold on. On the second to last morning of June, an unexpected event suddenly occurred. Zhao Xian's system panel popped up by itself, showing that a leader named Zhao Yi wanted to recruit him. Zhao Yi. Zhao Xian seemed to have thought of something, but did not think about it further, nor did he discuss it with his family. He directly accepted the recruitment. Many low-level players could not wait for this opportunity, so Zhao Xian must not give up. After quickly packing up, the family was teleported to the Yicheng teleportation array. Compared to the excited Zhao Xian, Zhao Yi's was calmer. He learned from his son that he was recruited by a man named Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi's was recruited by the Lord of Yicheng. His eldest son was called Zhao Yi. How could he not think too much about being recruited by Zhao Yi? However, when he arrived at Yicheng, he did not see the Lord, which made Zhao Yi's a little disappointed. Maybe he guessed wrong. It was just the same name. If it was really his eldest son, he should have recruited him on the first day, and would not have waited so long. Because Zhao Xian was a spearman, there were combat professional players in the families of other players recruited. Zhao Yi formed the first player team in the territory. This player army is weaker than the same number and level of the native army. Zhao Yi specially arranged personnel to protect them in battle, at least in the early stage, so that these players would not die. When they level up a few levels and have some combat experience, the protection will end. 6 days later, Yao Li, Su Zhang, and Su Ming were recruited by Zhao Yi. Yao Li also had the idea that the Lord was her eldest son, but after careful consideration, she gave up this idea. Yicheng is very large and has a large population. Zhao Yi's family and Yao Li's family live far away from each other, so they will not have the opportunity to meet in the short term. Chapter 231. Master Mage, look here, I think it can be changed like this. Master Mage, please change this area, maybe it will be better. Everything is Master Mage's credit, I just helped a little, just a little. The combination of native professionals and Blue Star players seems so harmonious. For the sake of combat professions, and for more life, players don't mind bowing to native professionals. Even on Blue Star, workers have to please their superiors. When living in the Aboriginal city, half a year has passed, and there are very few players who have not surrendered, and more players who are unwilling to surrender have chosen to leave. Facing the otherworldly heroes, who respect them very much, the Aboriginal professionals will not target the otherworldly heroes for no reason. They also know that the Lord is an otherworldly hero. Regarding the identity of the otherworldly heroes, they were quite cautious when they first came. Now, low-level Aboriginal professionals no longer care about the distinction between Aboriginals and otherworldly heroes, and have returned to their original state, distinguishing the superior and the inferior by strength. In the eyes of the native professionals, the heroes from another world who helped them were just a group of civilians. They respected them very much, and they had no reason to lose their status and target them. And it was more important to complete the task assigned by the Lord. Seeing this development, Zhao Yi was very satisfied. If the players could not integrate, Zhao Yi would rather not recruit players in the future. Since the players could actively integrate, Zhao Yi recruited 100 people every day. Yicheng increased the population by hundreds every day. With the vacancies of 30,000 people in Yicheng, he could recruit for 2 consecutive months. As the number of players living in Yicheng continues to increase, and these players are low-quality players that other Lord players don't want, Zhao Yi's normal treatment of the player subjects becomes very special in their eyes. Zhao Yi is the first big-level Lord to accept low-level players. After the player subjects enter Zhao Yi's territory, their living standards are significantly improved compared to when they lived in the original city. Zhao Yi not only gives them a job with a good income, but also gives them the opportunity to work in combat professions. This huge change has caused some player subjects to spontaneously promote Zhao Yi's territory on the forum. There is no doubt that in our eyes, Master Zhao Yi is the best Lord. Finally, there is a master who is willing to accept low-level players. I am very lucky to be recruited by Master Zhao Yi. I will definitely work hard in the future and contribute to the territory. I hope to be a combat profession in the future. I heard that many players in the player's territory are crowded in a small house. What is the difference between this and the small dark room in the Aboriginal city? Master Zhao Yi's territory is different. Our family of 3 is allocated a 2-bedroom and 1 living room house. It is so spacious, and there are fresh vegetables and broth to drink. Then other players began to envy. Please take me in, Mr. Zhao Yi. Who has Mr. Zhao Yi's ID? Buy it for a high price. Mr. Zhao Yi's territory is a first-class earldom, and there are tall and solid magic walls built with magic materials. Yicheng is very safe. The territory I am in now is just a first-level town, without even a wall. I don't know when it will be destroyed by the army of undead. Soon, some wealthy people in Shan country set their sights on Zhao Yi, who was a casual player in Shan country, and owned a powerful territory. There are always wealthy people in Shan who want to use Blue Star currency to buy Zhao Yi's territory at a high price, and there are also wealthy people in Shan who are very unsuccessful in the game world, and want to settle in Zhao Yi's territory. They can't find Zhao Yi's ID, and can't chat with Zhao Yi, so they can only find players living in Yicheng, and try to contact Zhao Yi through them. The wealthy people in Shan also contact other Shan player forces, and individual player lords. Now a powerful first-class Earl territory has emerged, which will definitely be ranked in the top 100 of the territory combat power list. Strong power means more security. Some territories, under the official jurisdiction of Shan State, are obviously safer, but the official jurisdiction of Shan State cannot do these things. Then the rich people of Shan State can only choose some of the territories of Shan State players. Now Zhao Yi's territory is the second only to the territories under the official jurisdiction of Shan State. Once when Zhao Yi went to inspect the Yicheng Research Institute, a player found an opportunity and reported to Zhao Yi that a rich man from Shan State wanted to settle in Yicheng and was willing to pay a large amount of Blue Star currency. If he could help him find a combat profession and help him upgrade, he would be willing to pay more Blue Star currency. Zhao Yi did not completely refuse. He was already the strongest player on Blue Star and had the most powerful territory, but on Blue Star, he was still an ordinary person. Now the game was over, and he returned to Blue Star, adding more than 50 years of life, no physical illness, and no other gains. More than 50 years of life meant being a worker for 50 years, which was too cruel. In the game world, he was a lord who ruled over tens of thousands of square kilometers of land, a population of millions, and more than 100,000 professionals. Returning to Blue Star, he was an ordinary person. The gap was too big. If someone's mentality could not be quickly changed, he would even choose to commit suicide. Zhao Yi also didn't want to continue to work as a wage earner after returning to Blue Star. It would be good to start seeking some benefits for himself now, so that he could live a life without worries after returning to Blue Star. No one knows what will change in the future. In the past, the territory needed to be hidden, and Zhao Yi would not let outsiders enter the territory. Now part of the territory has been exposed, which can make some preparations for returning to Blue Star. Yicheng is safe enough. Some rich people from Qin country can settle in Yicheng for money. As long as they are willing to spend money, they can get better housing, change to combat professions, and level up for others. Zhao Yi paid very little in the game world, which did not affect the development of the territory, but he was able to obtain a lot of wealth on Blue Star and easily become a billionaire. The officials of various countries on Blue Star announced long ago that as long as the contract in the game appears on paper on Blue Star, it is valid, and the country can enforce it and redistribute wealth. This move reassured a large number of players, and more players exchanged for the benefits on Blue Star. For the wealthy people who came to settle in Yicheng, Zhao Yi also had to make some choices, and wanted entrepreneurs with good reputations, not capitalists with bad reputations. Even if he got less money, Zhao Yi didn't care. The number of rich people from Qin country that can be accepted is also limited. If there are too many rich people, there may be ambitious people who may cause damage to Yicheng. The money is enough to carry on. If there is too much, it is just a string of numbers. No matter how much money there is, if it is known by outsiders, it is like a child carrying gold through a busy city. No matter how safe Qin country is, there are people who dare to take risks for money. Time passed quickly, and rich people from Qin country came to Yicheng to settle down one after another. Zhao Yi also received many contracts worth hundreds of millions of Qin country currency. Until the last day of early July, which was the morning of the 190th day after the Blue Star players came to the game world, the second 5th level professional among the Blue Star players appeared. Without any surprise, the second 5th level professional is Cheng Jin. Cheng Jin was promoted to the 5th level, and the Qin state official immediately announced that Cheng Jin was promoted today and challenged the 3rd class marquis. The official announcement may cause the anti-Qin alliance to attack Cheng Jin. The territory promotion war is already difficult. If the anti-Qin alliance attacks Cheng Jin, the difficulty of the territory promotion war will increase, and the pressure on Cheng Jin will be great. However, the Qin state official also understands that Cheng Jin has been stuck in the 1st class earldom for a long time. The anti-Qin alliance knows that once Cheng Jin is promoted to the 5th level, he will quickly promote the territory and cannot hide it, so it is better to publicize it to boost the morale of the Qin state player camp. Because of the official announcement of Qin state, a large number of players are paying attention to Cheng Jinling's promotion. Even Zhao Yi is paying attention. Zhao Yi is a little worried about Cheng Jinling's promotion. If he is promoted normally, Cheng Jinling should be able to succeed at a relatively low cost. The key is that Cheng Jinling's monster-killing team has been killing monsters everywhere, and it is unknown whether there is any incident. If there is an incident, this territory promotion battle will be difficult. Once Cheng Jinling suffers a heavy blow, it will be a huge loss to the entire Qin state player camp. Zhao Yi does not want to see the scene. Lucky Sun 413 has fallen. Zhao Yi did not continue to chat with Cheng Jin privately, just hoping that Cheng Jin can be more cautious about this territory promotion war. Cheng Jin made a lot of preparations for this territory promotion war, and the Qin country officials also added a lot of means for Cheng Jin, including a large number of magic crystals, a mid-level magic tower, for primary magic towers, more than 10 small magic cannons, and various spell scrolls. Facing 6 waves of undead sieges, and the means of the anti-Qin alliance, Cheng Jin finally won the territory promotion war at the cost of less than 500 deaths. Cheng Jinling's main city has a population of over 120,000 and over 20,000 defenders. The loss of personnel is just over 2%, which is a very small price for Cheng Jinling. Cheng Jinling's smooth promotion has greatly boosted the morale of the Qin player camp, and also made the top leaders of the major player forces of the anti-Qin alliance very angry, preparing new plans to deal with Cheng Jinling. Seeing Cheng Jinling's smooth promotion, Zhao Yi was also relieved. It is the best thing for Cheng Jinling to continue to hold the front. If Cheng Jinling is gone, the Qin official will also be gone, and his territory will be targeted by the anti-Qin alliance in the future, which is also a very troublesome thing. Cheng Jinling had just been promoted to the 3rd class marquis. The next day, something caused a stir in the forum. A female player from the Eli Kingdom named Jenny posted on the forum that her child with an aboriginal was born successfully. It was a premature baby. A lot of money was spent, but now it is safe and will grow up like a normal child in the future. This should be the first child born from the union of an aboriginal and a Blue Star player. There were also children born prematurely before, but none of them survived. Jenny's aboriginal husband is a businessman. He has money to hire a priest and buy precious medicine to keep the premature baby alive. A very serious question: will the children of the indigenous people and the Blue Star players have a system panel? Will we really treat the children in the game world as our own children? What if the parents of the child born by 2 Blue Star players leave the game world in the future? What will happen to the child? It is recommended not to have children in the game world. It will cause a huge tragedy. Because of the issue of children, the Blue Star players quickly split into several factions: those who are willing to have children in the game world, those who are unwilling to have children in the game world, those who are unwilling to have children with the indigenous people, and the never-ending spectators. Several groups of players were arguing with each other, and no one could convince the other. Of course, those who were arguing on the forum were mainly those who were bored, and those who had things to do had no time to participate in the argument. Zhao Yi also noticed this matter, and after reading a few posts, he fell into thinking. This matter was also very important to Zhao Yi. Do you want to have a child in the game world? Do you want to have a child with the Aboriginals? There are 2 important factors in the quarrels of the bottom players: lifespan and falsehood and truth. The lifespan of the bottom players is the same as that of ordinary people. At the same time, there is a huge threat of the undead. No one knows when they will die. Having a child in such a dangerous situation is irresponsible for their own children. False and real. A large number of players think that the game world is false and a game, but there are also a large number of players who think that this is a real world, and those game rules are the rules of the world. Zhao Yi believes that the game world is real. The game world is real, and the child is also real. After giving birth to a child, the child cannot return to Blue Star. In fact, it is not so bad that he cannot return. If he can return to Blue Star, the sudden population explosion of Blue Star will be a big problem. It is also a tragedy that the children cannot return and are separated from their parents. The factors that affect the bottom players have a relatively small impact on Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi is already a 5th level professional, and he has a contract with Melissa. He has a long lifespan. If he gives birth to a child and raises the child, it is even possible that the child will die of old age before Zhao Yi. As for having children with the indigenous people, Zhao Yi has gone a step further. Melissa has been with her for a long time. If Melissa wants a child, Zhao Yi is willing. He is already thinking about whether the child will be born alive or oviparously, whether the child will be human or dragon, or half human and half dragon. Of course, it is impossible to have a child now. On the one hand, Zhao Yi has no intention of becoming a father for the time being. On the other hand, in the current situation, he needs a safe enough environment for the child to grow up. If he wants a safe enough environment, he must have enough strength. After thinking about his own problems, Zhao Yi and other Blue Star players were curious about the same thing. Whether the children born in the game world are born between Blue Star players or between Blue Star players and natives. Do the children have system panels? It is expected that it will take more than a year to get the answer to this question. Only each Blue Star player can see the system panel, so they have to wait until the children grow up and can tell whether they have a system panel. At the territory meeting of the new day, Cici proposed a suggestion to close all the villages in the territory and send the population to the 5th demi-plane. Zhao Yi did not reject this suggestion just because the villages could provide more treasure chests and points, but asked his subordinates to discuss it. A group of civil officials and military generals expressed their ideas one after another, and most people thought that all villages should be closed. Although the affiliated villages only had 1st level professionals at most, and the strongest undead attacking was also 1st level, the possibility of the affiliated villages being breached by the undead army was very small. However, the existence of affiliated villages increases the difficulty of managing the territory. Once an enemy sneaks into the territory, the weak affiliated villages are also the easiest places to be destroyed. The town already has a 3rd level professional sitting in it, and there is a teleportation array connected to the main city, which can provide support at any time. After thinking about the pros and cons, most of Zhao Yi's subordinates think that all villages can be eliminated. While his subordinates were discussing, Zhao Yi was also thinking quickly in his mind. The first thing is what can be obtained from the 90 affiliated villages. Every 3 days, the undead attack the city. Zhao Yi can get 64 black iron treasure chests. The best thing in the black iron treasure chest should be the level 1 advancement stone, but the number of cards in the black iron treasure chest is much lower than that of the bronze treasure chest. The number of 0 level perfect and 1st level perfect professionals in the 5th demi-plane continues to increase, and the 2nd level perfect professionals are mainly in the 3rd demi-plane. Gain points. Even if all 90 affiliated villages can be attacked by the undead, with a total population of 110,000, there will be 37,000 undead attacks, generally 0-level undead, and fewer first-level undead. Eliminating these undeads will not give you more than 1 million basic points each time, and the points after bonus should be around 3 million. On average, it will be around 1 million a day for 3 days. The additional points and combat experience bonus are actually only 1.28%, which is very little. The affiliated villages can be used to train new soldiers, but the combat intensity is relatively low. Town battlefields can also train new soldiers. After thinking about it, the existence of affiliated villages has certain advantages and disadvantages, and it can be eliminated. Seeing that most of his subordinates supported the elimination of villages, Zhao Yi finally agreed to do so. As long as the undead camp is still there, the territory should not build new villages on the origin continent, but only new cities. Under the restrictions of the rules, the indigenous forces did not build villages far away from the city. As the territory is promoted, the city can accommodate more people. Perhaps the Lord players will generally do this and concentrate the population in the city. However, if all villages are eliminated and there is no black iron treasure chest, Zhao Yi will get less level 1 advancement stones. There are still thousands of level 0 perfect soldiers in the first half plane waiting in line for level 1 advancement stones. Blue Star players must use the advancement stone to advance, and the indigenous professionals are not the only method to help break through the bottleneck. Before the Blue Star players came to the game world, the mages on the origin continent developed a variety of methods to help break through the bottleneck, with good and bad effects, and many of them have side effects, such as shortening life. The appearance of the advancement stone has become the best way to break through the bottleneck, breaking through the bottleneck by percentage without any side effects. Because of the effect of the advancement stone, its price has soared. In the market, the price of the first level advancement stone is generally more than 200 low-grade magic crystals, and the price of the second level advancement stone is directly doubled. Most of the 0-level professionals simply cannot afford the level 1 advancement stone, and those who can afford it will not buy it. Now Zhao Yi has set his sights on the methods of breaking through bottlenecks on the origin continent that have good effects and few side effects. I remember that some potions and potion formulas that assist in breaking through bottlenecks appeared in the treasure chest. Zhao Yi searched in the card pack and soon found what he needed. There were more than 150 bottles of potions that assist in advancing to the first level alone, and more than 20 potion formulas, half of which were potion formulas that assist in advancing to the first level, and there were also potion formulas for advancing to the second and third levels. With the advancement stone, Zhao Yi didn't care about these potions and potion formulas before, and as the territory's strength increased, Zhao Yi paid more attention to the territory's high-end and mid-range combat power, and neglected the more numerous 0-level professionals and first-level professionals. Now that I think about it, there are too few advancement stones, and there are more and more professionals with perfect levels. As the territory's population and the number of professionals continue to increase, the number of professionals with perfect levels will increase. Most professionals have 1-star talents, and it is too difficult for them to break through the bottleneck by relying on their own talents. Perhaps they will never be able to break through the bottleneck in their lifetime, and they will be 0-level professionals until they die. In the native city, these professionals, who have reached the perfect level of 0 and have been unable to break through the bottleneck for a long time, if there is a bottle of potion that can help break through the bottleneck, even if the effect is worse and the side effects are greater, they are willing to spend most or even all of their wealth to exchange for the potion. The perfect professionals of the 0-level hope to advance as soon as possible, regardless of whether to use the advancement stone or other methods. With this thought, Zhao Yi made a decision to take out the potion formula that can help break through the bottleneck and let his pharmacists conduct research. Try to choose potions with good effects and few side effects, prepare them on a large scale, and give them to the 0-level perfect professionals under your command. The cost must not exceed the price of the advancement stone. If it exceeds the price of the advancement stone, Zhao Yi might as well buy the advancement stone at a high price in the market and the void trading field. The cost is preferably between 100 and 200 low-grade magic crystals. The normal daily income of the void trading field has exceeded 1 million low-grade magic crystals. Even if only 100,000 is taken out every day, the cost of a bottle of potion reaches 200, and the funds for preparing 500 bottles of potions can be obtained in a day. The cost of the potion to assist in the promotion to the second level is higher. If the daily fund of 100,000 remains unchanged, the number of perfect 0-level and perfect first-level professionals will continue to decrease. Of course, the most important point is to let the pharmacists prepare the potion, improve the success rate of preparation, and reduce the cost as much as possible. Most of the raw materials for preparing potions must be purchased from the outside world. If the third half plane wants to produce a large number of magic plants, it will take years. Zhao Yi feels that as the territories of the Lord players continue to expand, and the strength of the territory army increases, they will worry about the advancement of professionals. It is easy for the indigenous professional players to advance. If they don't have the advancement stones, they can turn to other methods. However, it is not the case for the combat professional players. They must use the advancement stones to advance. With Cheng Jinling's promotion to the third-class marquis, with the support of the strongest player force Qinghua official behind him, it is expected that there will be a shortage of advancement stones, and the speed of the territory's strength improvement will be dragged down by the advancement stones. There are also reasons that Blue Star players have been in the game world for too long and some players' territories have developed too fast. If the development time is slower, and they live longer in the origin continent, the shortage of advancement stones can be effectively alleviated. It's time for the player territories, whose people are mainly indigenous people, to rise. Chapter 232. It happened. In a high-level undead jurisdiction, cemeteries were frequently attacked by human professional teams. After communication with the mid-level undead, it was finally determined to which team this human professional team belonged. Revenge. On the 196th night of the Blue Star players' arrival in the game world, the undead army, that was not supposed to appear, suddenly attacked the Lord City of Andre. Yes, it was Andre, the strongest territory under the official jurisdiction of Shilon. So far, there have been 3 player territories that have been retaliated by the undead because of monster farming: Zhao Yi, Cheng Jin, and Andre. Only Andre territory suffered heavy losses when it faced the revenge of the undead for the first time. The monster-killing team belongs to Andre territory. If they leave Andre territory and are recruited by other player lords under the official Shilon Kingdom, their efforts in the past few days will be in vain, and their level will be reduced to level 40. Due to multiple reasons, the official Shilon Kingdom merged several medium-sized territories under its command into Andre territory to quickly make up for the losses of Andre territory. In the subsequent monster killing, the Andre team was cautious. The cemeteries for 2 consecutive monster killings were very far apart, and they would not choose to kill monsters in the cemeteries near Andre territory. Even so, Andre still suffered the second revenge of the undead. It can only be said that Andre was unlucky. Before the undead army launched an attack on Andre's main city, the news had spread throughout the forum. The major player forces that received the news earlier, especially the player forces that formed monster-killing teams, frowned. Why did Andre suffer the revenge of the undead again? Was it caused by going to the cemetery to kill monsters again? Before knowing why Andre had attracted the revenge of the undead, the major player forces speculated that it was caused by killing monsters in the cemetery. After all, Andre had encountered it once. However, the actions of the Andre territory's monster-killing team were similar to those of other monster-killing teams. Cheng Jin territory did not suffer a second retaliation, so why did Andre territory suffer a second retaliation? All major player forces were paying close attention to the war in Andre territory, and the Shilon government was also busy mobilizing personnel and supplies to support Andre territory. Until the undead army arrived outside the Andre territory, the space in the main city area was blocked, and external supplies and personnel could no longer enter the Andre territory through the teleportation array. The war broke out. Facing an army of more than 74th level undead, Andre fought a very difficult and tragic battle. All the defense lines of the main city were breached by the undead army. The undead army had already rushed into the city and killed non-professionals. In the end, it was only because of the arrival of reinforcements from other towns and villages in Andre and the official Shilon country through other player territories that the undead army was repelled. After the first battle, the main city of Andre, which originally had a population of 120,000, was reduced to less than 50,000. More than half of the combat professional players died in the battle, more than half of the 4th level professionals also died in the battle, and even the core 4th level space mage of the monster-killing team died in the battle. The Andre territory was crippled, and the Shilon government suffered heavy losses, especially the death of the 4th level space mage, which made the Shilon government officials extremely distressed. The situation in the Andre territory made the Shilon government make a difficult decision to abandon the Andre territory and disperse the population of the Andre territory to other key territories for cultivation. The leaders of the major player forces, who learned the news of the Andre territory being crippled by the undead army, were also shocked. The third monster-killing team among the Blue Star players was in the Andre territory. Except for the first encounter with the Revenge of the Undead, the development speed of the Andre territory was closely following that of the Chengjin territory. On the surface, the Andre territory ranked second on the territory combat power list. Such a powerful player territory was crippled by the army of undead. All the players with monster-killing teams made the same decision and stopped going to the cemetery to kill monsters. Especially Chengjin, who is already level 5 and a third-class marquee. If there are dozens of level 5 undead attacking the city at once, Chengjin may find it difficult to resist. Everyone wants to improve their level faster and develop their territory faster, but no one wants to be the next Andre. The specific situation of Andre's experience is still unknown, and the Shilong government is also uncertain. It is most likely caused by going to the cemetery to spawn monsters. All monster spawning teams have similar practices. Andre's team has problems, and other monster spawning teams may also have problems. At least they cannot go to the cemetery to spawn monsters in the short term. Not going to the cemetery to spawn monsters is not a big problem for Chung Jinling, who has already gained a leading advantage. Compared with the undead camp restricted by the game rules, the Anti-Chen Alliance camp is the biggest enemy of the Chen player camp. Everyone's development speed should either increase or decrease together, so as to maintain a balanced situation. If the Anti-Chen Alliance camp develops faster than the Chen player camp, it will be a big problem. While the major player forces have stopped the monster-killing teams from going to the cemetery to kill monsters, they are also constantly researching new methods to avoid retaliation from the undead camp. The most obvious method is that the strength of the territory where the monster-killing team is located must be strong enough. As long as it is strong enough, it can block the retaliation of the undead camp. The Fallen Lucky Sun 413 may have encountered retaliation from the undead camp more than twice. The most obvious method is also the most difficult method, but it is also possible to achieve. As long as the major player forces gather the 4th level professionals and 3rd level professionals scattered in the subordinate territories, they can resist the revenge of the undead camp. However, when someone in the territory is promoted to the 5th level and dozens of 5th level undead attack the city, even if they can be stopped, they will suffer heavy losses unless they are suppressed at the 4th level and not promoted, and wait for more people to reach the 4th level, and then everyone will be promoted together. In fact, Zhao Yi had this idea. When he and Melissa reached the 5th level, they would stay there for a while. Once they were promoted to the 6th level, they would inevitably attract the revenge of the undead camp, and there might be more than 26th level undead attacking the city. With so many 6th level undead attacking the city, Zhao Yi and Melissa were the only ones at the 6th level in Xiaocheng. They were just entering the 6th level, and they had other means to deal with the 6th level undead, but accidents were also prone to occur. It would take several months to reach the 6th level, and the specific plan would be discussed at that time. Perhaps something would change in the next few months, allowing Zhao Yi to easily deal with the dozens of 6th level undead attacking. In a blink of an eye, it has been the 200th day since the Blue Star players came to the game world. Remember, on the 100th day, a game rule change made millions of Lord players very uncomfortable. The points required to recruit players were equal to the points required to recruit natives. After another day, the points fluctuated directly regardless of whether he was recruiting players or natives. According to the reduction in the number of recruitable players and natives, the points required to recruit players and natives continue to increase. The points in the hands of Lord players are becoming less and less. There is also a change in the game rules today. Perhaps Zhao Yi is one of the first few people to discover the change in the game rules. The new game rule change should be a good change for the players. The rule change is the advancement stone. The advancement stone after the rule change can be fused and split. 10 advancement stones of the same level can be fused into an advancement stone of a higher level. It can also be split into 5 advancement stones of a lower level. Take the example of level 1 advancement stone and level 2 advancement stone. 10 level 1 advancement stones can be fused into 1 level 2 advancement stone, and 1 level 2 advancement stone can be split into 5 level 1 advancement stones. The highest level advancement stone in the hands of players now should be level 7 advancement stone, and 1 level 7 advancement stone can be split into 5 level 6 advancement stones, 25 level 5 advancement stones, 125 level 4 advancement stones, 625 level 3 advancement stones, 3,125 level 2 advancement stones, and 15,625 level 1 advancement stones. Zhao Yi has so many level 0, level 1, and level 2 perfection professionals under his command, and what he lacks is level 1, level 2, and level 3 advancement stones. 1 level 7 advancement stone can almost meet the needs. But Zhao Yi would definitely not do this. He would rather spend a lot of magic crystals to configure the potion to help break through the bottleneck than split the high-level advancement stone. On the contrary, it takes 1 million level 1 advancement stones to fuse into a level 7 advancement stone. 1 million level 1 advancement stones can fuse into a level 7 advancement stone, and a level 7 advancement stone can only be split into 15,625 level 1 advancement stones, a full 64 times difference between the two. It can be seen how worthless it is to split a level 7 advancement stone into only 15,625 level 1 advancement stones. No matter how much you lack level 1 advancement stones, you can't use high-level advancement stones to split them. Instead, Zhao Yi wants to use level 7 advancement stones to synthesize level 8 advancement stones, or even level 9 advancement stones. It takes a day for a diamond treasure chest to kill more than 100,000 undead in a battlefield. A treasure chest that can open level 8 advancement stones above diamond requires killing 1 million undead, and a treasure chest that can open level 9 advancement stones requires killing 10 million undead. 1 million undead can still be reached, but 10 million undead is basically impossible. Even if it can be done once or twice, it is not certain that a level 9 advancement stone can be opened. Zhao Yi can only hope to use level 7 advancement stones and level 8 advancement stones to synthesize level 9 advancement stones. He already has 4 level 7 advancement stones. Every month, there are 10 daily undead sieges. Each time, he can get a treasure chest with only 1 diamond card. Almost every month, he can get a level 7 advancement stone. If he can continue like this and nothing changes, he should not be short of level 8 or even level 9 advancement stones in the future. Zhao Yi will definitely not split the high-level advancement stones, but other Lord players, especially individual Lord players, may not. Some Lord players have discovered the rule changes regarding advancement stones and posted them on the forum, which soon attracted a large number of Lord players to discuss. Good, I just entered the 4th level, and I don't know when I can be promoted to the 5th level. I have several level 5 advancement stones, and 2 level 6 advancement stones. I can take out a level 6 advancement stone, and split it into a level 2 advancement stone, and a level 1 advancement stone, so that those level 0 and level 1 perfection professionals under my command can advance their stones. A level 6 advancement stone can quickly increase the strength of my territory. It is recommended not to split the advancement stone if possible. A level 6 advancement stone can be split into 3,125 level 1 advancement stones, but it takes 100,000 level 1 advancement stones to synthesize a level 6 advancement stone. It is too much of a loss. 3,125 level 1 advancement stones are worth about 700,000 low-grade magic crystals, and a level 6 advancement stone is worth at least 10 million low-grade magic crystals. Splitting the level 6 advancement stone is a big loss. But if you don't split the advancement stone, you can't buy a level 1 advancement stone. It is said that all major player forces are beginning to lack level 1 and level 2 advancement stones. It's better to have a territory dominated by indigenous people. Indigenous professionals can use other methods to assist in advancement, but we players must use advancement stones to advance, which is too difficult. Is there anyone willing to exchange low-level advancement stones for high-level advancement stones? 100,000 level 1 advancement stones can be combined into 1 level 6 advancement stone. The level 6 advancement stone in my hand can be exchanged for only 10,000 level 1 advancement stones. 10,000 level 1 advancement stones. I'm afraid only a few player forces such as the official Chen country can have such a large reserve of level 1 advancement stones, but they will not take out so many level 1 advancement stones to exchange for a level 6 advancement stone. What's more, all major player forces also have level 6 advancement stones, so there is no shortage of level 6 advancement stones. If it is possible to exchange level 6 advancement stones for more level 1 and level 2 advancement stones, it is expected that many player forces are willing to do so. But the key is that they cannot be exchanged. Watching the discussion of players on the forum, Zhao Yi had an idea in his mind, to prepare a large number of auxiliary advancement potions, and then put them in the void trading field to exchange for the advancement stones in the hands of players. For example, 2 potions that assist in the first level of advancement can be exchanged for a level 1 advancement stone, and 10 potions can be exchanged for a level 2 advancement stone. Zhao Yi can do this, and the indigenous forces that enter the void trading field can also do it. As long as they can earn more magic crystals from this kind of transaction, the indigenous forces will participate in it. Other player forces cannot compare with the indigenous forces for the time being. Even Zhao Yi has to buy a large number of magic plants from the outside world. For the time being, we should focus on ensuring the supply of auxiliary advanced potions in the territory, in exchange for advanced stones after meeting the needs of the territory. Zhao Yi feels that there should be territories where the people are mainly players, and the lords should split high-level advanced stones into low-level advanced stones. In territories where the people are mainly indigenous people, the lords may choose to sell high-level advanced stones, exchange them for magic crystals, and then buy auxiliary advanced potions. In the early stage, the territories where the people are mainly players have too many advantages. The same points can recruit more people, address book long-distance communication. Now, it is the territories where the people are mainly indigenous people who continue to show advantages. In fact, the best way should be to integrate the natives and players, so as to gain the advantages of both. However, it is difficult for the players and the natives to integrate at the beginning. Half a year has passed, and the players who are unwilling to leave the game world have gradually smoothed their edges and corners, and can bow to the native professionals. After a longer time, when the players and the natives are put together, as long as the players do not speak, it is difficult to distinguish between players and natives. Although the top of the territory combat power list are territories dominated by players, soon territories dominated by natives will rush up. The major player forces are also betting on both sides. There are many territories dominated by natives under their command. Some small and medium forces, and individual lords, who only recruit players are in trouble. The most important thing at present is still the lack of level 1 and level 2 advancement stones. Chapter 233. The change in the rules of the advancement stone quickly had a huge impact on the Blue Star player camp. The first to be affected were the territories of individual players, who mainly recruited players. Players must use advancement stones to upgrade, and advancement stones cannot be purchased, so the lords chose to split the 5th level advancement stone, or even the 6th level advancement stone in their hands, to obtain a large number of 1st level advancement stones, and 2nd level advancement stones. This enabled many combat professional players, who had reached the 0th level, and the 1st level to successfully upgrade, and the strength of the territory suddenly increased. Seeing the improvement in the strength of these player territories, the lords of the individual player territories, who mainly recruited indigenous people, could not sit still. Instead of splitting the high-level advancement stones, they chose to send the high-level advancement stones to the void trading field for auction first, and then use magic crystals to buy auxiliary advancement potions for the indigenous professionals under their command. Originally, there were few advancement stone transactions in the void trading field, but now when they appear, they are all level 4 or above advancement stones, and the indigenous forces have participated in the advancement stone auction. The players can only watch. Their financial resources are far from comparable to the indigenous forces. Zhao Yi also needs advancement stones, and his daily income has exceeded 1 million low-grade magic crystals, but the cost is also high. He can only participate in an auction occasionally, and bid for a level 5 advancement stone worth at least 1.5 million low-grade magic crystals. Advancement stones are very good financial items. If you are short of magic crystals, you can sell them quickly, and they will not depreciate much. The indigenous forces are in great demand for advancement stones, especially those who are more financially powerful than other indigenous forces. They are not short of money. In order to cultivate their children and geniuses, they are willing to spend a lot of money to buy advancement stones. 100% advancement, no side effects. This kind of divine item is not something that ordinary people can afford. The number of level 5 advancement stones that appeared in the void trading field is actually more than that of level 4, and the number of level 6 is not much less than that of level 4. Because of the appearance of advancement stones, more indigenous forces have tried every means to obtain invitations to come to the void trading field and participate in the advancement stone auction, including professionals from top indigenous forces. If a level 7 advancement stone auction occurs, the reputation of the void trading field will spread throughout the origin continent, attracting the attention of many legendary strongmen, and Zhao Yi will also be in danger. Fortunately, the possibility of level 7 advanced stones, and items of the same level appearing for auction in the void trading field is very small. Players who can get them will definitely not easily auction them. This is the foundation of a faction. As the faction grows stronger, it will definitely be used in the future. Individual player lords auctioned advanced stones in exchange for magic crystals to buy auxiliary advanced potion. Some indigenous forces found this, and felt that it was profitable. They either prepared potions in large quantities, or bought potions from other forces at low prices, and sold them in the void trading field. The individual player lords get the auxiliary advanced potions they want, some indigenous forces get advanced stones, and some indigenous forces earn a lot of magic crystals. As the controller of the void trading field, Zhao Yi earns more magic crystals, and his daily income has fluctuated around 2 million low-grade magic crystals. Just by auctioning a level 6 advanced stone, Zhao Yi can get more than 200,000 low-grade magic crystals in commission. For a single transaction amount of more than 100,000, the commission is 4%. For a transaction amount of more than 1 million, the commission is 3%. For a transaction amount of more than 10 million, the commission is 2%. And for a transaction amount of more than 100 million, the commission is 1%. Early morning of August 1st in the Hope calendar, day 211, Lord's Mansion. Zhao Yi had just woken up from a deep sleep, and a few seconds later, a light screen appeared in front of him. You won 23 battles. You killed 681,643 undead. You lost 63 soldiers. Battle rating 1S, 2A, 11B, 9D. Points increased by 309.6%. Professional experience increased by 309.6%. Obtained 1 diamond treasure chest, 2 crystal treasure chests, 11 platinum treasure chests, 9 silver treasure chests. Yesterday's 23 battles came from 4 cemetery monster spawns, the main city Zhaocheng, the 9 affiliated towns of the main city, and the undead siege of 9 small towns. To date, the 9 small cities have all completed the construction of the magic material walls. Except for Yicheng, the population of the other 8 cities has reached 120,000, and the population of Yicheng has just exceeded 105,000. In the past month, Yicheng has added hundreds of players every day, and now it has exceeded 15,000. During this period, it is inevitable to recruit problematic players, who are directly driven out of the territory by Zhao Yi. On the origin continent, the population of Zhao Yi's territory has reached nearly 1.7 million, and in several half-planes, there are nearly 1.4 million people. The population under Zhao Yi's rule has exceeded the population of all the indigenous cities in the province of Lathel. The second largest population among the player territories after Zhao Yi is Cheng Jinling. It has been 20 days since Cheng Jinling was promoted to the third-class marquis, but the population of Cheng Jinling has not yet reached 500,000. The population gap between the two is more than 6 times, but the gap in the military strength of the territory is smaller. Although all 90 affiliated villages were abolished, the points and combat professional experience bonuses were only reduced by 1.28%, which is basically negligible compared to 309.6%. Yesterday, Zhao Yi earned a total of 134.3 million points. For Lord players, no matter how many points they have, it is not enough, but these hundreds of millions of points are enough for the current development of Zhao Yi's territory. Yicheng needs a few points to recruit players every day, and more points are used to increase the population of the 5th half-plane and recruit second-level professionals. The second-level professionals recruited with points are mostly 2-star talents, and very few are 1-star talents and 3-star talents or above. The 2-star talents, who have reached the 3rd level, are also the basis for Zhao Yi to form the undead army. Now among the professionals Zhao Yi recruits every day, the number of second-level professionals is the largest. The total strength of the territory army has exceeded 200,000, of which the number of second-level and third-level professionals is close to 50,000, and most of them are 2-star talents. In fact, Zhao Yi already has the foundation to complete the formation of the undead army, but these nearly 50,000 second-level and third-level professionals are scattered in various cities in the territory, and there are also a small part of them in the third half-plane. Because of the undead characteristics of the undead core members are most suitable for melee professions, so the undead core members will be composed of 3 professions: swordsman, shield warrior, and spearman. The undead core, which are all melee professions, are not suitable for performing tasks alone. When performing tasks, they need to be mixed with other professional troops, and the undead core will serve as the main force for attacking. Compared with the 2-star talent, the level of the undead core members is more important. The 3rd level is neither high nor low, and it can also gather enough personnel. Another important factor is that the age difference between the oldest and youngest members of the Undead Legion is no more than 10 years. The members of the Undead Legion live and die together, with the same talents, the same level, and the same lifespan. The Undead Legion is composed entirely of 2-star talents and 3rd-level professionals. They will not be willing to have 1-star talents join. 3-star talents have the potential of 5th level and can have a longer lifespan, but they are also not willing to join the Undead Legion. Other 2-star talents dream of becoming a member of the Undead Legion. On the origin continent where the undead are rampant, even legendary warriors may fall, not to mention low-level professionals. as long as you become a member of the Undead Core, because of the Undead Core's immortality. Characteristics: as long as you provide sufficient water of life, the chance of falling will be greatly reduced. Due to various factors, it is impossible to completely form the Undead Core in a short period of time. However, Zhao Yi can first select 100 to several hundred young third-level melee professionals to initially form the Undead Core. After that, those who meet the requirements will be selected to join the Undead Core. When all the quotas of the Undead Core are used up, when all the standard weapons and equipment are equipped, and when enough water of life is prepared, the Undead Core will be officially formed. Zhao Yi will invest a lot in the weapons and equipment of the Undead Core. The third-level professional is equipped with silver-level equipment, but Zhao Yi wants to equip all members of the Undead Core with a complete set of gold equipment. According to the investment of 10,000 low-grade magic crystals per person, a total of 100 million low-grade magic crystals and 10,000 high-grade magic crystals are required. A third-level professional equipped with a golden weapon can threaten an ordinary fourth-level professional. A team of third-level professionals can surround and kill an ordinary fourth-level professional, which is enough. Under normal circumstances, if the strength of the enemy and us is similar, it is the same level against the same level. Although it costs a lot of magic crystals, it is within Zhao Yi's tolerance. After all, the undead army cannot be built in one day. It is fast to build it in 3 years. The daily income of the void trading field is already about 2 million low-grade magic crystals, and the annual income is 720 million low-grade magic crystals. It is not a problem to support the construction of the undead army. Once such a powerful undead army is built, the army formed with the undead army, as the core, will be difficult to find opponents in the entire origin continent. The only thing Zhao Yi's territory lacks is high-end combat power. It is expected that in 3 years, Zhao Yi's territory will also have a 7th-level professional. A force with a 7th-level professional means that it is qualified to rule a kingdom. 3 years. Zhao Yi sighed slightly. It has only been 8 months since the Blue Star players came to the game world. 3 years is a long time for Zhao Yi. Moreover, the territory will also encounter dangers during this period. For example, frequent visits to the cemetery to spawn monsters will attract hatred from the undead camp. Once the 6th level appears in the territory, it will inevitably attract many 6th level undead to attack the city. In addition, there are unknown actions of the undead camp. Although there have been no obvious actions of the undead camp in the past few months, no one can be sure that there will be no actions in the future. Zhao Yi's worries came true in the next few days. With the arrival of a new month, the undead camp really has new actions. There was not much feeling on the first day. On the second day, a small number of players' territories attracted slight sandstorms. On the third day, more areas on the origin continent were blown by sandstorms. By August 10th, there were only a few areas in the entire origin continent that were not visited by sandstorms. The sky of the entire origin continent seems to be covered by sand, and the sky is full of yellow sand. The undead camp swept across the entire origin continent. Under the erosion of the power of death, except for the places where living beings live, the plants in most other areas have died. The name Death Continent is more suitable for the origin continent. Without vegetation, the land should be desertified on the Blue Star, but this change has not occurred on the origin continent, mainly under the influence of magic elements and the power of death. Now the undead camp has spent some money to actively make some land on the origin continent desertify quickly, and then blow the sand with the wind, sweeping across the origin continent. Sunlight cannot be blocked by wind and sand, and even wind and sand have no power of death under the purification of sunlight. Except for the wind and sand that swept across the entire origin continent, there was no other change in the undead camp. They still came out of the cemetery once every 3 days to attack all the gathering points of living beings. However, it was this wind and sand that brought a lot of trouble to the living beings on the origin continent. The impact on the battle, the wind and sand are blinding, and once the wind and sand blow into the eyes of the professionals, it will have a very big impact on the professionals' battle. The combat power of the undead was not affected by the wind and sand, and a large number of weak player territories were destroyed in the early stage. Soon goggles, which were of low value, became popular in the market. Zhao Yi's territory now has a special alchemy workshop to make goggles. Professionals have to wear goggles when they are outside. The wind and sand are only one of the reasons. The wind and sand fill up ordinary traps, and the wind and sand accumulate under the city wall, which reduces the distance between the ground and the top of the city wall. Some player territories were not destroyed, but the villages attached to the territories were destroyed by the undead, and even the towns in the player's territory were broken by the undead. For powerful player territories, the impact of wind and sand on combat can be tolerated, but the key is the impact of wind and sand on daily life. The wind and sand blew into the city, and the sand in the city became more and more. All houses closed the doors and windows as much as possible to prevent sand from entering the house. The sand in the city also needs to be dealt with. If the sand continues to accumulate outside, it will be difficult for people to walk, and even the entire city may be half buried by sand in the future. This sand cannot hurt people, but it has reduced the combat effectiveness of many player territories and affected the daily lives of residents in the native cities of all player territories. This move of the undead camp is really disgusting. Finally, the indigenous forces could not sit still anymore, and the high-level professionals took action and fought against the high-level undead. During the battle, they destroyed the places where the undead camp created wind and sand on the origin continent. It is said that both sides fought relatively restrained, and only a few 7th-level human professionals and 7th-level undead died, and the undead camp no longer created wind and sand. Recalling the changes in the past half-month, Zhao Yi felt that the undead camp's action this time was relatively successful. At least more than 50,000 player territories were destroyed by the undead in the past half-month, and more than 100,000 player territories suffered relatively large losses. There are almost no destroyed aboriginal cities. This is another action of the undead camp against the Blue Star player camp. The undead leaders see that the strength of the Blue Star players is still growing rapidly, and the threat is not that big, but they are still trying to weaken the strength of the Blue Star player camp. From hundreds of millions of player territories, when entering the game world, the number of player territories is about to drop below 2 million. If it were not for the restrictions of the game rules, the undead camp would have wiped out the Blue Star player camp as soon as possible. However, the aboriginal camp should not sit and watch the Blue Star player camp being wiped out by the undead camp. Chapter 234. During the half-month of Yellow Sand, Zhao Yi's undead legion officially began to be formed, with Braden as the leader. Braden has a 3-star spearman talent and is now a 4th-level professional. More importantly, he has a 4-star command talent, with 2 legion skills, spear out like a dragon and lead by example. Zhao Yi will also prepare more legion skills for Braden. The 3-star spearman talent is slightly worse, but it is enough to lead the undead legion at present. As the territory's strength increases, Braden is better off with a 4-star spearman talent and becomes a 7th-level professional. When the 4-star talent stone is available, Braden will be considered as one of the reserve personnel. Zhao Yi gave Braden the task of forming the undead legion. He did not express his ideas about the undead legion. Soon Braden himself proposed some ideas that were the same as Zhao Yi's. At this time, Zhao Yi fully disclosed the plan to form the undead legion. Braden felt that the Lord's plan to form the undead legion was perfect enough. At most, there were some problems in the details. He could just modify it himself. The undead legion officially began to be formed. Braden took the list of the 3rd-level professionals of the Territory Legion and began to select. There were only 100 places for the first batch of personnel. Braden was going to select 30 swordsmen, 30 shield warriors, and 40 spearmen. There were more than 5,000 3rd-level professionals in the Territory Army, with the largest number of archers. The number of melee professionals combined was even greater than that of archers, so it was easy to select 100 professionals who met the requirements. In order to reduce trouble, Braden temporarily only selected from the Zhaocheng garrison, first selecting 100 regular candidates and 100 alternate candidates. After confirming the personnel, Braden took Zhao Yi's order and notified the various departments of the Zhaocheng garrison to gather the 100 regular candidates on the list together, and Braden spoke in person. "Brothers, I am following the Lord's orders and am forming a legion, the Undead Legion. Immortality is the most powerful strength of this legion. I know you are thinking, how can there be immortality? Legendary strongmen will die, but the Undead Legion I formed really has the power of immortality. The Lord has obtained a book of contract. Anyone who uses this book of contract to make a contract will have their life force connected together. One contractor was injured and died, but the injury was shared by all contractors, and all contractors only suffered a minor injury. This is immortality. In order to make the Undead Core more worthy of its name, the Lord has prepared sufficient water of life for the Undead Core. As long as the water of life is not exhausted, death will not come. Of course, the Undead Core also has a shortcoming, living and dying together, sharing vitality and lifespan. Because of this shortcoming, the Lord and I decided that all members of the Undead Core will be composed of 2-star talents and 3rd-level professionals, and the oldest and youngest will not be more than 10 years old. This is the Undead Legion. Once it is formed, it will be the strongest force and the strongest legion in the territory. Now, what is your choice? Faced with Brayden's words, all 100 candidates chose to become a member of the Undead Legion. They knew very well that a third-level professional was just a low-level professional. With their talents, it was almost impossible for them to become a fourth-level professional. In the battle with the undead, they could die at any time. Being a member of the Undead Legion was the greatest luck in their lives. 100 selected candidates left their names on the contract book in Zhao Yi's hand. The power of the contract closely linked these 100 third-level professionals. From today on, they will live and die together. The undead army was officially formed, and the water of life began to be supplied, but it would take some time to equip the golden weapons and equipment. The undead army, which only had 100 people, then participated in the siege of the undead camp every 3 days. In the fight with the third-level undead, they felt undead. The truth. As the days of Yellow Sands came to an end, the number of members of the undead corps had increased from 100 to 300. Zhao Yi's goal was to complete the formation of the undead corps in 3 years, with 10,000 members, all equipped with gold equipment. In the days of Yellow Sands, in addition to the formation of the undead corps, there was another important thing for Zhao Yi, which was Brittany's promotion to level 5. It took Zhao Yi 50 days to upgrade from level 40 to level 50, and Brittany was only a little slower than this time. As a 5-star talent, she spawns monsters in the graveyard twice a day and practices hard in her spare time. It is normal for her to be promoted to level 5 so quickly. As Brittany reached level 5, her loyalty to Zhao Yi had reached 85 points. It was Zhao Yi who made Brittany's strength improve rapidly, so Brittany's loyalty to Zhao Yi continued to increase. When Brittany first joined Zhao Yi, she only had 60 points of loyalty, which was too low. She only regarded Zhao Cheng as a temporary residence and would leave as soon as possible if it was not suitable. As time goes by, strength improves, and loyalty increases step by step. Zhao Yi feels that when Brittany becomes a 7th-level strongman or completes revenge, loyalty may reach the maximum value. The Yellow Sand has a great impact on the development of Zhao Yi's territory. Before the Yellow Sand, Zhao Yi had already prepared to build a new town in the territory. It was not until the Yellow Sand ended that the new town construction plan officially began. Zhao Yi has enough earth magicians under his command to mine mineral veins and build the 5th half-plane. Now he has started to build towns again, and this time, 9 small towns are directly building a town at the same time. There are also earth magician troops in the garrisons of the 9 small towns. Even without support from the main city, they can build towns one by their own strength, but the speed will be slower. With the support of the main city, the speed of town construction is accelerated, and 9 towns can be built in one batch. However, towns do not need to use magic materials to build walls, only mud walls are enough. For Zhao Yi, a town means a silver treasure chest every 3 days. Black iron treasure chests are dispensable, but silver treasure chests are much more valuable to Zhao Yi. Level 1 to 3 advancement stones, primary alchemy creation buildings, professional recruitment scrolls, and ordinary professional transfer scrolls are all what Zhao Yi needs. As for silver-grade equipment and gold-grade equipment, Zhao Yi's territory can already refine them in batches, and silver-grade equipment can be refined in large quantities. The value of silver equipment opened from silver treasure chests has greatly decreased. The magic material veins opened from treasure chests have also reduced Zhao Yi's territory's demand for external magic materials, and the cost of refining equipment has continued to decline. By opening treasure chests, the day when the territory becomes self-sufficient is not far away. Compared with the rapid development of Zhao Yi's territory, the situation of the Viscount and Baron territories, which account for 99% of the total number of player territories, has become increasingly difficult. The points required for recruiting personnel are constantly increasing. Even if you recruit the most ordinary farmers, the points required for a farmer are already more than 100. The points for recruiting 0-level professionals, 1st-level professionals, and 2nd-level professionals have also increased dramatically. Because the rules of the Undead Siege have changed from once a day to once every 3 days, the average daily points obtained have been greatly reduced, and the points required for recruiting personnel have skyrocketed, causing the speed of improving the territory's strength to drop sharply. Many territories with insufficient strength will lose some personnel every time the undead attack the city, and the points that were originally enough to make up for the loss of personnel are now unable to make up for it. Every 3 days, the strength of the territory will continue to decline. In addition, the fierce competition between the Qin Kingdom player camp and the Anti-Qin Alliance camp will affect even the neutral player lords, and the territory will be destroyed if they are not careful. Unless you are very lucky and get good things from the treasure chest, you can sell them for a high price and spend money to improve the strength of the territory, but that is exclusive to the European players. Some weak individual player lords know that no matter how hard they try to maintain their territories, it will be difficult to hold on. Choosing a player force to join will not have any good results. If they join at this time, their territories are weak and cannot be cultivated at all. Instead, they become the object of exploitation. Therefore, more individual player lords make choices to squeeze every bit of profit from the territory as much as possible, and when the territory can no longer be maintained, they will flee with all their wealth. Ambitious people will go to the aboriginal city and form a mercenary group. Now there are even mercenary groups with 4th level combat professional players. A 9th level legendary strongman is a top force. A 7th level or 8th level strongman is a 1st level force. A 4th level to 6th level professional is a second-rate force, and only 1st level to 3rd level professionals are third-rate forces. Even if there are no 1st level professionals, they are not a mainstream force. A mercenary group with a 4th level player is a second-rate force. Even if it is the weakest second-rate force, it is basically second only to the official in those aboriginal cities, with only 4th level professionals. A powerful force. The players who stayed in the native cities were no longer the bottom players, who had not even reached the 1st level. The Blue Star player camp continued to expand its influence in the native cities. However, the interests of all the native cities had already been divided up by the native forces. The insertion of the player forces would lead to the native forces taking action. Some 4th level players were completely destroyed because of this situation. There were struggles and cooperation. As the native camp's understanding of the heroes from another world increased, the cooperation between the two sides gradually increased. However, the legendary masters of the indigenous people have reached a consensus to weaken the strength of the undead camp through the heroes of other worlds. When the undead camp is destroyed or driven out of the origin continent, the strength of the heroes of other worlds will be greatly weakened, and then they will be ignored. If the heroes of other worlds still have strong strength and affect the situation of the origin continent, then the strength of the heroes of other worlds will be weakened. The major indigenous forces have their own ideas. Some are very hostile to the heroes of other worlds. Some want to use the heroes of other worlds, and some want to gain benefits from the heroes of other worlds. As the strength of the heroes from another world increases, these ideas will continue to change. It has been less than 8 months since the Blue Star players came to the game world, and they have become more and more integrated into this world. The birth of children between Blue Star players and the natives has also accelerated the integration process. Since both parties can have children together, it means that both parties are of the same race, and there is no reproductive isolation. As for the identity of the heroes from another world, as time goes by, it should become a division of different ethnic groups within humans. We are all human, so some indigenous forces are willing to accept heroes from other worlds. Many indigenous forces value the growth rate of heroes from other worlds the most. But heroes from other worlds also have big enough disadvantages. They must use advancement stones to upgrade. The higher the level of advancement stones, the harder it is to obtain. Even if advancement stones can be fused and split, it does not reduce the difficulty of obtaining high-level advancement stones. Without high-level advancement stones, there will not be many heroes from other worlds who can enter the upper level of the professional class, which will not affect the division of interests. The less ambitious individual player lords usually join the official forces of their own country with their own wealth. If the official forces of their own country are relatively weak, they will join the official forces of a strong country. The official of Eli country welcomes foreign players to join, provided that the foreign players who join have sufficient wealth or sufficient strength. They are unwilling to settle in the aboriginal city with their wealth, as they feel insecure. After all, the aboriginal forces control the aboriginal city, while they are heroes from another world. Once the wealth is exposed, it will attract attacks from the aboriginal forces. Former Lord players, whose territories have reached the Viscount territory may not have level 5 advancement stones, but they generally have level 4 advancement stones, which are worth more than 200,000 low-grade magic crystals. Second-rate indigenous forces will definitely be tempted. In fact, in the dark corners of the origin continent, the saying that heroes from other worlds with strengths above level 2 are fat sheep has long been spread. Former Lord players living in indigenous cities are often killed by indigenous professionals. The safety of indigenous cities refers more to the ability to resist the siege of the undead. The insecurity of indigenous cities is for those former Lord players. Any player who wants to develop in the aboriginal city will either join an aboriginal force early, or establish a force in the aboriginal city with his own men, often appearing in the form of a mercenary group. Former Lord players who join the official forces of powerful countries at least don't need to worry about being attacked by Aboriginal professionals, and it is also difficult to be attacked by players. They only need to worry about the undead attacking the city. Perhaps because the Qin country player camp is against the Anti-Qin Alliance camp, and the overall strength of the Anti-Qin Alliance camp is stronger, not many foreign player lords have joined the official Qin country. The Qin state officials are also unwilling to accept foreign players, even if they have some wealth. As the player force with the strongest strength and the most wealth, the Qin state officials look down on the wealth of individual player lords, and more importantly, they do not want to affect the internal situation because of foreign players. If the Qin state player lord wants to join, the Qin state officials are still willing to accept him. As long as he is willing to work hard and has the advancement stone in his hands, it will be no problem for him to become a mid-level professional in the future. Mid-level professionals are high in combat forces in the Blue Star player camp, and there is still only Cheng Jin, a 5th level player. The upper aborigines of the origin continent have developed for so long, and the status of mid-level professionals is there. High-level professionals are needed, and the more mid-level professionals, the better. Chapter 235. The 235th day that the Blue Star player descended on the game world, early morning. You won 32 battles. You killed 675,921 undead. You lost 61 soldiers. Battle rating 1S, 2A, 11B, 18D. Points increased by 313.2%. Professional experience increased by 313.2%. Obtained 1 diamond treasure chest, 2 crystal treasure chests, 11 platinum treasure chests, 18 silver treasure chests. Dragon Knight career upgrade. Feeling his body getting stronger, Zhao Yi was not very happy, but sighed slightly. The upgrade speed was too slow. At level 0, he could upgrade 1 level a day, and it only took a month and a few days to upgrade from level 30 to level 40. From level 40 to level 50, it only took 1 month more than the previous level. Now, from level 50 to level 57, Zhao Yi has used 116 days, and a few days are left for 4 months. If you want to upgrade from level 57 to level 60, it will take about 2 months. Compared with the previous rapid upgrade, now it has fallen into a snail's pace, and it will only get slower and slower in the future, which really makes Zhao Yi uncomfortable. If other people knew Zhao Yi's thoughts, many people would definitely have the urge to kill Zhao Yi. It takes Zhao Yi about half a year to upgrade from level 50 to level 60. If the natives practice normally, it takes at least 20 years for a 5-star talent, which is a gap of more than 40 times. Among the combat professional players, there are still only Zhao Yi and Cheng Jin at the 5th level. The combat professional players behind Cheng Jin are still working hard to upgrade in the 4th level. The benefits of going to the cemetery to kill monsters are so great that people can't stop. After the yellow sand dissipated, a monster-killing team of the Anti-Qin Alliance started to go to the cemetery to kill monsters again. After the major player forces learned the news, they couldn't just sit there. Other forces cultivated strong people by killing monsters in the cemetery, which also accelerated the development of the territory. If they didn't keep up, they would only be left behind. The monster-killing teams of the Anti-Qin Alliance camp took action one after another. Seeing this situation, the Qin state officials couldn't sit still. Cheng Jin's team stabilized first. After all, they were already so far ahead, so they let the second monster-killing team start to go to the cemetery to kill monsters. At first, these monster-killing teams were still relatively cautious, still running around the country, and only killing monsters once a day. Under the competition of major player forces, they soon became monster-killing twice a day. Killing monsters twice a day is the most suitable for monster-killing teams. Some monster-killing teams also try to kill monsters more times a day, in this way to obtain more crystal treasure chests and extra points combat professional experience bonus. After trying it once, they found that the monster-killing teams could not bear it. Zhao Yi also knew that the monster-killing teams under the player forces were in action again, guessing which player's territory would be retaliated by the undead army next time. Compared with other players' monster-killing teams, Zhao Yi's team, as their strength increased, began to attack cemeteries with multiple 5th-level undead. As long as there are no 6th-level or higher-level undead in the cemetery, even if there are more than 10 5th-level undead, Zhao Yi's team dares to go there and kill all of them. The most important point is that the level of the monster-killing team members increases, especially the Dragon Knights and Silver Dragons of the same level, who kill the 5th-level undead. With the laying of the teleportation array, Zhao Yi's team's range of activities has expanded to the entire Violet Kingdom area, and they can always find cemeteries that meet the monster-killing conditions. However, as the number of 5th level undead killed increased, Zhao Yi also knew that it would attract the attention of high-level undead. Under the restrictions of the rules, Zhao Yi was not afraid as long as it was not a high-level undead. The biggest change was that the number of 6th level undead and 5th level undead in the cemeteries inside and outside the territory continued to increase. Obviously, the undead were waiting for an opportunity. Zhao Yi was also waiting for this opportunity. These were all walking points and experience packs. In the past day, Zhao Yi's team and Fei Jin's team should have eliminated 10 5th level undead and more than 30 4th level undead. In addition to the daily siege of the undead last night, Zhao Yi obtained a total of 240 million points, which was almost enough to support the rapid development of the territory. Among the treasure chests obtained, the number of silver treasure chests increased from 9 to 18, and the affiliated towns built by the 9 small cities in the territory now have at least 3,000 people. With the efforts of many earth magicians, although 9 towns were built at the same time, the construction speed did not slow down. On the first day, roads were built and villages were constructed, and on the second day, the population was relocated to reach the first level village standard. On the third day, the territory will be stabilized for 1 day, and on the fourth day, the population will continue to be transferred. On the sixth day, the territory will have more than 3,000 people, reaching the third level town standard. Zhao Yi felt that before he reached level 60, if nothing unexpected happened, the territory could add at least 27 towns. If all 27 towns reached the first level town population standard, the territory would increase its population by another 330,000. Nowadays, the points for recruiting a farmer are more than 100, and even if 330,000 civilians are added, nearly 10 million points are required. It is a very large number for other Lord players, but Zhao Yi can easily bear it. In the same period of time, the population increase of the 5th demi-plane is greater than that of these affiliated towns. Looking at the battle settlement page, Zhao Yi thought for a while, and then closed it, opened the treasure box, and opened the treasure boxes he harvested today one by one. Zhao Yi really wanted to get another destiny dice, but he didn't see it for a long time. Select a diamond card. Skill book of clone art. Select 7 crystal cards. Recruitment scroll of 4th level priest. Recruitment scroll of 102nd level lancers. 4th level griffin. Crystal long sword. Intermediate mage tower. Small green pine copper mine. Level 6 advanced stone. Zhao Yi was very interested in the clone art skill book, and directly used the diamond card to summon the clone art skill book to learn the detailed information of the clone art. Consume up to 50% of the full state of Do Chi to create a physical clone. The level of the physical clone is determined by the amount of Do Chi consumed, and the highest level is the level of the main body minus 10. At most, one clone can exist at the same time. When the skill is elementary, the clone can exist for up to 6 hours. As the skill level increases, it can exist for up to 24 hours. The clone consumes Do Chi during combat, which will reduce the existence time of the clone. The clone is unconscious, and is controlled by the main body. When the clone is killed, it will cause minor trauma to the main body's soul. It can be slowly recovered by resting, or it can be quickly recovered by drinking potions that treat soul trauma. Skill has no cooldown time. The point Zhao Yi cares most about in the clone skill is actually, clone is unconscious. Zhao Yi doesn't want to create a clone with its own consciousness. Even if it is completely controlled by himself, it is unacceptable. Although the 7th level clone skill can only create an unconscious clone, Zhao Yi is quite satisfied. For a powerful professional, it is not difficult to control the main body and the clone at the same time. At most, it is a little uncomfortable in the early stage. Zhao Yi didn't have much need for the clone technique, but when a clone technique appeared, Zhao Yi also thought of some places where it could be used. For example, when the main body is practicing, the consciousness controls the clone to move outside and handle territory affairs. When the undead attack the city, the main body stays in Yaocheng, and the clone stays in Yiqing. It's just that the clone technique of the 7th level cannot leave the main body too far. Yaocheng and Yiqing are relatively close, which does not affect Zhao Yi's control of the clone in Yiqing. If the main body goes out to kill monsters, and the clone stays in the territory, this will not work. The monster-killing team may leave the Loda province, which is too far away to control the clone. Since it was useful to him, Zhao Yi directly learned the skill book of clone technique and practiced it when he had time. Just when Zhao Yi opened the treasure chest, Brittany woke up from a deep sleep on the other side. Every midnight, she had to go out to kill monsters. When killing monsters, Brittany's physical strength and energy were consumed drastically. After returning home, she would wash up and recover her physical strength and energy through sleep. In the monster-killing team, the warrior consumed more physical strength than the mage, and the mage consumed more energy than the warrior, and the physical strength recovered faster than the energy. The mages were still resting. Brittany had already gotten up and had breakfast with her sister Alice. No matter how hard or tired she was, Brittany was always smiling in front of Alice, not wanting to make Alice worry, wanting Alice to live happily. Alice was only 12 years old, and changes in her family made Alice grow up quickly. Alice also wanted to share some things with her sister, but she was still young and had only 3 stars in talent, so she couldn't help her sister at all. Alice knew that all she could do was stay at home honestly, and not let her sister worry. In the capital, Alice could see how hard her sister practiced every day, and even saw her sister's forced smile. Since coming to Zhaocheng, everything has changed. Her sister seems to have become more tired. She practices every day, and often goes out to perform the Lord's tasks. She returns late at night every day. But her sister's heartfelt smiles are increasing. In her communication with her sister, Alice understands that her sister's changes are all brought about by the Lord here. It's very tiring and hard, but her sister's realm is improving rapidly, and now she is a powerful 5th-level professional. I only have 3 stars in talent, and I can only become a 5th-level professional at best. I don't know how many years it will take to be promoted to the 5th level. Maybe before I reach the 5th level, my sister will have a stronger power than my grandfather, and avenge my parents. It's great to have a sister. Alice is happy when her sister is happy. Zhao Yi didn't even notice that Alice's loyalty to him was higher than Brittany's. Brittany was not completely obsessed with the rapid improvement of her realm, and she also felt a little change in her sister. I am hiding, my sister is hiding, I am changing, my sister is changing, everything is developing in a good direction. My realm is improving rapidly, the 7th level is not out of reach, maybe it only takes 3 years for me to become a 7th level strongman. Grandpa's injury is irreversible, but the Lord provides a lot of water of life for Grandpa, which can help Grandpa hold on for a little longer. I hope Grandpa can hold on until that day and see me kill my enemy with my own eyes. Brittany also wants to spend more time with her sister every day, but time waits for no one. Brittany wants to spend more time on cultivation and advance to the 7th level as soon as possible. After being promoted to the 7th level, Brittany will spend more time with her sister. Wherever her sister is, that is their home. Unfortunately, there is no father, mother, or grandfather in this home. Brittany does not have too many thoughts about becoming the Violet Queen. Revenge and living a good life with her sister are the 2 most important things for Brittany. However, there is another important thing besides these 2 things, as the sharp sword in the hands of the Lord, to clear all enemies. Since the Lord asked me to be the Violet Queen, I do it. It's the Lord who made me improve my strength quickly, and it's not far away to kill my enemies. The Lord has invested so much in me, and all I can do is to repay his loyalty. After having breakfast with her sister, and accompanying her for a while, Brittany started a new day of training. Alice and the 2 maids silently guarded her elder sister. Zhao Yi's influence on the Violet sisters was great, but also small. All those recruited by Zhao Yi had a huge change compared to their original lives. Those civilians living in the lower class of the aboriginal city work hard every day for a bite of food, and often suffer from the oppression of gangsters. In the slums, death is too common. Maybe tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, someone you know living around you will starve to death, die of illness, or even be beaten to death. They were lucky to be recruited by the Lord, come to the Lord's territory, and become the Lord's subjects. Here, they get bigger and more spacious houses to live in. As long as they work hard, the family will have enough food to fill their stomachs, and they can even save a little money, and their children will have the opportunity to read and learn. It's all about life and death, and the native professionals don't care about the life and death of civilians. Zhao Yi now cares about the life and death of civilians, but there is no guarantee that he will become like the native professionals in the future and not care about the life and death of civilians. In fact, the civilians who can be recruited by Zhao Yi are very lucky. The number of natives recruited by the Lord players exceeds 10 billion. From the initial hundreds of millions of player territories to the current 2 million player territories, so many player territories have been destroyed by the undead army, and the natives recruited by the Lord players will basically be killed by the undead. The population under Zhao Yi's rule is only a few million. Before the calamity of the undead, it was only a fraction of the population of Lot Al province, and even more insignificant compared to the huge number of 10 billion. When he first entered the game world, Zhao Yi worked hard for longevity, youth, and a healthy body. After a period of time, Zhao Yi added another goal to his efforts, the wealth on the blue star. But now, Zhao Yi's goal has already changed to survive. Try to survive, and try to survive with Melissa, Joanna, Elliot, Ignaz and everyone else. Many players talk about the game world and NPCs, but they are in this world, and can feel the reality after long-term contact with the natives. Emotions have already been formed. Zhao Yi is unwilling to separate from these close people, and wants to continue living together on the origin continent. From the beginning for himself to now for everyone, Zhao Yi is actually under increasing pressure, and must be cautious with every step forward. But we cannot be too cautious to slow down the development speed, and fail to quickly gain sufficient strength, which will only make people more uneasy. Chapter 236. The major player forces in the Blue Star player camp had very bad luck. Two major events happened in succession only half a month after the monster spawning was restarted. One was that the monster spawning team affiliated with the human state was very unlucky, and encountered an ambush by the undead camp. The cemetery was directly blocked by a space attribute treasure, and then nearly 100 4th level undead surrounded and annihilated the human state official monster spawning team together, and no one in the monster spawning team survived. The only 4th level space mage of the human state official, and the strongest territory lord under him were all killed. The other is the strongest player territory under the official Liang state. Because they went to the cemetery to spawn monsters, they were targeted by high-level undead and attracted the undead army to attack. With the full support of the official Liang state, the territory was still severely damaged. Fortunately, the 4th level space mage and the territory lord were not dead. After 2 consecutive encounters, the major player forces on Blue Star were frightened, and the monster spawning operation was suspended. Problems occurred again and again. If there is no good way to stop the revenge of the undead camp, no player forces monster spawning team will go to the cemetery to spawn monsters in a short time, and the same is true for the official Chen state. Compared with facing the revenge of the undead camp, the territory development speed is slow, and even Cheng Jinling cannot withstand the next revenge of the undead camp. If you don't have the strength to resist the retaliation of the undead camp, then develop the territory honestly, and don't think about taking shortcuts. Zhao Yi didn't care about the fate of the major player forces. The 2 monster-killing teams went to the cemetery, as usual every day. The number of 4th level, 5th level and 6th level undead in the cemeteries inside and outside the territory has been increasing. Even in Cemetery Number 1, the number of low-level undead is also increasing. In the province of Lathao, the strength of Cemetery Number 1 is second only to the cemetery where the 7th level skeleton King Gaiska is in charge. As the high-end combat power of a cemetery increases, the number of cannon fodder will naturally increase. In order to accommodate more undead, the low-level undead in Cemetery Number 1 are very busy, constantly digging more space underground. In terms of territory development, it is steady and orderly. After Zhao Yi learned the clone technique, more than half of the time he appeared in the territory was his clone, and most of the time the clone was in Yiqing. The population of Yiqing has exceeded 120,000, and Zhao Yi has temporarily stopped recruiting players. There are more than 30,000 players in Yiqing, most of whom are life players, and the number of combat professional players does not exceed 100. These combat professional players were initially grouped together for easy management and protection. As these players leveled up a few levels, they were dispersed throughout the Yiqing garrison. Their joining, as long as they are willing to integrate, will soon be welcomed by their comrades. Even the dumbest people can describe the scenes of their lives on Blue Star. On Blue Star, Qin country is one of the most peaceful countries, and the people live a happy life. The players only describe their life scenes on Blue Star, which makes the comrades, who are natives, very yearning. These combat professional players are all level 0, and their comrades are naturally level 0. The native level 0 professionals have poor talent and strength. What they want is a happy life, and they pursue strength less. They are very interested in the original world of the heroes in the other world, and envy the original life of the heroes in the other world, and also envy the heroes in the other world themselves. Because the heroes in the other world have 2 lives, if they die in this world, their bodies in the other world will not die. This is a game. When the game is over, they can go back and continue their happy life. And they only have 1 life. In addition, due to the lack of entertainment activities on weekdays, comrades like to gather around Blue Star players and listen to Blue Star players describe the life they yearn for. At least for low-level professionals and low-level civilians, the life of the Qin people on Blue Star is very happy. There are very few combat professional players in Yiqing, and it takes a long time to grow up. These combat professional players have some use, but they are not to the point where Zhao Yi attaches importance to them, so he has no intention to train them with all his strength. Compared to the less than 100 combat professional players, Zhao Yi paid more attention to the life professional players, especially the technicians and researchers originally on Blue Star. With the joint efforts of the alchemists and the players, the simple bicycle was the first thing to be developed, including two-wheeled bicycles and three-wheeled bicycles, which are basically the same as those on Blue Star. Among them, the three-wheeled bicycle is mainly used for transporting goods. Bicycles have been produced in small batches in Yicheng and in large batches in Zhaocheng. The sales volume in Yicheng is still relatively small, but the sales volume in Zhaocheng is much higher, with tens of thousands of bicycles sold, and many families own 2 or even 3 bicycles. Under the plague of the dead, the price of horses is very expensive, and low-level professional families cannot own a carriage, let alone small business families. Bicycles that are relatively cheap and can speed up travel and transport goods are welcomed by many groups. Of course, these groups do not include the lower-class civilians. No matter how cheap the bicycle is, it is not affordable for the lower-class civilian families for the time being. They cannot spend several months of living expenses for the family to buy a bicycle. Above the lower civilian families, there are small officials, primary school teachers, and small businessmen. They are also part of the civilian class, but their income is higher than that of the lower civilian families. It is not a problem to buy a bicycle with gritted teeth, and it basically does not affect the normal life of the family. Buying a bicycle will make it convenient to travel or transport goods. Above them are the big merchant families, official families, and low-level professional families with higher incomes. If necessary, a family will buy several bicycles, and some parents even buy bicycles as gifts for their children. Families above that can also buy bicycles, but most of them still ride horses, carriages, or even ride monsters. Identity, status, class, and income seriously affect the family's choice of transportation. In the future, lower-class civilian families will be able to afford bicycles. It is expected that by then, big business families, official families, and low-level professional families will no longer buy bicycles. In fact, in Zhao Yi's eyes, bicycles are the most suitable means of transportation for lower-class civilian families, and above them are alchemical motorcycles and alchemical cars. Alchemical motorcycles and alchemical cars are already under research. The more important task for alchemists and player researchers is to develop reliable alchemical trains. Among the researchers recruited by Zhao Yi, not all are researching machinery. There are also researchers studying metallurgy, agriculture, etc. For example, researchers studying agriculture will work with natural mages to cultivate crops with higher yields per mu. Players are mainly responsible for cultivating high-yield crops, while natural mages are responsible for accelerating the growth of crops. The spells of the nature mage can make crops grow quickly, and there are 2 directions. The first direction is to accelerate the growth of crops in a certain area, such as shortening the growth time of 1 acre of crops to half or even 1/3. The second direction is to make several or dozens of crops grow quickly. Even low-level professionals can make annual plants grow quickly from seedlings to maturity in 1 minute. The second direction is very conducive to the rapid cultivation of high-yield crops. The natural mages also study crops, but they were not as in-depth as the Blue Star players in their research on crops, even though they could use spells. The native natural mages could not change quickly, but with players joining them, they did not need to worry about this. Soon, they would be able to cultivate high-yield crops together. The land area remained the same, and more food was produced, which could feed more people. Food, an indispensable resource, could never be relied on from the outside. As for metallurgy, the researchers on Blue Star would combine various substances in different proportions to come up with thousands of formulas, and experiment one by one to find the formula they needed most. The indigenous alchemists are a bit rough in this regard. The development history of the indigenous people of the Origin continent is much longer than that of the Blue Star humans, and the Origin continent also has extraordinary powers. It is precisely this extraordinary power that has given many things shortcuts and lacks in-depth research on some things. The Blue Star humans without extraordinary powers just complement it. Many of the Blue Star players recruited by Zhao Yi are working hard. Some of them are for the opportunity to get a job in a combat profession, but some want to keep moving forward in their life profession. A sentence that all players should remember: level up 1 in the game, and you will have an extra year of life after returning. Level up 20, and all physical ailments will disappear. Level up 50, and you will regain your youth. This sentence indicates what Blue Star players can get from the game world. Life, youth, and a healthy body, these are what everyone wants. If you can help the rich on Blue Star gain life, youth, and a healthy body, you can also exchange for blue star wealth. But there is also a key point in this sentence: upgrade. Combat professions can be upgraded, and life professions can also be upgraded. However, combat profession upgrades are strength upgrades, while life profession upgrades are life skills upgrades. In this dangerous world, combat professions that master power are obviously more important. There needs to be combatants in the front to block the undead army, so that life profession players behind can study their own skills. In the Aboriginal city, players who have always lived at the bottom obviously have no chance to study life skills. The first thing that Lord players should consider is to defend their own territory and give priority to recruiting combat professional players. The development of farming will be discussed later. Moreover, the families of the recruited combat professional players are basically all living professions, so there is no need to recruit additional living profession players. Nowadays, with the sharp decline in the number of combat professional players available for recruitment in the indigenous cities, those combat professional players who were originally unqualified have been recruited. Therefore, the players living in the indigenous cities basically have their entire families in living professions. Fortunately, there are scrolls for ordinary combat profession transfers, and some Lord players have begun to recruit life profession players. If they transfer, they will spend less points. But not everyone is willing to fight. Some people like to study life skills and strive to improve their life profession level. They can also gain more life and have the opportunity to gain youth and a healthy body. Take the blacksmith as an example. Blacksmith apprentice, junior blacksmith, intermediate blacksmith, senior blacksmith, expert blacksmith, master blacksmith, grandmaster blacksmith, grandmaster blacksmith. Each rank is also divided into 10 levels. Blacksmiths need to gain experience by constantly forging metal tools. And life professions are better than combat professions in one respect. Combat profession players need advancement stones to upgrade, while life profession players do not need advancement stones when upgrading. However, life profession players have no combat power, and it is very difficult for life players to obtain a safe environment that allows them to study life skills. These life players recruited by Zhao Yi are lucky to get a job related to their life profession. Their families are mainly farmers, planters. Each family has a small piece of land, and they can improve their life experience by planting crops. If they stick to farming, it is not difficult for each person to gain a few more years of life. The players living in Yicheng are lucky, and they also feel lucky. In their spare time, they like to post on the forum to show off their current lives to other low-level players. This kind of show-off behavior makes Mora City often have players go to Zhao Yi's territory, hoping to be taken in by Zhao Yi, but they are blocked by patrols every time. Some players thought that Zhao Yi was a player from Chen Country, and would not harm Chen Country players, so they boldly entered the territory. They were shot in the feet or legs by the archers in the patrol team, and felt hurt. Under the threat of death, they knew to leave. There were also Chen Country players in other indigenous cities in the Lota province area who also wanted to go to Yicheng. But the journey was too far, and they were life players with little combat power, and they did not have magic crystals to ride the teleportation array, so they did not dare to set foot on the road to Yicheng. At present, there are 30,000 players in Yicheng, and more than 6,000 talents of various types. These players are enough for the time being, and Zhao Yi does not plan to recruit more players in the short term. There are more than 30 billionaires settled in Yicheng, all of whom are well-known entrepreneurs from Chen Country. People with similar identities, even if they were not friends before, will soon become friends in Yicheng. Some of them are ambitious, and want to make a big career in the game world. They are ambitious and self-aware, knowing that they have nothing to show for themselves except the wealth of Blue Star. Some wealthy people discussed, and came up with a plan with Zhao Yi as the main force. On the surface, Zhao Yi territory is a first-class Earl territory. Among the current player territories, only Chongjin territory is a third-class Marquis territory, which is the first echelon. Zhao Yi territory and other first-class Earl territories are the second echelon. Zhao Yi territory is strong enough. In this case, let Zhao Yi be the main force. These wealthy people will take out the wealth of Blue Star to form a player force. After perfecting the plan, they found Zhao Yi with a plan and wanted to persuade Zhao Yi. After a conversation, they were unexpectedly persuaded by Zhao Yi. No matter how many weak people gather, they are still weak. They will only hinder my territory. As long as the territory is strong enough, a territory can be comparable to a player force. Chapter 237. On the Origin continent, the rise of one power will be accompanied by the decline and even extinction of multiple powers. This is the case with the Violet family. The original inhabitants of the origin continent were ordinary people who did not master extraordinary powers. With the appearance of one extraordinary person, more and more extraordinary people appeared. The ancestor of the Violet family was of humble origin, and was a son of a noble family. The ancestor of the Violet family was lucky. He was detected to have professional talent, and he was a 3-star swordsman talent, and was trained by his master. There is no peace on the origin continent. Wars break out all the time. Some countries are destroyed, and new countries are established. The master of the ancestors of the Violet family spent hundreds of years to build a huge empire. The ancestors of the Violet family made many contributions in this process, and were named first-class earls. Thousands of years passed, and the Violet family gradually grew and developed. During this period, the title was constantly upgraded, and finally became a first-class duke. Just when the patriarch of the Violet family of that generation was about to be promoted to the 7th level, the internal struggle of the empire continued, and the external enemies coveted it, and the empire collapsed. With strength and luck, the first 7th level patriarch of the Violet family was recognized by the two great powers, the Glory Empire and the Goshawk Empire. He led the Violet family to establish the Violet Kingdom in the gap between the two empires. The Violet Kingdom is surrounded by the sea to the east, the Goshawk Empire to the north, and the Glory Empire to the south, with no other neighbors. The Violet family is lucky. Before the outbreak of the undead calamity, the Goshawk Empire and the Glory Empire believed that they did not have enough advantages to defeat each other. So the current situation can be maintained, and the Violet Kingdom has not been annexed. Even the luck of the Violet family continued, and a member with 5-star talent appeared, hoping to lead the Violet family to a further step. However, this time, luck and misfortune coexisted. To eliminate the enemy, it is natural to cut the grass and root it out, but this is not easy to do. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Many families are prepared for the sudden destruction of the family. They hide a small part of the wealth and some members outside, so that the family inheritance will not be completely cut off. When the family is destroyed, revenge is what all survivors want to do. Therefore, occasionally there will be stories on the origin continent about geniuses whose families are destroyed, who go through hardships to become strong, and then take revenge. This time, the Violet family becomes the villain of the story, and the entire family is about to be destroyed, making the genius protagonist glorious. The seriously injured and dying Violet King took all his clansmen to hide in the palace. There is a magic circle in the palace that can resist the attack of the 7th level professionals, a half-plane that can accommodate thousands of people, and a large amount of material reserves. The magic circle in the palace can be destroyed as long as the 7th level professionals are given some time. The key is the seriously injured and dying Violet King, Charles. No matter how seriously injured he is still a 7th level professional. The Violet family has no shortage of explosive drugs. Maybe he will take the protagonist of the story away before he dies. And the protagonist of the story, Eustache Belanger, cannot accept destroying the magic circle and killing Charles at the cost of his own injury. Injury means that more accidents may occur. Since Charles is seriously injured and dying, he will definitely not live long, so wait for Charles to die, and then kill all the remaining people in the Violet family to complete the revenge. To this day, the influence of the Violet family only exists in the palace, and cannot leave the palace. Facing the 7th level strongman Eustache, those professionals who were originally loyal to the Violet family bowed to Eustache. Of course, they only bowed in secret, and they were still loyal to the Violet family on the surface. Although they felt that the Violet family had no chance of turning the tables, reputation was also very important. Not only the capital, but also the governors, dukes, of the 8 provinces and duchies within the territory of the Violet Kingdom secretly surrendered to Eustache. It is not shameful to surrender to the strong. As long as Charles dies, and the Violet family is destroyed, Eustache will be able to become the new king smoothly, and the name of the Violet Kingdom should be changed to Belanger. For those indigenous forces that originally pledged allegiance to the Violet family, knowing that the Violet family has no hope of turning the tables, they can no longer make many choices. Continuing to follow the Violet family means death. If you do not surrender to Eustache, you can only choose to join the Glory Empire or the Goshawk Empire. Not to mention that their own interests will be greatly reduced. It depends on whether the Glory Empire and the Eagle Empire have the idea of annexing the Violet Kingdom under the disaster of the undead. At least for now, neither of the two empires has the idea of annexing the Violet Kingdom. And if they surrender to Eustache, who has little foundation in the Violet Kingdom, Eustache will not make many changes to the people below in order to consolidate his ruling position. This means that the interests of the indigenous forces of all parties will hardly be damaged. This is the best choice. In the palace garden, Charles, with white hair and an old face, lay on a lounge chair, basking in the sun. The poison that constantly devoured his vitality tortured Charles. But Charles now had a smile on his face, thinking of his good granddaughter. 5-star swordsman talent, the most talented since the founding of the Violet family. In Charles's opinion, Brittany was lucky to escape from the capital, and Charles didn't have much thought of asking his granddaughter to take revenge, hoping that she could live well. Unexpectedly, Brittany not only escaped from the capital, but also got the opportunity to quickly improve her strength. That brave warrior from another world was very interesting. He was only at the 5th level, but he made such a big plan. In 3 years, he will be promoted to the 7th level, and his granddaughter will also be promoted to the 7th level. Kill Ostash first, and then Brittany will take over the throne and become the queen of the Violet Kingdom. Killing Ostash, Charles naturally wants to see how many people died in Ostash's hands, and the two sides are already full of hatred. With Brittany's talent, Charles knows that there is a chance for revenge, but it will be 100 years later. Even if it is a 5-star talent, it is difficult to be promoted to the 7th level without the help of a major force. I didn't expect the surprise to come so soon. Charles knew the magic of the heroes from another world. By destroying the undead, one can quickly improve his realm, and there is also a divine advancement stone, a level 7 advancement stone. Ostash's death is 3 years away, and Charles is trying to hold on. With the water of life sent by his granddaughter through the only remaining channel, Charles feels that he can hold on until that day. Witnessed Ostash's fall with his own eyes, and personally handed the throne to Brittany. Although Charles knew that from that day on, the real controller of the Violet Kingdom would be the hero from another world named Zhao Yi. But Charles didn't mind. As long as the Violet family was still there, as long as the enemy was killed, he could accept the price of the entire Violet Kingdom. Charles hoped that Brittany could become the wife of the hero from another world. Forget it, Brittany, just make your own decision. Charles stopped thinking and continued to bask in the sun. On the other side of the capital, on the top floor of an intermediate wizard tower, Ostash, a 7th level assassin, who looked like a middle-aged man, looked quietly in the direction of the palace, and seemed to be able to see Charles basking in the sun in the garden. Old man, die soon? As long as you die, your people will soon accompany you. There will be no more Violet family in the world, and the Violet Kingdom will be replaced by the Berlanger Kingdom. It's ridiculous that those nobles who were originally loyal to you actually took the initiative to submit to me. A big thing happened in the Blue Star player camp. The various monster-killing teams in the Blue Star player camp have just stopped killing monsters, but in the next few days, including the Qianmingsheng territory, where the second official monster-killing team of Qin State is located, they all suffered revenge from the undead camp. Only Chengjin, who had already stopped spawning monsters, survived. The strongest territory under Gaoxian State was destroyed by the undead army, and other territories suffered heavy losses. Qianmingsheng, the official leader of Qin State, suffered the least loss, but also paid a huge price. There is a traitor. Who did it? Find him out. All major player forces felt that the undead camp's revenge was wrong. All the monster spawning teams used similar methods to reduce the possibility of being discovered by the undead camp. Even if discovered by the undead camp, generally only one player's territory is discovered at a time and retaliated by the undead camp. How come all the territories where the monster-killing teams are located are retaliated by the undead camp this time? After thinking about it, there is only one possibility, which is a traitor, and this traitor should be a player force with strong strength. Only a player force with strong strength can bribe people everywhere and obtain information about the territories where the monster-killing teams are located. This traitor, the first target of the major player forces of the Anti-Qin Alliance, is the Qin State official. Although the territory of Qianmingsheng, the official territory of Qin State, was retaliated, 2 territories of players with monster-killing teams in the player camp of Qin State also suffered retaliation. However, more monster-killing teams were on the side of the Anti-Qin Alliance camp, and the Anti-Qin Alliance suffered greater losses. The strongest territory of the official territory of Qin State, Chengjiling, suffered no losses at all, and the gap between the strength of the player territories of the Anti-Qin Alliance camp behind it continued to widen. The second target of the Anti-Qin Alliance camp, and the first target of the official territory of Qin State, were both the official territory of Human State. The third target of the Anti-Qin Alliance camp, and the second target of the Qin official are all the Liang official. The reason why the monster-killing team stopped the action is that the Puman official monster-killing team was completely annihilated, and the strongest territory under the Liang official was severely damaged by the revengeful undead army. Regardless of whether it is one of the 3 official Qin, Puman, and Liang, the major player forces basically gave up going to the cemetery to kill monsters. Telling the undead this information is too disgusting, and the key is that anyone can do it. If any monster-killing team goes to the cemetery to kill monsters again, and the information is not hidden, it is expected that they will soon be retaliated by the army of the undead. The best way is to stop going to the cemetery to kill monsters in the future. After making the first decision, the Anti-Qin Alliance camp made a second decision. No matter who the traitor is, the traitor must be the official of Qin country. Call on the small and medium-sized player forces and individual player lords below to increase their efforts to attack the Qin country player camp. Soon, the statements of the major player forces of the Anti-Qin Alliance camp appeared on the forum, and the statement of the Qin country alliance followed closely, saying that they were not traitors. The Qin player camp and the Anti-Qin Alliance camp have been fighting for such a long time. The Anti-Qin Alliance camp's statement can only arouse the fighting spirit of the small and medium player forces and individual player lords. It has little impact on the small and medium player forces in the Qin player camp and the individual player lords, who think it is throwing dirty water. This kind of thing has happened more than once or twice on the forum. The struggle between the Qin player camp and the Anti-Qin Alliance camp has become more and more intense, and more player territories have been severely damaged or even destroyed by the undead army. The indigenous nobles frequently attack the player territories that originally belonged to their own territory. In addition, the weaker territories were merged into the stronger territories by the major player forces. The number of player territories was rapidly decreasing. The struggle between the Qin player camp and the Anti-Qin Alliance camp also had a little impact on Zhao Yi's territory. The Anti-Qin Alliance camp tried to attack Yiqing several times, but failed. Zhao Yi also sent assassin troops from time to time to support the Qin Lord players and attack their enemies. But these are all minor matters. Developing the territory and upgrading are the most important things for Zhao Yi. Time passed quickly, and it was September 16th, day 256 morning. Zhao Yi was lucky to get the third destiny dice from a crystal treasure chest. It was time to start saving treasure chests again. Zhao Yi put the time to use the destiny dice after the territory was promoted to the third-class dukedom. After being promoted to the third-class dukedom, Zhao Cheng should usher in 7 waves of undead army sieges, with the number of undead exceeding 1.1 million, and a treasure chest above the diamond level will be obtained safely. Before being promoted to the third-class dukedom, Zhao Yi should face the revenge of the undead camp when he reaches the 6th level, but it is expected that there will be only 6 waves of undead army attacking the city, and the number of undead will not exceed 1 million. Zhao Yi plans to temporarily migrate some people from the demi-plane that day. If Zhaocheng increases its population by 30,000, the total number of undead attacking the city will exceed 1 million. He can also get a treasure chest above the diamond level. The first treasure chest above the diamond level should have an extra card above the diamond level. If you get a treasure chest above the diamond level in the territory promotion battle, you will also get an extra card above the diamond level. There are no junk diamond cards, and there are no junk cards above the diamond level. And that is a card 1 level higher than the diamond level. Even if you get a piece of equipment above the diamond level, the value is very high. More importantly, the third destiny dice appears, which can give better things. Zhao Yi can't wait to be promoted to the 6th level. On August 15th, the Dragon Knight is level 58. On September 6th, Dragon Knight reached level 59. On the morning of September 28th, Dragon Knight reached level 5. Finally reaching level 5, Zhao Yi was overjoyed, but after the joy, he hesitated. Should I advance to level 6 now? If I advance to level 6 now, I will face the revenge of the undead camp tonight, and there may be more than 20 level 6 undead attacking the city. Does Zhao Cheng have enough strength to stop so many level 6 undead attacking the city? Zhao Yi was not in a hurry to advance to level 6, but first took stock of his assets. Chapter 238. After being promoted to the 6th level, Zhao Yi is most concerned about the revenge of the undead that he encountered. The number of 6th level undead may be more than 20, and the number of 5th level undead may be more than 50. These two numbers are analyzed by Zhao Yi based on the total number of 6th level undead and 5th level undead in the cemeteries inside and outside the territory. Facing the undead army attacking the city, it is necessary to quickly eliminate so many 6th level undead and 5th level undead, so that the losses of the party can be reduced to the lowest level. When Zhao Yi reaches level 6, Melissa will also reach level 6. With the additional combat experience bonus from Battle Settlement, Zhao Yi's upgrade speed is faster than Brittany, who has the talent of a 5-star swordsman. Melissa also has a 5-star talent, but she is a dragon, and a dragon that can cast spells. The mana of a dragon of the same level is far greater than that of a human mage of the same level. With the support of huge mana, Melissa gains more experience than Zhao Yi every time she spawns monsters in the cemetery. This is a good thing for Zhao Yi. After he is promoted to level 6, Xiao Cheng will have 2 level 6 mages. A 6th level Dragon Knight and a 6th level Silver Dragon. Although they have just entered the 6th level, they can kill the 67th and 68th level undead without much problem, and they still have the strength to fight again. However, there are only 2 6th levels on our side, which is far less than the number of 6th level undead that may attack. On the 5th level, Zhao Yi has only 14 5th level professionals, and the number of 5th level undead will be several times that of his side. The gap is huge. Moreover, at the 5th and 6th levels, the gap between the undead and human professionals of the same level continues to narrow, and at the 7th level, the gap is basically eliminated. Facing more than 10 level 6 undead, neither Zhao Yi nor Melissa could resist. Even level 5 professionals on their side could not resist so many level 5 undead. So other means were needed to eliminate level 6 undead and level 5 undead. Zhao Yi had many means to deal with level 6 undead and level 5 undead, and even had means to deal with level 7 undead. A medium-sized magic cannon could kill a level 5 undead and injure a level 6 undead with one shot. Multiple medium-sized magic cannons could kill a level 6 undead at the same time. Zhao Yi has 4 medium-sized magic cannons with such powerful power. An intermediate magic tower can kill a 6th level undead with sufficient energy reserves. If facing a well-prepared 6th level undead, 2 intermediate magic towers can attack together and kill it. Zhao Yi has 5 such intermediate magic towers. The 7th level wind group attack spell Blade Storm Scroll. Within the spell range, the 6th level undead will be half dead if not dead. The 7th level fire spell Fire Dragon Roar Scroll, when attacking a single target, can kill the 7th level undead, and when attacking a group, it can kill the 6th level undead instantly. The 7th level ice spell, the Ice Barrier Scroll, is a defensive spell, but it can also be used to trap a 7th level undead or at least 5 6th level undead. There are also 6th level spell scrolls, Fire Barrier, Holy Light Guardian, Ice Explosion, Wind Blade, Multiple Flame Spears, Punishment Light, Earth Binding, etc. Single attack spells can kill undead of the same level, group attack spells can kill undead of a lower level in seconds, and even defensive spells can be used to trap or even kill undead. Just the 6th level and 7th level spell scrolls in Zhao Yi's hands, if used well, can eliminate at least half of the incoming 6th level undead and 5th level undead. Compared to these, the magic cannon, the wizard tower, and the spell scroll, Zhao Yi has another very powerful killer weapon in his hand, which is the diamond level illusion killing array that he uses to cover up Xiao Cheng on a daily basis. The diamond level illusion killing array has little effect on the undead, but mental attacks can annihilate the soul fire of the undead. No matter how many level 6 undead there are, they will be killed instantly by the diamond level illusion killing array. The premise is that there is enough energy. The illusion killing array needs magic stones to provide energy, and the intermediate wizard tower and medium-sized magic cannon both need magic stones to provide energy. It takes tens of thousands of low-grade magic crystals to destroy a 5th level undead, and hundreds of thousands of low-grade magic crystals to destroy a 6th level undead. If you want to destroy all 5th level and 6th level undead by consuming magic crystals, you need to prepare at least 10 million low-grade magic crystals. Things that can be solved by consuming magic crystals are not a big deal for Zhao Yi. With the cash cow of the void trading field in hand, Zhao Yi's financial resources are more than the official Qin country, which has the highest financial resources among the player forces. In all the cities in Zhao Yi's territory, the reserves of magic crystals of various grades, totaling 126 million low-grade magic crystals. In Zhaocheng alone, there are more than 100 million low-grade magic crystals in reserve. 100 million low-grade magic crystals seem to be a lot, and it is indeed a lot for the Blue Star player camp. However, for the top indigenous forces, it is just average, equivalent to only 10,000 high-grade magic crystals. Normal first-class indigenous forces can take out so many magic crystals. The Violet family, which is in poor condition, certainly cannot take out so many magic crystals. At present, the daily income of the void trading field has fluctuated around 3 million low-grade magic crystals. Even if this kind of income is maintained, the total income can reach 1 billion low-grade magic crystals per year. The top indigenous forces are tempted by the income of the void trading field and have tried to seize the void trading field, but have not succeeded. Some methods that may cost a lot to find the void trading field are not willing to be used by the top indigenous forces. In addition, the area of the void trading field is limited, and the daily income is almost reaching its limit. If the income of the void trading field doubles or triples, the Merchant Alliance that controls the market trading network will definitely take action. There are an unknown number of top indigenous forces in the Merchant Alliance. If one top indigenous force is reluctant to use a method, multiple top indigenous forces can use it by sharing the cost. For the Merchant Alliance, the void trading field is a black market. There are many black markets on the origin continent. The void trading field is just the largest black market, and its impact on the market trading network is still small. Once the impact is large, the Merchant Alliance will inevitably take action. Zhao Yi naturally understands this principle. Even if the void trading field can obtain more profits, Zhao Yi dare not do it. For the time being, the magic crystals are enough, but he does not want to be watched by so many top indigenous forces every day. Once discovered, without a legendary strongman in charge, the end will be as miserable as it can be. With a diamond-level illusion killing array and sufficient magic crystals, it is easy to destroy the vengeful undead army. Zhao Yi made the final decision to be promoted to the 6th level today. The promotion to the 6th level will wait a little longer. It will take no more than an hour or two to be promoted after the meeting in the morning. After breakfast, in the meeting room of Jiaocheng City Hall, Zhao Yi looked at all his subordinates and said, "After the meeting, Melissa and I will be promoted to the 6th level." Hearing this, Cece, Elliot and others were all excited. The Lord is going to become a 6th level professional. At the 6th level, he can become a duke and his territory will be promoted to a dukedom. As Zhao Yi's subjects, I am honored, but Zhao Yi's next words made everyone calm down immediately. I was able to be promoted to the 6th level so quickly because I went to the cemetery every day to eliminate the undead. As a result of frequent attacks on the cemetery, there will definitely be an army of undead attacking Jiaocheng tonight. There will be double-digit 6th level undead in the undead army, and 5-level undead are several times more than the 6th level undead. Everyone in the meeting room calmed down because of Zhao Yi's words, but they were not afraid. They all knew the strength of the territory. As long as there were no 7th level undead, no matter how many 6th level undead came, they would fall outside Jiaocheng. So the most important thing today is to prepare for the undead army that will attack tonight. Before dark, a total of 30,000 people must be relocated from the 1st and 5th half planes to Jiaocheng, and then relocated back tomorrow. Prepare temporary housing and food for them. This matter will be handled by Cece. Yes, sir, Cece said. You will be responsible for resisting the undead army, Elliot. There is a high possibility that there will be 6 waves of undead armies with more than 1 million undead attacking tonight. The Jiaocheng defenders must be prepared. Yes, sir, Elliot said. Today's meeting lasted only half an hour and ended. The main thing discussed was the undead siege tonight. After the meeting, Zhao Yi returned to the Lord's mansion and prepared to be promoted to the 6th level. He would not recruit any personnel today. Zhao Yi's promotion to the 6th level was very smooth. He used a level 6 advancement stone and easily promoted from the 5th level to the 6th level. The process was only comfortable, without any pain, failure, or any side effects. This is the divine advancement stone that the Aboriginal professionals are fighting for. When Zhao Yi was promoted to level 6, Melissa, who did not need to use the advancement stone, was promoted to level 6 as well. After the promotion, Zhao Yi and Melissa smiled at each other. Melissa liked the feeling of being promoted together with the contractor. There will be level 7, level 8, level 9 in the future, and they will be together forever. After the promotion, Zhao Yi took a look at personal, and used up the free attribute points. Name, Zhao Yi. Lifespan, 24/991. Profession, First Class Marquis/Level 60 Dragon Knight, 0%. Attributes, Strength 546, Constitution 546, Agility 264, Wisdom 264. Free attribute points, 1. Charm, 19. Command, 215/5016. Skills. Equipment, Diamond Dragon Spear, Diamond Armor, Crystal Bow, Crystal Longsword. Lifespan is about to exceed 1,000 years, which is already longer than the lifespan of an 8th level professional, and only slightly less than that of a legendary strongman. Such a long lifespan is simply unimaginable on Blue Star. Although this lifespan cannot be brought back to Blue Star, it can be lived longer in the game world. It is alive on Blue Star and in the game world. Compared with those players who have died in the game world, they have lived a long time longer. This idea is also one of the reasons why a large number of players struggle to survive in the native cities. Here, they cannot enjoy the rich and convenient life on Blue Star, but it is also a disguised way to extend their lifespan. Leave only when you can no longer hold on. Compared to the lower-level players living in the native cities, ordinary players living in the player territories are better off, and the best are of course the Lord players. As a first-class marquis and a 6th-level professional, Zhao Yi's living standard is definitely not worse than that on Blue Star. Some technological products on Blue Star also have substitutes in the game world. Even if there are no substitutes yet, with the efforts of players and native alchemists, substitutes will appear in the future. More importantly, there are people around him to accompany him. Strength and lifespan are what Zhao Yi needs. After being promoted to level 6, Zhao Yi and Melissa were busy mastering the power of level 6. On the other side, in the number 1 cemetery, after sensing that a level 5 life breath in Zhao Cheng had been promoted to level 6, the soul fire of the level 6 skeleton General Arno suddenly became hot. Level 6, that damn human professional has finally been promoted to level 6. Tonight, I will give you death. Of course, Arno also felt the emergence of the second level 6 life, but Arno didn't care at all. Both level 6 were just promoted, but he was able to mobilize at least 20 level 6 undead to attack Zhao Cheng. 2 level 6 creatures could never be a match for 20 level 6 undead. Kill them! Kill them! Arno's anger towards Zhao Yi was beyond Zhao Yi's imagination. Since Arno took charge of cemetery number 1, Zhao Yi's monster-killing team has never stopped attacking the cemetery. From 1 monster-killing team to 2 monster-killing teams, from attacking 2 cemeteries a day to attacking 4 cemeteries a day. From attacking the cemetery in the province of Lot Hao to attacking cemeteries in various parts of the Violet Kingdom. Arno could only watch quietly, unable to attack Zhao Cheng at all, and could not find any chance to destroy the 2 human professional teams. Under the restrictions of the rules, before this, only the 5th level undead could be dispatched to attack Zhao Cheng, but no matter how many 5th level undead were dispatched, it would not cause much damage to Zhao Cheng. The backbone of the 5th level human professionals is also the backbone of the undead camp. Even the 4th level undead cannot be lost at will, let alone the 5th level undead. Arno could only hold back his anger, and not send the 5th level undead to attack Zhao Cheng, not wanting the 5th level undead to be lost in vain. Now the opportunity has come. The human professional has been promoted to level 6. The restrictions of the rules have been partially lifted, and the level 6 undead can take action. Tonight, Arno will personally lead a group of level 6 undead, and lead the army to flatten Zhao Cheng and kill those damned creatures. No one can be spared. Arno has already asked for a level 7 space confinement scroll from the level 7 skeleton King Gaizka. All creatures must not think of escaping. Arno does not want the creatures in Zhao Cheng to escape, and the creatures in Zhao Cheng do not think of escaping. The Zhao Cheng defenders were preparing for battle, and 2 more intermediate wizard towers were built in the city. 1 wizard tower was in the center of the city, and 4 wizard towers were located at the 4 corners of Zhao Cheng. The 5 intermediate wizard towers all had a common task, which was to prop up the magic shield to block the attacks of the undead. In order to minimize the losses, Zhao Yi and generals such as Elliot, Roger, and Brayden made a battle plan for tonight. The undead army attacked, and the first few waves were normal battles. When the last wave of the strongest undead army arrived, the wizard tower immediately propped up the magic shield, and then the diamond-level illusion killing array launched a large-scale mental attack to eliminate the 6th level undead. Ranged mental attacks can destroy level 6 undead, and undead below level 6 will naturally be destroyed. It can be said that the last battle will be very short. It's a pity that the last wave of undead will be destroyed by the illusion killing array, and the professionals can't gain experience. Fortunately, the points will not be reduced. How many basic points are there for destroying a level 6 undead, starting at 10 million? Zhao Yi's eyes were burning. Chapter 239. Before nightfall, the population of Zhao Cheng had exceeded 510,000. The standard population of Zhao Cheng reached 480,000, and it could easily accommodate 30,000 more people. On the roads in the city, fully armed professionals hurried to various designated locations. They all knew that Zhao Cheng was about to face the siege of the undead army, and it was a special siege, much stronger than the undead army that attacked the city on a daily basis. But they had no worries. There were few newcomers in the Zhao Cheng defenders, and the old ones had encountered special sieges of the undead army many times. The undead army at that time also looked very powerful, but every time under the leadership of the Dragon Knight Lord, the undead army was completely wiped out. More importantly, the number of casualties in each battle was very small, ranging from a few to dozens. Compared with the Zhao Cheng defenders with more than 60,000 troops, the proportion of casualties was too small. On the battlefield, as long as you are cautious and don't separate too far from your comrades, there is basically no possibility of being killed by the undead. If you are injured in battle, as long as you are not seriously disabled, the soldiers of the Zhaocheng defenders don't care. They knew that their injuries would be treated by the priest soon. The injuries would consume their vitality quickly, but the water of life bestowed by the Dragon Knight Lord after the battle was enough to make up for the lost vitality. A battle that would not fail, a battle that would not kill, a battle that would quickly improve their realm. The old people were not afraid of the siege of the undead army under special circumstances, but were full of expectations. At this moment, Zhaocheng city wall had gathered Zhao Yi, Melissa, 2 6th level, Elliot, Joanna, Ignaz, Brittany and other 14 5th level, 71 4th level. In fact, Zhao Yi currently has 116 4th level soldiers under his command, of which 45 are in groups of 5, stationed in a small town respectively. As night falls, the 4th level air cavalry and 3rd level air cavalry responsible for reconnaissance are dispatched. Not only the air cavalry, but also the 5th level assassin Angus with the crystal level shadow orb, and the 4th level assassin Meliar with the platinum level invisibility cloak are dispatched. Meliar's assassin talent is only 3 stars, but she was the first one to follow Zhao Yi to the cemetery to kill monsters, and she is not far from the 5th level. The battle plan had already been drawn up, and no accidents had occurred. Now all that was left was to wait quietly, adjust the state, and welcome the arrival of the army of undead. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the 2nd hour after nightfall. Buzz, 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 Elliot's adjutant picked up a wireless communication personal terminal that was slightly larger than a Big Brother and quickly pressed the answer button. Report, a large number of undead have walked out of the cemetery and are moving quickly towards Zhaocheng. Received. The adjutant replied and hung up the phone, putting it down. Mobile phone is the name Zhao Yi gave to the wireless communication personal terminal. It is similar to the original mobile phone on Blue Star. It has a small alchemy screen and a numeric keypad. It can only make calls and cannot send text messages. For the time being, the size of the mobile phone cannot be reduced much. The size of the mobile phone is related to the communication distance and the level of the mobile phone. The adjutant's mobile phone is gold grade, and its size is smaller than Big Brother. It is a bit bigger. If it is a platinum level mobile phone, the volume will increase a lot. On the contrary, the volume of a silver level mobile phone will be reduced. The most important point of the difference between mobile phone levels is the communication distance. The gold level wireless communication base station refined by Zhao Yi's territory has a signal coverage radius of 100 kilometers. A gold level medium-sized base station can almost cover a first-class marquee territory. Gold level mobile phones can communicate with other gold level mobile phones within the signal coverage range of the gold level base station. The signal coverage radius of the silver level small base station is 10 kilometers, and the communication distance of the silver level mobile phone is also 10 kilometers. If the distance between the silver level mobile phone and the gold level base station is within 10 kilometers, it can also communicate with the gold level mobile phone 10 kilometers away. Although there are no other players in the Zhaocheng defenders, and they cannot use address book to quickly transmit information, the appearance of mobile phones allows the air cavalry responsible for reconnaissance to not need to return to Zhaocheng and can transmit the enemy's information back as soon as possible. The first wave of undead army has all left the number 1 cemetery. The first wave of undead army is mainly composed of skeleton soldiers, led by a 4th level skeleton general, and the number of undead exceeds 170,000. The first wave of undead army is only 5 kilometers away from Zhaocheng. Through mobile phones, the human army guarding Zhaocheng quickly obtained the situation of the undead army. According to the situation of the undead army, the commander of the human army made corresponding arrangements more quickly. The emergence of wireless communication base stations and mobile phones has brought great convenience to Zhao Yi's territory. Not long after they appeared, generals such as Elliot, Brayden, and Roger all asked Zhao Yi to refine more mobile phones. The cost of a gold-level base station is 100,000 low-grade magic crystals, and the cost of a gold-level mobile phone is 10,000 low-grade magic crystals. The cost is very high, but with the cash cow of the void trading field, there will be no shortage of magic crystals. 1 gold-level base station was put into use, and 2 gold-level base stations were refined as backups. 300 gold-level mobile phones were refined, half of which were put into use and half were reserved. It's a pity that the mobile phones in the game world are too different from the latest mobile phones on Blue Star. I don't know if we can refine the smartphones on Blue Star in the future. The first wave of the undead army came outside Xiaocheng, and the battle began. On the wall, the archers kept shooting arrows at the skeleton archers in the undead army. The arrows shot were ordinary arrows infused with fighting spirit. Hitting the undead can achieve the damage effect of the explosive arrows, and quickly shoot the skeleton archers of the undead army. The explosive arrows, which were once the most important military supplies in Zhao Yi's territory, were used less and less in the battles on the battlefield of Xiaocheng. Explosive arrows can allow archers to fight across levels, but there is not even a rank 0 professional among the Xiaocheng defenders. There are a lot of incoming undead, but most of them are rank 0 undead. There are more rank 1, 2, 3, and 4 professionals among the Xiaocheng defenders than rank 1, 2, 3, and 4 undead in the undead army. However, there are still explosive arrows in the archers' quivers, and Xiaocheng also has a large number of explosive arrows in stock. Once they encounter a very special situation, the archers will need to use explosive arrows after shooting arrows until their fighting spirit is almost exhausted. Xiaocheng doesn't use explosive arrows most of the time, but other cities in Zhao Yi's territory still consume a lot of explosive arrows. Zhao Yi's territory is already self-sufficient in explosive arrows, and only a part of the materials for refining explosive arrows need to be purchased from the outside world. 170,000 undead, too many, rushing towards Xiaocheng one after another. The archers have almost eliminated the skeleton archers and second and third level undead in the front of the undead army. The front of the undead army is not far from the wall of Xiaocheng. First level, go! At Elliot's command, the first level professionals on the wall jumped down the wall one after another in the order of shield warriors, spearmen, swordsmen, assassins, mages, and priests, and quickly lined up under the wall. Not long after the formation of the first level professionals of the Xiaocheng defenders was formed, the undead came up. The shield warriors raised their shields to block the undead, and the spearmen and swordsmen attacked the undead through the gaps between the shields. The mages cast spells over their comrades in front, and threw them into the pile of undead. The priests saw that their teammates were injured and immediately released healing spells. The human formation stood still, constantly devouring the Zero Order and First Order undead that rushed up. The archers on the city wall continued to shoot arrows, shooting at the skeleton archers and other Second Order and Third Order undead in the undead army behind. The other professionals on the city wall, who did not participate in the battle, were watching the battle. There were too many undead attacking, and the tactics of the Xiaocheng defenders had long been changed. It was impossible to let the Third Order professionals rush into the undead army to fight against the Third Order undead. The undead siege tonight was a special case. In the first wave of undead army, the archers eliminated the skeleton archers, Second Order undead, and Third Order undead, and the rest were left to the First Order professionals in the Xiaocheng defenders to deal with. In the second wave of the undead army, the archers eliminated the skeleton archers and the third level undead, and the rest was left to the second level professionals in the Xiaocheng defenders. In the third wave of the undead army, the archers only needed to eliminate the skeleton archers, and the rest was left to the third level professionals in the Xiaocheng defenders. With this rotation, the first level and second level professionals basically had 2 opportunities to participate in the battle. After one battle, there was about 2 hours of rest time. The archers who seemed to have the least rest time were actually not tired. The number of skeleton archers in the undead army accounted for only about 1/10, and the number of second level and third level undead accounted for less than 2% of the undead army. If the next wave of undead is coming, and the current wave has not been eliminated, the archers should continue to shoot arrows to quickly eliminate the remaining undead. The battle continues. 6 waves of undead, 1 wave per hour, attack Xiaocheng. The first 5 waves of undead were easily eliminated by the Xiaocheng defenders, but it also reduced the physical strength and energy of human professionals. Simple and effective fatigue tactics. From nightfall to now, the intermediate undead from various cemeteries inside and outside Zhao Yi's territory have gathered in cemetery number 1, and the 6th wave of undead army is on the scene. The stronger cannon fodder undead were the first to leave the number 1 cemetery, followed closely by the 2 elite undead air cavalry and undead land cavalry. And the last was the 6th level skeleton General Arno, and a group of mid-level undead. As the 6th wave of undead appeared, the air cavalry of Zhao Yi's territory, even the 4th level air cavalry, could only watch from afar, because there were 5th level undead air cavalry and 6th level undead air cavalry in the 6th wave of undead army. The speed of the 4th level human air cavalry could not match them, so they could only observe the 6th wave of undead army from a distance. However, Angus and Melir were able to observe the sixth wave of the undead army from a close distance. The information about the sixth wave of the undead army was quickly transmitted to the walls of Zhaocheng through mobile phones. 22 6th level undead, 61 5th level undead, and about 200 4th level undead. The number of undead air cavalry is over 10,000, and the number of undead land cavalry is over 10,000. Melir, who was transmitting the information to Zhaocheng, had a trembling voice. The number of 6th level undead and 5th level undead was too large, and Melir was a little worried about Zhaocheng. After confirming the information about the sixth wave of the undead army, Zhao Yi, Elliot, Roger and others all looked solemn. The sixth wave of the undead army was stronger than ever before. Zhao Yi doubted whether Rhoda City could stop such a powerful undead army. The sixth wave of the undead army was getting closer and closer to Zhao City, and Arno's soul fire was beating violently. Kill! Kill! Kill these creatures! Don't let any of them go. In Arno's view, his own strength was so strong, and the creatures in front of him were so weak, the victory must belong to the undead. The undead army entered the battlefield of Zhaocheng, and Arno immediately used the 7th level space blockade scroll. The undead ground forces continued to approach Zhaocheng, and the undead air cavalry was about to fly over Zhaocheng and bomb Zhaocheng. The next moment, the 5 intermediate wizard towers in Zhaocheng supported a full 5 layers of magic shields for Zhaocheng. Hundreds of corpse explosion zombies fell towards the magic shield, and the first magic shield resisted the bombardment of more than 4,000 corpse explosion zombies before breaking. The second magic shield resisted the bombardment of a similar number of corpse explosion zombies, and the remaining corpse explosion zombies were blocked by the third magic shield and did not break. There were too many corpse explosion zombies bombing the magic shield at the same time, and the magic shield that could resist the 6th level spell attack could not last long. Quantity makes up for the lack of quality. Fortunately, there are 5 layers of magic shields protecting Zhaocheng, blocking all attacks. When the air bombing of the undead ended, the 6th wave of the undead army had surrounded Zhaocheng and was about to launch an attack on Zhaocheng. At this time, Melissa's figure on the city wall had already disappeared. At the base of the diamond-level illusion-killing array, Melissa carefully controlled the illusion-killing array. Melissa started. Zhao Yi's voice came from the mobile phone that Melissa carried with her. Yes, started. When Melissa said the last word, the illusion-killing array that had consumed 20 million low-grade magic crystals launched a terrifying mental attack, starting from a distance outside the city wall, and rushing out from the 4 walls. This mental attack was like a huge wave, rushing out quickly. All the undeads hit by the huge wave had their soul fire annihilated directly, and their bones fell to the ground. What happened? Before Arno had time to think, he was covered by the mental attack of the illusion-killing array, and the fire of his soul was extinguished, leaving him no chance to struggle. As if mowing the grass, the mental attack of the illusion-killing array harvested all the undead on the battlefield of Zhaocheng in just a few seconds. There was no undead standing on the battlefield. So powerful! Looking at the scene, outside the city wall, the professionals were all stunned. They couldn't imagine what kind of attack could destroy so many undead in one blow. It was too terrifying. There was silence outside the city, and on the city wall. Even Zhao Yi was stunned for a few seconds by the attack of the illusion-killing formation. Soon, other professionals woke up from the shock, and after the shock, they were filled with the joy of victory. So many level 6 undead, such a powerful army of undead, were all destroyed before they could make a move. At this moment, the loyalty of more professionals to Zhao Yi reached the full value of 100 points, and Brittany's loyalty to Zhao Yi increased to 90 points. 10,000 wins. 10,000 wins. Long live the Lord. Chapter 240. The powerful undead army with 22 6th level, 61 5th level, and more than 200 4th level were killed so easily. Witnessing such a spectacle, the human professionals below the 4th level were excited. The loyalty to the Lord increased rapidly, and the confidence in the territory increased rapidly. Under the leadership of the Lord, we will defeat all enemies. Zhao Yi was very satisfied with this battle. He spent 20 million low-grade magic crystals to kill such a powerful undead army in seconds. Although I can't gain experience, I can gain points, which is enough. 20 million low-grade magic crystals are just the net income of the void trading field in less than 10 days. However, the magic crystal reserve of the entire territory is only 126 million, which can only support the diamond-level illusion-killing array to launch 6 such attacks. The magic crystal reserve must continue to increase. The battle tonight has ended. Under the command of Elliot, some professionals stayed on the city wall, and some professionals return to the barracks or home to rest. If an accident happens, and there are more undeads attacking from cemetery number 1, the professionals will have enough time to gather on the city wall. If there is not enough time, it means that the undeads are attacking at a high level, and it is useless for low-level professionals to come. After a great battle, a large number of undead remains were left outside Xiaocheng. These are the remains of more than 1 million undeads, covering the land outside Xiaocheng. These remains must be disposed of as soon as possible. If the remains are not disposed of, there will only be more and more in the future, which will seriously affect the future battles with the undead army. On the other hand, if the remains of the undead pile up, they will be noticed by the powerful indigenous people passing by, and then discover the problem here. So after each war, Cici would organize people to deal with the remains of the undead. In the morning, the sun purifies the remains of the undead, and in the afternoon, the earth magicians dig deep pits in some areas, and then transport the remains of the undead, and fill them in the deep pits. Now there is a little change. Zhao Yi opens a lava demi-plane, and the remains of the undead below the 7th level are thrown in. As time goes by, they will be burned to ashes. Since no professionals participated in the last battle, the mid-level professionals had almost no chance to fight. After waiting for an hour, Zhao Yi's team and Fei Jin's team set out to find 2 nearby cemeteries to spawn monsters. A new day has arrived. You won 5 battles. You killed 1,092,574 undead. You died 29 soldiers. Battle rating 1 SS 2A 2B. Points increased by 352%. Professional experience increased by 352%. Obtained 1 epic treasure chest, 2 crystal treasure chests, 2 platinum treasure chests. Zhao Yi looked at the battle settlement page and his eyes were on epic treasure chest. Zhao Yi had some guesses about the treasure chests above the diamond level, and epic was among them. 9th level legend, 8th level epic, 7th level king. It is most likely that the legendary treasure chest is above the epic treasure chest. An SS rating directly increases the points and combat professional experience bonus by 200%. It's a pity that the SS rating is not so easy to get. To get an epic treasure chest in the daily undead siege, the population of Xiaocheng must be over 3 million. On the origin continent, generally only the capital of the Kingdom Empire has a population of over 3 million. With so many people gathered in one city, the entire country needs to support them. Zhao Yi fantasized about the epic treasure chest in his mind for a while, before closing the battle settlement page, taking a deep breath, and opening the points mall. Shocking. After seeing the number in the points column, Zhao Yi was stunned. In the past, the most points earned in a day were less than 500 million points, but in the past day, the points earned were more than 6 times this number. 3.127 billion, a full 3.127 billion points. Recruiting a 4th level professional requires at least 10 million points, and 3.127 billion points can recruit up to 312 4th level professionals. Recruiting a 5th level professional requires at least 100 million points, and 3.127 billion points can recruit up to 31 5th level professionals. Recruiting a 6th level professional requires at least 1 billion points, and 3.127 billion points can recruit 3 6th level professionals. Only 3 6th level professionals can be recruited? Zhao Yi came to his senses. With so many points, only 3 6th level professionals can be recruited. This is too little. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Yi can obtain a total of about 300 million points every 3 days, and it only takes 1 month to obtain 3.127 billion points. In contrast, Cheng Jiling, the 3rd-class marquis who ranks behind Zhao Yi's territory, may not even get 30 million points every 3 days when he cannot go to the cemetery to spawn monsters. A full 10 times difference. With so many points in one day, Zhao Yi's territory can continue to develop faster. Basically, the territory's development speed will double in the next month. After all, it is impossible to use up all the points at once. A city with a complete interior cannot be built in one day. With so many points in hand, if you are reluctant to recruit level 6 and level 5 professionals, you can consider recruiting level 4 professionals. The talents of the recruited level 4 professionals are mainly 3-star, with a small chance of 2-star and 4-star talents, and a very small chance of 5-star talents. After closing the points mall, Zhao Yi took a look at the treasure box, resisted the urge to open the epic treasure box, and closed the system panel. Today, the territory will be promoted. After the promotion is successful, you can also get an epic treasure chest. When you use the destiny dice, I don't know how many good things will come out. Zhao Yi does not attach as much importance to tonight's territory promotion battle, as he did to last night's revenge of the undead. After a night of fighting, there will be only a few intermediate undead left in the number 1 cemetery. In just one day, the number 1 cemetery cannot gather many intermediate undead. It is expected that tonight's territory promotion battle will be relatively easy, and there is no need for the diamond-level illusion array to appear. Similar things happened in Zhao Yi's territory later. In this case, the 30,000 people who temporarily moved into Zhaocheng yesterday will stay in Zhaocheng for one more day and return tomorrow morning. Unlike the joy of the Zhaocheng defenders, who defeated the powerful undead army again, the several mid-level undead promoted in Cemetery Number 1 were panicked. They were worried that the human professional team would visit Cemetery Number 1 again, and the current strength of Cemetery Number 1 could not stop the human professional team. The news that the undead army that attacked Zhaocheng was completely annihilated was sent out last night. At this time, the 7th level skeleton king Gaizka, who was sitting in the cemetery closest to Rhoda's city, had already known that his general Arno had fallen. Gaizka was extremely shocked when he just heard the news. 22 6th level undead, 61 5th level undead, and more than 200 4th level undead. It is impossible for so many mid-level undead to attack Rhoda's city and be completely wiped out. It is difficult to lose even 1/10 of them, but now they have fallen in Zhaocheng. What happened on the battlefield of Zhaocheng? Is the strength of the creatures in Zhaocheng stronger than that of the creatures in Rhoda's city? Could it be that a human 7th level professional has taken action? Gaizka couldn't figure it out. It felt like there should be no human 7th level professional taking action. If a 7th level professional took action, it would be a violation of the agreement between the legendary indigenous strongman and the 9th level undead. As a 7th level undead, although Gaizka was stationed in the cemetery closest to Lotus City, Gaizka had never personally taken action against Lotus City. His main task was to be the commander and command the undead army to attack the city. No matter what, the creatures of Zhaocheng have the strength to destroy such a powerful undead army. The threat of Zhaocheng has at least reached the level of Lotus City. The 9th level undead ordered the 8th level skeleton king Cedric to take charge of conquering the entire Violet Kingdom. Cedric ordered Gaizka to conquer the entire Lota province. Now Lotus City alone can stop Gaizka, and there is another Zhao City. The mid-level undead that fell on the battlefield of Zhao City were all mobilized from the entire Violet Kingdom area. Some mid-level undead could be transferred over, but the number would definitely not be as many as the mid-level undead that fell this time. The best way is to send another 7th level undead over. Gaizka couldn't get away, so he could only pass on the changes in Zhaocheng to Cedric. Compared with the indigenous camp and the Blue Star player camp, who like to fight among themselves, the internal fighting of the undead camp can be almost ignored. After all, they are all undead, and there is only one thing left to pursue: realm. Gaizka doesn't care if another 7th level undead comes to the Lothal province and takes away his interests. The Lothal province has no interests that the undead care about. What's more, killing all living beings is the order issued by the god of destruction and death to all undead. The faith of the undead is the god of destruction and death. Under the command of the god of destruction and death, the undead will destroy all living beings at all costs, regardless of the possible division of interests. Cedric was furious when he received the news from Gaizka. Cedric could not accept the loss of so many mid-level undead. If it were not for the restrictions of the rules, the angry Cedric would have wanted to take action himself and destroy Zhaocheng. After thinking about it, Cedric made a decision to send his 7th level skeleton king Bonoi to the number 1 cemetery to take charge of the destruction of Zhaocheng. In addition, Cedric selected 10 level 6 undead, 30 level 5 undead, and 100 level 4 undead from the cemeteries throughout the Violet Kingdom, and sent them to cemetery number 1. Sunlight basically cannot cause much damage to high-level undead, and Bonas arrived at cemetery number 1 before dark. Bonois, who came to cemetery number 1, naturally wanted to destroy Zhaocheng as soon as possible, but after learning about the situation of Zhaocheng from the only remaining level 4 undead in cemetery number 1, Bonas felt that Zhaocheng was very difficult to deal with. If he did not take action, it would be impossible to destroy it in a short time by only relying on the intermediate undead drawn from various cemeteries in the Violet Kingdom. These intermediate undead were still on their way to cemetery number 1. Even if they were gathered, they would only be half the number of intermediate undead in cemetery number 1. Arno led so many intermediate undead to attack Zhaocheng but failed. Not a single intermediate undead escaped. It would be even more difficult for the intermediate undead in his hands to destroy Zhaocheng. Bonais knew that he only had one choice left, which was to wait. Wait for the creatures in Zhaocheng to have problems and be severely damaged, or to transfer more mid-level undead. Otherwise, there is no possibility of destroying Xiaocheng. Feeling the difficulty of Xiaocheng, Bonaz really wanted to switch with Geizka. He was responsible for conquering Lotus City, and Geizka was responsible for conquering Xiaocheng. However, it was the order of Lord Cedric, so Bonaz could only stay in Cemetery No. 1. At night, Bonaz felt the change of the rules and needed to send 7 waves of undead armies to attack Xiaocheng. Bonaz casually sent out 7 waves of undead armies, with sufficient numbers, and only the last wave of undead armies was led by the 4th level undead. The lack of a large number of mid-level undead is a good thing for the 4th level professionals in the Xiaocheng defenders. They can also participate in the battle and kill the undead to quickly improve their strength. However, the 4th level professionals want to see more mid-level undead in the undead army. Compared with killing a 3rd level undead and killing a 4th level undead, the latter can improve more. An easy battle for territory promotion. The 300th day of the Blue Star players' arrival in the game world has arrived, the last day of October. You won 5 battles. You killed 1,256,384 undead. You lost 36 soldiers. Battle rating 1SS 2A 2B. Points increased by 352%. Professional experience increased by 352%. Obtained 1 epic treasure chest, 2 crystal treasure chests, 2 platinum treasure chests. Zhao Yi was very satisfied with obtaining another epic treasure chest. However, Zhao Yi was very dissatisfied with the points he obtained yesterday. He only had 245 million points, which was only 1/12 of the points he obtained the day before yesterday. The gap was too big. You should know that the number of undead killed yesterday was more than the number of undead killed the day before yesterday, but the number of intermediate undead killed yesterday was too small. Only 2 5th level undead were killed, more than 24th level undead, and no 6th level undead were killed. The number of intermediate level undead killed was too different. The basic points of a level 60 undead were 10 million, which eventually led to a difference of more than 10 times in points obtained in 2 days. Zhao Yi and Melissa are both level 6. Although they are just entering the level 6, their strength is not worse than the level 67 and 68 undead. In addition, the other members of the team are all level 5, so the next monster spawning can be to find a cemetery with level 6 undead. Most cemeteries with level 6 undead usually have only 1 level 6 undead. Destroy a level 6 undead, and then destroy all the other mid-level undead in the cemetery, and the points obtained will not be less. The most important thing is that the upgrade speed will be slower when it reaches level 6, and it is more efficient to kill mid-level undead to gain experience. It's time to open the treasure chest. Open the treasure chest, and inside are the treasure chests of various grades that Zhao Yi has accumulated in the past 42 days. 2 epic treasure chests. 14 diamond treasure chests. 84 crystal treasure chests. 210 platinum treasure chests. 378 silver treasure chests. Zhao Yi only spent 42 days to accumulate 14 diamond treasure chests that some Lord players had difficulty obtaining, and he could get one every time the undead attacked the city. Those Lord players would be envious of him. Not to mention the epic treasure chests above the diamond treasure chests. With the destiny dice in hand, Zhao Yi was not in a hurry to open those good treasure chests. He opened a silver treasure chest first to see how lucky he was at that time. Select 2 silver cards. 2nd level Lancer Recruitment Scroll. Silver Crossbow. Select 2 bronze cards. 0 level Archer Recruitment Scroll *4. Horse *30. There are no advancement stones, no alchemical creation buildings. It seems that the luck value is not high now, and the destiny dice cannot be used. If the destiny dice is used now, the luck value may not only not increase, but will decrease instead.